and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Curry drives the pocket pass, stolen by Nunn. Edwards, pull up three, cash!
Good morning, Metroplex. It is Sean and RJ here on a Friday. We made it to a Friday. Ooh.
Barely. My voice barely made it.
Man, we had our hard hats on this week with that 4-day work week. I'm big on that one. Cowboys and Lions this weekend, but the Mavericks fall to the Timberwolves. That is Timberwolves TV. Anthony Edwards putting on a show for you with 44 points, 14 of which coming from the free throw line. The Timberwolves win a game 118-110 over the Mavericks. Let's see here. Luka had nothing because he didn't play. Oh man.
So did
what a depressing thing to see, that notification. That
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
What are you doing? Like we've got enough issues today with my voice and everything else.
Yeah, that
sounds better than your voice right now.
That is the developing situation here. Will Bobby make it through the entire show?
Do you see what happens when I spend 2 weeks coming in at 5:30? Like, do you see what happens when you give me that extra half hour? The fatigue that it takes on my larynx and my voice box.
How'd you go to bed last night?
Not about an hour. It was like 10. Would have been earlier if Brian wasn't so insistent on finishing up the recording after his equipment failed, but
Again.
Yeah, again.
I was relatively early last night, much earlier than normal, much earlier.
What time?
9.
Yeah, you're not usually a 7-hour sleep guy.
No, I feel great today. I feel good. But yeah, Sarah was in bed. I got home Luka had a hitting lesson last night. By the time I got home around 7:15, she was already in bed.
Oh, wow.
With the lights off. And I was like, oh, okay.
So no alcohol.
Yeah,
causes
no
y'all to get to bed.
It
causes y'all to get to bed early.
It causes us to go to bed early.
Like it's like there's no
Nothing
more
to do
party,
at night.
no reason to party. Just go to sleep.
So I turn on the Mavs for a second, and I'm like, man, no Luka. This is a tough watch, right?
Yeah.
What do I?
They fought. I'll give them credit
did.
for that. Tim Hardaway Jr. was really good.
And last night is the perfect example of why I hate the Thursday Night Football on Prime.
Because you can't go back and forth.
I can't easily switch back and forth. You've got to get out of it, and then you get that little wheel of death that rolls for a little bit, and then you got to get to your guy. Then obviously once you go there, it's on the channel you want to see. But then if you want to go back, you got to hit the home button, and then you got to go to your apps, and then you got to go to Prime, and it's like, guys, what are we even doing here? And that's a pain in the butt.
Yep,
pain in the butt.
Browns were good though.
Yes, they were, man.
Flacco again.
I don't know who's got a better chance of making the Super Bowl, the Browns or the Bills.
Have we ever seen anything like what Flacco's doing?
Yeah, Flacco in 2012, maybe.
No. I mean, coming off of their couch in the middle of the season and all of a sudden playing some of the best ball of their career.
He was at least.
He was on the team though.
Yeah. Flacco was like just chilling, getting ready to go work for UPS in his retired years.
Jordan wearing the 45. The last time we saw this.
Yeah, maybe it was. This is fun, man. This is fun. I love those white uniforms they had last night.
He's playing better now than he has the last 6 years.
He's playing better now than maybe he ever has. Well, he had like 300 yards pass in the first half.
Did it without Amari Cooper.
I know. I was bummed because he had my boy Cedric Tillman out there as like their one, and he missed him in the end zone. I picked him up a Fez. I needed in a daily fantasy.
Yeah, and it had nothing to do with him being a Tennessee Volunteer.
No, I honestly, you know why I did it? Because Cynthia Freeland told me to last night on NFL Network.
Okay.
I was like, you know what?
Did she also tell you my projected score in this game is 19-18?
Yeah, no, I don't remember what it was.
Like every projection of hers is scoregami.
Whatever that NFL Network fantasy football show is they have with Adam Rank and her, whatever it was. Like I saw because I'm in this fantasy thing with Holland and it's like a weekly one, right? You just pick a new team every week. And I hated my lineup. I hated it. I was like, man, I need a better quarterback. So I need a really good cheap player. Because most players, like you want Tyreek Hill is going to cost you $8,000-$9,000 of fake dollars, right? Because you get like $50,000 or whatever. So I needed like a $3,000 or $4,000 player, and Cedric Tillman was like $3,000. I was like, oh, I'll take him. He got 1 point.
That bastard.
And it was like a catch in the first half. Like, and they just, of all the offense they had, at least I got Njoku. At least I had him. That was good. But Mavericks lose 118 to 110. 32 from Timmer.
Old Timmy Hardaway. Look, I'll give him
the bench, by the way.
I'll give him credit for this team showed some resilience last night, and they showed some encouraging signs of being able to fight and be competitive even without Luka, without Kyrie. But look, I mean, ultimately, not a great game again from Derek Lively. He struggled against Cleveland. He struggled last night as well. Got into some foul trouble. I mean, Jaden Hardy wasn't particularly efficient, but I think it's a miracle that you even lose a game by 8 to the Timberwolves when you're talking about your lineup is Grant Williams, Derek Jones, Derek Lively, Dante Exum, and Jaden Hardy. Like, when that's your lineup, I don't expect you to be very competitive.
No. And that's why I think that I think last night's game, a lot of people tuned out of that one.
Last night's game is a great example of Luka's MVP candidacy.
Is it? They only lost by 8.
No, but I think when you watch that team play and go, oh my gosh, they really don't have anybody.
No, they don't. They don't. You know, I've heard people talk about like Grant Williams. Has he been a disappointment?
Yes, he has.
Because what were we expected of him? Because what was he like?
I think we've expected him to be better defensively. Like, I don't think he's been as good defensively as you want. I don't think he's been the tone setter that you wanted. So yeah, I don't think that he's quite been exactly what you were expecting.
Because he's never, his problem was he never had a position, right? He never had. He's 6'6". I mean, he was just like a 6'6" center in college.
Yeah, but I mean, his shooting efficiency's down. His defense hasn't been as good. Like, those are things you would have expected would have been better.
Yeah, he's ironically a career high in scoring.
Yeah, because the volume's
right
up.
Yeah, what, 1.5 total free field goals per game more. Yeah, a little bit of a disappointment.
It's right around his career low in field goal percentage this year, though. Not the 3-point shooting, but the field goal percentage overall.
Right. Well, 3-point shooting isn't great either.
No,
his 3-point shooting.
It's down from the last couple of years,
Yeah.
but overall, he's just. I think that's the biggest thing, is that he's not been particularly efficient from the field, from the free throw line, and defensively, he hasn't given you nearly enough.
No, he hasn't. But there you go. That's what happens when Luka and Kyrie are out. You're going to struggle to find someone to score. You had Hardaway, and then it was a lot of hopes and prayers. You're betting on Hardy or Exum. Lively didn't give you much. But Lively's not going to give you much when you're not going to give him the ball like Luka.
Well, yeah, and when he gets in foul trouble like he did. I mean, he had, 5 fouls in 17 minutes or whatever it was. It's just
15 minutes.
It wasn't particularly efficient. Peyton,
it's a foul every 3 minutes, kids.
Were you more, I guess since I have the Sean Sharif rasp, I'll ask the Sean Sharif question. How were you breaking up your time last night, Peyton, between the Browns game and the Mavericks game? How was everybody dividing their attention?
Well, I'm in my 2 fantasy leagues. I'm in the playoffs. I'm in the 3rd place game. I lost the semis last week, but I have the Browns defense and Jerome Ford. So big night last night. I'm just trying to win my money back. So it was all Thursday night football. Got some drinks with Mackenzie and her family last night. Went to a Mexican restaurant.
Is that why we started late?
Yeah, that is why.
That's why we started late.
Well, we were going to start late
Star.
regardless. You know, I mean, it was already past 8 o'clock, but no, I had to leave that early because I said, I got a podcast. Can't just leave the guys hanging. They want to record 2 episodes, and they're aware of the podcast too. They were asking me all sorts of questions, but yeah. So that
what sorts of questions were they asking you about the podcast?
Like, what do I do for it? Why do you guys record so late? With you have to get early? And I was like, well, that's a great question. I was like, well, there's a common denominator here. It's Brian Broaddus. But no. I mean,
Bobby is struggling.
I don't think they listen, but no, they like my jobs.
Well, that's sweet. Yeah, you see, are you hearing the encroaching bitterness in Peyton Russell's voice?
I am. I'm hearing that. I'm definitely hearing that. But they probably paid, right? Her family.
Oh yeah. The drinks were on the house, or not on my house.
What'd you order?
Just 2 house margaritas on the rocks. Okay. I was only there for an hour.
Oh, so when it's somebody else's tab, it's 2 margaritas.
When it's his, he'll get 1 for 4 hours.
You are so damn cheap.
God,
it's disgusting.
Well, that's why I got money,
That's
why I got money. Listen,
that's why I drive a Camaro. I'm spending the money, guys.
That's why I drive a Camaro, he says.
Do you pay for that Camaro?
I do. I do
Okay,
fully.
good for you.
It's all me.
All right, good for you. Good for you. How'd you divide it?
I was watching mainly the Mavericks, but I did pop back and forth on some of the Brown stuff in between. Yeah, the 2 hours of recording Love of the Stars.
Look at that.
Yeah, and
I did a podcast yesterday.
Did you?
BetQL every Thursday we do it.
How long is that?
It's an hour. Well, this week was an hour. Last week was 2 hours. It was a bowl special.
And we got some Degenerate coming up.
Yeah, we do.
Are we going to hear some takeaways from the BetQL show there?
Yeah, we will. You can make a lot of money on bowl season if you pay attention. If you pay attention to the opt-outs.
And there are a lot of them.
And there's a lot of them. If you pay attention to them, you can make a lot of money. Because Vegas is exposed. It's almost WNBA style. Where Vegas, like with the WNBA, Vegas doesn't really know. You can make a lot of money on the WNBA if you really know the WNBA.
Okay. Because
Right.
they don't know it very well?
Because they don't know it very well. And the same thing with college football bowl season. Because if you have intel on opt-outs, you can get to it really before Vegas gets to it. You know what I mean? Like, so that there was a big to-do about the UNLV, who'd they play? Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So there was talk about Beam being out. He had the flu. They thought he was going to be out. That line shifted like 7 points between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Never happens. Like, the lines don't shift like that. And he never left. He played. And he had like a great game too. So you could have made a ton of cash just based off of that. Like there was opportunities there. And there was also talk about cheating because they were flagged like 18 times. So there was some kind of like talk of the officials being in the bag, but you make a lot of money on bowl season. You definitely can. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on a Football Friday. Mike McCarthy coming up at 6:30, but we were right. We predicted it yesterday. He did not show up. Next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Football Friday. We got Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock.
2009, I was 19. I was like, I'm going to start a podcast. And we hear sometimes on the fan text, Bobby's so monotone. Dear God, you have not heard monotone until you've heard these clips.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today. Dirk, hopefully he's all healed up from his elbow injury. Carl Landry's teeth getting shoved in his mouth. Or in his elbow, I'm sorry.
His elbow. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Oh,
man.
man.
So this is the last show of the year. RJ
It is. It
Choppy.
is our last show of the year. Happy New Year, kids.
So we've got several different clips that Peyton and I pulled that we'll just be sprinkling in throughout the show. Just different clips from throughout the year.
I like it.
Some
I like
of
it.
the
It's a
best
good
of
little twist.
clips.
We've never done stuff like this before, where we look back on the year.
Yeah,
or,
I'm a game changer.
You know,
You're
you
welcome.
are because you know how to work audio.
Exactly. I'm here to pick up where Peyton drops the ball.
Yeah,
I don't get paid enough to do it. So.
yeah. So this is good. This is good stuff. You know, we really need you on like the anniversary shows. Like,
Yes.
that's what we really need you. We need you to go back into the annals.
Right here, baby. I if there's anything that's been said about me is that I know my way around annals.
Yeah, I could tell.
Close.
Yeah.
I could see that one.
Yep, for sure.
In a stunning twist of fate, Wander Franco did not show up for his summons.
No way.
Man.
We talked about this yesterday, and we were talking about how like he's gonna show up, he's gonna do the right thing, and he'll be there. But
He'll
that
be
didn't
there.
happen.
Did not happen.
Damn.
Wander Franco failed. He did not respond to a summons filed in the Dominican Republic to address the allegations that he had an inappropriate relationship with a minor. So it's supposed to be there at 11 a.m. yesterday, the time he had been given to appear in Santo Domingo.
Is that West Coast time or what?
That would be
Santo Domingo time.
They're either Eastern or Atlantic time.
Ooh, we know the Atlantic time once screwed you with the San Juan shootout.
It did. Absolutely.
We might hear that
We
later.
might hear that one. But yeah, so the Atlantic time is an hour ahead of Eastern, so it's 2 hours from us. And I don't know if Dominican Republic is on Eastern or Atlantic. Puerto Rico's on Atlantic.
Maybe Nova Scotia time.
I do believe Nova Scotia's on Atlantic time.
I have no idea. I'm just throwing out random.
I think they are.
Random places.
You know, like 70% of Canada's population lives like they're part of that. Like they live like within 100 miles of the U.S. border.
I did not know that.
Vancouver.
That makes some sense. Yeah,
I went there over the summer.
You cannot stop referencing that you went to Vancouver.
Great population.
Every time
Great.
Canada comes up,
Lot of
we can be
good
talking
people
about Toronto, and you're like, well, let me tell you about Vancouver. I'm like, they're literally about as far away from each other as you can get.
Yeah, Vancouver's West Coast, and so
Yeah.
the sun starts at 5:30 in the morning.
Yep.
Great place though.
I've heard it's great. I've never been, but
Lots
I've heard
of
it's
good
great.
people
So now they're still waiting to find him. Well, you'll never see him again. You will
No.
never see him again. He has fled every country possible. He bought an island. He bought an island somewhere.
Or he took over the one that was.
Stop it. Stop it. Don't go there. Man. But we'll never see him again.
No, certainly not on a Major League Baseball field. That one is for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just. Because the reality of it is, even if he was to be. Have his name cleared, he was exonerated, whatever else, there is zero chance that MLB is going to let him back in. They're not going to do it. And
I agree.
The way he's handled this
Whether
whole
that's
thing,
right or wrong, that's the way it's going to be. Like,
I mean, the way he's handled this thing tells me probably right. The way he's not even.
because you think he's probably guilty because of the way he's handled it?
I'm just saying the fact that he's not even showing up to these hearings or to have like his name potentially cleared. Like Trevor Bauer at least showed up the whole time.
Right. I think.
He did. He didn't leave the country
He did not flee.
except to play baseball.
He
after
fled
he was
now.
cleared.
He's playing baseball now, but maybe he'll be in the bigs.
940. Bobby sounds more professional now with his voice. What gives? How does that happen? Do I sound more professional with my voice lost? I think I just sound more controlled because I'm having to control my larynx a little bit.
You sound less sarcastic.
That's true. I do sound more like my Mavericks looking for revenge tonight.
You do. Yeah.
Which sucks.
How many Bigelow teas you gonna have today?
Oh, probably every break. I'm gonna have to get another one.
I've been in that situation before. I've had a lot of those. Your stomach, you will get nauseated at some point, or is it nauseous? I think it's nauseated.
Nauseated.
You'll get nauseated at some point today.
Well, that's great. I can't wait for that because I've also got a 5-hour car ride where I think I'm gonna have Kristen drive, and that means I'll probably get car sick too.
You're going to Houston today.
Yep. Yep, I got that funeral for my cousin tomorrow morning. And so that's going to be the trip down to Sugar Land tonight. Stay at the hotel, get up tomorrow morning, go to the funeral or the what do they call them?
A wake?
No, the
A viewing?
No, the one where it's more like just like a celebration of life or a remembrance.
I think they call it a celebration of life.
But I can't
The
remember.
viewing, I thought it was.
No, it's not
Viewing?
a viewing.
I call it a wake.
I can't remember what it is. But either way, we're going to that
Burial?
That's at 10. And then 11:30, I'll get on the road from Sugar Land, get back here in time to do Cowboys pregame for the Lions.
Now,
game.
is this the one, like, is this a 2-day funeral event?
No, just one.
So you're going to be at the cemetery?
No, it's going to be at a church in Sugar Land.
And then will they have the big caravan go to the cemetery for the second?
No, I don't think they're doing anything like that. Like, I think it's just like I said, I think it's just one of these celebration of life things.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing.
We're Italian. We have like 48-day funerals. Like you have a wake, and then you have another wake, and then you go back to the funeral home again for the third one, and then you drive all together to the cemetery, and then everybody sits there, and you have the old Italian aunts who try to climb on top of the casket one last time, and then everybody goes and has gabagool.
Nope, just the one for us. So
okay, very nice. Well,
I'll have to keep things.
Sorry, man. Sorry about
no. It'll be good. We'll run through.
It's not gonna be good. It's gonna suck.
No,
it's gonna be absolutely miserable.
But it'll be good.
Terrible.
But it'll be good to see family I haven't seen in a while because there'll be a lot of people there that I haven't seen.
Are you gonna dress better than you did for your brother's wedding?
I mean, they want us to dress in vibrant colors to honor her memory. So I don't know what that means. No, she was just she was a little fashionista, that one. So she was just very lots of big colors, and so that's what they want us to do. They want us to dress in our favorite vibrant colors.
Do you have any? Does he have any vibrant colors?
Nope.
Peyton?
Nope. So
you have a tie-dye shirt or something?
It'll be a cowboy sweatshirt and
I don't. I'm gonna have to just. I'm gonna have to wear those Tolo jackets those guys brought us.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes, that's it.
I
was thinking the most vibrant shirt you have is probably the You're Appreciated hoodie.
Yeah, there you go.
Like 3 colors on it.
That's it. It's small, like the colors.
You
right
wear
here,
nothing but like drab gray clothing. You're like you work.
It matches my soul.
You're like the communist in Seinfeld. Like that's what you dress like. It's what was it? Ned Isakoff. Ned Isakoff. That was his name. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on a Football Friday, and we get you set for the NFC North champion Detroit Lions. It's the Cowboys film room prepping you for that game tomorrow night. That's next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Mike McCarthy coming up at 6:30. The Mike McCarthy Show. He'll be in a good mood, I hope, because I'm back.
Oh, yeah. That always helps it.
Yeah.
Is when RJ Choppy's here.
Yes.
And I'm not being sarcastic. I know I don't have my sarcasm voice. I don't have the ability to tap into it today, so it's going to be harder. Everything's going to sound kind of the same. But that's legitimate. Mike McCarthy is a big fan of RJ Choppy. So
let's ask him.
Good morning, Bobby. Good morning, firefighters.
His advice after a game where he loses his voice.
Oh, yeah. Like, does he have any advice for me on how to soothe a sore throat?
I mean, tea, man. I'm telling you.
I've got the tea, dude.
Do you have honey?
So there's honey down in the car, but it's not like local honey. It's just regular old.
It still helps.
And
It'll
there's
still soothe.
I don't know.
Soothe.
Maybe
it will. It'll help. I promise.
I need my throat coated by honey.
Yes.
Yeah.
You need some throat coat.
For sure.
Yes, you do. All right, let's go inside the film room here, and let's prep for the Detroit basketball. Nope, that's not not right. That's Mason. Detroit Lions.
Why? I'm curious. Are you you're a Detroit guy instead of a Detroit guy?
No,
You just said Detroit.
that's just what Mason, their PA guy, said. Remember back in the Ben Wallace days?
Oh no, I don't remember him saying Detroit.
Detroit basketball after a turnover.
I say Detroit. I don't say Detroit.
I said Detroit.
I'm a Detroit guy.
I'm a Detroit guy.
I don't say Detroit. Okay, before we get to the Lions specifically, some news coming out of the Star yesterday. Tyron Smith is officially listed as questionable, but all signs are pointing to he's going to be available. He is going to play in this game, which is big for them because the communication is the biggest issue right now along that offensive line when Tyron Smith is out. It's not been as solid when Chuma Edoga has been in there. As we saw, a lot of the issues with Chuma Edoga in the game against the Dolphins were related to what? RJ Choppy?
Help.
Just not knowing who to block.
Not knowing who to block. Helping the wrong guy.
Failing to realize, hey, that Bradley Chubb guy, I should block him.
Yeah, he helped a guy who was already being double teamed.
And we'll have some good stuff on communication and how that's impacted on the offensive line when things aren't going really well from Nate Newton at 7:20 today. Some good audio from him on Wednesday night out at the Cowboys Club for Cowboys Crosstalk. But this is good news that you're likely going to have Tyron Smith back. You're going to be without Rico Dowdle. So no Rico Dowdle means that there's a good chance that all the Deuce Vaughn fans out there are going to get their chance to see their boy, as it appears that Deuce Vaughn will be available in this game. The only running backs that they're going to have are Deuce Vaughn, Hunter Lipke, and Tony Pollard. Malik Davis is on the practice squad. He is out of practice squad elevations, and so they would have to sign him to the active roster and cut someone, and I don't think they really want to do that right now.
Is it real quick? Is that why the Browns put Joe Flacco on the practice squad a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, a lot of times it's just to elevate guys so that they can have elevations without having to lose somebody on the roster for 3 weeks. Because you get 3 elevations. So you can spend 3 weeks putting the guy on the roster, having him playing games, and not have to, sign him to the active roster. You don't have to cut anybody for 3 weeks. So it's a nice benefit.
But when they're on the active roster, they get game day checks, not practice squad checks. I'm sorry. Not when they're on the active roster.
When they get elevated?
When they get elevated for that one game.
Yep.
They get like $30,000 or whatever it is.
Yeah, they get game checks for that. And so instead of practice squad checks. So it's a huge benefit. It's one of the best tweaks that we got out of COVID from an NFL roster standpoint because it gives teams a lot more flexibility to do what they need to do. So this Lions team is really, really good in the trenches, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Penei Sewell, the offensive tackle out of Oregon a couple years ago, that was a guy that the Cowboys were really, really high on. If he would have made it to the Cowboys with their pick at number 10, he would have been a Dallas Cowboy over Micah Parsons.
Over Micah.
Mm-hmm. And PFF actually has Penei Sewell graded as the number 1 ranked tackle in the NFL. And
really?
Yep, his pass block rate is 80.6. His run block is 93.6. And his overall PFF grade chop is 91.8.
Pretty good.
He's very, very good. And he is a freak athlete. And he's been in the league. This is year 3 for him now. He's 23 years old. He's a Tyron.
So he's Tyron. He'll be there for 20 years.
Yep. He came into the league at 20 years old. And
because their all line's pretty good. They got what, Decker and Ragnow, and
Ragnow's the number 1 graded center. in the NFL, according to PFF. And Glasgow, their right guard, is the 5th graded guard in the NFL, according to PFF. So they're very, very good.
He lost his job this year. They got it back.
They're very good. And the left side of the line is where you might see a little bit of vulnerability. Taylor Decker's been there for a long time. He's been a solid player, but he has problems with power. And so if you hit him with some bull rushes, you can confuse Jonah Jackson a little bit inside at the interior. You can do some things on that left side of the line where that might be where you're able to scheme up some pressure. And getting pressure on Goff is really important.
Yeah.
You mentioned that yesterday. Rush him into some bad decisions because he'll make some bad throws. He will make, like he's incredibly, I think one of the best stories we've seen over the last couple of years is Goff just destroying this narrative that he was Sean McVay's puppet, because he's a really good quarterback and he's showing that he's leveled up, getting away from Sean McVay, where he's allowed to be his own quarterback, but he will take some chances with the football and he'll try to fit it in some tight spaces.
I thought like it was really impressive that he went like 300 passes without an interception, because that's like, he will make some dumb decisions every now and then.
Sure.
And he's like a smart enough quarterback to where I think you can trick him.
He's smart enough that you can trick him.
You could trick smart quarterbacks because they recognize the look. And
look of love.
Like Ed Reed used to talk about this with like Manning. You could like trick Manning because like you would give him a look and he knew what that look was, but you were really doing a bait and switch kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So like he's smart enough to recognize that look, but he doesn't know that the trick's coming because they're not playing for the trick.
Well, and he is. I know Stafford has always had the reputation of, I can fit it in there. I can do it. That's the same. That's the same sort of mentality that Goff has shown since he got to Detroit. And kudos to Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell for allowing him to flourish and be himself. But if you want to generate pressure, if you want to force him into some quick throws,
up the middle,
you're going to need to try and work, particularly those two on the left, Taylor Decker and Jonah Jackson. And you may not have success with it because as a unit, there's an argument to be made that the Lions have the best offensive line in football. They run block really, really well. And they've got two really capable running backs, David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs. And Gibbs both of those guys can catch the football. They can make plays in space. Montgomery, a little bit more of a physical runner. Gibbs is an incredible speed threat, an open field guy. They threaten you in a lot of ways with that. Sam Laporta, the rookie tight end, who, what was the issue with the fantasy football trade?
Oh, man, this is great. Will Chambers had Cooper Kupp. And who was it that had Laporta? Was it Zach?
Yes, it was Zach.
So they agree to a Laporta for Kupp trade, and Sandler's the commissioner. I think Sandler's the commissioner. Maybe Carter is. I don't know. Carter is?
Yeah, remember that's why Sean calls him Carter Goodell?
Yeah, Sandler just wanted it vetoed.
Yeah, so Sandler wanted it vetoed, and he started doing this kind of straw poll on the side, and he was very, very political. Very, very political, like going to each individual person.
Whoa, what a surprise. Sandler's a political individual.
And trying to convince them to side with him and overturn this trade.
Yep.
And he got enough votes.
Old lobbyist Sandler.
He lobbied for it, and Will is every freaking weekend that Sam Laporta scores a touchdown, Will send a group text chat or a text to the group, and it's just in anger over this veto of the trade. And Will was 100% right. At the end of the day, Will was 100% right. The trade should have gone through. This is interesting because I've watched a lot of Lions games this year. They will use Gibbs to get the lead. They're very much at the 07 Cowboys. They'll use Gibbs to get the lead, and then they'll bring in Montgomery as
Julius and Barber.
And as the Marion Barber. Even though Montgomery plays in the beginning. It's where Montgomery gets a lot of the carries like in the first quarter. Then you got Gibbs in the second and third, and then Montgomery shows back up in the fourth when they have a lead.
Yep. It's like the old, like that, or Tyrone Wheatley, Napoleon Kaufman, or Warwick Dunn and TJ Duckett. Yeah. Like it's that combo. It's which shouldn't be surprising the way Dan Campbell, like that era that he came out of, that he probably views that as a valuable way to attack things. He was with the Giants, I believe, when they had the Tiki Barber Ron Dane thing. And so same sort of
Brandon
thing.
Jacobs.
Yeah, so that same sort of thing, that same sort of thought process.
Even though Montgomery's not like Ron Dane size.
No, but he's very physical. He's
physical.
very punishing. He's more punishing than Dane, even though he's not the same size.
The moment they get a lead, they just roll Montgomery out there, man.
But they do not get it confused. This is not some 1993 offense. This is still a very aggressive offense that does a lot of really creative things with Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's one of the better receivers in the league. There's not enough talk about him being just an absolute stud, but he is so incredibly difficult to cover, and he's going to present a lot of challenges for the Cowboys, as will Laporta. Laporta and the backs are the guys that I'm worried about in this game. Obviously, we've seen the way the run game, you can attack the Cowboys at different points. That's been a problem all year. And the different styles that they can attack the Cowboys with is a little concerning me in the run game. But Laporta's a guy who I'm worried about. How exactly are you going to be able to take him away? Because he has been absolutely dynamic, as Will Chambers will tell you.
Yes,
and so, in fact, I think what was it Will said, that for every touchdown Sam Laporta scores, he's going to donate $25 to My Possibilities instead of the Sandlot charity. Wasn't that what he said? I think.
Boy, that would be a great. That'd be a great
that would
troll.
be a good bit.
Oh my gosh! Oh, it's amazing.
Yep, and then
I love it.
And then for every touchdown Cup scores, it could move $25 to Sandlot charity, and then at the end of the year, we just figure out who gets the money.
I think My Possibilities are going to win on that.
I do as well.
I think they are. Now, with Puka, it's a different story.
Yeah, Puka Nakua's been great.
Yeah.
And Cooper Kupp's been really good too. It's just Cooper Kupp has always been.
Absolutely. All right, there's a little bit of film room, Cowboys film room, prepping for the Detroit Lions this weekend, and it's also the Final Four in college football. We'll preview that coming up next on 105 through the Fan.
DFW's number 1.
fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
According to NBA.com, the Dallas Mavericks will select Kansas guard forward Grady Dick.
Clutch Points has the Mavs as the second best fit for Dick. Dick will likely fall further down the board than number 5, as he just doesn't have the unlimited ceiling some other prospects do. However, once you start getting toward the back of the lottery, Dick's ability to shoot will become too good to pass up. The next place that Dick could end up, which would be a great fit, is with Luka and the Mavs. Dick could find a fantastic role in Dallas. When Dick does get free, Luka is good enough to find him for open shots.
Dick would fit in great here.
Dick is good.
Yeah, for sure.
Really good.
That's good. That was one of my favorites.
That was a good one.
We're playing some of our favorite clips coming back. This is the final show of the year, of course, here on Sean and RJ before we roll into 2024. So we're coming back and playing some of our favorite clips throughout the year. And that was Sean just talking about how great Dick would fit in here with the Mavs. Grady Dick, who ultimately he didn't end up here. Glad he didn't, because Derek Lively's been really good other than the last 2 games. So
yeah, other than the last 2 games. But, you know, without Luka yesterday, give a little bit of a pass on that one because he didn't have a facilitator to get him the ball. He really needs he really needs the ball like in an alley-oop kind of form. Still at this point in his career, he doesn't have that offensive game. It's better than I thought it was going to be. Much better.
yeah,
Much better than I thought it was going to be.
it's a little DeAndre Jordan-like right now.
Yeah, a little bit. But yeah, I love the audio cuts we're going to play. Grady Dick.
Which one do we come back with McCarthy for?
None. We're not going to come back.
Oh.
We're gonna come back with a Black Rifle coffee read. Baby.
Yeah, that's right, man. The official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, right? You got a big game this weekend, boys and girls. Texas and Washington. And did Michael Penix Jr. just ruin it for the Huskies?
Man, so he was doing media availability yesterday, and Texas's defensive line this year has been really impressive. They've got a lot of really good players there, a lot of good depth. And he was asked about what stood out about the defense, and he said, I'm not going to lie, their D-line is good. But at the same time, they haven't played our O-line. So they showed a lot of great things throughout the year. Their whole defense, they do a great job. I feel like their coach does a great job with their system. And they definitely play, what's the word? They play good ball. But I wouldn't say we're playing the 49ers or the Eagles, so we'll be good. So he goes on, they asked him a follow-up. They're like, hey, do they look much different from bowl game guys you've played this year? And he said, they have some good D linemen last year. 1 or 2 might have left. They were good last year, too. They usually have big boys over there on that side who can make plays. But I don't know. It's a different thing seeing them on field and being in the game. You see it on the field, but at the same time, you're watching a game against Texas Tech, K-State, all the teams they play, and I don't feel like those teams have the offensive line that we have. So Michael Penix is basically saying, I ain't worried about those boys on the defensive line for the Texas Longhorns, and I think that's a dangerous thing. I think whenever you start talking about anybody like this, you need to be careful.
You got to be careful. It can be taken out of context at times. I don't know that this was, though. That's pretty contextually accurate, I think. They played last year,
especially at the college level, where coaches always look for these things.
Yeah,
that's why there's the famous clip of Quinnen Williams is about to speak up and say something about Kyler Murray, and then he stops in the middle of it because you can tell he sees the ghost of Nick Saban standing over him, threatening him, and he stopped and just goes no, I'm not going to finish what I was going to say about Kyler Murray. And same sort of thing where Sark is going to take this into a locker room of super competitive, still emotionally maturing young men who you can probably get them pretty amped up at the idea of, listen to this, they're challenging your masculinity, boys.
Well, and look, Washington beat Texas a year ago today in the Alamo Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So they know each other. They've played each other before. So this is an opportunity for Texas to get a little bit of revenge and play a good team. Washington's a very, very good team. Very, very good. I don't know why he would go after their D-line because, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think the Pac-12 is known for their defensive lines.
Yeah, it's not like, Wow, that Arizona State pass rush.
Right. He's not playing against Georgia every weekend.
No.
Or LSU or Bama or Ohio State's defensive line or Michigan's. You know, he's playing against.
Now, Washington has a good offensive line.
Yeah, they do.
Washington has a very explosive offense. Washington does a lot of exciting things on the defensive side of the ball with their zero blitzes and some different things. They're a really fun team to watch. I would just be careful about giving any sort of thing like this to a coaching staff that can then use it on an impressionable young locker room. And that's exactly what Sark is going to do. My gosh, you see the way Ryan Day tries to use things.
Saban, they all try.
Lanning in Oregon. You remember he gave that speech before the Colorado game where he's like, you see the way they talk, yada, yada, and he goes like, they're fighting for clicks and retweets. We're fighting for wins. It's different. And like got them all amped up. And then Oregon went out there and smacked the S out of Colorado. So you don't want to give anybody anything like this, especially in a game where right now, I feel like a lot of people feel like it's advantage Texas.
You mean just in general in the game?
Yes, even before this. I think a lot of people right now are picking. Like, I think a lot of people view Texas as the team that's going to win this.
I think so, but it's interesting. Like, if I remember right, on BetQL, they find the sharp money versus the public betting, and the sharp money is on Washington.
The Warren Sharp money?
It's generally scary. Like it's and this was classic with the Bills.
Oh, I don't feel super confident about the game.
But
I mean, Texas is a 4-point favorite.
When the Bills played the Cowboys, a majority of the tickets, a majority of the bets were placed on the Cowboys. A majority of the money was placed on the Bills. And this is a classic example of the public, when you have a majority of the tickets on one, but the money on the other, the bets are the public. The money is the professional bettors. You always follow the money. And the money is on Washington.
That is the money was on the Eagles last year against the Chiefs too.
It was. And they were dominating that football game. They led the entire time. Did they not lead the entire time? Did they not?
Were not dominating it.
Were they in control of that game?
Kansas City was better that game.
Were they not in control of that game?
No, Kansas City was better that game. Okay. Because the Eagles are mid. As I've said for 2 years.
Like, the same thing happened with San Francisco and Kansas City a couple years back.
Yeah. San Francisco was in control of that one. They were up 10 in the fourth quarter.
And the sharp money was on San Fran.
Yeah.
In that game. And KC still wound up covering. They still wound up covering that game. So it's interesting what's going to happen here in this one. But Texas and Washington coming up Monday. What are you doing for that game? You be watching that?
Yeah, I'll be watching it at home. I'm not going to go. I'm not going out to watch it though. That's something I'm going to watch at home.
Yeah, that's a home. You don't leave. You don't watch your team.
Not for very intense games.
Yeah,
no.
I'm with you.
I can't
I'm with
do
you.
it. There's too many peripheral distractions out in public.
I agree. Well, someday when my Vols are in that Final Four or the playoff next year, look,
sure,
12-team playoff, you can get in.
Yeah, keep saying that.
You can get in a 12-team playoff.
Good New Year's
easy.
resolution.
So next year it'll happen. All right, the Mike McCarthy Show coming up next. Head coach of the Cowboys on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a football Friday. We got Stephen Jones coming up at 3.
888-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Oh, it is time now for the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Mike McCarthy will be joining us here. Sean and RJ. Bobby is in for Sean. Sean's out. He'll be back next week. And that is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach. How are we doing today?
Doing well, RJ. How was your vacation, most importantly?
It was relaxed. I played golf. in like 40-degree weather. How was your Christmas?
Did you go to Vegas again?
No, I did not go to Vegas again. That was last year. Because we're going for the Super Bowl. You guys will be there, too.
Absolutely. There you go.
Yeah.
I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah. How was the Christmas? Good?
Yeah, I mean, we had to work. No, it was nice. Yeah, it was short and sweet, but, obviously with this Saturday night game, so we had to come in the afternoon here, so. But all was good. Very blessed.
Very nice, very nice. Hey, real quick, do you have advice for Bob? Bobby's got a hoarse voice.
Yeah, I'm
he
gone.
Lost his voice.
My voice is shot, Coach. So have you ever come in Monday morning, lost your voice from the game? Like, have you ever had any good remedies to get that voice back, get the larynx working?
Yeah, definitely. Lemon. Whether put it in your water in the morning and hot water at night.
Perfect.
That's always worked best for me.
Perfect. Yeah. Peyton, go get me a lemon, please. I need to put it in my tea this morning.
There you go.
Coach, you got the Detroit Lions coming up this week, and obviously one of the big things that's going to happen is the Jimmy Johnson Ring of Honor induction. I know you came in the league around the time that Jimmy was making that transition out of Dallas and into Miami, and the Cowboys had a certain reputation. Can you just talk about when you came into the league, your impressions and the way that you view Jimmy's impact in the league and the way those Dallas teams kind of impacted the league back in the 90s?
Definitely. My first year in the league was 1993, and that was just really the height of the great teams of the 90s. And when I look back on that era, I mean, it was the Cowboys and the 49ers. That those were the two elite teams, and obviously, Jimmy Johnson and what he did at Miami, and frankly, just being a kid growing up in Pittsburgh. I remember Coach Johnson on Jackie Sherrill's staff because that was a great run they had there. The 3 years of going 11-1 with Jackie Sherrill at Pitt. So, yes, that was my time. The only time I played against those teams was 95. I was with Kansas City. We came down and played the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day. So, I've always had great respect for Coach Johnson.
Coach, when you're playing a team like the Lions, that I mean, you never know if it's a trick play coming or not. Like, do you have to be on high alert when you're playing this team?
Oh, I think like anything more, some teams more than others. We just played in the game last week. It was similar that way as far as the number of deceptives, and I think anytime when you look at an offense that has very high formation variation and shifts in motions, it definitely sets up well for potential deceptives. So yes, definitely, I think that's I agree with that.
Coach, CeeDee Lamb talked this week about this obsession that he has with winning. And I think at times some people see, there's talk at times about when things aren't going the right way with the game, people are like, well, maybe CD kind of has the emotions get the best of him. But is that something you don't want to temper in him at all? Because you say, hey, no, that's a competitive football player who knows the way that he can impact the game. And he just is that obsessed with winning. And so you wouldn't want to take that out of him.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. I mean, CeeDee Lamb is, the ultimate competitor. I don't see anything wrong with, not being happy when the ebb and flow of the game goes the way it did in the second and third quarter. So, I not only do I love his work ethic and his ability, but his passion for winning is exactly what you want. I mean, I don't know why you'd want it any other way.
Coach, there are a couple of really good safeties on that side of the field for Detroit this week. Melifonwu, Kirby Joseph, two really good players there. They've got an awesome nickel guy who can play some safety there in Brian Branch. How impressed have you been with some of those young players in the secondary that the Lions have?
Definitely. I think the biggest thing is when you see young players come into the league and in the way that Detroit plays the last 2 years, that those guys are definitely a really good fit for their style. And, Yeah, I mean, I think Joseph, as far as they're both active, back there, and then like I said, the nickel branch is off to a good start. But this will be an excellent battle for us.
I know you all looked at Laporta coming out of college. Is he as advertised? Did you see this coming from him this soon? Because he's been really, really solid this year.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I think the biggest thing, when you look at you go back and look at the college tape. I mean, it's you're always looking at you're trying to project what's the ceiling on this. And I think one thing you saw with Sam was definitely in Iowa's offense, his ability to run block and he's even able to, you can see the qualities he had as far as being potentially a pass protector too. But the snaps were limited in the passing game. But the one thing that I recall was not only his ability to run routes and separate, but he was exceptional for a tight end with yards after the catch. So definitely, I don't think this is anything. I mean, he's having a great year, obviously for a rookie, but I thought he was a very, very well-rounded tight end.
Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105 through the Fan. It's obvious how important Tyron is. How as a coach do you weigh, once you've already clinched a playoff spot, resting and getting a guy ready for the playoffs, making sure he's 100% healthy for the quote-unquote important games versus, still trying to win a division, still trying to get home games, still trying to get higher seeds? How do you weigh the difference there?
Well, I think like anything, I mean, it comes down to the health of the player. That's really usually a determining factor. Obviously Tyron has a long history here, has a excellent relationship with the strength and conditioning staff, also the trainers and the rehab component of it. So like anything, you just trust the information. But at the end of the day, we still have more to play for. And that's definitely a big part of our outlook going into this game Saturday night.
Coach, Aiden Hutchinson was obviously one of the top picks in the draft a couple of years ago, and he has just been really impressive, really strong all-around player. What stood out to you on tape watching him this week, and how are you guys going to go about best trying to neutralize him?
I think the best compliment I give him is he's a complete player. I think anything you can always tell, one, what the coaches, at the Lions think of him, and that shows up in how they move him around. So he has great versatility. I think his skill set is recognized. He was the first pick in the draft. But I just love his motor. Like the way he plays, his great spin move. So excellent player.
No Dowdles this week. Does that mean more Deuce Vaughn action?
Say it again.
With no Rico this week, does that mean more Deuce Vaughn?
Yeah, Deuce will be up this weekend. So we got a plan and looking forward to it.
Coach, when you talk about Tyron Smith there, we talked about the potential of resting. Obviously, he's listed as questionable. How do you feel about how he's progressed this week and his potential availability as well?
I'm sorry, you went out on the first part of the question.
Yeah, with Tyron, obviously, we made the reference to where he's at. How do you feel about his potential availability with him listed as questionable this week?
Oh, I think he has a good chance. I mean, when I get done here, I'll go down to the training room. So my goal is, if he practices today, he'll be ready to go. So we feel really good about it.
Coach, this will be your last chance to play a game at home, obviously, before the season ends. You guys have Washington next week, but when you come out of back-to-back losses like this, is there a certain comfort about saying, hey, we're going to be back at the AT&T Stadium where we've played so well as an opportunity to kind of get your mojo back, I guess, essentially?
I would say comfort. Comfort breeds complacency. I think just the reality of staying in touch with who we're playing. I think in my opinion, will be our biggest challenge at home. And I just, I think we talked about this after the Philadelphia game. I think a stretch of games is exactly what you're looking for, going into the playoffs. So, like we said earlier in the conversation, we still have a lot to play for. Obviously need some help from Philadelphia, but yeah, this will be a huge challenge for us, and we need to win and grow and get better as we prepare for the the playoff tournament.
And when there's been a lot of discussion this week about, or in recent weeks about, kind of the home road splits, obviously, and how, the offense, it hasn't been as good on the road as it's been at home. Have you guys looked at, hey, maybe there's, the communication, because I know that's been something that's been discussed this week. Has the communication angle been something that you feel like, hey, we've just got to get our communication to a level like it's been at home, whether it be, with the offensive line or pre-snap or whatever else?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, based on what you define the level is, the communication at home is obviously entirely different than on the road. Every team experiences that. Obviously the environment you're playing on the road too. We're so fortunate with the great fan base we have that they show up on the road. Sometimes those challenges aren't as big as they could be. The communication part of it is always going to be a little different. But at the end of the day, it's about executing in the environment that you're competing in, and that's what we're really focused on as far as those road games.
Do you think that in general we make too much of the home road splits? Then, like, it's playing on the road is not that easy.
Yeah, I think so, but I think it's just part of the great evaluation process of the media. I think you guys got to have something to dig into. So we get it. I just have always taken an approach. You look at every game differently. I think everybody prefers to play at home. I know we do. But it's part of winning, and if you think you're going to win a championship, sometimes you have to go on the road. That's been my personal experience. So, I have no qualms about taking this team anywhere, and that's really part of the emphasis here in this final stretch of games. So I think we haven't won the last two, but I think the experiences that we've gained from the last two games definitely gives us a chance to pay that forward.
Coach, as we get near the end of the season here, this was obviously your return to play calling. How fulfilling has it been to get back to doing that and, be able to be involved with that again? And, what have you learned about yourself again as a play caller getting back into this grind?
I think the biggest thing, big picture wise, I've learned about myself was, quit getting too far away from the basics and remember why you're here. And, in the play calling component of it is, there's no other thing I'd rather do on a Sunday. And so, yes, I'm enjoying it personally, but I think like anything, there's a discipline. And being a head coach, when you lay out the job description and responsibilities for everybody, you always, have the mindset you feel like you do what's best for the team and best for that, best for the team at that time. And I think coming here when I did and everything we went through in the beginning, I don't look back on those decisions, but definitely this is where I want to be right now.
Coach, I want to ask you about Dan Campbell. I know when he was hired, us wonderful evaluators in the media, I think a lot of people kind of laughed at his opening press conference. He's going to bite legs off and nibble at you or whatever. But he seems like a great leader of men in an era when everyone is going towards the X's and O's genius. They went with just a leader, and how much of that is coming from the playing side and just coming in and being able to relate to players.
Yeah, I think a big part of being successful in this league is you don't want to be 1 year wonder, and you see it happen all the time. The best approach is to go in and build a culture and build a program, and when the organization gives you that opportunity, I think that leads for the chance for sustained success, and that's the biggest challenge in my experience of being a head coach. And I don't know Dan personally, but just from afar and having spent a lot of time in that division, I think he's done an outstanding job of building the culture, and I think he made it clear what he was after in his press conference. So, hey, if you may not agree with the verbiage or the word selection, but I think he clearly laid out his plan, and I think you have to recognize that their football team plays that way.
Hey, Coach, we really appreciate this. Best of luck tomorrow night. Have a great New Year, too.
All right, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Coach.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. What'd you take out of that?
That I need to go get a lemon and bite into it like an apple is what I got out of it.
Lemon's great. Honey.
No, it sounds like
you should have lemon in your water anyway. Lemon in your water
general?
is great for digestion, for weight loss, for health, heart, everything. I don't know if it's heart. I have no idea if that's true about heart.
I was going to say, if we're talking about lemon and it's your heart, like if you're a lemon consumer, then that hasn't done you very well.
No one's dying.
I drink about a gallon of water a day. I never put lemon in it. I should.
Do you think that's the problem?
Maybe.
Do you think if you put lemon in it, then everything would get corrected?
I think my teeth would rot.
What if when your doctor said no more alcohol, did you ask him, like, what about if I only drink lemon drops?
Did not ask him that. It wasn't my heart doctor that said no more alcohol. It was my GI.
What? That's not even a real. That's not a real thing. Then you don't have to listen.
Why?
Because it's not the heart doctor. We're worried about your heart.
She's worried about my liver. I have a fatty liver.
She?
It's a female doctor.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh.
I thought this whole time you told the story. I thought this whole time you've told the story that you were.
Now, why would you just assume the doctor was a
Because
man?
I thought you said your doctor was. That's why. Is your cardiologist a man?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's why. I think I confused. I think we've been. I thought we were talking about your cardiologist this whole time.
Well, yeah, we have been, but like the GI is the one that recommended the no alcohol for 3 months to get some scans on my liver. Oh. That's the one. But other than the need for lemon, did you take anything from?
Yeah, it sounds like Tyron Smith's going to play. So I think that's encouraging. It sounds like you're going to have Tyron Smith's availability. That's big. And I liked what he said about the play calling there, that his realization is, that it's keep it to the basics. Like always come back to the basics. What's the old adage? Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah.
Keep it simple, stupid.
There you go. That's the biggest thing that I took out of it, is that he is in a spot right now where I think he recognizes that this offense is at its best when it's simplified, straightforward, and you're just able to take advantage of the guys you got.
Yeah, it's this is also because you brought up that they're still he's still playing for something. The team is still playing for a division title. You all right? The team's still playing for something.
That tea was cold.
Oh, man.
It was not warm, and so I spit it right back in the cup.
I thought you were the Colorado Avalanche announcer spitting out a dip
No.
cup spit.
No. I was trying to lubricate my throat there.
Okay, very
Lube
nice.
Lube it up. And I took a sip, and it was cold, and so I just spit it out because that was disgusting.
Gross. So he was talking like they still have something to play for, and they do. And that's the tug of war here is do you.
So does Detroit. Detroit still has something to play for as well.
They do. They can get the 2. They get the 1 actually, right? They need a San Fran loss.
Yeah, that's unlikely, but yes, they still technically can get the 1
because they just need what, 1 San Fran loss
and went out.
And they went out. I mean, San Fran could
and they
lose.
need Philly to lose.
No,
they don't.
If both Philly and the Lions win out, the Lions are the 2.
Well, then there you go. San Fran's not losing again the rest of the year, probably.
Probably not
into the playoffs,
but they have 2 tough games. I mean, they've. Right? Rams and Seahawks? I'm sorry, Washington. Washington and the Rams. I mean, they could lose to the Rams. Rams are definitely going to have something to play for.
San Francisco's not losing the rest of this year.
I don't disagree.
Or into the beginning of 2024.
I don't disagree. But yeah, they absolutely have something to play for, too. They don't have to worry about playing for a home game. They're going to get that.
682 says Bobby sounds like S, but honestly, he sounds better than his normal voice. This is getting good reviews. My Kathleen Turner voice today.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I think Detroit is better suited, would rather have the 2 seed than the 1 from this standpoint. I think they have a better chance of making the NFC Championship game if they have the 2 than the 1.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I could see that.
Because I don't think they could beat the Cowboys in Detroit. I think the Cowboys are a bad
I think they have
match
I think they have a better shot beating Philly at home than they do Dallas.
I think they would rather go through the Rams and Philly at home than a bye and take on the Cowboys at home.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's totally reasonable way to look at it.
And then take your chances on the road in San Fran and hope you can.
I mean, look, everybody's playing for second place in the NFC.
Just what you hope for is San Fran fumbles the ball a couple times, the ball bounces right into you, and you control the clock. Like that's what you hope. That's what you hope for when you play San Fran. I think at this point.
Yep.
That's where we all are.
That's what it is.
All right. So there was Mike McCoy. What?
Where's I was gonna say, are we gonna get into your what does a fist say about you?
I was actually gonna go right to that.
Yeah. See, look,
I was doing that right now.
Perfect.
How do you make a fist? I saw this on the internets yesterday.
So typically,
thumb outside.
Yeah, I start with, I guess it's kind of like a narrow claw until I'm up to my wrist, and then I close it.
A narrow claw?
Yeah, until it's up to my wrist, and then I close it, is typically what I do. Is that not what you meant?
No, it's not what I meant, Bobby.
Like
the biggest challenge is just getting past the knuckles.
So
I hope you get in trouble for that.
I hope you get in trouble for that one, man. That's
what you mean?
that's
Like
bad.
how do I?
That's bad.
Like this, thumb over my index finger.
Right. Okay. So, Jesus. There's a psychological thing.
It was fast. It was hard.
What happened here? What happened? So there was this question: how do you make a fist? Do you put your thumb on the outside or the inside?
I've never known anybody who makes a fist with their thumb on the inside of their.
I haven't either. You know who has? People who have never been in a fight before.
That will break your thumb.
100%. If you try to punch somebody with your thumb on the inside of your fist, you 1,000% are dislocating your thumb. Not or breaking it.
The only difference I've known is either people put thumb over the index finger or kind of slide it. I've known some people will slide it to the middle, and they'll make a fist with like the thumb between the ring finger and the middle finger. Yeah.
I just put it like right over the index finger. But they do say if you tuck your thumb inside your fist, you are a natural leader.
You think Dan Campbell does it?
No, Dan Campbell is just, he doesn't need that. He doesn't need to put his fist in a certain way to be a natural leader. That guy he just radiates masculinity. But, so, if you place your thumb on the inside of your fist, you're a natural leader. If it's on the outside, you're a master of self-expression. Confidence radiates from you.
Who says this?
Let's see. Education platform. I don't know. Some study found this out. Psychologists. Details about your personality.
What do you think is whenever you see these things, some of them are silly, some are stupid. What is the biggest thing like this that you actually buy into? Like, oh, if you do it this way, like for instance, peen sitting down versus peen standing up. Does that say something about your personality type? The fist. Do you have any of these where you're like, no, I genuinely think this says something about you?
Oh, I do, but I'm not going to say it into a microphone.
Please do.
No.
Please do.
I have plenty of those.
There's no traffic out here.
I have plenty.
Safe harbor.
What's that?
Safe harbor.
No, we're past that.
Hey,
I have
is a safe
plenty.
Space,
I have plenty of thoughts of things people do, but I'm not dumb enough to fall for that trick. I have no problem admitting, like, when I see somebody doing, I will absolutely judge the hell out of them. Doesn't mean I don't like them. Doesn't mean I think what they're doing is wrong, but I am going to judge. We all do that.
Oh, I judge.
Don't try to
all the
tell me
time.
that you don't. Don't try to tell me that you don't see a car with 87 bumper stickers and don't judge something about it.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Don't tell me you don't. You do. You judge everything. You judge a guy with a lifted truck. You judge an old man in a sports car. You judge everything. You judge a mom in an SUV.
I once had
with
somebody
with a Starbucks cup. You judge everything.
I once we were in line at a Taco Bell. The guy had a giant wing bumper stickers on the back of a brand new Chrysler 300. And my window was down, and I was sitting there with my brother, and I was like, look at this moron who would slap bumper stickers on the back of a brand new car. And his window was rolled down, and I guess he heard me, and so he put that thing in reverse and like slammed right into me because he didn't like me talking about his bumper
slammed
sticker.
into you?
Yep. Yeah, because I was talking S about his bumper sticker. Just in my car, but he heard it because I said, look at this idiot. Which, to be fair, I guess it made me think, like, what kind of a guy slams his brand new car into somebody else's car? And I was like, probably the same one who damages it with angel wings on the back, like a moron.
Okay. But yeah, we absolutely judge. I have no problem admitting that, but I'm not going to say what it is. There's no chance of that one. All right. So anyway, if you make a fist on the inside, you're a leader. Thumb on the outside, a master of self-expression. We've got another playoff team in the National Football League. But the Browns and the Lions in the playoffs the same year. We got it. That's your task. Find out the last time the Browns and the Lions made the playoffs the same season.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Good luck with that one. Next to the Fan.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. It is, of course, a Football Friday, getting you set for Cowboys Lions over the weekend. Got a little injury report, Bobby Belt?
We do. Tyron Smith will likely be available. It sounds like Mike McCarthy sounded like he thinks he's going to be there. He's listed as questionable officially, but it's looking positive that you're going to have him out there, which you really need because Aiden Hutchinson is really good for the Lions. So Rico Dowdle out, and as Mike McCarthy indicated to us last segment, that should mean a little bit more Deuce Vaughn.
A little bit more Deuce Vaughn, which Cowboy fans are going to love. They've been clamoring for him at times. Some have, some haven't. Some are like, all right, I've seen enough of that.
He's a fun player.
He's a fun player, dude. I go, even at camp, you can see. I mean, if you could see him, because he's hard to see. He's hard to spot, and which I think that we always talked about. Is that an advantage, like a little tiny short running back that they get lost behind the line? Is that an advantage? I have no idea if that actually is. It's a fun thing to talk about, but I have no idea if it actually is an advantage.
I know at times guys, defenders will tell you it can be hard to spot guys like that sometimes. Barry Sanders was that way. Guys would say that made it even more difficult. Was just he was small. He was hard to find behind the line of scrimmage.
I could see that. And then he runs by you.
Yep.
Because he was kind of quick. Okay, so Dowdle out, and it looks like Tyron is going to play. And what's the story with Malik? Why not him?
So he's had his 3 practice squad elevations. That's the max you're allowed in a season. If you want to get him back on, you have to sign him to the active roster. So Cowboys don't want to give up a roster spot. They don't want to cut anybody. So with that, they just say, all right, we've got Deuce Vaughn here, Hunter Lipke. That's going to be our backup running back situation. So they just don't want to sign a running back to the active roster.
Okay, and then just for the idiots, me, would they not be able to put a player that's on the active on the practice squad, or you would have to cut them to do that?
No, you'd have to outright cut them.
Okay, so you can't just go. There's no way you can just go up and down.
You can't swap. Yeah, you got to cut somebody off the 53.
Okay.
Which they just did. They just cut Rashawn Evans to get Matt Waletzko on the roster, and so they probably just feel like they don't have anybody they want to cut right now. Not in favor of Malik Davis, anyway.
No, that's true. Okay, so here we go. Last night, how did you divvy up your time, by the way?
I was mainly focused on the Mavericks. Mavericks looking for some revenge last night. That's what I was. That's what I was focused on. Even without Luka Doncic, I was focused.
Okay, no Luka. So let's do that. Let's start with the Mavs then, because you were mostly on the Mavs. I was mostly on the football.
Perfect.
You were mostly on the Mavs. So we'll start with the Mavs. The Mavs taking on Minnesota without Luka.
Curry tried the pocket pass, stolen by Nunn. Edwards pull up 3, cash.
Wolves TV with the call, 44 for Anthony Edwards. Minnesota 118-110 over the Dallas Mavericks. And back-to-back for the Mavs. They played the night before, and back-to-back losses for the Dallas Mavs.
Back-to-back, no Luka, no Kyrie. You're going against the top team in the West in Minnesota. It's just it was a recipe for failure last night. You were not going to beat that Minnesota Timberwolves team in all likelihood, but they showed some toughness. They showed some fight. And Tim Hardaway Jr. putting up 32 last night. You got the good version of Tim. Derek Lively obviously got in some foul trouble early. 5 fouls in just 15 minutes. That's back-to-back games where he's kind of struggled. But look, at the end of the day, I think just a competitive game against the Minnesota Timberwolves without Luka Doncic is a victory for them. So there's positive things you can take out of this game, but ultimately, you just chalk that one up to you were beat by a better team, and you didn't have your 2 best players.
And you allowed 20 to Rudy Gobert.
I mean, Rudy Gobert's not been bad this year.
But he ain't a 20-point guy.
No, not as a standard.
Not as a standard.
You're correct.
And I would love to go back and look. I mean, I would go see, because they're undefeated this year when he scores 20. I would love to see his team's record when he scores 20 points. It has to be amazing.
Usually he's a difference maker. That's the way that, because I mean, if you're allowing Gobert to get that many things inside, that just means you're Swiss cheese on the interior.
Swiss cheese, no doubt about it. So the Mavs lose, and they have a night off, and then they play tomorrow night in Golden State. This is a tough 4-day stretch. Cleveland, good team. Minnesota, good team. Golden State, good team in 4 days.
You should have beat Cleveland.
Should have beat Cleveland.
Cleveland was depleted.
You should have beat them, but you didn't. You blew it. You couldn't score in the second half. Luka went stone cold over the first quarter, really. Well, really at the first half. Second half, he was terrible. So you should have beat Cleveland, but you didn't. And now you're going to have to win a road game against Golden State, who, they had won 5 straight without Draymond before losing to Denver on Christmas Day. So now you're going to beat them on the road. That ain't easy, man.
By the way, Timberwolves are 3-0 this year when Gobert scores 20. Last year they were 7-4.
That's surprising.
So
that's surprising they were only 7-4. All right, well there you go. It is Stars tonight at home, 7:00 against the Chicago Blackhawks. Connor Bedard, not a bad start to that career, man.
No, really exciting player. That's going to be, that'll be a draw for anybody who wants to, take in one of the best young players in hockey. Obviously, Stars looking to bounce back after that Blues game. But like we talked about, that was a difficult thing that you had to do there when you had the 3-day layoff and then you had to travel the day of the game, even though it's a quick, 1.5 hour flight, 1 hour flight, whatever it would be. If it's
an hour and a half.
Yeah,
whatever.
an
hour and change.
It may not be very long. But either way, the day of travel, you're sitting there, you're fighting, you're scrapping, you lose that game, looking for a bounce back. But tough game against the Blues the other night.
Looking for some revenge tonight.
Looking for some revenge. I don't know what you want.
So they got the Blackhawks tonight and the Blackhawks on New Year's Eve. They got their New Year's Eve game again this year.
Look at that.
Back-to-back with Chicago in town.
Look at that. Back-to-backs. And also, city note for those of you traveling down there.
City note.
Yeah, a note from the city of Dallas. If you're traveling down for the Stars game that night or whatever else you're doing, I believe it's starting at 6 p.m. Dart is giving free rides on New Year's Eve because it's a citywide effort to try and prevent some of the drunk driving out there. So Dart free ride starting at 6 p.m.
Did they? Are they doing? Cause I'm not going to come down for it, but are they doing the Victory Park New Year's Eve celebration again?
Sure, they are. I haven't seen anything about it, but I do know that the Dart service as a community effort to try and prevent drunk drivers out on the road.
I know Fort Worth does something too. They've done something down at Sundance Square with New Year's Eve. Last night it was Browns with a chance to get in the playoffs for the first time since 2021.
Joe Flacco got hit. He rolls out of the hit. He runs it. And then he throws it. And Ford caught it at the 30, at the 20, at the 15, at the 10, at the 5. He's still going. And he pulls his way in. Touchdown, Jerome Ford. A play you will not believe.
Browns radio with the call. Good call there. Brownies win 37-20 over the Jets. They're 11-5. They clinch a very rare playoff berth. How rare? Well, they made it in 2020. It was the 2021 season when they played a game. The 2021 calendar year when they played the game, but it was the 2020 season. These are the Browns' last 5 playoff appearances. 2020, 2002, 94, and 89.
I believe that 2002 game was started by Kelly Holcomb.
It was Kelly Holcomb, and they were destroying Pittsburgh, and they blew it.
Yep.
And Pittsburgh came back and won.
Yep.
It was
a great game. I think there was snow that day. It was a good game.
Tommy Maddox or Bubby Brister Neil O'Donnell. There was no reason that the Browns lost that game. That was an awful loss for Cleveland. So I also went back and looked because the Browns are in the playoffs and the Lions are in the playoffs. So what was the last year the Browns and Lions both made the playoffs in the same season?
Let's ask Jason Aldean. 1994.
It was. Did you look that up?
Yeah, I did.
You did look that up?
I cheated.
Son of a... Prior to that, 1982.
Jeez. And that was a strike season.
Prior to that,
1958.
Close, 57.
Oh, my gosh.
That was the Lions' last championship, right? They've been rebuilding since 1957.
Yeah.
So the last 3 times the Browns and Lions made the playoffs in the same year, 94, 82, 57. Cowboys weren't even in existence.
That means that even in my dad's lifetime, it's happened twice.
These are the 2 poster children for futility in the sport, and it's a good story that they both are in the postseason at the same time. Get us set for a little bit of Final Four action in college football over the weekend.
Yep, you're going to get Michigan and Alabama, obviously. By the way, a lot of rumors are starting to kick up about Jim Harbaugh going to the NFL, specifically with the Chargers job. Yeah, he was getting a lot of questions about it, was kind of being a little passive, trying to blow things off, didn't really want to address any of it, talking about how he was focused on Alabama, and that's what he was worried about. So some distraction there. And then, of course, we get Texas versus Washington. Michael Penix talking some serious smack about the Texas defensive line. And you always worry about how does that play in a locker room? How's that going to potentially motivate guys? But one of the interesting things that we saw yesterday, you remember Jalen Milroe had to deal with a lot of different trash talk over the course of this season.
Yeah.
Just being like a guy who it's like, he can't do it. He's not really a true quarterback. Well, one of those critics apparently was Bill O'Brien, who was the former Alabama offensive coordinator. Bill O'Brien apparently told him, "How would it feel if I told you that you sucked?"
Oh, no.
Jalen Milroe said, told reporters, "Look where I'm at right now. So who gets the last laugh?"
Yeah.
So a very motivated Jalen Milroe heading into this game against Michigan. I am so excited for this set of games, though.
I think it'll be great.
I feel really confident. I know there's a lot of people who are worried about it. I feel really confident about Michigan. I think Michigan's going to beat Bama.
You're on an island.
Handily.
You're on an island. Bama wins by double digits.
I was on an island when I said Bama would lose to Texas. So
I don't know that you were on an island.
You also said they would lose 3 games this season.
And they should have.
Well, they lost one. They didn't. That's it. The Bama-Michigan game. The line has stayed pretty set. It's around 1.5, 2. That's at 4 o'clock. That's from the Rose Bowl on ESPN. Texas-Washington, 7:45 on ESPN from the Superdome. Kind of a home game for Texas. Also on January, well, we got some. How about this? Last night, you had Oklahoma took on Arizona, and Arizona wins 38-24. SMU loses there. Boy, I was sad to see this. The welcome to the ACC trending on Twitter because SMU loses at Boston College. It was at Boston College, at Fenway Park, 23-14.
Yeah, that was not totally a fair setup for them, but
who decides that they wanted to see a bowl game at Fenway Park? Who decides they want? I don't know.
You enjoyed Fenway when you went.
I loved Fenway. I thought it was great.
And you didn't anticipate you would.
And I didn't anticipate I would. I love Yankee Stadium. It's great. I don't want to see a bowl game there. I'd love to see Wrigley Field. I don't want to see a bowl game there. The Bad Boy Mowers, they don't even have grass in the Bronx. Why is Bad Boy Mowers sponsoring that game? Makes no sense. This is the things I sit up and think about at night. But, look, it's just, it's cool, it's quirky, it's fun. But, I don't think SMU was dying to play in 20-degree weather.
No, absolutely not.
In some
especially
rain.
With what feels like probably a sort of home field advantage for Boston College.
Rutgers beats Miami 31-24. NC State falls to K-State 28-19. Today, you got Clemson, Kentucky. A good one. Supposedly on paper, on CBS. Oregon State and Notre Dame, 19 versus 16, but so many opt-outs. You also have Missouri and Ohio State tonight. That game will be on the Degenerate coming up. Let's see. We'll do the Degenerate here in the next segment. In the Expressway. We'll do the Degenerate, and I will have Missouri and Ohio State. There are some headlines for the day here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We will do the Degenerate coming up next. We will do the Junk Drawer coming up next. And Bobby caught up with the great Nate Newton. And he's got some audio to play for you coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
It's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. KNC Masterpiece live from Burleson today. Buffalo Wild Wings, 12-832 South Freeway. Go see Reggie and Bassick out there today.
The home of Kelly Clarkson. Old Burleson.
Oh, Kelly Clarkson.
Boy, every time we've been out in Burleson for events or whatever else, that area shows up. So I know it's going to be crazy out there today at that Buffalo Wild Wings. They show up in big numbers for us whenever we go out to Burleson.
Yeah, they do. Oh, man, do they
We did
ever.
the Twin Peaks out there, you remember?
Peaks.
And oh my gosh, it was packed.
Slammed.
That was the day of the Amari Cooper trade. Because I remember you were very frustrated, and when it was time for your roundtable discussion, you blamed me for it. You said that I was the reason that they got nothing for Amari Cooper.
Did I say that?
Yep.
I have
Because you said that I had talked too openly about the fact that they wanted to get rid of Amari Cooper, so I crashed their value.
I did say that.
Yep. Said it was my fault.
Yeah, you are to blame.
So that's fair. I get blamed for a lot of other things, so why not take that one too?
You should be blamed for that. I don't think there's any question about it. You absolutely should be blamed for that.
But you know what, Chop? It's been a great year. It has been a great year here on Sean and RJ in the morning show. We're riding high on the ratings train. Everybody's doing really well right now. So it is our last show of the year. So we've been playing just some clips throughout the show, things that we some of our favorite moments throughout the year. And one of my favorites that stood out was back in February when Peyton made a shocking discovery about Valentine's Day.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a toe low on this Valentine's Day. Peyton, now, is this, like, uncomfortable for you? Like, is this a night where you... I mean, at least it's not the weekend, right? It's much easier being solo on a weekday.
I mean, Valentine's Day has always been on a Tuesday, so, it's normal. But, I mean...
Is it always?
Yeah, it's always on the Tuesday.
Oh, okay. It is? Every year. It's on a Tuesday. Every year. The calendar.
Is he right about this?
No.
No, he's not. It's not Thanksgiving, is it?
Yes. What, is this the Gregorian calendar? What are you on? Julian calendar? What do you got there?
I was onto something. I know it's been on more Tuesdays than any other day of the week.
That's not true at all.
I think so.
Also not true.
I think so.
It's been on Tuesdays just as many times as it's been on Wednesdays and Thursdays and Fridays.
Well, it depends when it started, though, right? Because then you got Groundhog's Day and...
Groundhogs?
Yeah. Well, there's two, There's two groundhogs. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
What do you mean there's two?
Peyton thinks...
There's Punxsutawney Phil.
Peyton thinks the shadow is the second groundhog.
Yeah.
Groundhog Day is always on the 2nd.
Okay.
And then Valentine's Day is always on the 14th.
But
Thanksgiving's always on a Thursday.
Yeah. That was close. The last couple years it was on Tuesday, though.
It was not.
Years?
I think so.
I don't think it was like that.
Three, yeah.
The last three have definitely not been on a Tuesday.
We learn something every day, okay? There was just a bad day, bad timing. But now I have someone on my Valentine's Day whatever day it is this week.
Yeah,
you do.
Wednesday.
See, that's the thing. He's never had one.
Oh, well,
so
that's not
true.
That's not true.
He's never had to worry about it. Now he's going to have to know.
I do think they put it too close to Christmas. I mean, you're just paying that credit card bill off. If you paid it off. I mean, you still may be months away.
Yeah, because you got Christmas, then you probably got the New Year's Eve spending, and then you get into Valentine's Day.
Mackenzie's birthday's in January, so I'm triple screwed there. I go three straight months.
My son's birthday's today. Happy birthday, Luca!
Happy birthday, Luca!
So I've he had gifts for Christmas, and you can't double up. You can't double up. You've got to. It is a complete separate thing.
Yeah,
I mean, I refuse to even use Christmas themed wrapping paper for him.
You're that hardline.
Look, I don't screw him over. It's his birthday.
I don't wrap things. A lot of times I'll just buy things and then be like, here it is. Is that bad of me that I don't give them the satisfaction of opening it?
Yeah.
Because I was too lazy to just wrap it?
Yeah, that bothers me. Like anybody, like if you don't, like let's say you don't open the door for trick-or-treaters. It's like somebody open the door for you.
Oh, I would open the door. I would do that.
Don't be the Grinch. Like somebody open it for you. Pay it forward.
No, I'll wrap the Christmas presents, but sometimes for the birthday present, it'll just be like, I didn't have time to wrap this. I'm going to the back. Here it is. I'm handing it to you.
Oh, yeah, you're screwing.
I don't think that's screwing them over. It's just as exciting, isn't it?
Well, it's exciting, but I don't know if it's just as exciting. Let's do your Nate Newton audio.
Yeah, so this was this is a bit of a longer clip, but I thought this was an important one for us to play because it really spells out something that we've talked a lot about, which is Brian has brought up in recent weeks the idea that some of their road struggles he believes have to do with communication along the offensive line and that cadence that we've become so familiar with. Here we go. Why did that? That whole thing has become just a meme on the internet, essentially. But a lot of people, I feel like, view the cadence as like if you haven't spent a lot of time studying the game or anything else, you may view the cadence as similar to the starting gun of a race or something. We're just like, that should just be the basically the go signal. How is it that it would cause this many problems if everybody's, it's not like you got a bunch of false starts. So what would the cadence have to do with that? So we were doing Cowboys crosstalk, myself, Kevin Hagelin. We had Dave Campo and Nate Newton on Wednesday night. It aired here on 105.3 The Fan at 7 o'clock. It was also on DallasCowboys.com. And I wanted to ask Nate specifically about this idea that Brian had brought up. And we talked to John Machota. Machota thought it was we were onto something there. McCarthy told us last hour that, communication is a big part of the road issues. So I wanted to ask Nate specifically about cadence, about how that getting impacted on the road could cause problems for the team. And he gave a really good, detailed answer about his experience with cadence on the road as a player and what the purpose of the cadence is and how it can impact things. So this is a longer clip, but I think it's really important to listen to what Nate Newton had to say.
We used to get out of the huddle fast. That didn't mean because we got out of the huddle fast, we was going to run a play fast. A lot of times you want to give your quarterback a chance to survey. More importantly, you want to give your center a chance to see the 5 guys that we're going to take. Normally the 4 down guys and the 1 linebacker. Or if they're running a 3-4, the 6 guys, because when then Moose would be involved. So the coach, and that would give us, defensive offensive lineman, a chance, our center, for stepping out to say, okay, we got 55 to 33. And the quarterback, okay, they got 55 to 33. So that alert the wide receiver out there that if this 33 come along with 55, it's a hot route. You break this thing off right now. So now, but the quarterback may change the play. Boom, boom, boom. He may flip it all the way to the other side. So now we're looking at 55 still, but now we got 26 over here. This receiver got to be alerted to it. This tight end. Now, because we moved the power, this tight end got to be alerted to it. Clock get down about 12. Ready. Here we go. Play is in lock. It's locked now. We're not going to change it. And now you're asking a lot from your offensive line, and you're asking a lot from your receivers. And when it's loud, something can be lost in communications. But the reason I wanted Coach to go, because what Jimmy did, when we go to New Orleans, we stop with all this ready.
Yes.
We get our best 5 running plays with 2 variations off our best 5 running plays. Now, a lot of our receiving stuff stayed in place because we wasn't a West Coast offense. So what we called in the huddle, we could adjust to anything on the field. When we used to have a loud, like New Orleans, Seattle, even when you go on to play the Steelers, if we had to hold hands.
Yeah. Right.
If we had to let our center say green, and then we'll all go 1,001, 1,002. We all move together. We practice this.
So that's a longer clip, but I think it was really important to kind of hear. You hear him describing there that when they've got the cadence and they're calling things out and that they're identifying, hey, from this defensive player right here, this number here, we're pointing out this number to this number, we've got this, okay? And so the receivers then know due to the cadence, okay, all right, if I see this guy go, if this number here, that's somebody the offensive line is supposed to have. So if this guy goes, I got to break this off. If this is somebody coming on a blitz, I've got to break this off, and we've got to respond to that. If the quarterback is flipping the play and all of a sudden it changes who you're supposed to take or what the receiver's supposed to do on a hot route or whatever else, it starts to stress things. So if you're missing those things within the cadence, it causes for things like you saw where Bradley Chubb runs free or CeeDee Lamb is running one way and a ball goes another way. And so
there's a reason you don't style point road wins.
That's why you think that it's something where that impact right there.
I mean, that's one of them. You don't. I don't ever style point a road win. You get a win in the road. I don't care if it's by 1 point or 30. Dude, just survive it. Survive the game on the road and move on to the next week.
Yeah, and I think it was the more you go back and watch some of the stuff that they've had difficulties with on the road, because you remember we're talking about details and little things, stuff that they miss. It makes sense if you put it in the context of stuff is getting lost in the communication at the line of scrimmage. Guys are not understanding what's being changed here, what's doing. I mean, he's talking about really wild concepts of the idea of, he says they're literally in New Orleans when it's loud. Back when Jimmy was here, he said they would literally, like he explained there, hold hands. Like the guard and tackle were holding hands. And that when you would get a call from the center, a certain code word or someone would come from Aikman, then you would, in their heads, they would all have to count 1001, 1002, and then they'd go back. Like that was the sort of stuff they would have to do to adjust on the road in loud environments. And it sounds like, at least Nate Newton feels like, and I know Nate expanded a little bit more, talking about, he thinks they're missing those details. He thinks they're not doing enough to adjust to cadence and communication issues that are presented naturally on the road.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough to do. I can't disagree with what Nate's saying. But again, like, road wins are tough, dude. Like they're difficult. You are a all-time team when you go on the road and just handle teams.
It's frustrating.
Now I'm not talking about like going on the road and beat the Giants 40-0. Like that game got away from New York for one, and the Giants aren't very good anyway. I mean, like, if they went on the road, and I think they're probably like better than Miami, but let's just say this Detroit game was on the road.
Mm-hmm.
If they went on the road and beat Detroit by like double digits, I'm like, okay, that's a handle you game. That's much more impressive to me than beating the Giants 40-0. Like, the Giants aren't very good.
Yeah, I get that, but man, they've got to. If this genuinely comes down to little communication that just has not been cleaned up 17 weeks into the season, that's a problem. Like that, not just a problem. Like, obviously that's an active problem, but that's a problem of, at least to me, do we feel like that's negligence to any extent?
Okay, so for somebody who never played in the NFL, which exclusive, I did not play in the NFL.
I did. You can ask me.
All right. And I hate to do it, but do other teams have the same problem? And we don't follow the teams as close as the Cowboys.
I think teams definitely have problems on the road.
Yeah, with communication.
Yes,
and that's so. I don't think it's negligent.
I think teams have problems on the road. I don't think teams have the disparity that Dallas does.
Do they have disparity on the road because they're bad on the road, or because they're that great at home? Like, what is it? Is like so the Cowboys average 21 points a game on the road, 22 on the road.
Their point differential at home versus on the road is a 177 point gap.
No, I understand that. Okay, but what I'm saying is, like, are they worse on the road than like the other 31 teams in the league? Or are they that much better at home than the other 31 teams?
They're worse on the road than the other contenders are. Not relative to the rest of the league, probably. The rest of the league, they're probably about similar. But if you take the top playoff teams, like the top 10 teams over the last couple of years, they are one of the worst road teams.
From a record standpoint or points per game?
Both.
All right, yeah, I'll take a look at that.
Because
you know what I mean? Like it could be like that we make them look like they're worse on the road because they're so good at home.
Well, who are the two best teams in the NFL right now?
Well, Baltimore and San Francisco, but bad examples.
But I'm just saying, San Francisco goes to Philadelphia, beats them 42-17 on the road.
Yeah.
Baltimore goes into San Francisco, clobbers them, puts up over 30. And so I think that those teams have shown we can step into hard environments and we can do it. And those are two really well-respected coaches in Harbaugh and Shanahan.
Yeah. No, that's true. You're not wrong. Not at all.
And I don't know. A lot of it probably comes down to, look, they've had issues with getting consistency along their offensive line in terms of getting the right guys together, but they've had that group in place essentially since week 6. Week 5, actually, was the San Francisco game was the first one. So they've had that group together, and if that communication's bad, if the ability to communicate your cadences is not effective on the road, that sounds like something that should have been drilled down on deeper, that should have been addressed in a deeper fashion earlier in the season. And here's my thing. If that's the case, if that's the excuse, or not the excuse, because there's a difference between excuses and explanations. If that's the explanation, Chop, can that be fixed in the next month before you have to go on a road run?
Look, I would think that if you haven't fixed your communication by December, it's probably not getting fixed.
So have they essentially damned themselves at this point?
No. Yes. How many home games they get? That's the question. Like,
probably zero. To be honest, probably zero. That's probably what you're looking at right now.
Because let's if they make the Super Bowl, that's a neutral environment. They could do their cadence at the Super Bowl.
I would have guessed at the Super Bowl they're going to have a majority crowd, no matter who they face.
Probably. Now, if they face if they face Cleveland, who's never been in it, maybe not. Right? Like maybe not, because you might have every Browns fan in the world. They've been saving up their money for 55 years.
Right.
So you maybe not, but like for the most part, yeah. But even still, even if they didn't have a majority crowd, I think they still would be able to do their cadence because it's such a neutral environment. I mean, they were able to do it in the fourth quarter against Miami. Were they not? I mean, they did.
Yeah, because they had. I mean, Miami's not this huge advantage, like as a home environment.
Right.
Miami plays well there, but that crowd has not been a huge advantage.
Correct. All right, so that's a little Nate Newton audio here.
Good explanation, I think, of something that gets talked about a lot and something that we've pointed to, and just I don't know that the average fan has a great understanding of it. I thought, just for myself, I think I learned something there. I know Hagee had said afterwards that he was glad Nate took as much time talking about his dick because it helped him learn something. So hopefully you guys learned something there at home too.
Yep. Hopefully you did. KNC, not the G-Bag Nation. KNC is in Burleson today at the Buffalo Wild Wings. Let's do a little bit of degenerate action. 3 NFL and a ton of college.
We both sound the same now.
I know, right? You can make some money in college football. You can absolutely make some money in college football right now if you're paying attention to all the opt-outs and what these opt-outs mean. 3-0 the other night, 2-1 last night. Just wrecking shop.
Crushing
it, boys and girls. Let's you'll do college or pro first.
Let's get some of these college games.
Okay. I like Oregon State plus the 6 against Notre Dame. It's at the Sun Bowl. It's a fantastic setting for a college football game. They do such a great job at the Sun Bowl. I remember when it used to be the Brute Sun Bowl.
I don't.
That was the title sponsor, Brute, the Brute Sun Bowl. They got a great game on paper, and then everybody opted out. But the difference is that Oregon State has gotten this circle the wagons mentality. Bowl games are all about desire. Always remember that. Bowl games are nothing more than about who cares to play in this game more. And when you have, go ahead.
Which is the only time I feel like you would say who wants it the most is a reasonable talking point in a football game.
It absolutely is.
Because you discard that in most NFL games.
I discarded all NFL games for the most part. Just who's the quarterback. But in bowl season, because football is such a game of emotion, and if you're just not in it, if you're just kind of going through the motions, you're going to get run.
Mm-hmm.
You will get absolutely run, and we've seen it. We have routinely seen it throughout the history of the sport since the BCS and the playoff, especially the more opt-outs that happen. I mean, you got teams like Florida State. I mean, they are missing 25 of their 44 first and second stringers.
Man,
I mean, but you know what? Like, maybe they care. Those third stringers care more. And that might actually play a role. But Oregon State's got the circle the wagons mentality. Us against them, they lost their quarterback. They lost their second string quarterback. They lost their coach. I mean, everybody transferred. But Notre Dame, they're missing a ton of guys, that are not going to play in this game that have opted out. So I like Oregon State plus the 6. Same situation right here at AT&T Stadium in the desert, as Ohio State put on social media.
In the desert.
Yes, they first called North Texas the desert, then they called it the desert.
Looking like a whole snack.
And then they added a capital D in that one. So they think we live in the desert. In a related story, we do not live in the desert. No. We don't. But Missouri, plus the 4.5. Why? Ohio State, until about 20 days ago, thought they were playing in the Final Four. And now they get relegated to the Cotton Bowl. That is a we do not care to be here game.
Yeah.
Missouri, this is Missouri's national championship. They're in a BCS bowl, a New Year's Six bowl, whatever you want to. I still call it the bowl.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not BCS, but
it's a B. Remember the other bowls used to be called BCS bowls.
Yeah.
All right. I used to call it the Bowl Alliance because it still is a bowl, right? Those Alliance Bowls.
Yeah.
Well, now they call it the New Year's Six. This is the New Year's Six for them, for Missouri, is like the Super Bowl. Take Missouri plus the 4.5. I like Penn State minus 4.5 against Ole Miss at the Peach Bowl. Why? Lane Kiffin does not even attempt to coach these games. They get destroyed in every dang big-time bowl game that they play in. Take Penn State minus the 4.5. Maryland plus 7 against Auburn. Why? Simple. The Big Ten views games against the SEC as difference makers for them.
Mm-hmm.
And Maryland is actually not that bad of a team, and their opt-outs are actually not where the rest of the league is. They got some guys playing. This is a quirky one. I like Georgia minus 4.5 for the third quarter of their game against Florida State. The third quarter bet.
That's a very particular bet. Why?
Well, I mean, they're if you look at their history, they generally generally play well in the third quarter.
Interesting.
Could be because they get the ball at the start of the second half a lot of times. Who knows? But just take the third quarter. It's also a low number. That's why. The first quarter, the second quarter, the fourth quarter are different. They're higher. Take the third quarter minus the 4.5. I like Alabama plus 1.5 against Michigan.
Oh my gosh.
Bobby, you are going to be so wrong coming in here on Tuesday morning because Alabama is going to beat Michigan so bad.
I guess the joke's on Alabama.
Why?
Because the Morgan Wallen song. The joke's on Alabama because Michigan's going to kick their butt.
That's right. And then I'm sorry to say this, but I like Washington plus the 4.5 against Texas.
Dang. To cover or win outright?
I like them to win outright too, but to cover for sure.
That's disappointing.
I know. I thought all bowl season that it was going to be Texas was going to win this game. The closer we get to it, the numbers just are. What really threw me is the sharp money. The sharp money's on Washington, and that threw me for a loop.
Dang. What do you got on the NFL?
Detroit and the Cowboys. I like the over 52.5. That's too low. Cowboys are scoring 36 at minimum in this game. So I like the over 52.5. I like Baltimore minus 3 against Miami. And I like Arizona plus 11.5 against Philly.
That's the one of the week.
Yeah, that's too high.
Philly has not beaten anybody by double digits.
They're not 11.5 points better than Air. Okay, I do not understand that spread at all. I thought about San Fran minus 13 against Washington with a backup quarterback. That's too many points on the road.
They are 7-6-2, I think, against the spread this year, Philly.
Are they? They lost 3 straight against the spread, right?
Yeah, well, there was a point this year where they were like 6-1 against the spread.
I think they were they were 6-2-2.
But so it's been a bad run for them.
It's been a bad run
lately, and they're not being like I thought.
They're not winning this. They're going to win this game, but they're not going to.
Sean and I talked about this last week. Double-digit spread against the Giants was ridiculous, even when they were at home.
Right,
so,
right. So there you go. I'll put these all on the social media at RJ Choppy on Twitter. It is time now for the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it.
Robert,
RJ, Ralph. I got the I made the Morgan Wallen reference. I got the Morgan Wallen voice today. I need that vocal rest this weekend in a bad way. Get that voice back. Kid Rock says he's done. He's done boycotting Bud Light.
Kid Rock is done. Boy, he so they had they finished off their fiscal. Holy cow! I mean, they were
bad year.
Bad. I think this is a record-setting bad year.
Well, Kid Rock in an interview. First off, recently there was some controversial photos leaked of him drinking some Bud Light, and so that created some accusations of hypocrisy. But he was doing an interview recently. He was doing an interview recently, and he said, "I think the point's been made. I think Bud Light understands what they did, so no need for me to continue my boycott. I'm done with it. They've gotten the message." So he says message has been made, and he's not boycotting any longer. So Kid Rock will no longer hold up the mantle of don't drink your Bud Light, RJ Choppy.
It's tough for them because, like, you know, I went to college in the Deep South, man. Like, Bud Light was where it was at. Like, you wanted to find a beer in the southeastern United States, you went for Bud Light, and that's where the boycott largely hit.
I've just never liked light beer in general.
I like light beer. Bud Light, Coors Light, Miller Light.
Coors Light is my favorite of Coors, Miller, and Bud.
It's my favorite too. I used to be exclusively Bud Light, and then my roommate in college was like, it tastes like green tomatoes. So every time I took a sip of Bud Light, I kept thinking about green tomatoes, and that ruined it for me. So I can't touch one. I haven't had one in
never
years.
had green tomatoes, so I don't know what that tastes like.
I assume that I haven't either, but I assume they taste and smell like tomatoes. That's all I could think about. So I was like, that ruined it for me. So I moved over to Coors Light, and now I'm exclusively on Cerveza.
Oh yeah,
it's a beer.
Yes,
it's either Modelo or Corona.
You're not a Dos Equis guy?
No, I mean I'll have it.
Have you had Tecate?
Yeah, a Pacifico. I've had them. All those.
And those aren't in your regular rotation?
No, I usually stick with Modelo or Modelo Especial, or Corona Extra.
All right, there you go.
Not the Premier, not the light. Yes. One of the biggest crimes over the past 20 or so years is we were robbed of T-Pain's voice because of auto-tune.
Man. So, he debuted on The Masked Singer a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and he won it, didn't he?
Yeah, and he blew everybody away because obviously he was singing with his natural voice, and he was fantastic. And, man, he's become, I know what you're about to play here. He has become, I love listening to him cover, like, big ballad songs because he's so good.
So, he did a set, all right, a little concert, if you will, of cover songs, which was awesome. I went back and watched a lot of this. It's called On Top of the Covers, live from the Sun Rose. And T-Pain's got a little bit of a band in the background. And, I mean, he is playing all kinds of genres of music, from country to kind of like, early stages heavy metal, rock and roll, some little bit of like R&B and hip hop. Like, he's doing all kinds of stuff. And listening to this voice, we were robbed. Yeah. His auto-tune robbed us of this amazing voice. Peyton, we have a couple of song selections here, right?
Yeah, this first one, it's for all you country lovers. A Chris Stapleton classic, Tennessee Whiskey.
It's Tennessee Whiskey. You're as sweet.
Great song. Dude's got a voice, man.
Hey, listen.
Man.
He is really good. By the way,
didn't Stapleton do the anthem at the Super Bowl last year?
Last year, 2 years ago. One of them. By the way, that's Chris Stapleton made it famous recently. I would not call it a Chris Stapleton classic because, of course, David Allan Coe originally recorded it, Peyton, and then it was George Jones a little bit later.
Canceled.
Yeah,
Coe's been canceled a little while.
I'm just saying that song existed long before Chris Stapleton.
It did, but it's like he no doubt made it. He made it mainstream.
Yes, he carried it for sure.
Like those guys did it. He made it mainstream. There's no doubt. All right, what else do we have? We have more T-Pain selections.
Yeah, we got, I believe this is Black Sabbath, War Pigs by T-Pain.
Yeah.
Gathered and bled myself.
Such a jam.
Just like witches said, like masters. Evil minds that plot destruction.
Dude, man.
Sorcerer of death construction.
I never knew what Ozzy was trying to say in this song. Because it's Ozzy. You can't understand a word he says.
No. But this is so good.
Good.
He's got, I've heard him talk about it before. It wasn't that he was told he couldn't sing coming up. It was just it became his niche.
Yeah.
It became his fit. Just like Roger Troutman could sing back in the day, but he used that voice box. You remember Roger Troutman, Computer Love and stuff like that? He had to use the little voice box thing.
Man, he can belt him out. We have any more?
Yeah, we do have one more here. It's an 80s classic. My favorite, Journey, Don't Stop Believing.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere.
And all these songs can be found on Spotify. I didn't realize that they released it there, but you can download them. Yeah, if you look up T-Pain, he's got the whole concert on Spotify.
Man,
this is great.
He is, and he's become such a likable, like, social media figure.
Yeah. People on the Trucker.com text line saying he's great on his Twitch.
Oh yeah,
his Twitch stream is great.
He does a podcast. He does Twitch. He is one of the more likable figures out there these days. And he's got a really interesting story where, man, he went broke. Like he talks a lot about financial literacy.
I bet he was in love with a stripper. He had to go broke.
He talks a lot about financial literacy now and how, like, hey, celebrities, you need to be aware of where your money's going, how much money you actually have, like how much money's coming in versus what you're spending. You need to be aware of all this stuff. And so he's had a really nice bounce back. I am a big fan of not just his voice and everything else, obviously, but just his comeback. That's what I love. So
he had a really good song like last year that came out too.
Did he?
Yeah, that's Just Tips, I think.
I hadn't heard it.
It's good.
I do enjoy all of his covers though, like his Masked Singer stuff. Because the one he auditioned with was the Queen song, "Don't Stop Me Now." Don't
stop me now. I thought you were talking about like the Queen of England.
No, he started belting it out, and the judges there were like, "Who in the world could this possibly be?" They thought it was
such a good.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Having the ball.
It was absolutely fantastic. I loved it. We got time for one more.
One more.
Quick.
Do it.
Okay. A Texas woman is in hot water because she stole her Uber driver's car before a flight because he was too slow. A woman is under arrest in Austin after she stole her Uber driver's car because he was taking too long to take her to the Austin airport. According to the arrest affidavit, this 27-year-old woman was arrested for allegedly stealing the Uber driver's vehicle and using the driver's credit card without consent. Just before 12:30 a.m., the Uber driver picked her up from a hotel in Austin. While driving to the airport, the report states that the Uber driver said she became upset about how long it was taking to get to the airport. She proceeded to grab the driver's phone, throw it out the window, prompting him to stop so he could retrieve his phone, but it was a diversion tactic so she could get in the front seat and drive with the speed that she wanted. This is obviously inappropriate. You shouldn't do it. But I know I've been in a car before with an Uber driver and been like, you need to go about 20 miles per hour faster, dude.
Man, I will say this. Uber drivers do drive annoyingly slow.
Gosh.
I've never been in an Uber. I don't know if they have some kind of rule like within the app where they have to drive a certain speed limit, otherwise they get like fined or dinged or whatever. I don't know. I have no idea.
I think they do. I think a lot of them do have tracking on their vehicles, I believe. Like and a lot of them have insurance discounts that way and stuff like that. Now, have you ever seen mug shotties? Are you familiar with that page on Instagram?
No.
It's just like attractive mug shots from around the country. So I think she belongs in mug shotties, though. She's cute.
Bobby, she looks like she looks like the kind of girl that you would see at a bar. You would go home, you would do whatever, and then you would wake up in a bath full of ice and your kidneys are missing.
She looks very Fatal Attraction.
I'll take a little sip.
She looks very Fatal Attraction.
She looks like she would steal your kidneys.
Man, those eyes are piercing there.
Yeah, they are. All right, there is a little bit of the junk drawer, not the drunk drawer, the junk drawer. We will pick this Cowboy Lions game coming up next. My patented 5 things I want to see. That's all next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Mission
Com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Sean is back on Tuesday. Peyton and Ryan alongside. We've got Craig Way, voice of the Texas Longhorns, coming up at 9:20. getting you set for that massive Final Four game against the University of Washington, 7:45 on the 1st.
Yep. Do you think I make it through to Craig Way?
With your voice?
Yeah.
I think you will save your voice to purposely make it through to Craig Way. This is your team, man.
It is.
If we had the great Bob Kessling on, the Tennessee volunteer announcer, I'd do whatever I had to.
Whatever?
For the most part, within reason.
That's good.
I prefer John Ward if he was doing it still, but rest in peace.
I'm
Great John Ward.
We're getting through. I feel like I'm starting to hit a little bit of a rhythm with it. It's not.
I don't.
It's not as. Peyton, is it getting any better?
No, it's gotten really worse. I don't know what tea you're drinking, if it's green tea, sweet tea, but yeah, it's
Bigelow.
not working.
It's Bigelow tea. It looks like it looks like a green tea.
Yeah.
Have you gone to the
Now to be
bathroom?
fair, I haven't had any in about an hour,
dude.
So I
Now,
probably
is
need
that
a
a
reset.
Pepsi too? Are you
Yeah, the
drinking-
Pepsi was
Yeah.
a Pepsi zero sugar. I'd like to point out.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is, zero sugar. So no, I'm trying.
God, that's
We're
awfully
battling.
Pepsi. That is awfully dark, man. That looks like it's thick. That Pepsi
With 2 C's.
Yeah, that looks like. So Bobby's under the weather. He's got a 5 hour.
I feel fine. I don't have a voice.
5 hour drive. You may not have a voice after this drive you're going on.
I'm gonna have to talk the whole drive
You
over there.
You might be. It might be defense.
I don't know.
Not talking. It might be defending yourself. Who knows?
I might be in trouble.
It's been a rough morning for Bobby.
Yeah, I got a text during the break. I think I'm in trouble because I said the chick who got arrested was cute.
Trouble with the wife, trouble with the boss. I mean, you're just in trouble. You're just in trouble all over the place, man. I feel for you. Okay, let's pick this game
We're
here.
battling over here.
Let's pick this game here. I'll give you my 5 things real quick. before
Give
we
them to
move
me.
on. All right, here we go. Number 1, the 5 things I want to see from the Cowboys on Sunday. Get to golf from up the middle. He is really good at stepping up in pockets. If you rush him from the outside to create more space, when you rush at him from the middle, he's cooked. I think this is a steady dose of Mike up the middle here.
I could definitely see that. It's really tough because Ragnow's been good at center. If you're going to go up the middle, you may want to try or try and attack between the tackles. You may want to try and attack Jonah Jackson, the left guard over there, because that's where you've seen some vulnerability on their offensive line.
Ragnar had a bad game last week. They could not get. They had like 8 delay games in that game. I don't know if it was something he just wasn't picking up.
Yeah.
The clock, the noise, they really got to him against Minnesota.
Communication happens everywhere.
It does, no doubt. Number 2, don't let Gibbs beat you in the passing game.
That's going to be tough.
In space, he's a nightmare.
He's absolutely somebody who could cause nightmares for them, especially with the way that the Cowboys have a tendency to over pursue in defense with the way that they attack. He is somebody who will take advantage of that if you let him.
Yeah, he will. He's a good pass catcher, not great. He'll take his eye off the ball, but he was good at Alabama. They overdrafted him, didn't they? At least that was the thought.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of people who just think you overdraft by taking a running back anywhere, but there were a lot of people who were really high on Jahmyr Gibbs. If you still think running back is a valuable position, I think most people felt like Gibbs and Bijan Robinson were the 2 running backs you would take there.
Okay. Has he been better than Bijan this year?
Probably because he's got a coach who knows what he's doing.
Not a fan of Arthur Smith.
Nope,
huh?
not at all. So he can go straight to the unemployment line. You've ruined my running back so far.
He's gonna go. He'll be an OC next year for sure.
They just got fired, or they just got fined. Atlanta, by the way, for remember several weeks back when we were like, why didn't Bijan Robinson play at all? And then we find out later it's like, oh yeah, he wasn't feeling well, so they got fined for hiding him on the injury report. Way to go, Arthur Smith, and your Peyton Russell mustache.
All right, number 3. It is number 3. Oh,
Whoa.
Peyton with the Sharif hands. All right. Number 3, beware the trick play on offense. Ben Johnson will absolutely dial up a flea flicker on you. A couple double reverses. He will absolutely do that.
Nick Eatman's a big fan of the flea flicker. He thinks you should run it once a game. Just do it once a game, period. I missed the flea flicker. When was the last time we saw one from the Cowboys?
Drew Bledsoe.
Nah, it hasn't been that long.
Been a while.
It's been, Bill used to love those.
Bill loved them.
Bill would do them between the 40s. That was his sweet spot. If you were between the 40s, that's where he'd break out a trick play.
I remember Bill more than busted it out on the first play of the game.
Oh, yeah.
He would love to come out with a flea flicker.
I really do love the flea flicker. And like Nick Eatman says, why not just give it a shot? Throw it out there.
Why not?
Once a game.
Number 4, expect a fake punt. Campbell is a gambler. He's got no problem going for a fake punt deep in his own territory. If they are punting on 4th and 1, they are not punting on 4th and 1. They are fake punting on 4th and 1. That's what they're going to do. And then number 5, give help to Aiden Hutchinson. If you want to win this game, render him useless by any means necessary. He loves to. He is really good at the strip sack, going after the ball. He's just fantastic. He's got a great motor. So beware of Aiden Hutchinson. Those are the 5 things.
I like all those. I think those are important. And Tyron Smith, it's good news that you're likely getting him back in this game because you're going to need him because Aiden Hutchinson has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, he has. So let's give a pick here, Bobby.
All right, so
your 5 things.
For me, I'm at a point where I'm going to believe the Cowboys are going to consistently score 38, 40 points roughly at home every time until I see them fail to do so. Like, that's just what this team does when they're at home. So I think that they will bounce back. I think they'll put up big point totals in this one. But I also think that there's a lot of susceptibility to what Detroit likes to do and the way Detroit likes to attack you. I think Dallas continues their home winning streak, bumps it up from 15, gets to a full 16 games. But I do think that this game will mirror a little bit similarly to what we saw in the Seattle game a couple weeks back. Very high scoring, some back and forth, some moments where maybe you feel like it's in doubt. But I have the Cowboys winning this one 42-31.
42-31, double-digit victory.
Yep.
Okay.
Hit that over. Smash that over.
Yeah.
And also on the truckwreck.com fan text, send us your picks, 877-881-1053.
Listen, if the Cowboys get to 41, that over is going to hit by halftime, for crying out loud. I like the Cowboys to win this game as well, too. I was on Miami and I was on Buffalo each of the last 2 weeks. I think the Cowboys win this one. They're a different team at home. I think they win it somewhere in the 31-24, 34-30 kind of range. I think the over plays. I think the over hits, I'm not going to say super comfortably, but that is definitely what the play is. The play in the under, you're going to need a lot of turnovers in the red zone to have the under hit.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to need. If you're going to play the under in this game, you're hoping for an 8-play, 6-minute drive that results in a missed field goal or that results in a turnover in the red zone.
These teams move the ball, both of them.
Man, they do. They really do. It's going to be a nightmare to match up with them though offensively. Their offense is so good. Like not from a. They just got weapons.
Yeah,
they've got guys that can get open and they're tough.
And they're really good in the trenches. They will move guys in the run game, and they will pass protect really well.
But their defense, I mean, Nick Mullins moved the ball at will against them at times. They had a lot of turnovers, but he still moved the ball.
It's those outside corners. We talked about it with McCarthy. Brian Branch, their nickel's really good. Their safety's really good. Between the hashes, between the numbers, they're really good. If you throw outside the numbers, they're susceptible.
Is CJ playing in this one?
It does not appear so, no. And so you do have Cameron Sutton is their big corner that they have in this one.
Go Vols.
That's the guy you need to attack.
Go Vols.
Well,
yeah, he got worked by Justin Jefferson. I don't even say worked, like Jefferson just works everybody, but there was a play that I think Sutton didn't even think that he was going to get to. And he's like, so he just kind of let up on it, and then here comes Justin Jefferson out of nowhere.
Boy, they're very negative on the truckwreck.com fan text. So what was your score here?
Like 31-24 Cowboys, maybe 34-30.
214 Detroit 30-17. 940 Hankins out. I'll take the Lions at a shootout. Lions may run for 200 plus. 214 Lions win 31-28. We got Cowboys from the 972 35-21. 817 says Cowboys 34-21. 904 says 28-27 Cowboys.
Yeah, and then some people are saying a 50-plus point total games have gone under 12 or 13 times. I don't know if that's true. It may be. We also, at the beginning of this year, were on like an unprecedented run of unders and primetime games hitting.
A what run?
Unprecedented run.
It's unprecedented.
Unprecedented, yes. Run of unders and primetime games hitting. That's kind of gone away a little bit. It's more leveled out. I just don't see how either of these teams are this is a big number. I don't know that Vegas could put a number high enough in this. That's just me. I like going into this. I don't see how you could have a number too high.
Twello Andy says 28-24 Cowboys. So,
well, that's not, no, I hope not.
Because that would be
that's 52.
Yeah,
I need one more. I need one more out of you, Andy.
Hey, you remember Twello Andy? He wins his bets too. He's a degenerate just like you. He brought you in your Tennessee Volunteers cutting board.
Yes, he is.
Yes, everything. So,
it'd be interesting. Let's see. Both the Eagles and 49ers had a 3-game losing streak. It's the Cowboys' turn. They lose. Wow.
Man, that's depressing. Peyton, who do you have?
Yeah, I got the Cowboys here 38-30. I think kind of plays out like the Seahawks game. Back and forth, Cowboys strike early, but then you have some big plays by the Lions because their offense can carry with you. I think Jahmyr Gibbs runs for a lot. I think they're going to pick up a lot on what Buffalo and Miami did to the Cowboys last 2 weeks. But, I mean, Detroit's a good away team. They're 6-2 on the road this season, so I don't think it's going to be one of those easy ones.
They are.
Just because they're at AT&T.
I'll tell you, I like Detroit a lot. I just don't. I don't see how the Cowboys lose this game. I really don't see how they lose.
I don't either. Like
they're playing at home. They're just a different team at home.
It's a different. Nobody wants to play Dallas at AT&T.
Spread is 5.5 too right now is what I'm looking at. So it dropped a little bit.
It's down to 5.5.
Yeah, that's what ESPN has. I think they're Caesars what they look at.
By the way,
they probably look at ESPN Bet, right?
ESPN Bet. Yep, that's right.
By the way, I've never used them.
If you
it's 5.5.
If you are correct that the Cowboys beat the Lions, Peyton, you know what that means.
You got to shave your head.
Nope. You're gonna take an L in your power rankings because you put the Lions ahead of the Cowboys.
Oh, look at you, Peyton.
Yeah, because I know that's why you put the Cowboys in there because you knew they would win this week.
I think the Cowboys are better than Detroit. That's why I did it.
You can't lose 2 in a row and still be in your top 5. That's not how that works.
The amount of
that's
people
just biasness
coming in.
You had the 49ers in the top 5 still after they lost 3 in a row.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, I was clowned for not having them in there.
Well, rightfully so. They're the second best team in the NFL right
Bobby, I am with you. I am stunned the amount of people who are picking the Lions.
There's a lot of people who are very down on this, which is surprising to me. Dallas is just don't let the last 2 weeks dissuade you from how good they are at AT&T Stadium. They are very, very good there.
They are so good.
Yvonne would say they're too negative on the fan text.
Yvonne would say that, and then Brian would push back, ma'am.
Yep. And this is right for the 4-3-0. It all depends on which golf you get. It does. I mean, if he plays well, they got a chance. I think they have a puncher's chance, but man, I just don't. I think it's a bad matchup for them. I think Detroit. Like I know they've got like a lot of weapons on offense. I think they much rather a knockdown, drag it out 21-20 game than 38-35.
Yeah,
I think they much rather play in that kind of zone. Okay, there we have it. A little bit our picks for this weekend's game. Are the Kansas City Chiefs cracking? Is that oh? Man, Mahomes he's a crybaby. He is crying. He is crying. Are they cracking? It's all coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you healthy and let's keep you healthy, boys.
To Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life's unpredictable, accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Frankel for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Mavericks clip.
Yeah, like we asked for.
Curry tries the pocket pass, stolen by Nunn. Edwards, pull up three, cash!
Don't talk in my ear next time.
Man,
You want to credit that? Who was that?
That would be Minnesota TV.
Minnesota TV. Anthony Edwards, 44 points. Timberwolves beat the Mavericks without Luka, without Kyrie. 118.
Just
110.
blech.
Yeah.
Blech. Losing these last two games. This one I felt more encouraged by than the Cleveland game, though. Cleveland, you're at home. Should have beat them. You were up 20. This one, it was impressive. You were even up in the third quarter at one point without Luka, without Kyrie, going against the best team in the West. Derek Lively in foul trouble. Tim Hardaway Jr. was really impressive last night. So I thought there were some positive things you could take away from last night. Just ultimately fell short.
Yeah, it did fall short. I was more in on the football game than this.
Because you're just in love with Joe Flacco at this point.
I hate Joe Flacco. I think Joe Flacco is...
Is he your favorite story of this season, though?
Favorite story?
Yeah, has that become your favorite storyline of this season? He is rapidly shooting up Vegas's odds of comeback player of the year.
Who else would be on it?
DeMar Hamlin.
Oh, yeah.
I think Flacco's plus 110 or something right now.
And Hamlin's still the favorite?
Yeah, he's like minus 155. That's what I saw from, I think, DraftKings maybe.
So that's interesting. Like, what is the comeback player of the year? Is it the guy who comes back from the worst injury, or is it the guy who plays the best coming back from any injury?
And yeah, Flacco would have to be really good to top coming back from
death.
Yeah,
like literally death.
Yes, because that's the thing. Playing any amount.
What did Hamlin play? How many, one game so far?
He's played some special teams and stuff, but yeah, he hasn't had like a major impact.
That'd be tough, man. I mean, Flacco obviously has played much better. He would deserve the award, but that's an award of like, not necessarily of performance. It's not necessarily a performance award.
No, it's like the award is generally like the rehab award. It's the most impressive rehabilitation. Is essentially what the award comes down to, except I guess the year when Dak was coming back and they gave it to Burrow. So remember, Dak
he was also going back.
Dak was the favorite for like 16 weeks, and then he was just playing so poorly with the calf injury at the end of that season that Burrow took it.
And Burrow had an ACL.
Yep.
Okay, so they both had significant injuries.
But to me, it was Burrow's rookie year, essentially.
It was.
Because he got hurt a couple games into his rookie year, and so
Alex Smith won it.
Yeah.
So you've had guys come back from tough injuries that have won this, but we'll see. We'll see who winds up. He is a good story though, and I love those Browns white uniforms that they wore last night.
They were very clean. Man, he is re-energized though.
Yeah,
Flacco,
yeah.
you see how like pumped he was on the sideline a couple different times.
Yep, he knows. He knows.
He
knows this is his last chance.
He's one touchdown away from passing. He's now equal to Deshaun Watson's touchdown total in Cleveland for his career.
Yikes. I mean, he knows he's 5 more wins away from the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
at this point,
that's that according to you.
According to me. Are the Chiefs cracking? Are the Chiefs cracking? This is Travis Kelce on his podcast, the New Heights pod that he does with his brother.
Old Swelsey.
Talking about the Chiefs' offensive woes.
It's just a frustrating experience right now, and every single day we're going in here fixing it. I promise you guys. And it's not just one guy. It's not just me playing like dog shit. It's not just us not being able to get the run game going. It's not just us not being on the same page passing wise. It's everybody's in this thing together. Everybody at some point isn't being accountable, and we all just got to bring it together, man. And put it together. And I think we're taking a lot of learning shots, and unfortunately we've lost a lot of those games. In years past, we've won those games, found a way to win at the end. Special teams, same thing. it's really just our defense that's keeping us in games. We were really, banking on the defense giving us one last drive, but we played so trash as an offense that we put the defense in a really, really tough spot there at the end of the game. And it was one play can just, seal it. And that's what happened there in the fourth quarter. And it's frustrating when you got the guys and you got everybody that you need, and just things just aren't going your way, man.
I mean, he threw his helmet down the sideline. Andy Reid.
Dude, he almost hit somebody with that. He's got to be a little less reckless.
Andy Reid was like, dude, sit down. Like, Mahomes, they go out for the next play, and Mahomes like, where's Kelsey? He looks back at the sideline like, guys, where is he? And like, no, he's benched for a play or two. They are.
Boy, I do like they're on that clip. I was chuckling about it. Like, he's in the middle just talking about, like, we were awful, but and then Jason Kelsey's like, yeah, totally. Which is kind of funny. Like, they're brothers, so it's cool. But like, if somebody else on another team was like talking, you go like, yeah, y'all were awful. Y'all are terrible.
Yeah.
Like,
Look,
you wouldn't put up with it.
No, but players know when they're bad.
It's just so funny though that he's like, and we were just terrible as an offense. He's like,
yeah.
Like, I saw it. That was pretty bad, bro.
But players know, right? They know.
Yes.
Dak knows when he's had an off game.
Yeah, that's what Dak always says to, like, whenever everybody comes to, he's like, yeah, you don't have to say it to me. I know when I was bad. I know I was bad.
They know. They're not dumb. They have more drop passes than any team in the NFL. They have 34 of them. They have the most penalties in the NFL with 56.
You know what's wild about Kansas City? They're running in the same thing Dallas is. So they have the largest disparity. Dallas has the second largest disparity in holding calls called against them versus holding calls drawn.
Oh, really?
So Kansas City has drawn the fewest holding calls in the NFL. Dallas is second. Kansas City has the most holding calls called against them this year. Dallas is like third.
Wow. They're sixth in turnovers. They've lost three. They've lost three of their past four. They still own a 2-game lead in the division. They had minus 18 yards of offense in the first quarter of their game with the Raiders. Lowest opening period total for any team in 12 years. They're a nightmare right now, and they are cracking, man. They are cracking. Patrick Mahomes is. You could see him on the in the game on the sideline. Doesn't matter if it's on the sideline or in the game. He's getting to the point where I'm more annoyed by him than his wife because he doesn't stop crying. It's like, dude, enough.
Are you telling me you're out on Patrick Mahomes now?
I love Mahomes. He's still one of my favorite players in the league. But like, man, like you're turning people off. Like, nobody wants to see you cry and complain. You've not played a road playoff game in your life. Pipe down, dude.
Wow. That is
come on.
That's quite the charge.
I don't want. It's just annoying, man. I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him go down that road because I love him as a player. I don't want to see him go down that road as a complainer.
This is the Yoko Ono effect, though. This is Taylor Swift. That's where this comes down to, Chop.
I'm not bothered by it. I love that relay. I feel happy for him.
You can be happy for them and then still recognize the damage it's doing on the football field.
Well, no, because I wasn't happy with Yoko, and I wasn't happy for John Lennon and Yoko. I wasn't alive, but whatever.
Man, to this day, the greatest nickname in the history of the NFL was when Cowboys fans nicknamed Jessica Simpson Yoko Romo.
It's great.
That was so.
It was fantastic.
That was so good, but
very good.
Do you think I know I'm trolling here and playing, obviously, but do you ever think anything like that could impact a team's focus? Like, do you think Taylor Swift attention could ever impact, like, what a team is focused on during the week and their preparation? Like the media attention and the other things? I wonder if it could ever possibly disrupt, because we joke about it, and I don't think it could ever be as big an impact as, like, social media likes to make it out to be, but I do wonder if it takes any sort of a toll.
Not in its present construction. But if Patrick Mahomes starts dating Taylor Swift, then yes.
Then it matters?
Then it might. Because there would be a rift between him and Kelsey.
Oh.
See, like that. Now, obviously, Mahomes is married or whatever, but let's just say Mahomes was single and Taylor is with Kelsey, and all of a sudden, by week 7, she's now with Patrick Mahomes, Fleetwood Mac style. Then yes, that becomes a problem.
I would, man, there are so many instances. I'll just reference one that's been very public.
Well,
the only one that we know of that's been public. There have been several of them across the league, but the number of instances of I dated this girl, and then my teammate came on the other side and dated her after, and the problems that causes in the locker room has happened so many times in the NFL. It happened Zeke's rookie year. And again, this is one that's public. It's out there. Lucky Whitehead. Tiffany Thompson, the girl who had accused Zeke at Ohio State of the domestic violence incident. Lucky Whitehead started dating her.
Hanging out.
Or hanging out with her or whatever else. And it's funny, that came to light right after the Pittsburgh game. And if you go back and look at Lucky Whitehead's snaps for the team, after the Pittsburgh game, it went zoop.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Declined significantly after the Pittsburgh game.
Yeah, I could see that. And look, the NFL is a small circle. It's a small circle. It's not uncommon in professional sports for athletes to be dating the same girl. Sometimes at the same time, sometimes years apart.
Yeah,
it's not uncommon.
No,
they often run with the same crowd. Dante Hall, remember him?
I do. The original throw up the X.
He said that Patrick Mahomes needs to be a check down quarterback like some other all-time great.
Patrick Mahomes, I love you. You're my favorite quarterback. But I think you need to fall in love with the mundane. Yes, for 5 years, we have been used to the big plays of Tyreek, to Kelsey, and all of that. It's time to be check down Tom Brady. Fall in love with the swing route, the check downs. These plays have been there for the taking, and that's pretty much what we need to get back to, right? Check down. When it's there, take it. Don't look for the big play. Let's get a rhythm. If it's a 5-yard check down, throw it to him. And then the last thing, I'll end on this. Body language is everything. When you are screaming and yelling at your players, that permeates negatively. When you have what you have had in the first 5 years, that poker face, we know we're going to win this in the end, that permeates positively. Get back to being positive and not so, on the sideline with your guy.
Man, that's a little shot at Brady, no?
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same shot a lot of people have taken for a number of years. And as somebody who was on the, not the receiving end specifically of New England at that time, but as somebody who was in the AFC trying to conquer the New England legacy, I'm sure Dante Hall's a little bitter.
Okay, I could see that. But I mean, the Chiefs were never like a threat back then.
I mean, the Chiefs were the best team in the NFL in 2003, I think it was. They had the best record in the NFL.
Best record in the NFL, I mean, the best team.
They were really damn good on offense.
Was that the game where they played? That was the game they played against Manning in the playoffs.
Yeah, where
nobody
nobody
punted.
Yeah, Priest Holmes set the record that year for like most touchdowns in NFL history. That was a pretty good team.
Indy won that
they just couldn't get any stops.
35 or something.
They couldn't get any stops.
Some crazy score. So interesting. There you go. There's I think the Chiefs are cracking, man. I think they're cracking a little bit. It wouldn't surprise. It would not stun me if they go one and done, and it wouldn't stun me if they make the Super Bowl.
No.
Wouldn't stun me either way.
It's honestly the same thing I'd say about Buffalo. Wouldn't stun me if they went one and done. Wouldn't stun me if they won the Super Bowl.
Nope. Wouldn't stun me at all. Mike McCarthy, Cowboys head coach, coming up next on 105 through the Fan.
We always want the most for our...
Because we're going for the Super Bowl. You guys will be there, too.
Absolutely. There you go.
Yeah.
I like the way
234-1234 or go to Autoplex.com.
It is time now for the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Mike McCarthy will be joining us here. Sean and RJ. Bobby is in for Sean. Sean's out. He'll be back next week. And that is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach. How are we doing today?
Doing well, RJ. How was your vacation, most importantly?
It was relaxed. I played golf. in like 40-degree weather. How was your Christmas?
Did you go to Vegas again?
No, I did not go to Vegas again. That was last year. Because we're going for the Super Bowl. You guys will be there, too.
Absolutely. There you go.
Yeah.
I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah. How was the Christmas? Good?
Yeah, I mean, we had to work. No, it was nice. Yeah, it was short and sweet, but, obviously with this Saturday night game, so we had to come in the afternoon here, so. But all was good. All was good. Very blessed.
Very nice. Very nice. Hey, real quick, do you have advice for Bob? Bobby's got a hoarse voice.
Yeah, I'm
he
gone.
Lost his voice.
My voice is shot, Coach. So have you ever come in Monday morning, lost your voice from the game? Like, what have you ever had any good remedies to get that voice back, get the larynx working?
Yeah, definitely. Lemon. Whether put it in your water in the morning and hot water at night.
Perfect.
That's always worked best for me.
Perfect. Peyton, go get me a lemon, please. I need to put it in my tea this morning.
There you go.
Coach, you got the Detroit Lions coming up this week, and obviously one of the big things that's going to happen is the Jimmy Johnson Ring of Honor induction. I know you came in the league around the time that Jimmy was making that transition out of Dallas and into Miami, and the Cowboys had a certain reputation. Can you just talk about when you came into the league, your impressions and the way that you viewed Jimmy's impact in the league and the way those Dallas teams kind of impacted the league back in the 90s?
Definitely. My first year in the league was 1993, and that was just really the height of the great teams of the 90s. And when I look back on that era, I mean it was the Cowboys and the 49ers. That those were the two elite teams, and obviously Jimmy Johnson and what he did at Miami, and frankly just being a kid growing up in Pittsburgh. I remember Coach Johnson on Jackie Sherrill's staff because that was a great run they had there. The 3 years of going 11-1 with Jackie Sherrill at Pitt. So, yes, that was my time. The only time I played against those teams was 95. I was with Kansas City. We came down and played the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day. So, I've always had great respect for Coach Johnson.
Coach, when you're playing a team like the Lions, that I mean, you never know if it's a trick play coming or not. Like, do you have to be on high alert when you're playing this team?
Oh, I think like anything more, some teams more than others. We just played in the game last week. It was similar that way as far as the number of deceptives, and I think anytime when you look at an offense that has very high formation variation and shifts in motions, it definitely sets up well for potential deceptives. So yes, definitely, I think that's I agree with that.
Coach, CeeDee Lamb talked this week about this obsession that he has with winning. And I think at times some people see, there's talk at times about like when things aren't going the right way with the game, people are like, well, maybe CD kind of has the emotions get the best of him. But is that something you don't want to temper in him at all? Because you say, hey, no, that's a competitive football player who knows the way that he can impact the game. And he just is that obsessed with winning. And so you wouldn't want to take that out of him.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. I mean, CeeDee Lamb is, the ultimate competitor. I don't see anything wrong with, not being happy when the ebb and flow of the game goes the way it did in the second and third quarter. So, I not only do I love his work ethic and his ability, but his passion for winning is exactly what you want. I mean, I don't know why you'd want it any other way.
Coach, there are a couple of really good safeties on that side of the field for Detroit this week. Melifonwu, Kirby Joseph, two really good players there. They've got an awesome nickel guy who can play some safety there in Brian Branch. How impressed have you been with some of those young players in the secondary that the Lions have?
Definitely. I think the biggest thing is when you see young players come into coming into the league and in the way that Detroit plays the last 2 years, that those guys are definitely a really good fit for their style. And I think Joseph, as far as they're both active, back there, and then like I said, the nickel branch is off to a good start. But this will be an excellent battle for us.
I know you all looked at Laporta coming out of college. Is he as advertised? Did you see this coming from him this soon? Because he's been really, really solid this year.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I think the biggest thing, when you look at you go back and look at the college tape. I mean, it's you're always looking at you're trying to project what's the ceiling on this. And I think one thing you saw with Sam was definitely in Iowa's offense, his ability to run block and he's even able to, you can see the qualities he had as far as being potentially a pass protector too. But the snaps were limited in the passing game. But the one thing that I recall was not only his ability to run routes and separate, but he was exceptional for a tight end with yards after the catch. So definitely, I don't think this is anything. I mean, he's having a great year, obviously for a rookie, but I thought he was a very, very well-rounded tight end.
Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105 through the Fan. It's obvious how important Tyron is. How as a coach do you weigh, once you've already clinched a playoff spot, resting and getting a guy ready for the playoffs, making sure he's 100% healthy for the quote-unquote important games versus, still trying to win a division, still trying to get home games, still trying to get higher seeds? How do you weigh the difference there?
Well, I think like anything, I mean, it comes down to the health of the player. That's really usually a determining factor. Obviously Tyron has a long history here, has a excellent relationship with the strength and conditioning staff, also the trainers and the rehab component of it. So like anything, you just trust the information. But at the end of the day, we still have more to play for. And that's definitely a big part of our outlook going into this game Saturday night.
Coach, Aiden Hutchinson was obviously one of the top picks in the draft a couple of years ago, and he has just been really impressive, really strong all-around player. What stood out to you on tape watching him this week, and how are you guys going to go about best trying to neutralize him?
I think the best compliment I give him is he's a complete player. I think anything you can always tell, one, what the coaches, at the Lions think of him, and that shows up in how they move him around. So he has great versatility. I think his skill set is recognized. He was the first pick in the draft. But I just love his motor. Like the way he plays, his great spin move. So excellent player.
No Dowdles this week. Does that mean more Deuce Vaughn action?
Say it again.
With no Rico this week, does that mean more Deuce Vaughn?
Yeah, Deuce will be up this weekend. So we got a plan and looking forward to it.
Coach, when you talk about Tyron Smith there, we talked about the potential of resting. Obviously, he's listed as questionable. How do you feel about how he's progressed this week and his potential availability as well?
I'm sorry, you went out on the first part of the question.
Yeah, with Tyron, obviously, we made the reference to where he's at. How do you feel about his potential availability with him listed as questionable this week?
Oh, I think he has a good chance. I mean, when I get down here, I'll go down to the training room. So my goal is, if he practices today, he'll be ready to go. So we feel really good about it.
Coach, this will be your last chance to play a game at home, obviously, before the season ends. You guys have Washington next week, but when you come out of back-to-back losses like this, is there a certain comfort about saying, hey, we're going to be back at the AT&T Stadium where we've played so well as an opportunity to kind of get your mojo back, I guess, essentially?
I would say comfort. Comfort breeds complacency. I think just the reality of staying in touch with who we're playing. I think in my opinion, will be our biggest challenge at home. And I just, I think we talked about this after the Philadelphia game. I think a stretch of games is exactly what you're looking for, going into the playoffs. So, like I said, we said earlier in the conversation, we still have a lot to play for. Obviously need some help from Philadelphia, but yeah, this will be a huge challenge for us, and we need to win and grow and get better as we prepare for the the playoff tournament.
And when there's been a lot of discussion this week about, or in recent weeks about, kind of the home road splits, obviously, and how, the offense, it hasn't been as good on the road as it's been at home. Have you guys looked at, hey, maybe there's, the communication, because I know that's been something that's been discussed this week. Has the communication angle been something that you feel like, hey, we've just got to get our communication to a level like it's been at home, whether it be, with the offensive line or pre-snap or whatever else?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, based on what you define the level is, the communication at home is obviously entirely different than on the road. Every team experiences that. Obviously the environment you're playing on the road too. We're so fortunate with the great fan base we have that they show up on the road. Sometimes those challenges aren't as big as they could be. The communication part of it is always going to be a little different, but at the end of the day, it's about executing in the environment that you're competing in, and that's what we're really focused on as far as those road games.
Do you think that in general we make too much of the home road splits? Then, like, it's playing on the road is not that easy.
Yeah, I think so, but I think it's just part of the great evaluation process of the media. I think you guys got to have something to dig into. So we get it. I just have always taken approach. You look at every game differently. I think everybody prefers to play at home. I know we do, but it's part of winning. And if to think you're going to win a championship, sometimes you have to go on the road. That's been my personal experience. So. I have no qualms about taking this team anywhere, and that's really part of the emphasis here in this final stretch of games. So I think we haven't won the last two, but I think the experiences that we've gained from the last two games definitely gives us a chance to pay that forward.
Coach, as we get near the end of the season here, this was obviously your return to play calling. How fulfilling has it been to get back to doing that and, be able to be involved with that again? And, what have you learned about yourself again as a play caller getting back into this grind?
I think the biggest thing, big picture wise, I've learned about myself was, quit getting too far away from the basics and remember why you're here. And, in the play calling component of it is, there's no other thing I'd rather do on a Sunday. And yes, I'm enjoying it personally, but I think like anything, there's a discipline. And being a head coach, when you lay out the job description and responsibilities for everybody, you always, have the mindset you feel like you do what's best for the team and best for that, best for the team at that time. And I think coming here when I did and everything we went through at the beginning, I don't look back on those decisions, but definitely this is where I want to be right now.
Coach, I want to ask you about Dan Campbell. I know when he was hired, us wonderful evaluators in the media, I think a lot of people kind of laughed at his opening press conference. He's going to bite legs off and nibble at you or whatever. But he seems like a great leader of men in an era when everyone is going towards the X's and O's genius. They went with just a leader, and how much of that is coming from the playing side and just coming in and being able to relate to players.
Yeah, I think a big part of being successful in this league is, you don't want to be one-year wonder, and you see it happen all the time. The best approach is to go in and build a culture and build a program. And, when the organization gives you that opportunity, I think that leads for the chance for sustained success. And that's the biggest challenge in my experience of being a head coach. And I don't know Dan personally, but, just from afar and having spent a lot of time in that division, I think he's done an outstanding job of building the culture, and I think he made it clear what he was after in his press conference. So, hey, if you may not agree with the verbiage or the word selection, but I think he clearly laid out his plan, and I think you have to recognize that, their football team plays that way.
Hey, Coach, we really appreciate this. Best of luck tomorrow night. Have a great New Year, too.
All right, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Coach.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black.
our fan studios secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Woo! 9 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Last hour of 2023 that we're doing a show, boys and girls.
Almost there.
Almost there.
Almost there. To vocal rest.
To vocal rest. No, not for you it isn't. You got a 5-hour car ride, and you are in some trouble, my friend. I don't think.
I can play music the whole ride, right?
Huh?
I can play music the whole ride, right?
You could try.
That's what I'll try.
You can try. But you know what's going to happen? There's going to be a lyric in there.
What if I fake like I'm asleep? Just like.
If a woman is scorned and angry with you, she will not let you sleep. You know this.
True. That's true.
You know this, Nick Eatman. Am I right?
That's right.
Will not let you. If she's mad at you, she will not let you sleep. She will talk to you, make sure that you know exactly what you did wrong.
Or she'll want to talk about it in the morning, but or she'll say, let's just talk about it in the morning. But that's not a good thing either.
Nope.
No.
Because then you can't sleep.
Exactly.
Right. You can, and she won't. She won't be able
Which
to
maybe
sleep.
That's what she's intending. She doesn't want you to sleep, so she's saying, we'll talk about it in the morning.
The scariest part is when you're lying awake in fear, and she's soundly, quietly, calmly sleeping.
Yeah.
Just like a killer.
I always love the text of like, hey, we need to talk when you get home. That's the one that I love. And it's like, crap, what did I do?
Yeah.
So
Nicholas, injury report, latest on Mike made it sound like Tyron was good to go, right?
Yeah. Y'all talked to him. I didn't talk to him. I'm sorry. I didn't get him this morning. My feeling though all along was that it looks like he was going to play. Hankins, no, but it looked like Tyron, though, they're doing everything possible to get him to play. And after watching last week's game, I mean, I would hope everybody would be on the same page with that.
Nick, we also saw that Dowdle's going to miss this game. That could mean more Deuce Vaughn. One of the things Broadus and I were kicking around yesterday while we were talking, though, was that Detroit is so good with their blitzing linebackers. Can you potentially afford to have Deuce Vaughn in there in the backfield with some of the blitz pickup stuff?
That's a scary thing, and Pollard does a decent job with it. You know, he doesn't have the size there, but he's not afraid to do it. But yeah, I mean, they don't have that guy like they've had in the past with Zeke. I'm not even sure Dowdle was that great at it or is that great at it. But yeah, I mean, the Deuce thing, you wonder if something else is happening here, and with Malik Davis out of elevations, you know, they can get him on the roster. They're gonna have to make a move. It just doesn't seem like it's going to just be Deuce and Hunter Lipke with Pollard. But right now, they don't have any other option unless they figure out a way to get Malik on the roster.
They seem to love throwing CeeDee Lamb in the backfield. Is it partially that they may view it as like, CeeDee Lamb's essentially our third running back right now?
Well, that's scary.
I mean, but realistically, is that not the way they've kind of played it?
Yeah, I mean that you're right. They'll do that. That what's odd is that he's 2 catches away from breaking Michael Irvin's all-time single season record, and
right.
he's also getting carries now and then. I mean, just imagine if they gave him those cheap, receptions where they just do the little pop pass, basically a hot potato, and he gets a catch out of that. But yeah, I mean that they're going to have to. They've got something up their sleeve. I don't know what it is, but they've got something at running back. I just don't think there's any way that they're going to make Deuce the backup running back to this game. I think that there's something else that has to be in play here.
Cowboys insider Nick Eatman joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. How do you match up with Detroit's receivers? And I'm throwing Laporta in there too.
Yeah, he's a good one, and the thing about it starts with their running game, because you can sell out to stop the run if you need to. I mean, but that's risky just because you have St. Brown and with Bland and Gilmore, it's kind of weird. I was just thinking about it. Remember a few weeks ago when it was like Bland's going to win Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, has that cooled off? I mean, I don't even think that's even a thing anymore, is it?
Right.
I mean, we haven't even talked about DaRon Bland, and sometimes that's a good thing for a corner, But with Gilmore and Bland, I kind of make them comparable. They're both, they don't really travel with anyone. I think that they can kind of stay with their guys, but Laporta brings such a different element, especially if you're like, hey, we have to stop this run. We have to bring guys into the box. We have to, and that's where, play action will hurt you, and that's where guys like, Laporta down the field can really be a problem. So, we know this team has linebacker issues, but they can at least cover tight ends with the safeties that they have. It's the stopping the run, and the guards on the next level is the one that just really hurts them.
Real quick on that defensive player of the year, covers.com has the odds. This is from DraftKings. Micah is the favorite at -115. Myles Garrett, number 2 at +110. So they're basically even. Then you got TJ Watt at 3-1. And then fourth is Deron Bland at 30-1. I'm sorry. Yeah, 30-1.
Wow.
So that's big. That's a big jump. That's a big jump.
I mean, another one on Saturday night, could help with that. But I think with him, and I've said this all along, I think he's going to have, if he gets a pick six to seal the win or you really win the game, that might be different. But and I hate to say it, his pick six only happened late in the game. But for the most part, they weren't like the game changing plays. It's just unbelievable that he has that many. But I'm surprised about Micah. I'm surprised that he's up there like that.
Yeah, if the Cowboys get up and they become predictable and they have to start throwing the ball all over the field, but Detroit they do love to run and
yeah,
Gibbs,
they're gonna stick with it. Yeah,
Gibbs is tough in the passing game too, isn't he?
Yeah, he's so electric, and I remember just watching him in college and didn't really know much about him until he went 80 yards right in front of me. I was at an Alabama-Arkansas game, and he did it twice in the same quarter. And I was like, I wonder if the Cowboys could ever get a guy like that, But and now they got to face him. But yeah, he's like when you think you're going to blitz. Oh, I'm gonna just attack this guy, this rookie, and then all of a sudden they pop it over. They throw it over your head, and there he is with 3 blockers in front, and then you're like, oh crap. So he can do that. He can take it to the house. But Montgomery's the guy I think kind of sets it up. And, he can go 75, 80. That's what's weird is I don't know if this is a thunder lightning type thing because both of them can go 75, 80 yards. And, it's like a double dose of lightning. But Montgomery really is a hard runner as well.
Nick, when you look at Dallas at home on the road, we've talked about those sort of things. Is this just gotten to the point where you expect 38 plus from Dallas every time they show up at AT&T Stadium?
It's getting there. Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I wrote my pick down. I don't know if I went that high, but I did go into the 30s. And I definitely think they play well. It's a comfort level. It's a good offense. It's been a good offense, but I also think for the most part of who they've played. Yeah. The teams they've played at home haven't been that great. And honestly, when they faced them, they were kind of reeling. When you think about the Eagles they're in the middle of a rut when the Cowboys got played them. The Rams are not playing like they are right now. And New England, the Jets, all these teams are kind of dealing with something. So I think the Cowboys, not only have they played a favorable home schedule, but they've also played teams at times when they really haven't been clicking. That's not the case this week with Detroit. Detroit is playing, I think, is pretty much the best football of the season. So I still think they're going to score some points. So I think it'll be a high-scoring game.
Will this be the loudest AT&T Stadium has ever been when Jimmy gets introduced for the Ring of Honor?
Probably, yeah. I can't imagine it not. Fans have asked for this for a long time, and this is one where the fans really, really care. They care about this one more than anything else. I remember, Drew Pearson to the Ring of Honor. That was one that fans waited a long time for. It feels like there's a lot of talk about Woodson in the Hall of Fame, but nothing like this, And this is one where, and it's kind of against Jerry too, because it would be like, why doesn't Jerry see this? But there's obviously more to it. There's more to it than people even know. But I think if you believe in curses like that, cool. Maybe this will this will change it. I don't believe in that, but I do think that Jerry's doing the right thing, and Jimmy deserves it, and the fans are going to love it.
We've had a lot of people on the fan text and Twitter and other places suggest to us, and I'm curious if you think there's any shot of this. Do you think there is any chance we get a maybe team speech from Jimmy? Like, do you think Jimmy talks to the team at all?
Like, how about them Cowboys type thing?
Or just, like just pops in the locker room before the game and gives them a pep talk or something?
I don't.
No chance?
I don't think so. I don't know about no chance, but Jimmy's a professional as well. He's got a job to do. Working for Fox too, so he's not. It's not like he's just coming back. I mean, he's still an NFL analyst.
Never stopped Michael Irvin.
Nothing ever stopped Michael Irvin, except for Deion pass interference on in the championship game. But
Definitely,
that's about it. Yeah, I mean, but no, and you're right though. Michael Irvin is his own person, But I don't think Jimmy would do it like that. But who knows? Like I do see Michael, with CD at the end of the game. If CD, breaks the record, which he should, I could see Michael kind of doing something with CD. But
Nick, let's get your pick for this game. I want to ask you about college too, but let's get your pick for this game first.
I got the Cowboys 34-24. I think the Cowboys will win this one.
All right.
And it'll be a good game. I think the Cowboys, though, losing 2 straight, back sort of against the wall. I mean, not. I mean, they're in the playoffs, but I still feel like that they've got their attention. They'll play well at home, and it'll be probably a good week to do that. If they had beaten Miami, this might be a little bit more of a dangerous game. But I think Detroit will have their attention for sure.
Yeah, I like that score because that means they take the over. I know you're a big college guy. What do you like in the college games this weekend in the Final Four?
Man, I think Texas is so good right now. I really do. I don't think Washington is one of the top 4 teams. If they were going to play, if they're really doing it the way trying to get the top 4, I would have. I mean, I would have left Washington out if you're going to leave out undefeated teams. Georgia to me is a better team, but Texas, though, what I've seen. Man, I think they are really, really strong. I like Texas there and Michigan, Texas and Michigan, just because I think Michigan it's just destiny at this point for they're everything. They get knocked in every single way, and they just keep coming back and winning games. And so Alabama, I've seen Alabama playing with fire all year long. But it's Nick Saban. There's no doubt about it. But I think Michigan and Texas are the teams.
This is why Nick and I are so good with each other, because we see it the same way all the time. Nailed it, Nick.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks, Nick. Have a happy New Year.
You too. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, the official casino that Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. He's wrong.
No, he's not.
Alabama is going to destroy.
Look, I hope it's.
Nobody.
I would love it to be Bama in Texas because I'd love to beat Bama a second time.
It's fine,
and I'd love to have Matt Pittman in here to talk about it again for Meat Church.
Yeah, Michigan has played nobody.
Oh my gosh, it's really hitting me, Chop.
What?
This little larynx thing here.
The larynx thing,
man. It's.
Well, try not to be too giddy when we talk to Craig Way, the voice of your Texas Longhorns.
Enough voice for all of us.
Coming up next on The Fan.
If you're a new listener.
And RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
On first and goal, the deep back, off play action, used to throw it for Sweat. He caught it. P. Sweat. How about the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year catching a touchdown pass?
That is the voice of Craig Way, voice of the Texas Longhorns, and he is joining us right now on 105.3 The Fan as you got Texas and Washington over this holiday weekend in the Final Four. Good morning, Craig. Thanks for popping on with us.
You bet. Good morning. How you guys doing today?
Oh, man, doing well. Excited for this weekend's slate of games. How much do you think they could take from last year's bowl game?
Somewhat. I think mainly defensively because they had to deal with Michael Penix and that incredible offensive line a year ago. There haven't been too many changes out of that. The receiving core is fabulous. Offensively, things are different, obviously, for Texas. The one thing that is constant is that this year they don't have Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson, but they didn't have them for the bowl game either. They had both opted out. So it's a little bit different in how they'll attack them offensively. Of course, Texas didn't have Adonai Mitchell last year, and it's a different look with the running game after Jonathan Brooks went out with the knee injury. So some things are different, obviously, in the way Texas will approach it offensively. But defensively, yeah, there's some similarities and some things they could draw from.
Craig, you mentioned in there ever since they lost Jonathan Brooks to that ACL tear. But the running game has not really seemed to miss a step to this point. I mean, they ran for 300 yards and that went over Texas Tech. How big has it been to see the running game continue that consistency even after Jonathan Brooks' injury?
Yeah, that was crucial because you couldn't get one-dimensional. And you know, when the season began, that the actual opening game starter against Rice was the guy who's the starter right now, C.J. Baxter, the freshman from Orlando. He was the starter. He got a little bit banged up. Jonathan Brooks stepped in during that first game and then didn't drop the baton. He held it all the way until the injury in the game in Fort Worth at TCU. And then Baxter stepped back in. He's done a good job. But they've also gotten contributions. Jaden Blue, a sophomore, has come up with some big runs. Keelan Robinson is a guy who transferred in from Alabama when Sark came over 2 years ago. He's a veteran, can catch the ball out of the backfield and is a special teams weapon. And even Savion Red, the former Grand Prairie Gopher, has checked in and really helped out. He was a quarterback when he played at Grand Prairie, and he's kind of their short yardage guy and wildcat setup guys. So you're right. It's been the sum of the parts there with what they've done with the running game.
Washington is one of the more heavily blitzing teams in the country. They really like to generate pressure that way. How big will this be in terms of the Texas offensive line really stepping up and making sure that they're giving protection to Quinn Ewers, who is really starting to play his best ball of the year as he got near the end of the season?
Yeah, it's crucial. I mean, they've got some guys who are really, really good, and their linebackers are outstanding. Their front seven have caused a lot of problems for opposing teams this year. If Quinn and the offensive line together in concert have enough time for him to make downfield throws, then they can attack him. But one of the things about both of these teams, guys, is that both will give up some yards and points through the air. You know, Texas is 95th in the nation in pass defense. Washington is 123rd in pass defense. Some of the differences, Texas is third in the nation in run defense, and in the total defense, the Longhorns have been really, really good this season. In fact, in total defense, they're 24th in the country. So, you know, the teams have tried to run against Texas, mostly without success this year. And if Washington, and I figure Washington is going to try to run the ball. After all, they have a 1,000-yard running back as well. And so if they get Dylan Johnson going, that's just going to make Michael Penix in that passing game all the more impressive and all the more of a threat to really move the ball on Texas.
Craig Way, voice of the Longhorns, join us here on 105.3 The Fan. You can hear Texas versus Washington. Craig on the call on New Year's Day on 1080 News Radio, 1080 KRLD. Do you expect a home-type environment in New Orleans? I mean, it's not as far as, obviously, it's much closer there than it is to Washington.
Yeah, I do. I don't know that it would be overwhelmingly, but I do expect that both teams sold out their allotments, and then there was that mad scramble. Now the ticket market has cooled off just a little bit, and the prices have come down a little more, and probably some more Texas fans will make the trip. I think maybe some Washington fans who might not have gotten in on the initial allotment, but were thinking about travel. It's a long way from Seattle down to New Orleans, might have backed off of the initial pricing. We'll see. I know Longhorn fans were really clamoring for them, and we were hearing earlier that it was easier for Texas fans to get tickets for, if they win on Monday night, the national championship game at NRG Stadium in Houston than it was going to be for the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. That may have flipped now, but I think that there will be a good representation of burnt orange in the stadium.
Craig, you mentioned the pass defense. Do you see this then as a game where the defensive line of either team, whoever has the better game, may be the one that winds up winning this because you're having to go up against very prolific type quarterbacks? And Washington's got really good receivers. I mean, they may have two, maybe three NFL type receivers. Do you see it as something like that where the Texas defensive line is what really might decide this game?
It's a big part of it, and the defensive line has controlled a lot of what they've been able to do, certainly against the run. I think one of the keys is going to be, can the Texas secondary hold up? And the number, the 95th number, is a little bit misleading for two or three reasons. They've had a lot of injuries in the secondary, and a lot of guys have played. So they've had some rotation there. Also, a couple of guys have opted out, have gone into the portal as well. They've got enough guys back there to make a difference, but they're going to be challenged in a way they haven't been challenged before. Rome Odunze is one of the best receivers in the country, certainly. And then Jalen Polk, who's a Texas Tech transfer. Here's one of your unique things to watch. If Polk is out there, to see if he runs up against his old high school teammate from Lufkin, Jaron Thompson, Longhorns senior safety, and see if they run into one another as they had in the past when Polk was playing at Texas Tech. But he's another 1,000-yard receiver, so they're going to have to deal with two really good receiving targets for the Huskies.
Craig, there was a lot of attention, a lot of focus on Quinn Ewers heading into this season, just coming off he had the shoulder injury last year, and there was some inconsistency. Obviously a highly touted prospect, transferred from Ohio State, and he had all this pressure behind him. Malik Murphy was there, Arch Manning was there, and he's really stepped up and grown. How have you seen him most grow, and in what areas do you think he's most improved heading into this game?
I think there's two or three things at work there. First of all, in that bowl game last year against Washington, he probably played better than just about anybody else. Of course, the Longhorns, as we mentioned, didn't have Bijan Robinson, didn't have Roschon Johnson. They had opted out. But Quinn had a great game against the Huskies. They ended up losing 27-20. They couldn't get enough stops on defense. He's played really well. He's completed 71% of his passes. He lost some weight before the start of the year, and just had kind of matured a little more and just got more comfortable, I think, with the offense. I think it was expected all along that once he got completely comfortable in Sark's offense, he would be the weapon that he has turned out to be. And speaking of weapons, when you've got Xavier Worthy, when you've got Adonai Mitchell, when you've got Jatavian Sanders at tight end and the running game they've had, when you've got Jordan Whittington in the slot, he'll be the first to tell you. It'll make him a better quarterback, especially with the protection that the offensive line, by and large, has given him this season.
Craig, Michael Penix, talked about the Texas defensive line and saying, yeah, they're really good, but they haven't gone up against our offensive line yet. Is that something? I know coaches, especially in college, love to use bulletin board material. Is that something Sark has gone to the team with, or you expect to? Try to use as bulletin board material?
Well, I put it this way. If they haven't been made aware of it, they probably will be. The Texas coaching staff, they've made the players aware of things like that. The offensive lineman from Iowa State, made comments going into that last game up there in Ames about Texas. They're going to find out and all this kind of stuff. And then Texas not only won that game, they dominated him personally on the offensive line. It made the defensive line kind of angry on that. This is a little bit different in what Penix is saying, and what he's saying is true. He's saying, yeah, they're good, but, our line is the Joe Moore offensive line. In other words, the national offensive line of the year. So he said, we'll be good. So I don't think he said it so much in terms of, very vitriolic, but I'm sure it won't escape the notice of the Longhorns.
Who do you have as your X factor on both sides of the ball?
Well, I think for Texas on the offensive side, if C.J. Baxter is able to run the ball with some effectiveness, that's going to make everybody else so much more dangerous. So he's the guy I'm looking at on the offensive line. And then in the secondary, I'm going to give you a name that's got a local connotation, the true freshman from South Oak Cliff, Malik Muhammad. Manny Muhammad has been really good. He made progress throughout the course of the year, and between a couple of injuries and a couple of opt-outs, even before that, he had kind of moved into that starting role at one of the cornerback spots. He's going to get tested. The rest of that Texas secondary is going to get tested as well by Washington. But if Manny Muhammad plays like he has played over the last few years, I think he might be able to hold his own against one of those outstanding Washington receivers.
Do you have a rooting interest in the other game? I know you'll probably be watching it, getting set for this one, but do you have a team that you think, first of all, rooting interest just from a matchup standpoint, like an intrigue, and then also who Texas would match up better with?
No, there's pluses and minuses to both. If Alabama were to win, it's a case of the devil. They've already played, obviously, and beaten Alabama earlier this year in Tuscaloosa, but I think most everybody would agree that Alabama is playing much better now than they played back on September 10th. But they do know the personnel, and that would help them as well. Michigan, they might have a better matchup in terms of what their defense can do against the Wolverines' offense, but trying to move the ball against that Michigan defense would be a challenge. So I don't have a personal rooting interest one way or the other. It'll be intriguing to watch what I can of that game prior to the kickoff of the game in the Superdome.
Hey, Craig, have a great call. We really appreciate the time. Happy New Year as well.
Hey, same to you fellas. Enjoy the new year. Looking forward to it.
Thanks,
All
Craig.
Right. That is Craig Way, voice of the Longhorns, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. You can catch that Texas and Washington game on News Radio 1080. KRLD on New Year's Day.
And the Longhorns are going to take it, Chop.
I don't think that's crazy.
No, it's not.
They're obviously the favorites.
Vegas doesn't think it's crazy either.
I think Washington covers, but I don't think it's crazy to think Texas
covers
wins.
their eyes in horror as Quinn Ewers marches up and down the damn field.
It's funny. Vegas will tell you, they admit when the spread is between like 4 and 6, they have no idea what to do. They freely admit that means they don't have a handle on the game when it's between 4 and 6. They don't have a very good handle. The K&C masterpiece from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Join the show next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a football Friday. We got Stephen Jones.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Well, guess what? Mike Bassick is back as the leader of Crosstalk for one more time in 2023. Sean will be back next week after the new year, which means I will be canceled again on Fridays at 9:45. But we have the KNC Masterpiece. Where, Reggie Atatula?
Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson,
Yes.
right off of 35W in Burleson. I believe it's, let me get the address again.
It's 12-832.
Appreciate you.
8:32. All right, guys, so right before we came on the air, we heard Jared Sandler talking about the Rangers kind of awards banquet that you can purchase tickets to, be a part of. I had this question for RJ, then Bobby, then Reggie. I'm going to take out league MVP awards. You can't be league MVP. if you could win an award, Gold Glove, Silver Slugger, I guess, Heisman seems pretty high up there, but if you could win an award, what would...
Fix that, Ruben.
Yeah.
He's working. He's doing it.
Yeah, let's not do that again.
Uh-huh.
What award, Choppy, would you want to have? In any sport, if you could kind of have one of those, you were the best at this award, but I'm not letting you pick MVP of Major League Baseball or the MVP of the NFL. What would be one of the fun awards that you'd want to have? Do you want to be a sixth man of the year?
No. Okay, so can I do Cy Young?
Yeah, because that's kind of an individual award, but that would be unbelievable to win a Cy Young.
Cy Young would be pretty awesome. The Lady Bing in hockey, I think would be a good one.
I don't know what that is.
It's like the sportsmanship award. I would never win it.
Lady Bing.
They call it the Lady Bing award. That'd be a good one.
After Chandler Bing?
Yeah, I think I think the Outland Trophy would be big, good. That's like the interior lineman in college football.
Okay. That's right.
One of those Walter Camp awards, there's a million of them.
There's a million awards. I was just wondering.
What is it, the Guy Award for the punters?
Ray Guy, yeah.
Ray Guy.
I would have loved to win a Gold Glove. I just think that would have been so cool to have on your resume. Gold Glove award winner, but you have to be good at the sport to win it. It doesn't mean you have to be the best defensive player.
No, you gotta have a good batting average.
You have to be good overall to then qualify for the Gold Glove. But that would have been mine. Bobby, if you could win an award in sports, what would it be?
And it can't be league MVP.
Yeah, I don't want you to pick league MVP. And Heisman, I think, is probably too high, too, because, I think everybody would pick an MVP of a league or the best college football player. But one of those kind of
Can I pick
big award but smaller award.
Can I pick Super Bowl MVP?
Sure.
Okay, Super Bowl MVP, because that means I win a title and I get to go to Disneyland and I'm set for life.
Yeah, there's a lot of random people who have won the MVP of the Super Bowl.
Did you hear our Larry Brown story about Super Bowl MVP?
I don't think so.
Larry Brown told us a couple weeks ago, and I'm going to use the remainder of my voice here to tell you this story.
Yeah, you sound horrible.
Yeah, this is what happens when I show up at 5:30 for 2 weeks straight and work that extra 30 minutes. No, Larry Brown said the day before the Super Bowl, he walked in to just a conversation that Aikman, Irvin, Emmett, and Deion Sanders were having. And Deion was collecting all the guys and goes, hey, we're not going to do the Disneyland MVP this year. Disney has been screwing us. They need to raise the fee. We need to all take a stand and say, hey, if you're not raising the fee, we're not doing it. Right, Troy? Troy goes, yeah. Right, Emmett? Right. And Larry said he was just sitting there, and Deion looks and goes, right, Larry? And Larry goes sure. And he's like, I'm not even supposed to be in this conversation, whatever. So the next day, he wins the MVP, and Disney comes up to him and goes, hey, are you going to do the MVP award with us? And he said Deion and Aikman and everybody's just staring at him like, you better not. And Larry was like, no, I'm not going to do it if you're not raising the fee. And so Larry said, it's a great lesson in don't give in to peer pressure because I miss Disney because I walked in on a conversation I wasn't even supposed to be a part of.
I feel like in those situations, because the superstars make so much more money, and Larry Brown did get a very nice contract from the Raiders after the Cowboys, it's almost like, hey, if any random person wins the MVP, all four of us will give you $10,000 a piece. So you will get $40,000 for saying no. So overall, we can maybe make Disney pay the NFL MVP of the Super Bowl more. Okay, Reggie, if you could win one award in sports, can't be an MVP of the whole league, what would it be?
Yeah, I think you got to it in a way when you mentioned Sixth Man of the Year.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's just because Sixth Man of the Year has become an award where if you score a whole bunch of points off the bench, you get to be Sixth Man of the Year. And that sounds like a fun situation for me. Like, my personal mantra is maximum fun, minimum responsibility.
Yeah.
If Sixth Man of the Year does not sound like that, I don't know what else is, right?
I think I have this off the top of my head. Do you know the 3 Dallas Mavericks in the history of their franchise who have won the Sixth Man of the Year?
No.
Jason Terry.
I do.
Yeah, Jed is
Jason
one of them,
Terry
obviously.
has,
but I that was the one I had, but after that, I'm not sure.
There's
that I
2
have
others.
Jason
Bobby?
Terry.
Rafe LaFrance.
Antoine Jameson.
Yes.
Roy Tarpley.
That is it. Those are the Mavericks have had 3 award winners for that. Okay,
Man, it's amazing. Antoine Jameson won the Sixth Man of the Year, and fans couldn't wait to get him out of here.
It was Walker. He was the one who destroyed the franchise.
Yeah, he really
he
did.
destroyed the Nash Dirk thing, because if he would make a three to start a game off, that meant he was going to shoot 7 more of them and miss all of them.
Sounds great. See, that's the type of life I'm trying to live, guys.
I feel like Antoine Jameson tried to fit into the Finley Nash Dirk thing. Antoine Walker came in and was like, I am the greatest player alive in the history of sport. You guys need to step aside for me, and took the ball out of Nash's and Dirk's hands way too much. Now, I'm going to go to football. Obviously, we're here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. We will be, you can register for Cowboy tickets for tomorrow night's game. We'll be giving away. There'll be plenty of kind of Dallas Cowboys fan gear. We'll be giving away mini helmets, T-shirts, hats, all kinds of Dallas Cowboys gear. Up on the big screen just a minute ago, they had Russell Wilson. Here's my question to you. Let's go with Bobby this time first.
All right.
Yeah, let's kill
I've got the voice for it.
That's right.
Is it, and you can answer quickly then, is when it comes to Russell Wilson, he seems to have some sort of social, I don't know if anxiety is the perfect word for it, but some sort of social thing where he cannot get along with his teammates. He can't connect with his teammates. But yet he connected with Sierra, a very popular kind of social person, we will say. How do you think this person who cannot connect with 52 other men in his locker room was able to connect with Sierra?
This is probably the greatest, most analytical question you've ever asked in your life.
This is great.
Bobby, don't get another text.
Hey, Bassick Fridays are back. Bassick Fridays are back. Yeah.
That's a good question. Is it because celebrities similarly are kind of in their own bubble and removed, and that's how Russell Wilson views himself, as a celebrity quarterback who shouldn't have to basically hang around the normies in his locker room?
That's what Parcells said, avoid being a celebrity quarterback.
So he's a celebrity quarterback, so he's able to fit into the celebrity bubble that Sierra lives in.
All right. Choppy, is that a good answer?
Yeah, I think Sierra's just hot, and he's like willing to do whatever it takes to stay with her.
Okay. Reggie, do you have an opinion on how did Russell Wilson, I get how he gets a beautiful woman or a popular woman.
That's right.
But how did they connect? So, like, how did conversations happen and they go, man, this is great, and yet it seems like nobody on the Seahawks and nobody on the Denver Broncos can socially connect with Russell Wilson?
Well, I think also, like, both of them have a certain faith that I think they connected on as well. But look, don't you remember that one time where he it seemed like he Googled how to court Sierra? I feel like he used the internet to his advantage.
Okay.
Is that I don't know that I know that story. Did he?
Yeah, there was. So this is internet sleuths putting this together. But I think there was a point where he had given her some level of like letter or something. And we got an excerpt of it, and people put that into Google, and they found it on like websites of things to say to your woman or what have you. And so, put 2 and 2 together. Sounds like Russell Wilson got on his Googles and was like, "How do I woo this woman?"
Wow. So he put together like one of those like fake resume things where you just copy the resume.
In a way. Hey, man, he was applying for a very particular position, and he got it. Good for him.
Good for him, man.
Next football question.
He really is he is a chat GPT human, that man.
Yeah.
Choppy.
Yes, sir.
Is Joe Flacco a good quarterback again?
You say again as if he was good before.
He won a Super Bowl.
He did.
Got a huge contract. There was a moment where he was a top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, he was, I think, at one point. No, he's good. He's playing well. This is the old Phil Simms. Phil Simms has said this a million times. He goes, when I retired at like 37, 38, he was really upset because it's like I knew the answers to the test at that point. My body just couldn't do it. And there comes a point for a quarterback where the game plays so slow and so easy, but your body just can't play anymore. And I wonder if that's like that for a pitcher too, where like you just know you go from being a thrower to a pitcher and you figure the game out. And when your body tells you no, whether that's at 14 or 40, then, like you just can't do it anymore.
Okay.
Then you're out. So, yeah, look, and I said this to Bobby, and I don't believe he is, and I would not say yes to this, but, like, if he wins the Super Bowl this year, he's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
I will disagree with that.
If he wins, because he'll be a 2-time Super Bowl champ, and especially if he wins the MVP, the quarterback wins the MVP of the Super Bowl a lot. Like, if he's a 2-time Super Bowl MVP, you're not going to keep that out of the Hall of Fame. I don't think he should go in. I would not vote him in. But I just think the guys in the room would vote him in.
Okay. I mean, I would disagree with that, but I could see him doing the Darren Woodson thing where he keeps kind of making the finals, but ultimately doesn't become one of the 5 who get in. So I do think he would get enough consideration that he would get down to like the final 10 or final 12 at times.
Are you trying to put him in on the Eli Manning rule here? Because I feel like Eli Manning exists in a different place, being in that New York market and being there consistently.
Yeah.
I think that kind of adds the elevation to
Why?
that.
Why wouldn't Flacco fall more into the Jim Plunkett category? You won 2 Super Bowls, and you were one of the better quarterbacks for a time, but you were never at the top. Like,
I mean, Jim should be in.
Fair enough.
But Plunkett's not.
He's not, but like Joe Namath should not be in, but he's in because he won a Super Bowl.
I mean, Joe Namath physically was one of the more talented quarterbacks of his era.
He shaved his legs.
It's going to be interesting. I know I got to get out of here pretty soon, but it's going to be interesting because I think Kansas City is going to be a bad division winner. Let's just say, I don't know if they're going to win another game, but I think they will, that Jacksonville will be a bad division winner, and somewhat Tampa Bay will be a bad division winner, even though I'm scared of them. So I do think there's kind of 3 wild card teams that can definitely win in that wild card round. Now, you guys have off for 3 days. We won't see you again until next year.
I'm on Monday.
Oh, man.
You're back on Monday.
I'm on Monday.
We'll see you next year, man.
I'm doing y'all's show on Monday.
We'll see you next year.
Well, it's still next year. We will see you 2 guys next year. Up next is the Mike and KC and the Masterpiece.
That's right.
On 105.3 The Fan. Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. They are open now. You can get all the wings and beer and soft drinks you want right
all
now.
right.
Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Coming up next, Reggie leads the rest of the show on the Mike and KC and the Masterpiece.
DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. It is the KNC Masterpiece live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson.
I can't hear you in my ears, so I hope you are being heard over the air on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, we're going to have to figure that one out as we go. I'm Reginald Atatula. Mike Bassick here along with me. Like I said, Buffalo Wild Wings, Burleson. Mike can't hear me. I don't know if I'm being heard over air.
Well, I will say something here, because can you hear yourself in your ears,
I can
Reggie?
hear myself perfectly
Okay,
right
so
now.
I'm just wondering if we can be heard over the airwaves.
Text in 877-881-1053. That's truckwreck.com text line. Let me know if you can hear me on this Friday. It's a shout-out Friday. Rodrigo has let me know that I can indeed be heard.
Okay, good.
Okay, fantastic.
Am I being heard?
Yeah, now let's find
Okay.
out, is Mike being heard? As we're working this out, man. It's the last KNC Masterpiece broadcast, or as Mike's shirt currently says, Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece. It's the final broadcast of the year, so we're trying to have a little fun, but it is a shout out Friday. I'm trying to handle my duties as fill-in Kevin as much as possible. So text in 877-881-1053. We're going to give you those shout outs like we can, and look at the text line coming in strong. We appreciate y'all. We really appreciate our friends Steven, Gary out here at Buffalo Wild Wings, the first ones to show up to hang out with.
We're up to 5 people already at 10 a.m.
I have not introduced myself to all these folks, so I'll need to do that. But like I said, shout out Friday, texting your shout outs. I'll try and keep up with those. Jerry Jones will join us at 10:30. Normal Friday, getting ready for Cowboys Lions tomorrow evening, Monday Night Football on a Saturday on ESPN. So all of that will be fun. However,
and ABC, if you still get that channel.
That's right. If
Which
that still
I
exists.
don't anymore.
We're over that.
ABC has said, and DirecTV have told me I will never get ABC
That's right.
again. They did not come to a resolution, so ABC is over in my life, I guess.
There you go. ABC is 2023. We're in 2024 already. But right now, as we're finishing out 2023, the Mavericks, sans Luka, sans Kyrie, sans pretty much everybody, went to Minnesota, and it seemed like that was going to be a loss.
Right.
It was indeed an actual loss. However, they played it pretty tight, as evidenced by cut 8 here, Rodrigo.
Minnesota was at 14 of 21 before that miss by Edwards. Here's Hardaway, who's on one himself tonight. It's 27 for Hemi Hardaway, and the Mavs are back to within 4.
Now, Mike,
Hardaway's back.
He was playing
we know,
very well.
right? He's the Joey Gallo of basketball.
Interesting. I hadn't really considered it, but he does kind of ride that roller coaster. It's hot, it's cold, but this is a pretty limited Maverick squad in this game. Your starters, Grant Williams, Derrick Jones Jr., Derek Lively, Dante Exum, Jaden Hardy, and Tim Hardaway Jr. gives you 32 in this game. Gives you an opportunity against one of the better teams in this league in the Minnesota Timberwolves. I was very thoroughly impressed by this.
I think those guys fought hard. They gave everything they have. Obviously, Derek Lively struggled, but look, I make fun of him all the time, but that was one of Dwight Powell's greatest games in his life. I mean, let's be honest, with what he was able to accomplish, 12 points and 14 rebounds, 6 assists. That is something that you see once in a blue moon from Dwight Powell, but I'll give him credit. He had a good game last night. They fought and clawed. At the same time, I didn't really watch the game. It was kind of a little bit of a protest for the NBA. Look, I'm going to say this. If I was running the Dallas Mavericks, if I was, a coach or a trainer of the Dallas Mavericks, I would do the same thing. I would sit out Luka 8 to 10 games a year to make sure that he is as healthy as possible for what I'm hoping an April and May run. At the same time, I hate it as a fan.
Sure.
I don't like the NBA saying, hey, our best players, when they are healthy, and look, you're going to have, muscle situations and bruises and everything. But when, I was watching basketball as a kid, Magic, Larry, Michael, Dominique, they pretty much played all 82 games. It wasn't like, hey, let's just sit them out. This is the third game in 4 nights. I totally get why the NBA does it. I would do it if I was a head coach or a general manager. At the same time, I did not want to waste my time, and I hate saying it that way, but I felt like I could spend my time in another way with my family if Kyrie who's not playing because of real injury, Luka, who's not playing because of just he's been used so much and worked so hard. I totally get why he sat out, but I just felt like I am going to spend time with my family rather than watch kind of the C team of the Dallas Mavericks compete. And they competed great. Nothing against those guys. They competed great, like you said, Reggie. It's just one of those things where I've decided I'm not going to put my time into that product.
And it's a time of year where there's so many things happening. We got all these bowl games, as you mentioned. There's this game. It's one where you have to start choosing your time a little bit wisely. I mean, we also had Thursday Night Football, which was an interesting one. I
watched a big-time 34-33 basketball game between Bishop Lynch and Timber Creek, 9th grade. The refs were pathetic. Both teams played bad. In fact, I'll tell you what, if you are listening and you're a Tolo, I love you. But if you refed Timber Creek versus Bishop Lynch 9th grade basketball at Colleyville Heritage, there's a reason that you're reffing 9th grade and that you will never in your life be considered to ref a varsity basketball game.
Oh, wow.
You should probably, so you get points, right? You start off in 9th grade like Reggie. If me and you wanted to become a high school referee,
that'd be
we would start off and they would assign us to 9th grade basketball games. And you have to do so many games and you're getting somewhat evaluated. And if you're really good, they will quickly move you to JV and varsity basketball games. If you're not good, they're going to make you keep reffing 9th grade basketball games until they feel like you've done it enough / that you have become good enough to ref at a higher level. These two guys should never, anytime soon, ref a varsity high school basketball game. That being said, also, both teams played like crud. For 32 minutes, for a score to be 34-33, it was not good basketball. So after watching not good basketball, I also didn't want to watch possibly not good basketball in the NBA. So we got some T-work in and front toss with my son Jake to get him ready for also his baseball season coming up.
Being a dad, love to see it. Now, just in general, because I know you did not pay a ton of attention to this game, how much stock do you put in a game like this where, I mean, Jaden Hardy has been a player that you've been wanting to see things from. He goes 7-18, gives you 17 points. Now, he didn't give you any assists really, but how much do you some of those guys, the guys that like Josh Green, who puts in not that many minutes, like how much do you take from a game like this where they are playing top competition, but it's some guys that you still have questions about?
This is where last year, they shined. Kind of right before the Kyrie Irving trade, if you remember Hardy and Green, you're bringing up those two guys. Luka was dealing with an injury. I can't remember what he was dealing with, but they had to play that game in Utah, and it was Hardy and Green both getting about 30 points apiece, and they got on a nice streak, right? And then you traded for Kyrie Irving, and Josh Green disappeared from the face of the NBA at that point. And really, he has not found his way on the Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic team. And Hardy really took off last year as a rookie at that point. I really like Hardy. I don't know if his future is in Dallas. And what I mean by that is the Mavericks need help defensively and they need size. He provides neither one of those at the position that they really need help with. But I do think games like this, Reggie, when Hardy shows up and shows that he can play in this league and can contribute, there's other teams that do need scoring guards. The Mavericks just don't.
Sure.
They have two of the best scoring guards in the NBA. So I do like when Hardy has a game like this, when Hardaway has a game like this, because I do think other teams and scouts go, hey, I think we can use that on our team more than Dallas needs that. They need I know we bring up this name 1,000 times, they need a Clint Capella. We don't need right now a Clint Capella, and I'm not saying that's a perfect trade, but that's the way I look at it. I think that you need all of these guys playing as well as possible to help out their trade value.
Real quick before we move this along, Derek Lively, another tough go of it. Obviously, this is a particular game against the Timberwolves where they have a lot of big size and a lot of veteran size on this team. Give you any pause, or are you just at a place where you're like, I believe in Derek Lively and just keep giving him those minutes to figure these things out?
I believe in him. He's 19 years old. I don't know his birthday. Let's just say he turns 20 at some point this year. This is why you need a veteran, good, big man with him, because in the playoffs, it's tough to rely on 19-year-old guys. I remember Kobe playing. Kobe's one of the greatest players in basketball history. I don't think Cleveland made the playoffs. I'm 99% sure they didn't make the playoffs LeBron's rookie year. Not 100% sure of that, but Kobe struggled in the playoffs at 19 years old, 20 years old. I'm not saying that Derek Lively is going to struggle if you make the playoffs, but he's probably going to be inconsistent, right? There could be a game where he gives you 10 points and 12 rebounds. You're like, that was unbelievable. Then there'll be a game where he plays like last night, 15 minutes and gets 5 fouls and can't really contribute in the playoff game. And so that's why right now depth is a major concern with me. I love what Derek Lively has done. It's been unbelievable. He's going to have bad games. He's 19 years old playing in a man's league, but he's shown enough to me that he's going to be the greatest center in Dallas Mavericks history. Now, it's a horrible history of centers in Dallas Mavericks history. Tyson Chandler might be the greatest one, and he played 2 years. 2011, and if I have my year right, 2015. That's his lifetime with the Dallas Mavericks, and he might be considered the greatest Mavs center of all time.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Shout out to Darren and Salina, as it is a shout-out Friday. I believe there was a shout-out to a Jack Blaine. Love his dad, Freddie Mac. Keep sending those shout-outs in. I'll try and get those in. I'm not Kevin, but I'm going to do my best effort to try and replicate that. But coming up next, inspired by the quarterback in Carolina, Bryce Young, how early is too early to give up on a quarterback? We'll discuss it next on The Fan.
accidents happen, Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
From the 10-yard line, Young on the move. He will throw and catch. Did he hang on? Yes! It's a touchdown for DJ Chark.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan, broadcasting live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson, right off of 35W. Myself, Reginald Latula, Mike Bassick here with you, and you, the Tolo. Thanks for hanging out with us. We got Jerry Jones coming up in about 15 minutes here on the Fan. But that was some audio of Bryce Young, rookie quarterback of the Carolina Panthers. And this comes from the mind of Mike Bassick.
Yeah.
We were talking at some point before one of those shows, and you asked this question. I'll allow you to ask it again.
Yeah. Well, when do you give up on a quarterback, a young quarterback you've drafted? Obviously, we saw, 2018/19, we saw Arizona give up on Josh Rosen, the, I think, 11th overall pick, immediately and draft Kyler Murray number 1 overall. And really this specific question goes to Bryce Young in Carolina. 5'10", 190 pounds. That's a big risk. Probably the smallest quarterback in the history of the NFL since, let's say 1980, because, I don't know, Fran Tarkenton supposedly, I don't know much about him, but supposedly he was a really little guy. This was a big risk to take a guy this little.
Sure.
And I will say that he's really lucky in this. They traded up for him and traded this year's number 1 pick to Chicago to go up and get Bryce Young. So he's not in jeopardy of losing his job to a draft pick this year. But I just look at Bryce Young and I go, watching his highlights, looking at his stats, watching him play against the Dallas Cowboys, I don't think he's going to be an NFL quarterback. I think he's too little. Now, he gets another year because of the trading for him. But I look at a guy like Bryce Young, and Arizona made the right call. Josh Rosen was not an NFL quarterback. He proved that throughout his career. He cannot play in the league. So I wonder to you, Reggie, when do you look at a quarterback? How many games do you give him until you go, I know he can't play?
Yeah, it's really tough. And as people are mentioning Kyler Murray also being one of those smaller quarterbacks. I don't even know.
Not as small as this dude.
I don't think so either. But I don't know that I don't know that it's the size that gets me with Kyler Murray. Gosh, that's going to come up on one of these Fridays, ain't it? But no, with Bryce Young, rather.
Right.
It's the play, and the tough part about it is when you realize you're wrong, you do not want to be in a place where you continue to burn time and effort and assets in being wrong. So, you have to acknowledge that, but at the same time, there's something to be said, and Broadus is the one who will, bring this up very much, being a scout, being in that front office evaluation role. Sometimes your job becomes tied to a certain quarterback, and if you change quarterbacks too quickly too often, now this ends up looking bad on you because you had to have made the evaluation on seeing some things, and to immediately be like, oh, wow, what I saw was wrong is an indictment of yourself.
And you have to be careful. Troy Aikman, look, I was a kid, but Troy Aikman was pathetic in 1989. Josh Allen was pathetic in 2018. So you do have to watch out and go, I think he's bad after 1 year. And what I'm saying for Bryce Young or Zach Wilson is you give them at least some of the second year. When you draft a guy that high, number 1, number 2 overall, you have to give the guy a little bit of his second year to be like, hey, that first year was pathetic. Let's see how he does after an off season. So I don't want to give up on a guy. I even thought it was a little bit crazy at the time to give up on Josh Rosen after half of a season pretty much as a starting quarterback. But Arizona was right. I'm not saying Kyler Murray has been perfect for them, but they were right after you saw Josh Rosen's career play out.
I think you can also make yourself right in that regard. I think quarterback, especially when you're young, circumstances and situation matters a lot. And so that's another reason why I don't think you can give up on in 1 year. You look around and you're like, oh, there's not things here for him to be able to succeed. Now, he's not giving you the sparks that I hope for, but see if you can give him a little bit better of a circumstance, change some of the other variables, and if you can isolate that, oh, it is him, then I think you can move on. So, I'm with you. 2 years, 2 and some, is when I think you start going, okay, this is not tenable.
Yeah, I would say 2 years. When you draft a guy in the first round and you start playing him immediately, I would say I need to see how he comes back his second year and play some of his second year. But let's say 10 games into his second year, even though I might not rip him out of the starting lineup, I now know he can't play. I know Zach Wilson can't play in this league. I'm not saying I know Bryce Young can't play in this league, but to me it looks like it. But he does easily get that second year because let me ask you this, if this was a non-trade situation and the Carolina Panthers had the number 1 overall pick, do you trade out of the number 1 pick and keep building around Bryce Young, or would you take Caleb Williams and move on? Because I would take Caleb Williams and move on and try to trade Bryce Young for a few later, second and third round picks.
I get the allure of that, but I would actually probably trade back and surround him with things. The tough part about that is you do that for Caleb Williams, and now Caleb Williams is in the same situation that Bryce Young was in, and maybe Caleb Williams is better. And obviously, we're using particular Caleb Williams. Let me kind of take this into a more neutral situation, so it's not about Caleb Williams himself.
Okay.
You take the next number 1 overall pick quarterback,
right?
And even however good they are, how far do you think you'd be able to carry a team as a rookie for a number 1 overall pick if you have not been given the things around you?
I'm with you. And I guess, and this is going to be specific with Bryce Young. If Bryce Young doesn't work out next year, if he doesn't show major improvement and the ability to be a starting quarterback that you want to build your franchise around, I understand a lot of people over the last 5 or 6 years saying, see, size doesn't matter. Look at Drew Brees. Look at Russell Wilson. And this was Russell Wilson in Seattle.
People also reminded us of Doug Flutie.
Yeah, and he didn't. I mean, he was okay.
Yeah.
Like, he had moments. He definitely had moments in Buffalo and was a good quarterback. Don't get me wrong. But if Bryce Young doesn't work out, I do think it is the death of the under 6 foot quarterback. I'm not saying they'll never be taken, but they will never be taken, let's say, with a top 20 overall pick. Maybe they could sneak into the end of the first round. I won't totally give up, but, I mean, I would start making – and look, maybe this is because I was drafted by the Cleveland Indians in 1996. They wouldn't take a pitcher under 6 feet tall. It didn't matter what you could do. If you weren't 6 feet tall, you were off of their board. And I would have the designation, if I was running an organization, if Bryce Young shows that he can't play in 2024, I would say, hey, guys, in our organization, if they don't measure at 6 feet tall, they're off our board. We do not take them at quarterback. It is too difficult of a position to play at under 6 feet tall.
I think that's interesting. I don't know that I'd go that far because, I mean, we've seen players that know how to make this work at that size. I mean, even Russell Wilson that you're trying to utilize as maybe a negative, there was a lot of positive ability within there. And he's still probably an average quarterback as of right now.
Right.
It's just the contract that frames it in a bad way. I wouldn't go that far as to do it, especially because there's some years you look at the college football landscape, you look at the best quarterbacks, and if you grade them out, that's going to be the one. And ultimately, you know how the economy of this thing goes. You look up, you start, trying to, get that quarterback because you need one. You're going to take the best one available. And sometimes that dude's 6 foot or under. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassick live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Coming up next, we talk to the owner and general manager of your Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones.
Tolos, it's been a heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life.
CNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 Fan. Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassett coming to you live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Make some noise out here. Got a good contingent of folks out here hanging out with us. But right now, it's time to go to and talk to the owner and general manager of the Cowboys, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. His name is Jerry Jones. Jerry, how are you doing this afternoon?
Hey, Reggie, Mike, and great to be on, and understand we've got a little crowd in there for you, but excited to be on here this, I guess, next to the last day of the year, and getting ready for the Cotton Bowl, getting ready for all of that for the remainder of the day here.
You bring up the Cotton Bowl, and obviously this time of bowl season, there's a whole bunch of these on. How many of these do you get into? Obviously, Cowboy season is full on and raging. How much of the college football portion of this are you able to pay attention to?
Well, first of all, the Cotton Bowl is dear to me. I got to play in the Cotton Bowl, and we played the last game that I ever played. I weighed about 180 pounds as pulling offensive guard, but still, I have great memories, and we won that game, and we're the only undefeated team in the country, and that really inspired me to want to have a life in football and have a life in sports, and was something that never left me. So I've got a good feeling about the Cotton Bowl.
Well, Jerry, I know a lot of times now, if you're not playing in, I call it the Final Four, obviously the 2 games on New Year's Day to make it to the national championship, we see quite a few of these high draft pick prospects not playing in these bowl games. What would be your thought or recommendation to those young men?
Well, I would say that it's another look at them against obviously a different competition than they had during their regular careers. It's a high-profile, highly competitive game, and one that brings with it a certain presence, a national presence, that kind of interest. Gives you a lot of read on a player, and I think it does give you a read on a player. You look so much at what's inside people, not just how fast they run the 40, or you certainly can look at their careers on tape or be familiar with them having scouted them. But I think it tells you a lot about somebody to play in these games and competitively compete in these games. I understand the idea that the risk-reward relative to getting injured, but it's impressive to me to see a player go out there and compete. Let me say this. Dak Prescott, the one thing about him was the fact that he will compete. He would when he was coming out of college, and he didn't back away from anything, whether it's a Senior Bowl or what. So I think you get a read for what's inside sometimes on these guys playing or not playing.
Now, Jerry, you mentioned that we have a nice crowd here at Buffalo Wild Wings where we're hanging out, but it's not going to be anywhere near AT&T Stadium tomorrow evening. Obviously, big game, but also Jimmy Johnson going into the Ring of Honor. I mean, there's a lot of things that I'd love to talk about here, but what's your fondest memory of working with Jimmy?
Oh, I think, as you know, we go all the way back to college when we were initially playing as sophomores and juniors. And when we get together, we'll often refer back to a couple of things that happened. We've got a little smile. We've got some things we smile about that went on when we were in college, as anybody would. But that's where I got to know him. And, of course, when he came to Dallas with me, when I bought the team and he joined me here, I said at that time that Jimmy was worth 5 Heisman trophies. Now, I've got hyperbole and I've got those type of ways I express myself, but I had that kind of really appreciation for his skill level and had really hoped that would transcend and did into the pro level. But we both got to be a part of something that changed our lives. We had gotten to be a part of something in our collegiate career that changed our lives. And I'm not exaggerating. And so somebody I knew, somebody that I felt like I could really get in and work with, and we both were getting in something that we hadn't had experience in. Neither one of us had been in pro football. And so it was a new thing, and obviously things didn't go that to the way we had it planned those first few years. But those are the kinds of things that bond you. Those are the kinds of things that give you resolve and ultimately turned out for an experience that just is an experience of a lifetime. So I have nothing but appreciation for him. You know, a lot of people think that we're contentious. The facts are that I don't think we've ever had a contentious meeting in our life. Really. I don't think we ever have. And those weren't that wasn't the relationship at all.
So, Jerry, you obviously know the coach on the other side for the Lions, Dan Campbell, former Dallas Cowboy. They're having a great year. You can take this in different places, but did you know that Dan Campbell was going to be a future head coach in the NFL when he was a tight end for the Cowboys?
Well, I don't know that I would think that head coach. I will say, I don't know that I wouldn't think head coach either, because he has very similar aura and very similar way that he approaches the game as Jason Witten. And, of course, when I think of Jason Witten, I see someone that could potentially be a great head coach at any level. And, of course, he is at the high school level right now. But those guys, their body language speaks to football. And they don't know the easy way. There's an old adage in football. It's called running around the block. And the idea is that if somebody's trying to block you, don't run around it, because that means that's where the ball carrier will go if you run around. You take the path of resistance, the path of the most resistance, not the least resistance. That's Dan Campbell. To me, I hate to usually get in trouble comparing people, but Jason Witten never, one time, and Dan didn't either, take the path of least resistance. That's the most important quality in my mind mentally that a football coach or a football player can have.
Now, Jerry, earlier this morning on these airwaves, Coach Mike McCarthy said that one of the things that he's learned about himself this year was, as a play caller, just, maybe keep it simple more often. What have you learned about your head coach this year and your team this season thus far? He's done outstanding. He's the hardest worker. He's the busiest person in the organization. It's a big job, head coach as well as the coordinator that calls the plays. There's no adage. If you to call the plays, you need to install the plays. You need to be the installer to be the caller. And, of course, that takes a lot of time. And he has that kind of respect from the team. He leads because of that. And, of course, Mike is a proven coach that has gone up through the ranks, earned his stripes. He's smart, and he has a genuineness about him that the players follow. I can't say enough about the job he's doing, and we're in no small part pushed up here. I call it being pushed up. We're in a position with a fairly good health. We're in a position to really do some good when we get into the playoffs. This is, of course, a game that, under the circumstances with having lost the last two, that we want to, we have all the incentive in the world to let it all hang out, so to speak. And for all the reasons, Mike really will espouse to that kind of effort against these Detroit Lions. We need to do whatever it takes to win this ball game.
So obviously Detroit has a lot of star players. I was listening to Marcus Spears speak very highly of Aiden Hutchinson. Is that a player that worries you tomorrow night?
Absolutely he does. He's hard to block, and he has to be accounted for when the offense thinks about running a play. And that's all the more reason to hope that we have a full complement in our offensive line back, Tyron Smith, and get that continuity back. Anytime we haven't had Tyron, we've struggled, and so hopefully we'll have him tomorrow. But yes, Hudson bothers me.
You said hopefully. About how confident are you that you will have Tyron Smith tomorrow evening?
Well, I feel good. I feel good, but I don't know. But I will tell you, I feel good about it. They're feeling good about it across the board. Trainers, coaches, Tyron, they're all feeling good about it.
On the other side, Ross St. Brown is having a great year at wide receiver. Detroit runs the ball up the middle. What will be the concentration of the defense to stop what first?
Well, I think that we will, first of all, have to respect that quarterback who has I've always respected. We thought a lot of him. I remember being at his private workouts out there in San Francisco, and watched him work out then and thought he was just a natural thrower, and really thought highly of him enough that would have possibly made him quarterback of the Cowboys if things had been different and things had fallen that way. So Goff is somebody that we've got to really deal with. And, I just think they're an overall complete team, and I don't know that any part of it on the field makes you comfortable.
Now, Jerry, this defense, to start of the season, it seemed like, and honestly for the last few years, it seems like they've gotten takeaways like water, and it seems that that's dried up a little bit. Is there anything in particular in that you see, or is that something that you anticipate maybe coming back soon?
Well, I see the result of it, and when you don't have those takeaways, it's an uphill battle, especially if you're making the kinds of mistakes that are the equivalent of takeaway. That fumble we had at the goal line was very damning and hurt, and but that's what takeaways do. And so we play for takeaways. We play for those big plays. We just got to, and you need to count on them. They're a big part of compromising or minimizing the other team's attributes. You get those turnovers, that's a big swing.
So Micah Parsons has spoken a lot about the lack of holding calls against him. I asked Brian Broaddus, who looks at the film tremendously, and he says he has a right to complain. He's getting held a lot. What can you do as a general manager and an owner to try to help out that situation and get the calls that Micah seems to be validated in what he should be getting?
We have a lot of things in place. Stephen Jones is on the competition committee and has great communication with everybody involved. And certainly we're vocal with everybody concerned as to the issue. And I think it has everything to do with Micah's skill level. And I think he creates a unique situation regarding the philosophy of calling holding calls. And that's about all I'll say about it. But the point is that I, too, believe he ought to be getting more holding calls.
It's one of those things, Jerry, where I'm obviously former baseball player, where a lot of times sometimes a pitching coach or manager would tell me, hey, let me take care of the umpire. If they're screwing you over, you do your job. I'm going to do my job in trying to protect you and get the calls correct. Is that something that Coach McCarthy or Dan Quinn or somebody like you have said, Micah, let us try to take care of that and you don't worry about it?
Well, I don't know that that's enough. I think you want to encourage Micah to continue his play style, and I'm not really worried about that. That's built in him. So the big thing is just keep on keeping on. Don't change that. Don't change that style, and give us reason to and him reason to complain. There's nothing wrong with what he's doing. Matter of fact, it's all good. And so we've just got to make sure that equitably that he is being shown for what he is. We used to really spend a lot of time. DeMarcus Ware looked like he was offside every snap. It was because he was so quick. And he really, that count, when it came, boy, he didn't anticipate it. He just was quick off the ball. And so we had to continually remind officials that he's not offsides. He's just quick when the ball is snapped. And so we just need to continue pushing, and that's a team effort. That's not a assigned effort or to necessarily say to Micah, we'll take care of that, because we just got to make sure that Micah gets his due as to his skill level relative to this holding matter.
Jerry, you've made note of how the physicality of this team is something that you guys were concerned about coming into the season, that you made efforts to address. But this week, you let go of linebacker Rashaan Evans in order to, accommodate Matt Waletzko coming back from injured reserve. What made you confident in being able to make that move when you have kind of a light linebacker room right now?
Well, the main thing is that we needed the depth in the offensive line, and fortunate to have it. Waletzko's been really improving, And we have other depth there that we need. Unquestionably, that's to me, that's why you have a practice squad. That's why you have the overall depth that you have, and you're continually adjusting that, either from picking someone up in free agency or from your practice squad. And that's what that was the case of. We needed the depth more than we needed him at linebacker, obviously. I wouldn't have done it.
So, Jerry, my last question to you is, we just celebrated Christmas. Was there a favorite Christmas present that you received this year, or a favorite Christmas present that you gave this year?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm having lots of fun with, always do, these grandkids of mine. They're not kids anymore. They're young adults. And I can't get my hands around them. They've got more coming at me than you can imagine. They have a lot of fun with me. They have a very, I'm glad they are comfortable with me, but I get a lot of tricks played on me, and have a lot of fun. I'm capable of tricking them back too. So we have a lot of fun. We get to spend time. I get to spend time with them because of the football, the Cowboys, things like that. I'm a very lucky man when it comes to spending time with his family.
Jerry, right before we let you go here, do you have can you give us a little insight into the Jimmy Johnson Ring of Honor ceremony? Anything special maybe coming up?
Well, again, thank you for asking that again, and it's going to be great to see. Going to be heavily participated by ex-players that played on those teams, and certainly looking forward to seeing some of the staff. Particularly interesting that his crew from Fox, this is a ESPN game, ABC ESPN game, but the Fox crew is going to be here at the game to recognize their affinity for Jimmy and their years of working together. So it's just a great group. They mean a lot to Jimmy. The Fox crew does. And, of course, obviously his former players and coaches mean a lot to him. And then from everybody's perspective, it'll just feel good to remember that we got to be a part of something that was probably bigger than any individual. And no one appreciates that more than Jimmy. So it'll be a great day. I hope we're doing our part and have to do a good job with Detroit. That'd be very important to the atmosphere out here.
Yeah, we're looking forward to the team getting it done on the field as well. Jerry, we appreciate your time every week, and we look forward to talking to you in the new year.
You bet, guys. Let's get these lines, all right?
Yes, sir. Jerry Jones, owner, general manager of your Dallas Cowboys, joins us every week on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It is the KNC Masterpiece here. Mike, Buffalo Wild Wings, how's it been treating you? Because this is my first time being able to be out here.
Yeah, so, I mean, we have a great crowd already. It's 10:49 here in Burleson, and obviously right around 11:30, obviously it gets going a lot more as people start thinking about what they're going to have for lunch. So hopefully they'll join us at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson, and I'll just be honest, I'm the one who's been giving away stuff lately.
Nice.
And I try to do it pretty early because a lot of people who come early, they might not be able to stay till 2 p.m., so we're giving away Cowboys T-shirts and hats and mini helmets and Funko Pops and obviously Dallas Cowboy tickets to tomorrow night's game. You register. You don't have to be here. If you get here and you register, you don't have to be here, let's say at 2 p.m., to then receive the tickets.
Okay.
And look, I'm not smart enough to know when the drawing happens and everything, but this will be happening quick because they have to get these people the tickets to be able to go to the game tomorrow night.
That's right. So the swag you got to be here for.
Yes.
And we got a good group of folks out here already. Make sure you make it out to the Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson.
If you
check out your MapQuest, as Mike says.
Yes, check out your MapQuest or Google Maps or what the Waze. Or whatever, but
that's right.
If you are not here when I draw your name for, let's say, a Cowboys T-shirt, I do call you a loser just because you lost and you don't get that. So then I have to draw another name. So just know if you don't stay here for the shirts and the hats and stuff, you are a loser in that I drew your name and you don't win that deal.
And you never want to be a loser, do you?
Usually not.
Even though you said what are the instances where you do want to be a loser?
Well, let's say you're trying to get Victor Wembanyama. The Spurs were intentional losers
Fair
at
enough.
the end of last year to try to give themselves the best odds to get a great draft pick. So there are times where you try to be a loser. Sometimes I feel like if you are in a discussion with your spouse, you might decide, you know what, I'm just going to take the loss here, and I will be a loser overall to be a winner.
Is that inspired by real life? Do we
Oh,
have
for
to talk about
sure,
anything
for sure. There's
here?
a time, I think, in everybody's relationship where you go, you know what? I'm done fighting this fight. I will now become a loser to ultimately become a winner.
Nothing recent, though, right? We don't have to.
Oh, I feel like there's always discussions where you're just like, you know what? It's not worth it. There has to be that in your life too, Reggie.
Sure, yeah, no, pick your battles, right?
Yeah.
You can't fight everything. You mentioned Victor Wembanyama. He had a 30-point game last night.
You know, I haven't been following him that closely. I mean, I know that right now Chet Holmgren is the favorite to win the Rookie of the Year in a weird way because he didn't play last year. So those are kind of the two people fighting for Rookie of the Year. I'm surprised that Wembanyama hasn't led to a few more wins for the Spurs.
They're still figuring out how to play with him. Like, it feels, and obviously we're still not even halfway through the season, but early on in the season, it felt like the guys didn't know to get him the basketball, which seems nonsensical, right? You have a monster on the court with you throwing the basketball, but I think they're just now learning to get him the basketball and seeing the ways that he'll pass the ball to them and then also just make their jobs easier.
And that being said, that's enough Spurs talk here in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Were you encouraged, though, that Jerry said that he feels confident? He's used the word hopeful, which made me kind of recoil because I know earlier today Mike McCarthy said that they feel, very confident that he'll play.
I think yesterday listening to Broadus, this morning listening to Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan, just now listening to Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan, Tyron Smith is going to be starting tomorrow night. Now, Jonathan Hankins sounds like he isn't.
No.
Like that's I'd say 99% sure he isn't, which is worrisome. If you want to bully the Cowboys, Jonathan Hankins at times can stop that and seems to be the only person on defense for the Dallas Cowboys who can sometimes stop the bullying of other teams. So it'll be interesting. Those first few plays that Detroit has the ball, will they try to establish we are going to bully you to death? Because Buffalo bullied the Cowboys to death.
Yeah.
San Francisco bullied the Cowboys to death. In a way, the Arizona Cardinals bullied the Cowboys to death. So it'll be interesting to see, will Detroit try to bully the Dallas Cowboys early in the game?
You know what? That's a question that we can ask our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. We'll talk to him next right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
You're damn right, it's the KNC Masterpiece live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Make some noise for me. We've got a great group of folks hanging out with us. You want to come and join us in Burleson, Buffalo Wild Wings. Myself, Reginald Atula, Mike Bassick here with me. Mike, how you feeling? How's it going?
Doing great. Already giving away a CeeDee Lamb Funko Pop and a Dallas Cowboys hat. We have a Patrick Mahomes, Tony Pollard jersey to give away. I don't know.
Okay.
And a couple Cowboys T-shirts, still more Cowboys hats and Funko Pops, and we are giving away Dallas Cowboys Detroit Lions tickets for the Jimmy Johnson Ring of Honor ceremony, the last Cowboys home game of the year. So get to Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson if you'd like the opportunity to go to the Cowboys game tomorrow night, and obviously to come see Reggie. His first time ever at a Buffalo Wild Wings.
I mean, well, for the broadcast, I've been to a Buffalo Wild Wings before.
Okay, good.
That'd be weird if it's just like never eaten wings before. This is a new concept.
Is wings on I know we got to get to Mickey Spagnola, so real quick. Wings, where does that rank on your list of foods?
Very high.
Yeah.
Although I don't do boneless wings. I was about to call them boneless wild wings.
Chicken nuggets.
That's right. Yeah, it feels like it's a premium.
All right, Mickey. Let's get to Mickey.
Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com. Mickey, if you have an option between boneless wings or bone-in wings, where do you go?
Oh, bone in.
Yeah, thank you.
I might as well
Smart
just
man.
go order chicken breast if I want.
That's
bone.
right.
No bone.
Look, they're not even wings.
Yeah, it's chicken nuggets, but they taste good.
They do taste, and you know what? They come in handy for times like this when it's like I probably shouldn't use my hands and touch on all this equipment. Then you can use a fork. It's great.
So, Mickey.
Yes.
It sounds very optimistic that Tyron Smith is going to be starting at tackle for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I think it does, and I think Jerry kind of, spilled the beans to you for sure.
Yeah.
If he's that optimistic, then he knows that Tyron, will play, and I think that's probably somewhat of a relief, especially to Dak Prescott. It's one less thing he probably has to worry about on that side of the line. But then Terrence Steele better strap it on, because then Hutchinson will be on his side probably the most of the game.
So now that you've watched Detroit play football this week, what scares you the most about this 11-4 team?
That the fact that they are very proficient running the football. And they got a two-headed monster with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. And it's kind of their version of thunder and lightning. I think one of the Cowboy players compared it to Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard. They're number 3 in the league in rushing offense, averaging 141 yards a game rushing. So that's the thing I think that worries me most about the Lions, and it's something that the Cowboys have to be much better at. We still have the lingering thoughts of 266 that Buffalo put on them, and even though they held Miami to 91 yards rushing, they didn't do a very good job down the stretch of stopping that last possession. So I'm sure, knowing Dan Campbell, his philosophy of offense, he wants the big boy pants on, and I'm sure he will come at him running the football.
Reggie, before I get to you here, that's my thought, Mickey, is I want to see that first drive for Detroit and see if they're going to try to really run the ball hard up the middle to establish we're going to try to bully you the way that we saw Buffalo, San Francisco, and in a different way Arizona do it to start the game off.
Yeah, and some of the teams, did it differently, but I think the majority of them, you set up the middle. I'm worried about the edge because that's what I think they've been susceptible to, that the defensive ends haven't mined the end and keep the things going up the middle. They've let them get outside. And I think Micah Parsons has to do a much better job of just thinking that he's crashing in all the time. He's got to be able to hold down the edge. And I'm sure that they will test that first and foremost.
Now, Mickey, in regards to the Lions' run game, I'm wondering how deep you got into looking at this. Has there been anyone that's made it difficult on them, running the football? And
I don't know about that part of it, but I just know the games that I've watched, I was saying, oh, the Cowboys going to have their hands full when they have to play Detroit with their ability to run the football the way I saw, and not only just power but with speed too. And I think that's one of the things that they have to take into account. If I look at their stats right now, 8 straight games, the last 8 games, they've rushed for at least 115 yards with highs of, get this, 222, 200, 140, 142, 140, 148, 143. So that'll be a huge challenge for this defense, and and obviously they make no bones about it what they want to do. I think in this last game against Minnesota, when they ended up rushing for 143, they ran it 36 times. So the fewest times in that 8-game stretch that they've run it has been 22 against Chicago. So, they better strap it on because they're going to come right at them. And Dan, that's just the kind of football he wants to play.
Yeah, kneecap biting.
So I guess exactly.
What I'm taking from this analysis that we're doing here with you, Mickey, is that the offense is going to need to be a part of the defense, be efficient, be good. Earlier today, Mike McCarthy on Sean and RJ was talking about, and I found this question or this answer really interesting when they asked him as a play caller what he's learned about himself, and he talked about basically keeping it simple. What do you take from that kind of response from Mike McCarthy as you look at it through the lens of this offense this year?
Well, keeping it simple, fine, and nothing fancy, basic plays. But to me, get it going early. Sort of, way they nearly did, short of the fumble at the goal line against Miami, right? First possession, drive right down the ball, down at the 1-yard line. Second possession, drive right down and score a touchdown. I just think it's very imperative for this team to get leads and get them early and make teams play catch-up. And then maybe they get themselves out of sorts and say, oh, we can't just be running the ball. If we're not running it in the end zone, we got to start throwing. And that feeds into what this defense does best, right? Rush the quarterback and get interceptions. So to me, once again, like they did against Miami, if you win the toss, I want the ball. And let this offense get going right away. And don't worry about double possessions and all that stuff, because then that stuff doesn't happen, right? Like it didn't happen against Buffalo. And they gave up the ball because they deferred, and then Buffalo goes right down and scored, and now you're playing from behind.
Do you think if Detroit wins the coin flip that they will defer, or do you think that they will say what you're thinking and say, no, we want the ball first because we saw how Buffalo established the game flow, the feeling of the game having the ball first?
So I think that would be what they would do if they were playing at home. Sometimes coaches think it's easier when the crowd's all revved up, going crazy, and then there'll be a touchback right on the opening kickoff.
Right.
But it's easier to go out and play defense because the crowd doesn't affect you playing defense. It'll be quiet, so the Cowboys have the ball, right?
Okay.
But if we take the ball first, then we're going to hear from 93,000 people. Although I guarantee you there'll be a bunch of Lions fans at this game because people from Michigan, from Detroit, moved to Dallas-Fort Worth to get out of the winters, right? They don't want to live there. They come down here. It's a lot nicer. So people say, wow, the Lions fans travel. No, they don't travel. They live here. I mean, don't you go to a Rangers game and see all the, Tiger fans that are there?
Yeah, John Radigan.
Yeah.
He moved from Michigan.
Hey, once us guys from the north
also.
find there's an alternative to winter, you rarely go back, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know if that would factor into his mindset. But again, if you're just going to try to run the ball, it might be easier to do that if you take the ball first.
Well, Mick, I know I don't want to end this too quickly, but I have the Cowboys winning 30-24. The spread is 5.5, which I found that to be a higher spread, but I don't know. I have a good feeling the Cowboys just play great at home. Does that continue?
Yes, I think home will matter, and this is kind of scary because we almost got the same thing. I was thinking Cowboys win 30-22.
Within that, can I ask you, do you think that a turnover comes in? Because it's been something that's fascinated me. We were talking about DeRon Bland as Defensive Player of the Year behind all the turnovers and touchdowns that he was creating, and that's obviously the defense as a whole. We've seen that kind of dry up a little bit. Are you anticipating that coming
Well,
back?
it dries up when you're not getting pressure on opposing quarterbacks, right? And they haven't done a very good job of that. I mean, only one sack last week. And not, maybe a handful of quarterback hits. So they need sacks, and they need them from other people. It can't be just Micah Parsons. And it's been a while. Now, he split one last week with Dorrance Armstrong. But they need something from other guys to put pressure on opposing quarterbacks. They've given these quarterbacks these last couple games way too much time in the pocket. If I remember, they didn't sack Josh Allen, did they? I don't believe they did. And only had one this
We all
last
try to
week.
forget that game. That's one we
Right?
want to erase from our minds.
Yeah, and so getting pressure on Goff, if you get pressure on Goff, he may throw you one. But they've done a decent job of protecting him for most of the season. So I think that's one of the things when you talk about turnovers, well, where do they occur? Well, they occur usually in the pocket. He's been sacked 34 times this year. That's kind of average. That's not really that bad. I bet Dak's sacked about 30-some times also. So they've got but to do that, to get pressure, you have to stop the run. So you're not sitting there going, oh, my gosh, they're going to run. I don't know. Dak's been sacked 37 times. So, again, stopping the run and then getting pressure on opposing quarterbacks. But I do agree with you. Their offense has been really good, and you better score some points. Don't be coming out of this game with 20.
Michigan versus Texas on January 8th, or do you have it different? Since I don't know, I guess you'll be on Monday because I'm not going to be here Monday.
I think Texas is going to win that game.
Ooh. Texas beats Washington. Do you think Michigan beats Alabama?
I do not.
Okay, so it's a rematch of Alabama-Texas.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be delicious?
Yeah, I'm in on that. I like Jalen Milroe, big playmaker. That'll be really fun to watch.
I'm glad you didn't ask me what was going to happen tonight.
No problem. No problem. We don't have to do that. But what I will ask you about is obviously Saturday is a big game for the Cowboys on the field when it comes to playing, but also Jimmy Johnson going in the Ring of Honor. How excited are you for that portion of this?
Yeah, I think it's going to be neat because we're going to take a walk back in history, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think we talked about it yesterday. People, there'll be a lot of people at the game that maybe never got a chance to see Jimmy Johnson coach the Cowboys, right? So the fact that, we're going to wake up the ghosts from Super Bowl past, I think it's going to be neat. It's going to be neat. There's going to be 23 former players in attendance. 13 of the Ring of Honor guys are going to be in attendance. Troy Aikman's going to be there, doing the game. Michael Irvin will be there if CeeDee Lamb breaks his single-season reception record. So yeah, I think it's a good deal of looking at bringing back past history, but possibly setting some present history, assuming CD can catch 3 passes, break Michael's record. The Cowboys can go 8-0 at home for the first time in more than 40 years. And still have a chance to win the division. So yeah, I think it's going to be a neat historical night that people will remember. And you bring back all those past memories with all those players there. They're going to have a press conference before the game, and I'm sure those guys will have a little reunion thing somewhere at AT&T Stadium. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty neat night. Now you just got to win.
Yeah, you do. Well, I mean, in that end, you did say that a lot of people hadn't seen Jimmy Johnson coach the Cowboys. Do you think we can get him a headset and maybe
put him on the sideline? Yeah. Well, he might be able to help with defense. Offensively, remember, this team didn't get going until he hired Norv Turner as his offensive coordinator.
Fair enough, Mickey. We always appreciate you spending a little time with us. We got your prediction already, right?
Yeah,
so,
I did.
We appreciate you taking some time. We'll catch you in the new year.
Okay, see you guys. Good being with you this week.
Absolutely. It was great having you. DallasCowboys.com columnist Mickey Spagnola joins us every day on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some Forgiveness Friday. Does Bill O'Brien deserve forgiveness? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next on The Fan.
You are officially a
And we're back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. And if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan, coming to you live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Myself, Reginald Atatula, and for Kevin and Corey, who have the day off, or the week off, rather. Mike Bassett making sure to keep it stable.
They made me work.
That's right.
I'm happy to. I had a good break.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to get back. Unfortunately, the Cowboys have lost 2 games.
Because you weren't here.
Because I wasn't here.
Yeah.
So I expect them to win tomorrow night.
I do too. And we'll talk more about that here at the top of the hour, where we'll do Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. Get into that portion of it. But right now it's time to do a little Forgiveness Friday. Please forgive me. So I'm going to start in Forgiveness Friday.
Okay.
Because please forgive me. I have not been on top of this Shout Out Friday thing.
Okay.
I'm still trying to get a feel for it, handling all the things, saying hi to all the great people that have come out to Buffalo Wild Wings here in Burleson. And I need to keep up on my shout-outs, so keep texting those in, 877-881-1053. Now, when it comes to Forgiveness Friday and who might need forgiveness, this piece of audio was kind of fascinating. It came through because, we're still in this time where Bowl Week actually matters. Well, matters in quotes, because Bowl Week, leading up to every one of these bowls, there's like 5-6 days of media where these guys are in a hotel ballroom and answering questions from the likes of us. And once we get into this college football playoff expansion, there's going to be less of this, right? There's going to be the semifinals and all these things. And you're not going to have 6 days before the game.
So my son is getting into sports pretty heavily.
Mm-hmm.
He's 15 years old. He's a freshman. He was super confused. He's like, why do they have a month off from the last time they played? And so there won't be a month off anymore, right? I mean, they won't go, hey, here's the Big Ten championship game or that Michigan-Ohio State game, which is such a huge game. And then the next time they play is 5 weeks later. So I'm assuming everybody will get a week off after conference championship games. And then you have to kind of start the round of 12, right? I mean, I know 4 teams will get a bye, but you have to start it off pretty quick next year. You can't give them 5 weeks off. They're not going to establish, hey, January 1st will be round 1. Like, I don't think they're going to take this till almost February in football, right?
I think maybe a couple of weeks, because I think they still want to get to, obviously, these New Year's Six bowls, but I think a couple of weeks just to give it a little bit more time.
Okay.
But yeah, I think you're right in that regard.
It is weird. I mean, when you think about it, the last time UT has played, I always feel like there could be some rustiness that you haven't played in a competitive football environment for over a month or close to a month.
But some of the benefit of making a bowl game is you get that extra practice time. So I think that also factors in. But I mentioned that to say for not the Sugar Bowl, the Rose Bowl between Alabama and Michigan, that'll be played, obviously, L.A., Pasadena. And
4 o'clock our time? I think so. I think it's 4 and 8, I think, because my mom was actually asking me about kind of the New Year's Day thing, because I will definitely have about 8 hours of sitting down and watching football, I think, on New Year's Day / night.
It's a great way to spend time, just sitting on your keister, watching television. But Jalen Milroe, quarterback of Alabama, was talking during media, and Rodrigo, you got this cut for me, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. And he was asked about Bill O'Brien comes up in the conversation. Rodrigo, am I setting this up right, or do I need to set this up differently?
No, you're setting it up perfectly.
Okay, here we go. Let's play the audio.
Shoot, all my life, even when I was in college, my own offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien, told me I shouldn't play quarterback. So, there's a lot of things I can, have motivation on, and that is something I have motivation from.
What was your reaction to Bill O'Brien telling you that you shouldn't play quarterback? Do you remember how you felt when he said that?
How would you feel if I told you suck?
Probably wouldn't like it.
Okay then, so that's exactly how I felt, you know what I'm saying? So like, biggest thing for me, be true to myself and, stay the same. Nothing changed about me. Only thing that changed me was I had the opportunity and I seized it. And so for me, the biggest thing was just stay true to myself and, I had a bigger purpose than anyone's opinion.
is there a position he wanted you to play or said you should be this position or that position, or he just?
He told me a bunch of benches I could have switched to, but look where I'm at right now. So, you know what I'm saying? So who gets the last laugh?
Jalen Milroe getting them last laugh there, talking about Bill O'Brien, former offensive coordinator at Alabama, now the offensive coordinator at with the New England Patriots.
Oh, he's doing a bad job there.
Does he deserve forgiveness for telling Jalen Milroe that he should not be playing quarterback?
Yes, he should get forgiven. He's a quarterback at college football, but people are going to have different opinions, and I'm glad that the quarterback at Alabama stuck with it. I don't know. I haven't seen him in mock drafts. I don't know how. Does he have another year or two left at Alabama?
I think Milroe's got more time.
Yeah, so I think he can go back and keep improving. Look, I will always say I deserve forgiveness for this one, or like, hey, I was wrong. When I watched Jalen Hurts play quarterback at Alabama, I thought there's no way he's going to be an NFL quarterback. Even when he went to Oklahoma, I was like, well, yeah, this is what you do. When you go to Oklahoma, everybody is great in this system. Nobody fails in this system. They're all really good. It doesn't mean he can play quarterback at an NFL level. I was wrong. Jalen Hurts is a good NFL quarterback. He was great last year. He's been good this year, but he is way better than I ever thought. So there's going to be times where you're wrong. And it does hurt. I like the way that he answered it, because I always remember when I was pitching for the Washington Nationals, Jim Bowden was the general manager then. He always criticized me and always said I was bad at it. It doesn't make you feel good when your general manager making the main decisions on your team is always telling you that even though you did good, you're still not good.
Well, you showed him too.
Well, he showed me in the end. He intentionally ended my career, so I will always hate him for that, no matter what. I mean, he told Tim Foley, my AAA manager, he said, stop pitching him. Do not pitch him anymore unless the game is out of hand and you just have to. So, I mean, he asked me to be the pre- and post-game host for the Washington Nationals in 2008, and I said, but I want to still pitch. I'm under contract to pitch. And he's like, well, I don't want you to pitch anymore. And I said, well, you can release me then. And I had $75,000 guaranteed in my contract. He said, I will release you if you release the $75,000 we owe you. And I said, no, that was established when I signed this contract, that I get this money even if you release me. And at that point, I didn't know, but I didn't know how bad of a human being he was. I was told by plenty of people how bad of a human he was. He made sure to end my career. And at that point, I never got another decent offer to pitch again. So thanks a lot, Jim. Yeah, thanks good job to Alabama quarterback for believing in himself, sticking with what he believed he could do.
And look, it's fun to watch. He's really mobile, throws the deep ball incredibly well. It's tough. So we'll have an opportunity to see him.
Do you think Alabama's going to win?
I'm starting to think so because of that ability, that deep play ability. The Michigan safeties ain't seen nothing where they've had to play that far back. They played Big Ten football, which is not requiring you to go deep and deal with that type of receiver.
Michigan only has had one team that they've played that's been really good in Ohio State.
Would you like to call Penn State good?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
I feel like what Alabama did after losing to Texas, and Texas is a very good team, they had to play. Whether you think they're great or not, I do think LSU would be the second best team in the Big Ten. I do think that there's quite a few teams. Georgia would definitely be, if not the best team in the Big Ten, the second best team in the Big Ten. So I think recently Alabama has had to play much tougher games, and I'm wondering, we saw last year Michigan play TCU and not play their best football because they played Big Ten football. So I love Derek Holland, and, I'm rooting for Michigan, not like I'm a strong Michigan fan. I'll be rooting for Michigan over Alabama, but I have a feeling, too, that Alabama is going to figure out a way how to win that game.
Okay. Look, man, Forgiveness Friday, we're doing that right here, and y'all are not texting in right now. Maybe everybody's just had like a good holiday season and don't need forgiveness for nothing, but I have a feeling that y'all had some coal in your stocking. Come on. 877-881-1053 from the 972. I deserve forgiveness because on both of Brandon Aubrey's missed extra points, I called it right before he kicked it, shouting out miss. Why would you do that?
Okay.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Like, what did you stand to gain from that?
I don't know.
What a jerk.
Now, Do Ranger fans need forgiveness? Obviously, I get to cover the Rangers. I love the Rangers. They just won the World Championship.
That's true.
The offseason isn't over. In fact, in a weird way, we are 6.5 weeks from the Rangers reporting to spring training. Pitchers and catchers are 6.5 weeks away.
Weird to hear.
Yet 90% of free agents are still on the market, if not about 80%. 80 to 90%. If you look at Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery, Justin Turner, you can just go down the list of how many free agents. I feel like I've gotten quite a few Ranger fans getting frustrated with this offseason. And so do they need forgiveness for being frustrated before January 1st with the Texas Rangers offseason after becoming the world champions of baseball?
Yeah, because it harshed the vibe, right? Like, you were riding these waves of, World Series championship and parade, and it's like, all right, man, spent money the last couple of off seasons, cool. And then, some unforeseen circumstances when it comes to the TV contract has put you in a place
Right.
where a GM that you got really comfortable with and is going to be somewhat aggressive has felt somewhat passive. And it probably isn't his fault, but you're in this place where you're like, I want to do that. Plus, we're greedy as human beings, man. You got to win. And it's like, let's go get another one. One's not enough anymore. And so it feels like you're almost having to resign yourself and content yourself with, all right, one is good, and nobody wants that.
I did see this quote, and it might be a quote from weeks ago, but I did see where Bruce Bochy said, I didn't come here just to win one championship.
That's right.
I love that. Now, I'm not saying they're going to win the World Series next year, but I've had to feel like I'm saying this to all Ranger fans. Let's let the next 5 to 6 weeks play out and see what they take to spring training. I do still think the Rangers could make a trade or two, could sign a couple more free agents. Maybe not the biggest names in the world, but I don't think that the Rangers are done with their offseason right now. I do think you're going to be very excited once everybody reports to spring training with the team that they have.
How much of that is also just like the Dallas fan of it all, as opposed to not just the Rangers themselves, but we've gone through off seasons where the Mavs have done stuff, but maybe not enough, or not even done things, or the Cowboys have not made the move that we necessarily wanted to see. How much of that you think is just Dallas fans in general looking up and being like, "Come on, guys, do something"?
Yes, I think there's always in every offseason, whoever it is, right?
Sure.
Stars, Mavs, Rangers, Cowboys, do something. In this case, the Rangers did win the championship. So I would say they are bringing back most of the championship team. There obviously are a lot of injuries in your rotation that they hope and are optimistic come back after the All-Star break.
Forgiveness Friday from the 940. I need forgiveness for believing that the Cowboys will let me down like they have the last 28 years. You're forgiven. I understand where that comes from, but hey, you've laid it out pretty nicely that, the hope is what gets you.
Yeah, and Christmas Eve, my father said this, who's been a Cowboy fan since day one of the Dallas Cowboys. As a little kid, would go to the Cotton Bowl with his brothers and dad as season ticket holders. He said, I just feel like since Troy and Emmett and Michael left, there's no chance they're ever going to win again. Like, they can be good, but they're just not going. They don't have Troy and Michael and Emmett, so they'll be good, but they don't have Troy, Michael, and Emmett. And I'm like, I get it. I mean, that's where I'm at, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope that we somehow go to Las Vegas in a month to cover the Super Bowl of the Dallas Cowboys versus the whoever it is.
That's right.
But, yeah, at this point, I would say it looks tough for the Dallas Cowboys to accomplish the ultimate goal of this season.
All right, Mike, I need your help here as a sports arbiter from the 214. I deserve forgiveness because I was given Stars ticket within 10 rows of the ice, and I will be decked out in Blackhawks gear.
Oh,
forgiveness,
really?
yes or no?
Well, if you're a Chicago Blackhawks fan and have been your whole life, you don't need forgiveness. If somehow, some way, you've decided you are going to wear Chicago Blackhawks gear and you're not a Blackhawks fan, that would be really weird. I still haven't got a Dallas Stars jersey. I still need to get a Dallas Stars jersey.
I believe we call those sweaters, sir.
Oh, sweaters. Sorry, that is correct.
No, the people.
But I also feel like I want to cut the sleeves off of it, like that guy who does on ESPN. He cuts everything. The kicker, punter guy.
Oh, Pat McAfee.
Pat McAfee. So I want to get a Dallas Stars jersey. And
I feel like you would want your sleeves back once you end up at the.
I know, because it is. I have been to Stars games before. It is cool in the arena.
From the 214, Hunter Lipke needs forgiveness because I want more fullback dives in short yardage situations. You think that fumble is going to stop them from giving him the football?
I would not give him the football in that.
Even though on that same drive, you saw him really tilt the rock well.
I'd be like, give it to Tony Pollard.
Okay. All right.
mean, maybe Hunter Lipke's the better solution to short yardage, but I don't feel Tony Pollard is bad at it, and I do feel like he's healthy right now. I don't feel like Tony Pollard has been, correct me if I'm wrong, Reggie, do you feel like Tony Pollard has been used up or used so much this season that he could be having fatigue?
I wouldn't say so.
I don't think so either.
Well, I mean, he's going to have a heavy load in this game. Obviously, Rico Dowdle's out for this one.
Right.
And so it looks like you're going to have Deuce Vaughn up.
Oh, do you think he is going to be up? Because I feel like I haven't even heard Deuce Vaughn's name this week.
Mike McCarthy said he'll be up.
Okay. Alrighty.
And so he'll be there. Obviously, Lipke will be there. So you wonder if those guys will get some touches against the Lions.
I hope so. He's your K-State guy.
That's right. And he's been sidelined because he doesn't play special teams. It's time for him to shine.
All right.
K-State got a Pop-Tart.
That would
win.
be really cool. Could you
Let's do
imagine
it.
if somehow he has a good game Saturday night and all of a sudden you add this little extra weapon to your playoff arsenal and Deuce Vaughn?
Especially with the run game being so-so this year, that'd be a really nice addition.
Or like running back screenplay that he takes for like 26 yards.
When was the last
further.
time you saw like a successful Cowboys screenplay?
Can't tell you.
So, yeah, let's add that to the arsenal.
Okay.
That'd be really great. It's a KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. We're broadcasting live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Come out. We still got some giveaways. Obviously, also we're giving away tickets to Cowboys Lions. Jimmy Johnson having his induction into the Ring of Honor. That's courtesy of Miller Lite. So, yeah, get here before 2. Make sure that you sign in for that giveaway. But coming up next, we'll go around the entirety of the NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy on The Fan.
You just never know who might show up.
And we're back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year number 1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
From his own 19-yard line, motion by Conklin. Play action fake, throw over the middle. It's picked off. The Browns have it. 25, 20. It is Ronnie Hickman. He's to the 10. He's to the 5. He's to the pylon. He's in. Touchdown. A pick six for the rookie from Ohio State.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula alongside Mike Bassick. We're broadcasting live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Burleson, let everybody know, let everybody hear you. It's a great crowd out here in Burleson. We're having a good time. Eats, drinks, scenic views. What the?
Yeah.
Is that? No,
Hey,
that's the wrong thing, ain't it?
Trey
I'm
just
saying-
won a Cowboys T-shirt.
Did he?
Yeah, that's
Very nice.
another place, but it's good.
It is a different
They're
place.
sponsored by.
But there are eats.
105.3 The Fan.
There are
too.
eats and drinks and scenic views. Because you can see Mike wearing his Mike and Casey in the Masterpiece
Yes.
T-shirt that you've
So-
gotten a lot of.
Well,
let's say
Atolo
complaints is
made
the
this
wrong
for
word.
me the last time
Compliments is the word I was looking
I was at Buffalo Wild Wings near Texas Motor
Don't
Speedway.
shake your head, Ruben. I see you.
That's where I got this T-shirt as a Christmas gift, so I figured I'd wear it to the next time I was at a Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
And obviously, playing that highlight, it wasn't a Joe Flacco pass. I'm amazed how good he is at quarterback again. Like,
Well, let's talk about it as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Deep New Year's gravy.
Oh, New Year's
gravy.
I
I've
don't
never
know
heard of New
what's
Year's
different
gravy.
about New Year's gravy?
Yeah, what's old Year's gravy?
It tastes better, newer, fresher.
All right, sure. I'm willing to go with that. Also, I should let you know that as we played that highlight of the interception, the pick six that happened on Thursday Night Football, Derek Holland sent us a text that said, "That's right, Browns highlights," and also followed it up with Super Bowl with 3 exclamation points. So I'm sure that you.
All right.
I'm sure that you can imagine that Browns fan Derek Holland very happy as the Browns last night get a big win against the New York Jets. And I mean, maybe not a win because it's the New York Jets, but a win because they clinch a playoff berth. It's the first time in, actually, let me get this stat up because I don't want to get this wrong. But
They were in a few years ago.
Right, but it's the first time that they've been to the playoffs within 4 years since the 80s.
I just
believe,
remember
something like
they played Pittsburgh, and Ben Roethlisberger had a lot of turnovers.
that. Yeah, that was near the end of the Ben Roethlisberger thing. It was very evident that he was no longer good at football.
I believe this, and this is probably going to be against the team that I root for, is I do think Cleveland's going to win a playoff game. I think they're going to be the 5 seed, and they're going to get to play most likely, even though they're playing bad football, their schedule looks like they'll be able to still hold on. I think they'll play Jacksonville in the first round and beat Jacksonville.
Jacksonville does not look good right now, and the Browns do. The defense is incredible, but also Joe Flacco deserves a lot of credit for this. The stat that I was trying to give you, the Browns are going to the playoffs for the second time in 4 years, and that hasn't happened since the 80s, right? So there's that. Joe Flacco has been very good. In fact, he has more passing touchdowns, which is 16, than Deshaun Watson, who has 14 over the last 2 seasons.
That's amazing.
I mean,
I would have never, that was a major mistake. Let's be honest. Deshaun Watson was a major mistake by the Cleveland Browns.
He's looked better. He looked better this season, but it's really, I mean,
A fully guaranteed contract.
The fully guaranteed is a mistake in and of itself if you're viewing it from the ownership perspective. I'm sure the players were like, we had an opportunity to maybe get fully guaranteed contracts for quarterbacks. That failed, unfortunately, once you saw quarterbacks afterwards not being able to get that. But yeah, no, definitely from the ownership standpoint, you shouldn't have given him that contract.
Yeah.
Because now he's your quarterback for a long time.
Yeah, but Joe Flacco looks good enough that he's going to be able to win a playoff game. And yeah, I would be, to your point, the defense and the way that Joe Flacco is playing, I would be nervous if I was, let's say, the Baltimore Ravens or the Miami Dolphins and I had to play them in the second round. I'd say, hey, I would pick Baltimore, I would pick Miami to beat Cleveland in a playoff game.
Okay.
But I wouldn't say it's an easy matchup. I would say this is a tough matchup, and I could see Cleveland beating one of those teams. Could I see Cleveland winning 3 playoff games in a row on the road to go to the Super Bowl? I can't. But for Derek Holland's sake, I guess I will say, yeah, I guess that would be good. I'm sure the
Browns Super Bowl?
I'm sure that the NFL might not be super excited about a Joe Flacco Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, at this point, the NFL's not excited in general. There's a lot of their star quarterbacks that are either not playing well or just injured.
Yeah, I bet that they would want, though, Lamar Jackson or like a Josh Allen making the Super Bowl, or obviously a Patrick Mahomes, but I have no clue how Kansas City could pull that off.
Joe Flacco turning back the clock, even when the clock is kind of late. Thursday Night Football, it can be a late game. He was caught at one point during the broadcast kind of catching some Z's. His head, you know how your head bobs when you're falling asleep?
Okay.
Still threw 309 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception.
He was in the Super Bowl that he beat Colin Kaepernick. Am I correct?
Was that who they beat? I think that sounds
right. I'm pretty sure that's right. Like, that's how long ago when Joe Flacco was good at quarterback, he was taking on Colin Kaepernick in the Super Bowl. And it feels like a decade ago Colin Kaepernick was in the NFL. And I know
he was in the NFL a decade ago.
I know, but like, and I guess
you're technically correct, which, as we know, is the best kind of correct.
Yeah. So, anyways, congratulations, Joe. Congratulations, Cleveland. You guys look like you are going to be a problem in the playoffs, as in a problem for the other teams.
I love it. It'd be hilarious if it goes the other way with just a problem. 11-5 is not something I saw coming, especially because, I feel like the Joe Flacco addition helped them a ton because when you have a good defense and a bad offense, eventually that defense just gets tired of carrying the load.
When Deshaun Watson got hurt and was out for the year, I said, no way. Now, if Deshaun Watson would have stayed healthy all year, I could have seen 11-5 or 12-5 for the season, but I didn't see it when they had to go to multiple backup quarterbacks.
That's fair. That's fair. But they're here. 11-5, playoffs for only the third time since 1999.
I also feel like that game, not that I watched a ton of that game, but what they are doing and the record that they have, it does hurt Micah Parsons in Defensive Player of the Year because I do think Myles Garrett, what they're doing led by their defense, and I get what Joe's doing at quarterback, but Cleveland is going to make the playoffs and did make the playoffs because of their defense led by Myles Garrett. I think Myles Garrett is going to win Defensive Player of the Year.
And he deserves it. He hasn't been in those conversations a lot, even though he's been incredible just because that team had been bad. So good for the Arlington native, Myles Garrett, for getting some shine this season. As we continue in Gridiron Gravy, Brock Purdy talked about the Ravens game where it was not good. Right? Not good performance for him.
Worst game of his career.
Yeah, it's not been a long career, so it's easy to say that. Yeah. He said that, he chalks it up to just a learning experience. Said, quote, "It's tough to play a lot of football after you have 4 picks, especially when you're down versus that type of defense." I think that was the best experience for him, as Kyle Shanahan, how to feel that, to know what's happened, to know why it's happened, still have to go out there and sling it around and play. I think that's the best experience you can get from that game. Mike, how do you view that game for Brock Purdy? Like, are you one of those people that's like, okay, there's the flaw that we've been waiting to see, or is that just kind of a bad game that you chalk it up and you move on?
More bad game and move on, but you did see a way to beat San Francisco. And now, look, really a great way to beat San Francisco is have Trent Williams be hurt, and then that helps you out tremendously. Yeah. Now, it doesn't matter this week. I was looking, what do the 49ers have in front of them? They have the Commanders, which is one of the worst teams in football.
I don't know. Jacoby Brissett gets to start in that game.
San Francisco is on the road favored by 13.5. So that would be a major upset if Washington were able to play a good home game. They're 1-5 at home, 4-11 for the season. I do think in a weird way, because they didn't lose the number 1 seed because of that loss, that might not be the worst loss to have late in the year for a young Brock Purdy, for Shanahan, the head coach, to make sure that they put themselves in more favorable situations. And you don't want Brock Purdy, as much as I think Brock Purdy's great, he has a small chance to win the MVP now, is that it almost was like, all right, let's learn from this, because I still think San Francisco is a heavy favorite to make it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think so. Our Tolo Mark brought us a nice drawing.
Yes.
And he also stopped by to ask me as well who I thought would be in the Super Bowl. And as I think about it, I'm just like, it still feels hard in the NFC to not put the Niners there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Dallas is the second best team. Now, if Dallas loses tomorrow night, I will obviously change my opinion Tuesday when I come back and say, obviously, Detroit is the second best team in the NFC. But I do think that they are head and shoulders above Dallas, Detroit, Philadelphia. So I have a tough time seeing the 49ers not being in the Super Bowl.
Over in the AFC, what was a really fun story that kind of got put on hold because of concussion protocol might be back on. C.J. Stroud has cleared concussion protocol to give him an opportunity to play in this week versus the Titans, as they'll be hosting the Titans in Houston. And, obviously give them an opportunity to maybe do something interesting. The Texans, and I know that you follow the Jaguars. The Texans and the Colts all vying for that AFC South. They're in that hunt, and C.J. Stroud coming back could maybe give them an opportunity to win that AFC South.
Look, they all have easy games. The Colts host the Raiders. The Jaguars host the Panthers.
Well, I don't know if I want to call the Raiders
the
an easy
Texans
game
host.
right now.
They threw for 91 yards in that game.
But they won.
They did win.
The defense is playing
and the
something
Titans
scary.
are 5-10, and the Texans. So all three of them are home.
Sure.
And all three of them are playing teams that are well below 500. How about that? And they're all favored. They're all favored in Vegas. Not by a ton, not like the San Francisco 49ers, but they all are favored. So there's a good chance that the Texans, Jaguars, and Colts are all 9-7 going into the last game of the year.
Ooh, I'm real interested in seeing that game. But then also, like the C.J. Stroud thing, he was playing so well. I would love to see him get back on track and be able to keep playing well, because it was fun. And especially, I'm sure the NFL, we were talking about how kind of quarterback play has not been at the same level. It would have been nice to see him, or it will be nice to see him back on the field. It's the Kansas City Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. It's a shout-out Friday, so keep sending those in on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. Ah, that's a low blow from the 206. Mike, you don't have any hair. You can't use Head & Shoulders as a reference.
I have hair in my nose. I have hair growing outside my ears.
Ooh,
I have
there you
plenty of hair growing in places I don't want it to grow.
Do you ever shampoo your ears?
I use shampoo.
Okay.
Is that weird?
No.
Bald guy uses shampoo.
Look.
I have hair on my face.
There you go. Keep it clean. Cleanliness is very important here on the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, let's clean this thing up by doing some Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. Send us the reasons that you think the game will go the way that it goes tomorrow evening. We'll do that next on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars. Fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atula, Mike Bassick, broadcasting live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. We got a great crowd out here, man. So many fun folks. Just met Declan. Declan is just got started on sled hockey. And so I'm super excited to see. Yeah, I'm super excited to see where Declan goes.
I would like to just shout out Deandra, I believe, or Deanna, who I just called out. You could have won a mini helmet.
Oh, no.
But you left.
But what does that make her?
Thank you for Toloing. That made her a loser of the mini helmet.
Oh, okay.
Not in life.
Okay, sure.
But of the mini helmet.
Who ultimately won the mini? Is that the mini helmet here that we got?
Blue shirt guy.
Blue shirt.
I forgot his
blue
name.
shirt guy. That's a great
Matt
name. I'm glad your
almost
mom
won.
named
I
you
remember
that. That's
Matt
fantastic.
almost won. Robert, maybe.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Very good. I think we got a Here We Go out there from the man. We got a fun.
Well, here we go again on Saturday night.
That's right. Absolutely.
When the crowd's not as loud.
Yes.
When you can't hear Here We Go on the TV, it seems to give the Cowboys offense problems.
Oh, no.
Have you noticed that? On the road, crowd's making noise.
Right.
The mic doesn't pick up Here We Go because the crowd's loud.
Sure.
And the Cowboys have not been as good when they can't hear that cadence as well.
That's been one of the working theories on why the home road splits have been kind of what they were. Is just like the inability to communicate and be on the same page is a possibility. But yeah, KNC Masterpiece. We're doing some Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. That's the number for the truckwreck.com text line. Before we get there, I'm going to do some belated Forgiveness Friday. And I guess I have to own this because on the text line from the 682, they said, Reggie, you and KG made fun of my Lions drafting Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. It was on Memorial Day. Hope he drops 150 on your bad take. And you know what? I do have to own that. I was out. We were doing the draft party, and when the Lions, the way that they went about their draft, they used really premium draft capital on some players that you typically don't use, a running back and a linebacker. And so, no, we made fun of that. However, the Lions have done a great job building this team in a way that's a little unorthodox, but works for them, right? They've built this team, they put it together, and they're getting guys to play as well as they possibly can. And so it's going to take a real doing for your Cowboys team to get a win in this game. It's not going to be a cakewalk.
I haven't looked at Gibbs' stats, but I haven't felt like he's had huge games. I'm not saying he hasn't been a valuable piece to the Lions, but are Lion fans happy with that pick? Have they been overwhelmed by taking a running back as high as he is? I'm looking, he's averaging 5.7 yards a carry. That is phenomenal, outstanding. 872 yards. So he should, with 2 games left, get to 1,000.
Yeah.
That's not a huge number, getting to 1,000. Obviously, he's not getting the ball a lot because if you're averaging 5.7, you would think you're probably at 1,600 to 1,800 yards at this point. So I was just wondering, not that we have probably tons of Lions fans listening, are they like, that was the right pick, that was the pick that has really helped us, I don't know, I don't want to say that's the pick that helped you get to 11-4 so far, but I just wonder if they look at it and go, I still like it, but I thought he would, I guess I assume, get the ball more?
Yeah, that's the thing is like the value proposition of it probably still isn't necessarily adding up that way, but I think at that point you start asking the question, how much does the value proposition matter? Sometimes, and this is one of your things when it comes to like analytics, is sometimes we're doing the thing of this is the most efficient, but sometimes the super most efficient way of going about this isn't the way you need to do this. Sometimes you don't have to be maximum efficient to still get results, and it feels like that's what the Lions are doing.
And I will say this, I am not against
with
drafting,
team building, that is.
And I'm not against drafting a running back in the first round. Honestly, the Cowboys might have to do that in this draft.
Yeah.
If they decide to let Tony Pollard walk, I'm not crazy about just going with what the Cowboys have next year. I don't mind taking a running back in the first round. I don't think it's a bad decision. The bad decision is giving him an extension of a contract. So for Gibbs has 5 years under control because you drafted him in the first round. You can franchise tag him 2 times and not really be that hurt by it.
The second time, it'll start to look a little crazy. With that.
Sure.
Yeah.
But you really have 6 years of a valuable player. You just never want to go past 6 years. And you can do a 7th, to your point.
Sure.
It does cost you a lot more to go to a 7th year. But so I understand this person's point. I understand people that say never draft a running back in the first round. But I would say No, you can draft them in the first round. Just never give them a contract extension.
They also got Sam Laporte in the second round, and someone said if you just flip that in your mind and make it so that Laporte is the first round pick, it may make you feel better. But okay, so those are all guys that you're going to have to contend with in this game. So Mike, I will ask you, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. What are you thinking on how this game goes?
I will say once again, I am picking the Cowboys to win and cover the spread 30-24. I think the Cowboys win because Dak Prescott and this offense are unstoppable at home. And I almost wanted to pick them to score 37. So I was deciding between 30 and 37. Is that because then all of a sudden 37 does sound like a ton of points. 30 for this team at home just sounds like kind of what they average almost at home. So my Cowboys win because Dak Prescott goes back to playing MVP form. He's been the best quarterback in the NFL by far in home games. Like, nobody can compete with their 8 or 9 home games that they get to play versus Dak Prescott. He has been phenomenal at home. That game, his last home game against Seattle and Philadelphia, outstanding. The best quarterback in football. And I'm not saying he is the best quarterback in football. I'm just saying at home, he has been outstanding. So I expect him to have a great game and for the Cowboys to put up 30 or more points. So that's why the Cowboys win. Cowboys lose because I've talked about it this whole week with you, Reggie.
Yep.
Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions
bully
the Cowboys in the first quarter. We have seen Arizona, Buffalo, and San Francisco. Those 3 losses are because teams said, here we are. We don't even mind taking a 15-yard penalty to start the game off of Dak Prescott. That's what Buffalo did, right? They tried to take his head off. They actually missed. But they were like, no, we're establishing we want to kill you. We're going to kill your defensive line. We're going to kill your quarterback. And if we take penalties doing it, we will do it. And that threatens the Cowboys. They don't like it. They want a track meet. The Cowboys win because they make it a track meet game. The Cowboys lose because it becomes dirty and ugly and physical, and the Cowboys like quitting midway through the third quarter in those games.
Yeah, I mean, to that end, from the 4-6-9, Cowboys win because they don't go away from throwing CeeDee Lamb for 2 quarters. They lose because Detroit rushes for over 200 yards. Yeah, I feel like that's the essence of it. I don't know how many games this season can be made that simple, but it does feel like that. My Cowboys win because this team offensively scores early and scores often, right? The game script of the way that this thing goes, if you can play from ahead, you allow this offense to go out, play easy, play free, and I think it also allows the defense to be put in a situation where they're best. Okay. It allows the defense, because we talked about it, right? Track meet type game. You force the other team to have to throw the football. Also, of the guys on that defense or on that offense for the Lions that you want to have the ball more, it's Jared Goff, but in a very particular situation. Jared Goff throwing the football in downs where you know he's throwing the football, because that allows Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, also Digazua to pin their ears back and go after them. And we know in those situations, this team is really, really good. That's the strength of the defense. Right. And so if you allow them, it's basically whose strengths are you playing to? Are you playing to the Lions' strengths of being able to run the football because they have time and they have a lead, or they are comfortable with the way that the game is situated that they could just incrementally work their way down the field?
To your point, that's why these non-holding calls, especially let's say against Micah Parsons, hurt, because if you get that team in 1st and 20 or second, let's say it's 2nd and 5, but then you get a holding call, and now it's 2nd and 15.
Right.
That's where the Cowboys defense creates turnovers, creates havoc, gets off the field. When they get 5 yards on 1st down, and I do think that'll be Dan Campbell's goal, is can we get 5 yards on 1st down? If we get more, great, but if we get 5 yards on 1st down, this Cowboys defense becomes really easy to get the extra 5 yards against, because they can't rush the quarterback as much because they are worried about the run. And so it gives Jared Goff a little bit more time. It gives guys like Brown or Williamson or Williams, Jamison Williamson, Williams to do their thing.
There's a son in there somewhere.
I know.
It's in there.
Jameson Williams.
There you go.
Saying it right?
Pretty much. One more time for me.
Jameson Williams.
Pretty much. What do we give? What do we give Mike? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Did he get that one? No, kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Names,
Names, they get you. They do.
You had a Cowboys?
Yeah, they win. They win because they score early, they score often, and
Okay.
they lose because they're not able to curtail the Lions' run.
Okay. Are we worried at all? I mean, I mentioned it to Jerry. Marcus Spears has mentioned it. Is Aiden Hutchinson, is he able to, and not by himself, is he able to almost affect this game by himself that causes the Cowboys not to be able to move the ball?
I think he can make it tough, absolutely. I mean, one of the things is we've seen if Dak is feeling uncomfortable, and he's done a good job of navigating pressure, but if you do too much, if it's too much pressure, you're not allowing these routes to develop. Yeah, no, this offense needs to have the protection of Dak. Now, it would be worse if he's getting heated up from the middle. But, I mean, still, Aiden Hutchinson is a very good pass rusher. And so, yeah, no, absolutely, he's the type of player that can make this tough. Especially because we talked about it. Rico Dowdle is out. Ankle injury, did not practice Wednesday, did not practice yesterday. Pretty sure he's not going to practice today. Or actually, today is like a light walkthrough before they get on the plane. Or, sorry, not they get on the plane, but you get what I mean. Right?
Isn't it weird how things change? Because I was thinking, do you remember at Thanksgiving after the first game, Detroit and Green Bay, and you're like, oh, Detroit's actually not going to be a hard game that I thought it was going to be. And here we are from Thanksgiving to now New Year's Eve going, oh, man, they're good at football again. Do you remember that feeling of how bad they were right around Thanksgiving? And I thought they're going to drop off here. And
before that break, right? Yeah.
Yep, because they lose at home to Green Bay on Thanksgiving. They do beat New Orleans. They don't look great doing it, but they do it. And then they go to Chicago and get blown out. But their last two games, they blew out Denver. They beat Minnesota at Minnesota. That was a good game. And so I still think the Cowboys are going to win. Have you picked a score yet?
Funny enough, the score that I'm thinking is 30-23. And someone brought this up, 682. Reggie, check the stats. Lions have the number 2 offensive line and can pass block. Absolutely. But I think their passing is situated in, obviously, if you could protect Jared Goff, which they can, but they also like play action a good amount. And I think if you put them in situations where you can force them or make that limited, and then also you give this defensive line for the Cowboys more and more opportunities, they're going to be successful. They're going to have more opportunities to be successful, and I think that more often than not, they will be in passing situations.
In a way, you want this to be the Seattle Seahawks game. That was a tough game, and that was a game that looked like you definitely could lose in the fourth quarter, but it was 41-35. And there was a lot of good passing from Seattle. But that's a track meet game. It's like the Cowboys feel into those games. They feel energized by those games. They feel demoralized. When the score is, if the score is something like 17-13 going into the fourth quarter and the Cowboys are losing, that's not a bad game. You have a chance to win. But the Cowboys get demoralized by the physicality of teams. If the score is Detroit 30, Dallas 24. That's not a good score for the Cowboys, as in you're losing by 6 going in the fourth quarter. But the Cowboys are energized by those games because the game's moving at a pace that they all love. The defense loves that pace. Obviously, the offense loves that pace. So that's why I look at games, and sometimes you can get demoralized when you think they shouldn't be demoralized right now. And I know I'll go back to baseball. That's why I felt like the Rangers were going to win the World Series after 5 innings of Game 5. It was demoralizing to Arizona to have 74 runners on base and not have a run scored.
Yeah.
The Rangers were doing absolutely nothing in that game, but they were energized by getting out of all of these situations, and the score was still 0-0. And you would say, well, doesn't Arizona feel better? All of their guys are having successful at-bats, except to score runs. None of the Rangers were having successful at-bats. It was almost a perfect game up to that point. But yet, the attitude of not scoring all those opportunities and the attitude of, well, when we get our opportunity, we're going to take advantage of it.
Right. And one more before we go from the 682. Cowboys win because Jimmy gets inducted to the Ring of Honor.
Okay.
Cowboys lose because losing worked for the Rangers at the end of their season. You see what we're doing here?
True.
We're just keeping a positive spin all the way through. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. You don't know how close I was to saying the get right. KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we get to go into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway, where it's the last time we're broadcasting as the KNC Masterpiece this year. What was your favorite sports moment of the year? Favorite sports moments. We can talk about more than one, and we'll do all of that next.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by QC Kinetics Non-Surgical Regeneration Treatment and Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads and relax and enjoy the difference.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores, kicks, and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula alongside Mike Bassett.
Almost crying over here.
Yeah, it was a great feeling as that was the final call of your Texas Rangers winning the World Series championship. And of course, you could hear that live right here on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Such a great crowd. I feel bad because it's like so many people have come. I need to start writing people's names down to give them shout-outs. Just talked to Drew, who also brought up a great point about the Lions, right? They just clinched their first time going to the playoffs in quite a while. And he was asking, is that something that we think can make them complacent, the Lions? The fact that they've already clinched up their
The reason I don't think so is they know if they win out that they have a chance to be the 1 or 2 seed.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't think so. The other thing, too, is this is the tough thing about being the Dallas Cowboys. No matter how crappy the Cowboys are, and they are good this year, this is it. This is Detroit's national stage. They're the early the only other stage they get is early Thanksgiving. And, for us, that's 11:30, kickoff here.
Right.
This is the only other time. And for most teams, this is why, I can speak about baseball. When you play the Yankees, you're on a national stage. It's a weird thing that no matter what, we're all human. They all mean the same. Whether you're playing the Cowboys or playing the Houston Texans, nothing against Houston Texans, but nobody cares about watching that, is when you do get to play the premium franchise, and this is a Saturday night game, I would be shocked if a team came out flat in this situation. It doesn't mean the Cowboys can't beat them by 10-plus points. But I would be shocked if Detroit, in this situation, on a national stage, which they never get, would come out and be like, yeah, we already won the division.
Plus, Dan Campbell, his whole thing is culture building. And that culture is you come out, you fight all the damn time. And so I lean that way. But you never know, right? Sometimes we say things like that, and you ultimately come out and you see a team come out flat or what have you. But those are some of the things that we're looking forward to when it comes to Saturday. But right now, you heard the highlight, Eric Nadel, the Hall of Famer himself, calling the final call of the World Series championship. And I have a strong feeling that that's Mike's answer to what was your favorite, or what were some of your favorite sports moments of 2023. Is this the last time that the KNC Masterpiece will be on in 2023?
That is it. For sure. I can't imagine anybody who is a fan of DFW sports. Obviously, there's plenty of people listening right now that don't care at all about the Rangers and pretty much only care about the Dallas Cowboys. I totally get that. But if you care about Stars, Mavs, Rangers, Cowboys, that's the highlight. The last time we celebrated was 12 years ago, and the last time we celebrated was 12 years ago with the Dallas Stars. This isn't a thing that we get to do in Dallas. We have tremendous franchises, but they don't win a lot. They don't win the championships. And so that has to be it. But if I had to pick another one, Reggie, the night where it was raining outside for game 1 of the World Series, but we're indoors, so we didn't have to worry about rain delays. When Corey Seager hit the home run in the bottom of the 9th inning to tie the game, I've never screamed that long in joy in my life. Evan Carter had 2 strikes on him, and that's when I stopped screaming. That's when I was like, oh no, Evan Carter already has 2 strikes on him, because I couldn't stop screaming at that moment. So for me, I don't know if we have that call or not.
Rodrigo, let's make Mike's day.
If we have Corey Seager, let's do it.
Cut 17.
And
come on, Rodrigo.
Please.
Sewald in his 5th big league season now faces Seager. And the pitch to Corey, swung on and a high drive, deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5. Globe Life Field is on its feet for Corey Seager. A 2-run homer, and Sewald has his first blown save of the postseason, the first run scored off him. And it's a new game in the bottom of the 9th.
It still feels good, doesn't it? Especially because you know what it ultimately led to.
In fact, yeah, if you have MLB Network, I feel like they've been doing recently, because it's the end of the year stuff, right? They're reviewing the end of the year stuff. They're starting to replay big-time playoff games. Well, here's the great news. The Rangers were in the majority of the big-time playoff games, and they're reviewing the World Series. So I would say if you're hearing these moments and it's giving you kind of that feeling again, and you want to have that feeling again while you're on kind of your holiday break and the new year, if you flip over to MLB Network, they might be replaying some of these games and some of these moments.
It's a lot of Rangers World Series. Funny enough, one of the ones that came to mind for me from the 2023 season is baseball, but it's not Rangers baseball. It's not even MLB baseball per se. You remember in the World Baseball Classic, when we got Shohei Ohtani facing off against Mike Trout.
Yeah, that was a big game.
Oh, my God.
And it played out to perfection.
I mean,
except I guess the United States lost. But it played out to perfection of those two guys facing each other to end the game.
As someone who likes baseball but doesn't love baseball in the way that you do, like, I recognize that. I sit next to you and I'm like, oh, I don't love baseball in the way that Mike does. That moment felt incredible.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. And when you have a world stage like that, and obviously baseball, nobody cares about anything world stage baseball, like when it comes to Olympics or whatever. This is their world stage. It rarely plays out that it's never played out where that was the situation, and it played out in that moment. And I remember, I think in a way, Reggie, and I think you agree with this, don't you feel like baseball had some great ratings this year? And there was a lot of reasons why, but it got kicked off in the perfect way. As in mid-March, you get the World Baseball Classic Championship of Japan versus the United States, and then you get the greatest United States player of the last decade versus the best player in baseball today facing off against each other.
I mean, it was a great start. Like, I remember, and obviously Twitter isn't the world, right? It's not everything. It's a small subsection, but I think for me, at least, it gives me a little bit of insight. And I felt like I was looking at a whole bunch of people that were general sports fans, but maybe not baseball fans per se, that were like, oh, wait, I need to tune to this because this is a moment, right? This is an inflection point. And I feel like those are the types of things in sports that are really fun to see. I know that ultimately this didn't end up going all the greatest, but I mean, it was technically this year, was it not, where TCU got a big win against Michigan? Sorry, Derek. I know. Hey, look, you're.
It had to be New Year's Day, right? Because if it was New Year's Eve, that would stink. Because I guess that would be 22. Because obviously the games this year are on New Year's Day.
Yes, they are.
So I'm assuming last year was on New Year's Day because it can't be the Georgia TCU game.
No.
No. At the end of the first quarter, you were like, all right. Well,
but that felt like that was years in the making of TCU being respected on a national stage.
Yes,
right? Like,
and look how they backed it up.
All right. Why would you do that? I was trying to be positive here.
And we're in TCU country right now. No,
you're going to get jumped. You're not
it
gonna
was
make it
awesome.
out the building.
It is awesome. The last 2 years, you had TCU make it to the national championship game, and now this year you have Texas. I'm not a hater of any Texas college when they are trying to win a national championship or getting close. I will root for, you name the school in Texas, whether it's Houston in basketball, whether it's Texas or A&M or TCU or SMU, I am rooting for those schools to have success on these stages. And that was did that game get like 50-47 or something? Like, it was a high scoring game, right? So it was from a standpoint of, man, every time something happened, somebody's in the end zone scoring, it felt like. So
yeah, that ended up.
That's a great
51-45 was the final. It was really fun.
Yeah, that is a great one to start off the new year, and hopefully, I'm sure there's plenty of UT haters. I totally get it, right? But I'm hoping that this new year starts off with a great UT win over Washington to get to the national championship.
Oh, it was New Year's Eve last year.
It was New Year's Eve. Can you imagine?
I'm counting it. I'm still counting it. It was fun.
If you're a UT and Texas Ranger fan, and you get that feeling again January 8th, let's just say you win Monday night and then you take on Michigan or Alabama and you win that, the high that you're going to be on, because just replaying those Rangers moments, there's not many highs in your life as a sports fan. There's great moments and you're very excited and you're hopeful, but for me, the Mavericks winning in 11 and the Rangers winning, I guess, obviously 92, 93, 95. By the time you got to 95, if you're of my age, didn't it feel like you better win? It wasn't a joyful moment. I'm not saying it wasn't joyful, but it was like, you better win because you're the best team in football and you should have won last year. But the whole Jimmy Johnson, Jerry Jones thing, which obviously tomorrow is a big night for Jimmy. It just felt like 95 wasn't as celebrated because at that point you were such a dynasty. It was almost like you better do it.
It's funny because we talked about baseball. I brought up one college football thing. Is there anything in any other sports that you can think of that you can remember? Because another thing I want to bring up is, again, baseball and its Rangers, because you mentioned Seager, Adolis Garcia with the Houston Astros.
Yes, I tell you what, if we have any Grand Slam highlight, maybe not one where he hits the ball off the wall for a single, but those were fun until you realized he's not running and that ball didn't get out of the ballpark.
Well, I was 100. Like, I remember I saw that single and I was like, I'm taking that, because he had already given you a Grand Slam, and you knew that, like, him having that kind of emotion also fueled your team.
You know what else was great about the Astros series is not only did you have joy that your Rangers won, you had joy that the Astros lost. There was no joy in the Diamondbacks losing. You were just celebrating your team. You have no hard feelings against the Diamondbacks. You're like, hey, Diamondbacks, go win 100 games next year. We don't care. But when you beat the Astros, there was double joy. There was joy in your win, and there was joy in their loss.
Oh, man. Rodrigo, let me know if you find that, because you know what? I kind of do want to see that. I talked about Shohei. I talked about, you know what? I did enjoy this because I'm also.
I mean, if Kevin was here, he might take joy in ending Tom Brady's career. That was huge for him. He hates Tom
That's
Brady.
A great point. That was really.
The Cowboys blow out Tampa, and they take out, Tom Brady's last game ever was losing to the Cowboys.
That was fun. I did enjoy that. Did you say that you have that clip?
I do have that clip.
One ball, one strike. The pitch. Adolis swings and hits a high drive to deep left field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. Adolis Garcia clears him off with a grand slam after 4 consecutive strikeouts. Not quite the celebration he had 2 days ago, but another slow jog around the bases as Adolis has broken this ball game wide open. It's 9-2.
I feel like I'm cheating on this segment, just like, let's do the nostalgia of a World Series championship, right? Like, that's not a bad way to go.
Well, I mean, if you are old enough, the last time you would have been able to do this was 2011.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about 2023.
I was in the Metroplex.
When you say, like, what was the biggest moment in, your sports life this year? The last time you could say something like this was the Mavericks in 2011. Yeah. Hopefully UT fans can say, in 2024 doing this.
Yeah, so. I feel like the UT fans also have another one, right? Remember when they played Alabama earlier this year, right? They had the game last year where they weren't able to win it, and it felt like, okay, you're close. I feel like the game Texas-Alabama where they go to Ryan Denny and they win is huge because I think it established that the Sark era has gotten past those allegations of being not being gritty enough or tough enough. That felt like it was kind of a celebration of them being a real deal team, and ultimately it's led them to the college football playoff.
I would have never guessed Sark was going to be the answer. This is why for A&M, I have no clue, right? Like, I've already forgot the name of the new coach because I thought Jimbo Fisher was going to be the
Mike
answer.
Elko.
Yeah.
At A&M.
And he was obviously, arguably, out of the last 3 coaches, maybe the worst for Jimbo Fisher. And he had his moment with Kellen Mond. But I would have never guessed Sarkisian, with all of his off-the-field problems, that he was going to go to Austin and turn this into a national championship contender. Now, it'll be very interesting, as I think a lot of UT haters will say. Let's see if they can keep up this success with a SEC schedule over a Big 12 schedule. But he did it. In the last year of the Big 12, they were able to get to a Final Four situation. And I just didn't think Sark was the right guy, but shows how much I know about college football.
I mean, he's done a good job building culture. We talked about that from the 4.69. Leotis Veras robbing Yordan Alvarez. Another one they bring up. Let me see. Another one here. Oh, man, I had it there. From the 4.69, another 4.69. Joe Pavelski scoring four goals in Game 1 of the second round of the Stars playoffs was incredible.
Yeah.
Especially coming off of a head injury in the first round. Yeah, they needed him to come back desperately, and he came back and immediately established his impact.
Well, and I got to go to Game 5 where the Astros won on the Altuve home run in the 9th inning off of Jose Leclerc. Now, you could argue that's the worst moment of 2023. But I remember going home very disappointed, and I was there with my boys and my mom and dad, and we got into the car, and I told them, I said, look, I know we lost, and it hurts, and I'm hurt by it, but that might be the best baseball game I've ever been to in my life. Because you had Justin Verlander on the mound.
Yeah.
You had the huge momentum change of the Adolis Garcia 3-run homer to take the lead. You have the beanball. You have almost a fight. You have future Hall of Famer Jose Altuve hitting a huge home run in the 9th inning. Like, I hate that the Rangers lost. But if you just look at the game overall, you could argue that that was arguably the best game in Major League Baseball in 2023. You were just on the wrong side of it.
And I think because that game was so good and you ended up losing, there was a lot of people that were distraught. And it kind of frustrated me, but ultimately the payoff came out for the Texas Rangers, your fans. And what a fun year. Like, ultimately, I think it becomes an even more fun year of sports watching because your Texas Rangers ultimately did the thing. They won the World Series championship. Man, it was a good year, Mike. It's been a good year thus far, and it's been a good show thus far.
Okay.
However, in the expressway, it means we got to turn it over and get you some Mike Likes It.
Well, Mike likes it, and I wanted to, obviously, tomorrow night, huge game for both teams, the Cowboys and the Lions. And in a way, whoever loses, you look at it and go, all right, you've set yourself into your slot.
Right.
If Detroit loses, they're pretty much the 3 seed, and there's nothing they can do about it. They're the 3 seed. If the Cowboys lose, there's nothing they can do about it. They're the 5 seed, and you sit out the Washington game and you rest your guys. You possibly lose that game, but who cares? You're not trying. So it's a huge game, but whoever loses the next week means pretty much nothing, if I have that correct. Because if Philadelphia beats Arizona and you lose to Detroit, it's over. They won the division. You lost the division. You're the 5 seed. For Detroit, most likely if they lose, then you look at San Francisco and you look at Philadelphia and you look at Dallas and you say, there's nothing we can do. We are the 3 seed. So huge game. But I wanted to look at, Reggie, Sunday. We've talked about Monday night quite a bit, and we're going to talk about Monday even more. Later on to talk about UT and talk about Michigan and Alabama. I look at some of these games and I wonder what you think or feel like. Here's what I'm hoping Sunday our Fox game is. Remember, I'm still old school. I just get what I get and I don't throw a fit. Saints at Buccaneers.
Oh, you're interested in it because
the Bucs are favored by 2.5 because if the Saints win, they have a real chance to win that division now.
Yeah.
If the Buccaneers win, they win the division.
Right. I just am not. I have not enjoyed watching Saints football this year.
Okay.
And so, but you're right. Like the stakes, I wonder how much the stakes change. And text in 877-881-1053. Are stakes enough to make a game good for you? Because sometimes, especially in football, sometimes they're leaning on that where the actual gameplay isn't great, but the stakes of the game, and especially if it's a close game, will keep you interested. And that feels like that might be a game where the stakes are making the game for you.
So here's how I feel about this game.
Okay.
It's a 2.5 point spread. I don't bet on football. You know, I bet with friends for fun. Like, hey, $20. You know, we used to do it here with Kevin and Corey, but.
And then you bankrupted Corey. Thanks a lot.
Didn't bankrupt him. He just didn't.
That's why he's not here. He's
he
in
did
court
not
right now.
like
He's on his
paying
bankruptcy.
$80 to $100 at the end of the year.
That's right. Bankrupted him.
I feel like the Buccaneers are going to win this game by 10 or more points. I feel like the way the Bucs are playing and the way the Saints are playing, you just said you're not having fun watching the Saints. I'm surprised this game in Tampa Bay is only a 2.5 point spread. Isn't Vegas telling you that this is like they're the exact same team? The only reason we're favoring the Buccaneers is because they're at home?
Yeah, that's basically the takeaway if you're just working off of the Vegas odds.
And I know, I don't feel like they're at this. I get that their record's only one game apart, and if the Saints win, they have the exact same record, 8-8, going into the last week of the year. But I just look at right now the Buccaneers and the Saints as very different teams. I would have thought that this Buccaneers spread would be like 5.5, closer to the Cowboys spread. Not 2.5.
Yeah, I have to admit, like I think I said this, the Buccaneers have been a blind spot for me. I have not watched enough of their football games, but I guess I keep looking at the way that Baker Mayfield is like delivered when it comes to the statistics and efficiency and those things, and it feels like he's having a good enough season where I would imagine. But I think also the Saints should be relatively solid defensively, if I remember correctly, or maybe I'm bugging at this point. But the Derek Carr thing is frustrating because he's not as good as he should be, but that doesn't mean that he's bad. And so I wonder if that's also framing my perspective on it.
Okay, I'm not really caring about this game much, but the Falcons do have a lot to play for. They're going to Chicago. They're underdogs by 3 points. And I just mentioned that game.
Yeah.
The Falcons are hoping that the Saints win that game, because if the Falcons win, they're 8-8. Saints are 8-8. Buccaneers are 8-8. That would put that horrible division in the last week. It's all up for grabs.
Sure.
And I don't know all the time. I'm sorry, I'm not following the NFC South tiebreaker thing.
How? Why not?
If they're all 8-8.
But why not, though?
But that is an important game. The next one, that is probably the game of the week, and that's a noon game. In fact, I'm surprised it didn't get bumped to like a 3 o'clock game, is the Dolphins at the Ravens. So that's that's the 1 and 2 seeder playing each other in the AFC. So I know we're concentrating a lot on Saturday night. We're concentrating a lot on New Year's Day with the playoff football games. But I do think this Dolphins-Ravens game is kind of a can't miss.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's probably going to determine the best team in the AFC. And it has a lot to do with that AFC East, where the Bills are trying to really figure out what they're doing there. That could really change the way that the AFC playoffs go. Because, I mean, I think you, like me, believe that the Buffalo Bills, while they started poorly, the way they're playing of late is dangerous. Yep. If you allow them to win the AFC East, give them an opportunity to play some games at home where they have a great advantage, right? Football, in the NFL, it's kind of silly that we do this. So much of the game has been pushed towards throwing the football. But when in the times where it matters, right, we're playing football games in late December, January, it's cold, and if you're outdoors, it's not conducive as much to throwing the football. And it's one of those things that's kind of that feels like it does not jive, and that's one of the places. Playing in playing in Buffalo and having to throw the football outside is tough, and so that is an advantage if they're able to get home field.
What type of chance do you give Miami going to Baltimore and winning?
Not a great one, because I really love what Baltimore's doing, including I was about to call him Wink Martindale. Wink Martindale's in New York now. Mike McDonald, their defensive coordinator, has fantastic pieces on the field. You talk about folks like Kyle Hamilton, you talk about Patrick Queen, you talk about Roquan Smith, the pass rushers that they have as well that are all playing. They just a ton of pieces, and he's putting them in fantastic places. They have the speed, they have the toughness to be able to deal with that Miami offense, even though like great play caller in Mike McDaniel. Now we get the Mike Mix that's that's tripping me off. But the play calling is going to be great, but that's a great matchup both ways. But I still think that the Baltimore Ravens is the best defense in the league. Plus, that offense has been really humming with Lamar Jackson. I don't know that they can be touched.
When the schedule came out, everybody thought this was going to be an unbelievable game. at 3:25 on CBS, the Cincinnati Bengals, not led by Joe Burrow, are going to Kansas City to take on the not playing good at all Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. So when when the schedule comes out and you look at big games,
this one will circle
and you
twice.
go, oh my gosh, the next to last game, because usually things aren't super wrapped up, and this could mean home field in the AFC Championship game. You have Cincinnati at Kansas City. You can't get any better than that. And now you have Cincinnati at Kansas City, and I ask you this. Do you think Kansas City's going to win this game?
That's such a good question because I don't know. Our Tolo Steven is very, very aggressively nodding yes.
I mean, they are favored by 6.5. I will tell you right now, if I was a bettor, this would be one of the main plays here. I would take Cincinnati. I don't think Kansas City can score enough points to win by a touchdown. They're going to only score at most, maybe I'm wrong here, I would say at most Kansas City scores 27 points, and I don't think they get to 27 points. I think they're going to be right around 20 to 24 points. And I do think the Bengals will be able to score 17 to 24 points. So to me, I guess this is just going to be I have confidence in Patrick Mahomes can somehow work with minor league wide receivers and still win a football game. But I do think the Bengals make this a very close game, and the Bengals have a lot to play for. They're 8-7. If the Bengals lose this game, they pretty much eliminate themselves from the playoffs. But if the Bengals win this game, then that last week of the year, if they can win, they have a chance to make the playoffs.
I've been wondering, how's the Jake Browning experiment gone of late? Because I don't think I've kept up with it, but the Jake Browning, he started very nice early on, in his tenure, having to fill in for Joe Burrow to the point where we were like, oh, that's interesting. And I haven't followed back up, but I do wonder if that's continued to be as good because he's going to need to be good. You're talking about, the idea of scoring 27 points. Why are we so
Well, I wouldn't say it went well last week because they lost 34-11 to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, yeah. That Pittsburgh Steelers defense is tough.
Now,
but the Kansas City Chiefs defense, when they're on their grind, they can be a really tough team.
Now, that was a blowout. So it was 24-0 at halftime. Yeah. So sometimes this is where stats lie to you. They're real, but Jake Browning threw for 335 yards in that game. But when you're down 24-0 at halftime, the other team is just trying to make sure you don't hit 40 and 50-yard plays on them. And if you're going to score, it's going to take you 6+ minutes to score. He had 3 interceptions and a touchdown in that game.
Oh, and worth noting, in that Baltimore Ravens, Miami Dolphins game, Jalen Waddle is still out in this one.
Because of the ankle?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know what? I've seen that replay 10 times. I get it, man. You get hurt. People are on your ankle. They tackle you. But I still don't see the super twist or the bad look to it, but I totally get.
I wonder if that's one of those final straw type things where it was kind of a structural integrity thing. He was already playing through some stuff and then it made it worse. I don't know.
So anyways, just real quick before we get to Kyle Yeomans to preview the Cowboys Lions game at 1 p.m. here, I look at how important these games are because the Bills and Dolphins, I had to make sure and check this. The Dolphins are at home next week. So if I'm with you, I think the Ravens win that game.
Yeah.
If the Ravens win that game and the Bills play the Patriots, so they should win that game, then you do have the matchup of Bills at Dolphins for the division title. And whoever loses has a possibility of going to the 6th seed, not even the 5 seed, because of what Cleveland has been able to do. And then if all these teams win, the Texans go to Indianapolis. So one of those teams would 100% be eliminated from the playoffs. Jacksonville would go to Tennessee. So if Jacksonville were to beat the worst team in the NFL, the Carolina Panthers, and at this point, I don't even know if that's going to happen. They're playing so bad,
right?
I don't want to give excuses here. Trevor Lawrence has dealt with concussions, injuries. He's playing crappy. The whole team's playing crappy. But I just kind of look at certain situations this week and go, okay, what about next week? And then how about this? The Browns, who can't, as far as I know, can't improve their situation. I don't think they could hold the tiebreaker. If somehow Baltimore lost out, I don't think they hold the tiebreaker. But the Browns go to Cincinnati to end the season. And if Cincinnati pulls off the upset and beats the Kansas City Chiefs, which I think is very doable at this point, that would be a huge game next week in the NFL.
Baltimore did lose to the Browns.
Okay, so maybe I don't know all the tiebreakers there.
I mean, it's tied. It's 1-1, but that's where we get into. We went through this with the Eagles, where we started going down the rabbit hole of division record and conference record and all those things. But yeah, it gets a little hairy if that lines up in a certain way.
If the Cowboys win out, I'll leave it at this. If the Cowboys win out, and you have the last week of the year, the 49ers. Well, they'd have to lose out. I was looking at it because the Rams are playing well.
Yeah.
But if the Eagles lose at New York, I was thinking, can you get the 1 seed? But the Niners would have to lose both games.
And you're not feeling that.
No.
Well, what if Trent Williams isn't playing?
I will say this. Against the Commanders, you can have a lot of people not playing and still beat them.
Debo, you want to play quarterback? We can make this go.
Oh, my God. Ron Rivera.
Don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about him for very long.
I think he's a good guy. Don't know him at all. Seems like a good guy. Beat cancer. But, man, he's a bad football coach.
He is now.
Yeah.
Well, again, he's
he was
probably
good.
not going to be a bad football coach
The
for long.
15-1 year with Cam Newton.
That's right.
He gets credit for that. And that's all the credit I can give him as a football coach.
No. I mean, thanks.
All right. That's Mike likes it.
Very good. Mike likes it every day.
Football.
Every day, backside of the Expressway right here on KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. Guys, y'all know it. Girls, children, other adults, and children. I don't know why I said adults again. We got Cowboys. We got Lions tomorrow evening. To get us ready for that in what is typically the C Block, we'll talk to Kyle Yeomans at DallasCowboys.com, and we'll do it next on The Fan.
Boomer Esiason is on The Fan.
Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassick trying to take a picture while also getting back on the air, smiling, taking a picture. I think we got it. There we go. Very good. We're still broadcasting live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Make some noise, folks.
Okay.
Those are the people.
Pretty much a packed house here. There's a
fantastic.
few tables open, but not many. This is a big Buffalo Wild Wings, a really beautiful Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. I honestly don't know which Buffalo Wild Wings we're going to be at next week, but I do know we will be there because it's still the Cowboy season. This is brought to you by Miller Lite.
That's right.
And, yeah, I mean, you can still get out here. You sign up. We still haven't given away a CeeDee Lamb jersey. We still have a mini helmet for the Dallas Cowboys, and we are going to pick 2 tickets to the Cowboys-Lions game tomorrow night.
So, yeah,
courtesy of Miller Lite.
Absolutely, courtesy of Miller Lite. So you want to make sure, if you're nearby, make sure you get in. You got an hour to get on that list.
You don't have to be here to win the Cowboys ticket.
That's
so
right.
if you're here earlier, you still can win. If you get here late, you still can win.
Had a big Cholo truck driver. He was like, I'm nearby. What do I have to do to win? I'm like, stop by,
Yeah,
sign
Amazon driver came by. Was like, man, listen to you guys, Tolo.
This is the show of the working people.
I think he said since 2017, if I have that right, and came in. Hopefully he gets to go to the Dallas Cowboy game. But if you lose, you lose. There'll be way more losers than winners.
That is technically correct. Big shout out to someone who's not a loser, Mike of the IAUC Union. Appreciate you, my man. I see you. And then also another person who's definitely been winning this year. A fantastic year for this gentleman, DallasCowboys.com's own Kyle Yeomans. Kyle, what's happening, my man?
What's up, guys? Is there a CeeDee Lamb jersey and a mini helmet that I could take home, or is that just kind of for the people at Buffalo Wild Wings?
Well, I was just wondering, since you're out in Frisco a lot, how many things are laying around that you say, hey, is that for anybody?
A couple times a week, probably. I'll be like, hey, what's your plan with that signed helmet right there? And they're like, to sell it. I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. I guess I'll back off. But, yeah, definitely no shortage around here, no doubt about that.
Kyle, we're super excited for this game, but one of the things that Mike's been talking about a lot this week is just the physicality that these Lions bring to the game, the ways in which they like running the football. How much are you concerned with, the Cowboys' ability to stop the run in this one?
I think it's still maybe a concern in the back of your head. I feel like it took a step forward this week in the way that they were able to defend Miami. I mean, you hold a team that was 4th in the NFL in rushing yards per game to just 91 yards. You really negate them from the jump with 2 of their guys healthy, Achane and Mostert. And it was a physicality that Dallas brought in the front 7. I think DeMarcus Lawrence was a big part of that. You saw Osa Odighizuwa really step up in a big way. And it wasn't perfect from the front 7, but when you allow 22 points against the top scoring offense in the league, you're going to feel pretty good about it. So I think my confidence level is a little bit higher, but I don't necessarily want to put complete stock in, hey, they're going to shut down a really good running attack to the point where they're 2nd in the NFL, 1st in the NFC. I mean, they've got a 1-2 punch, and Micah Parsons earlier in the week compared it to what Dallas had last year in the last couple of years with Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard. Both have the ability to break the big run, but it's really a physical back versus a speed and elusive back. And that's what they've got with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. So it's a unique challenge. It's something that I don't think the Cowboys have necessarily seen to this point, but if they can get up early, if they can build a lead, I think this is a Lions team that will just as quickly abandon the run and try and throw the ball around a little bit, and that's when it's going to play into your favor.
Well, Kyle, I think for Cowboy fans coming off of 2 losses and then playing an 11-4 team, the fans really need this win. Because you just feel like if they lost this one, you'd feel like, okay, they're going to make the playoffs. They already have made the playoffs, but they're going to do absolutely nothing. So this is a big one, and you can speak to the fans and then speak to the Dallas Cowboys players on winning this game / if they were to lose these 3 out of 4 really tough games, how they would feel about themselves.
Yeah, I think you bring up an excellent point because in the building, I don't think the confidence level really wavers with a win or a loss this week. You're going up against a good team you feel confident enough in your game plan that you should win the game. But for the most part, yeah, I think your confidence does take a hit, especially from a fan base standpoint. I said it earlier in the week on Talking Cowboys about how this game, out of any game this year, would probably waver my confidence level one way or the other, just because this is the last real benchmark before the postseason. This is the last opportunity you get to see your best against teams that are going to be playing at their best come postseason play. So whenever you do take a look at the regular season as a whole, once it's said and done and you're wrapped up and you're going into the playoff, no matter where you're seated, you're going to look back and say, okay, we had a couple big wins against Philadelphia, a win that looks better now than it did at one point against the Rams, and then a win against Detroit. Or you're going to look back at it and say, okay, we fell against the good teams. You fell against the Eagles once. You lost to the Dolphins. You lost to the Bills. You lost to pretty much every playoff team that you faced. So, yeah, I think this is a huge confidence boost, or really a knock to the confidence for Cowboys Nation, because this is where you expected them to be. A 12-5 team, an 11-6 team is pretty par for the course of what this team was going to be preseason. But it's how they got here. They beat up on the bad teams. They didn't necessarily pull out a win. But if you can pull out a win this week, then all of a sudden I think you feel much better about your organization.
We're talking to Kyle Yeomans of DallasCowboys.com right here on The Fan. And, Mike, I know that for you, you've asked about this particular Detroit Lion all week. His name is Aiden Hutchinson.
Because of Marcus Spears. Marcus Spears put me on notice that he could ruin the game for the Dallas Cowboys.
And I pair that with he typically rushes off the left, if I'm correct, and Terrence Steele will have that responsibility. He's allowed 49 pressures this season. Is that something that you think he's capable of being up to the challenge of? Because that feels like that could be a big deciding factor in this game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because he rushes off the left and right side. He doesn't really go in the interior. Most of the time he's off that left side, and he'll be going up against Terrence Steele. But I think they move him around, at least from left to right at times. I was looking at the next-gen stats this morning and kind of seeing where he's lined up positionally. It's defensive end, and that's about it. He doesn't line up over the head of the center. He doesn't line up over the head of the guard. He's off the edge. So I think they're going to play matchups. It's not always going to be Terrence Steele. They may try and test Tyron Smith early if he's available and ready to go. I think that's kind of the thought right now, is that he would be good going into that matchup, which I think is huge for this offensive line. But if it's not him, it's Chuma Edoga. You might see Aiden Hutchinson line up against 71 and see him go after Edoga. So I think it's going to be a matchup game, but you're not going to see him move around like a Micah Parsons would, or like some of these other edge rushers would, trying to challenge Biotish on the interior or go after a Tyler Smith on the interior. You're going to see him come off the edge, and I think it's a challenge for Terrence Steele to try and step up in a big way. He's played much better football down the stretch than I think most people should have given him credit for. That Eagles game where he gave up double-digit pressures, it was not good back in Week 9. But since then, he's really right the ship. He's really turned things around, and he's done a good job of continuing to push forward and continuing to take care of his assignments. It's not always perfect. It never is on the offensive line, but he's somebody that's moving in the right direction. I have confidence with him going up against Hutchinson because I don't think he really upends the game the way that he was expected to as a number 2 overall pick.
Okay, another player that maybe could upend the game on the other side of the football. Myself and Mike seems to agree, but our listeners disagreed with us when it comes to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I view him as a very good wide receiver, but not one that's a game breaker. Mike, I think, is along the same lines. Are we wrong? Do you view him as a potential game breaker?
I think he's a game breaker at this moment. It's not and he's not a wide receiver that the NFL fears tremendously because he hasn't done it for an extended period of time. This year has been different. He's next level. I mean, he's taken the next step as a viable target, and I mean, he does a lot of the same things that CeeDee Lamb does well. I'm talking about yards after the catch, possession, moves around. I mean, they move him inside and out more than the Dallas Cowboys move inside and out CeeDee Lamb. He's not the same caliber receiver as CeeDee is, but he's at least starting to become a number one and a true number one at that. He's been the number one guy in Detroit for the last couple of years, but he's turning into a big time threat. I think there's a chance he's in the Pro Bowl this year. I think there's a chance in the future he can continue to work that direction. But he's a legitimate receiver. I just don't think he's one of those guys that just immediately strikes fear into a defense just because he hasn't done it for a consistent period of time.
I think we're on the same page there. That we've said he's very good. There are just a couple people, right? I mean, no matter if you're positive, negative, whatever, there'll be people that just say you guys are stupid, and it's kind of like, no, we're saying he's good. He's really good, but he's not on the level of Tyreek Hill. Maybe he is now on the level of Diggs, as Stephon Diggs has maybe regressed a hair in his career at his age. Maybe he is there, but you have taken on Stephon Diggs and Tyreek Hill the last couple of weeks, and I consider those guys better. Obviously, Tyreek Hill better for sure, and maybe Diggs a little bit better than St. Brown.
Yeah, I would put A.J. Brown up there too. I think A.J. Brown's a better receiver than Amon-Ra St. Brown is, and I think Amon-Ra, that's the thing too, is he's kind of like a second or third year CeeDee Lamb, where sure, he can take over a game. I think back to 2021 when CeeDee Lamb took over in New England and they won that game in overtime, and he had the wave goodbye to the Patriots with the walk-off touchdown. I think back to that game. Amon-Ra can do that. He can step up and put up 200 yards if he really wants to, or if he's able to, I should say, if he's given the opportunity from a defense. But he's not going to be one of those guys where you can force-feed him the football like teams do with Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb and Tyreek Hill and Justin Jefferson. He's not to that echelon, but if you're talking about tier systems in the NFL, I think he's probably a tier 2 wide receiver. He's really, really good, and he can take over a game if the situation presents itself.
Cowboys win by what?
I said this morning, I said 34-13. I think this is a matchup. Yeah, I think this is a matchup I feel much more confident in. Last week, I picked the Dolphins to win because I didn't think Dallas could keep up with the speed. But what Dallas brought last week was physicality. I don't think the Lions, even though their calling card has been physicality, I think Dallas can beat them at their own game. And when that happens at home at AT&T Stadium, it tends to happen early. So I think Dallas gets up early, and then they start to run away with it. As soon as the Lions start abandoning the run, chalk it up. I think Dallas wins this one in a big way.
Okay, I like what you're saying. Last thing, because we won't talk to you, at least I won't. Reg, you might be working on Monday.
Nope.
Do you have a sense or a feel for UT Washington, Michigan, Alabama?
I think Alabama will win that game against Michigan. I think they're the better football team. I think Michigan's going to put up a good fight. I don't think this is going to be a Georgia-TCU situation. But I think it's going to be Alabama winning that one, going to the national championship game. And then I know there's a lot of Texas listeners on the Fan, so I hate to upset them. But my favorite quarterback in college football right now is Michael Penix Jr. And I think he's going to be the best player on the field whenever it comes around on New Year's Day. So take me to
never see him throwing the football because it's coming from his belt.
Yeah, that's true. But man, he's so fun to watch. I think he should have been the Heisman winner. So give me Michael Penix and the Huskies to pull off the win, and then they'll meet Alabama in the national title game.
All right, get our frustration.
Yeah, that's right. You've had a fantastic 2023. We appreciate that you've given us so much of your time in this 2023, and I guess look forward to talking to you next week. Well, I won't. It'll be Mike and Corey and Kevin, but still, appreciate you, my man.
Hey, we can talk, Reg. We can make it happen. We'll figure out a way to get either on air, off air. We'll figure it out. But
you know what?
I'll talk to you guys soon. Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
And remember, pray for Kyle as he's having triplets.
That's right.
Yes.
And his wife.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, especially my wife. That's the number one thing. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Kyle Yeomans, DallasCowboys.com, getting us ready for Cowboys-Lions. That's tomorrow. It feels weird saying that on a Friday that the game is happening tomorrow.
I actually told everybody, I was like, when we draw for these tickets, make sure you're checking your phone and email because I don't know how long they're going to give you to respond till Miller Lite and the Dallas Cowboys have to move on to the next person.
Yeah, but that game obviously can be heard right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. The pregame starts at 4 p.m. with Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus. Alec and Blake will have your specs tailgate pre-show. Chris Arnold having his player profile with J-Ron Kurtz. He's had some more responsibility playing a little linebacker.
The freak.
As well. That's right. Coming up next.
That's Javon Curse from Florida. He might be. Do you know who that is?
I'm familiar.
Okay, he was a first-round pick for the Titans. He was a really good pass rusher, first-round pick.
No, I definitely remember.
Called the freak.
What am I doing? Yeah.
So, I'm an old guy. He was like a 1999 first-round pick.
I remember.
How old were you in 1999?
I was 7.
Yeah.
No, 8.
That'd be a tough one for you. But there you go. There's me messing up names intentionally.
Yeah, but you did it intentionally, so it's fine. That's what people love about you.
All right.
They also love what's coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece. We'll talk a little bit about Texas Washington, and then we'll get you some Masterpiece of the Week. It's the fastest segment in radio, and it comes up next on The Fan.
All right. Before we talk about that.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
And we're back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW, and if your loved one have been injured in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
On first and goal, the deep back, off play action, Ewers to throw it for Sweat. He caught it. T. Sweat. How about the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year catching a touchdown pass?
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Mike Bassick, and we are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. Make some noise, Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson. They're eating wings. Oh, there they go. There they go. See, they just put the wing down, and then they were able to get louder as it went along. Appreciate you listening to us, rocking with us on twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, 105 through Fan on YouTube, and terrestrial, Odyssey app. There's a lot of ways to listen to us, Mike. You just listen to us anywhere in the world. It's crazy. But yes, that was the audio of Tavondre Sweat, the big 300-pound defensive lineman for Texas Longhorns, catching a touchdown earlier this season, man. The Texas Longhorns have been really interesting this year, and they have an opportunity to try and play for a national championship. Of course, first they have to take on the Washington Huskies in the Sugar Bowl on New Year's Day.
That's about 90,000 can get in there, I'm assuming, maybe 80.
I think it's closer to 80.
Okay, so 80,000. Do you think it's going to be 55,000 Texas fans, 60,000 Texas fans? Like, what do you think the split's going to be? It's a very easy trip for UT fans. Right. Not an easy trip for Washington fans.
Well, I know that Texas fans were complaining because they didn't have a big allocation of tickets. And so there's Texas fans that are looking at it as it'll be easier to get to the national championship game in Houston should they get there, as opposed to the allocation that they were able to get for the Sugar Bowl. So I wonder if this is going to be relatively evenly split just because of the way that they allocated tickets, or if Texas fans are just going to go crazy on the secondary market if that should get there.
I would feel like this. I don't know this. I would feel like the Texas fans are going to eat up all of the neutral tickets. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I could see it.
So I'm thinking it's going to be 50,000 to 30,000, let's say.
I could see that. I could see that happening.
I think the national championship game, I get it. It's in Houston. If UT makes it, I would still think it would be something like that, 50,000 to 30,000. Look, if Alabama makes it, and Michigan, those are huge schools. I honestly don't know this. Washington's not I know it's a public school, but it's not a huge school, right?
Washington's pretty big. It has a good, but also West Coast feels like, and this is probably unfair, but the West Coast feels like they're a little bit more passive with their sports. Now, when they're good, they can show up for sure.
Right.
But they can be a little passive with their sports compared to the dogged nature that it seems like we get in the Midwest and in the Southeast.
I was lucky enough to go to the first ever national championship game through this system, right? I got to go to the one here in Arlington, Ohio State, and Oregon. So that was obviously Ezekiel Elliott, and Marcus Mariota was the quarterback for Oregon. And I remember that being, let's say there's 90,000 that could get in there, give or take a few thousand. I felt that was definitely 60,000 Ohio State fans.
Yeah.
To Oregon having approximately 30. I felt like it was 2-1 Ohio State fans over Oregon fans.
I also wonder how much, like, certain fan bases where if you start the year with that kind of expectation that this is a year that could be a bowl, a college football playoff bowl situation where they start saving early in the year because they anticipate it, allocate that money for themselves and get themselves ready for that. But we were backwards. The Sugar Bowl is the late game on New Year's Day. So.
Well, I'm just real quick. Mm-hmm. What I'm going to be most interested about is my daughter goes to UT. She does not care at all about football, but she knows that they're in the national championship game because she definitely texted me the minute that they found out they had drawn into the playoff situation. So I'm wondering if she's going to care at all to watch the game. So that's kind of my thing, is I'm wondering if she'll sit down on the couch and watch the night game.
Oh, but she'll be here.
Yeah, she'll be here.
I was wondering, like, because if she's around with her friends, I feel like her friends will watch the game.
Right. Well, I know the campus is closed, like the dorm rooms are closed and everything.
I don't know. Maybe because you get into that college environment and it brings something out of you, even if you weren't previously all that involved. I wonder. I feel like she might sit next to old dad and watch the game. I think you might be able to trick her into some good daddy-daughter time.
Okay, so now we go to 4 p.m.?
Yeah, 4 p.m. Rose Bowl. You will have Alabama, Michigan. We've got a dogged Michigan fan on the text line, Ed, who feels like we are sliding the Michigan Wolverines.
I think they're great. I don't think they're bad. What's
the number one team in the nation, mind you.
What's tough is when you go through their schedule. That's the tough. They deserve to be the number one team in the country. They're favored by 2 points. They're only favored by 2 points. If they were that great, they would be favored by 10. We've gotten to these situations where Alabama, it feels like, or LSU has been the number one team going into this playoff, and they're favored by 11 to 13 points in this semifinal game. Yeah. Michigan's favored by 2. Maybe they win by 20 points. I don't think they will. But when you look at their schedule, yes, Ohio State is a very good team. And Ohio State could be the number one. If Ohio State would have won that game, they'd be the number one team in the country. Ohio State would be hosting Alabama. That's the only game that was a good game on your schedule. You scheduled East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green. I'm looking at the non-conference games. Crap, pathetic, and horrible are the names of those schools. And then you played in the Big Ten. It's a horrible conference.
I mean, you could say the Big Ten championship against Iowa, I guess.
As long as they scored 2 points, they were going to win. 1, if you could. If literally you could score 1 point, you had Iowa in a tough situation.
Yeah. I think also we're discounting Alabama because Alabama isn't as good as the Alabama standard that we. But this is a team that has shown themselves to be a lot better than, especially we talked about that Texas game. Yeah. Than they were then. This defense is actually a lot better than I think we give credit for too. And I think you make J.J. McCarthy have to throw the football a good amount. Some interesting things could happen. Yeah. And that's why I'm up in the air and I'm actually leaning Alabama right now. Okay. Condolences to all my many Michigan fans, Derek. Mooney the mayor. There's a lot of Michigan fans. I know. You know what? I'll bounce back to go blue here soon, I'm sure.
I'm rooting for Michigan. I'll lean towards Michigan figuring out a way how to win this game. So to make Ed feel better, I think Michigan's really good.
100%.
I think Alabama's really good. Now, I am unfortunately feeling this way. Whoever wins this game wins the national championship.
Michigan or Alabama?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my feeling. Whoever wins this Michigan-Alabama game is going to win the national championship.
All right. Well, we're super excited to see that, but more importantly, we're really excited for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's up, guys?
Yo, what's up, Rodrigo?
Final show of 2023 for me, at least.
Oh, best stuff.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Well, Masterpiece of the Week is a simple segment. All we really do is we really just revisit the dumbest things that were said during the course of this week on this very fine program. And to lead us off, Reginald Atatula.
What?
This is the Get Right?
This is the KNC Masterpiece.
Yes! On that show.
I'm so mad at myself.
You said it. That means I'm officially been on
the Get
Right as a whole show. Not just a guest. I've been a guest on the show. But this makes me part of the Get Right.
So you want to come in for the show maybe sometime next week? Yes.
I'm doing this show.
So?
I'm not doing
Calling on the phone.
I'm not doing
overtime.
Double show.
Overtime.
Overtime.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right.
I tried really hard. I went into
You did good.
I went into this week and I was like, I'm not going to say. And I only said it 2 times on the first day. I've been good about not saying it. So thank you.
All right, so I kind of wanted to combo this one up, and I probably should have because this was Mike basically right afterwards.
Middays.
We're the Get Right on KNC Masterpiece.
No, not quite.
No.
Yeah, he was trying to make me feel better. Mike was. That's all you're doing.
So when Kevin and Corey have filled in for a whole bunch of people throughout the years, right? When Richie and Grego hated each other and like all kinds of other different situations. They always said they were the KNC Masterpiece.
That's true, because they are the KNC.
They didn't say we're the, what was the Richie and Grego show called? Rage. They didn't say we're Rage or this is the Rage show. They would say,
fair enough,
we're the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. So I feel like it's okay for you to say this is the Get Right.
In a way. But look, you're a part of the KNC Masterpiece. I'm kind of still a part of the KNC Masterpiece.
And maybe it's the Get Left. I'm left-handed. If you're the Get, maybe I'm the Left.
Okay. All right.
Get Lefty.
It doesn't have the same ring, though. I don't know why.
All right.
What do you think, Rodrigo?
No, I don't think it has the same ring as the Get Right. That sounds apropos for your segment, or for your show, excuse me. Mike, you've had a few blunders this year, and what do you call it? I think you were going to have to add this one onto your list of blunders. Blunders.
Blunders. Okay.
Blunders, not plunders. Yeah, you're not a pirate.
It's tough to stay that hard for a long time.
There are things that can help that,
Blue Chew, RJ Choppy does that.
I've often heard that helps as well.
I'm trying to think like what I was talking about. It could be your fastball over a game. Like, I'm not sure exactly.
You were talking about a very particular pitcher, and at this moment, now I'm having a hard time thinking about who the pitcher was.
Oh, it was because like Aroldis Chapman, whoever it is, as a reliever, to be throwing 105, 106 miles an hour and to stay at that speed throughout your career, you will go down in speed. Like, Aroldis Chapman still is one of the top 5% hardest left-handed throwers in the game.
It sounds funny every time. I'm a child.
Okay. Yeah. So, but he doesn't throw as hard as he used to with like the Cincinnati Reds.
But just know, if that's ever an issue, you can share.
I would just like to put this out there.
Yeah, no, don't.
I still would like to have Aroldis Chapman back on the Texas Rangers. I still think he is a valuable piece to a bullpen. You just don't want him being the closer, and you gotta watch him pitching. Pretty much, you can't pitch him back to back for the most part, and you can't. If you do, then you better give him 2 days off. And so you kind of have to watch him a little bit with that.
We did miss an opportunity because can you play this clip one more time for me, Rodrigo?
Yeah, sure. Give me just a sec.
It's tough to stay that hard for a long time.
Unless you go to Men's Tea Clinic.
True.
There you go.
True.
Free advertising.
There you go. All right, Rigo.
All right, we got time for one more here. You've taken a few digs, Mikey B, at JaVale McGee, and I think this was the last one for 2023, hopefully.
Fatso Magoo.
Do you think he's a fatso?
No.
That's got to be something else then.
I'll tell you what, I say Magoo so much that my wife called something Magoo the other day.
Oh, you're infecting her at this point.
So, like, she just knows it's a derogatory term.
Oh, wow. So you just made up.
Yeah, so I don't think I'm actually talking about JaVale McGee in that.
So who's the fatso that you're talking about then?
Maybe Zion.
Somebody
took me serious the other day. I was watching cards being opened, and they opened up a pack of cards, and a Zion Williamson came out, and I said, they're only going to make Zion Williamson cards in 5x7s now.
God.
Dear Lord.
To make sure he fits on the card.
The Mike fat shaming will continue into 2024. Believe you me. Were you talking about Grant Williams? Because you called him a different level of fat thing later.
I've called him. I mean, my nickname for him right now is Bubble Butt Williams.
And you say it with such confidence that I don't understand.
But he's not fat, but he is overweight.
What's the distinction there?
Well, I feel like I'm a little bit overweight right now.
Okay.
I'm not fat, like, who's fat? I mean, when CeCe pitched, I love CeCe. He's going in the Hall of Fame. Sabathia, he was fat when he pitched. Now he's like a beast. Nice. But, well, yeah, I mean, you can be fat and be successful in sports. It's just tough to pull off.
God, that's good to know.
It's tough to stay that hard.
It's true. That is true.
All right. I vote for that.
Yeah, I feel like that's the best one on the week.
Unanimous.
One more time for me.
It's tough to stay that hard for a long time.
There you go. I love the addition of for a long time.
Yeah, as in a whole career.
It's like it's an
your
understanding.
Speed of your fastball is going to go down over time.
Yeah, man. There's a certain point of time though where you can stay hard for a good amount of time. It's fine, but for too long,
Yeah, in your 20s, you can throw hard for a long time.
That's right. Yeah, the Men's Tea Clinic, absolutely. Got to make sure that we have that as well.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Rodrigo. Thank you, Mike. It's been fun with you this week on the KNC.
Oh, his full name's Rodrigo?
Yeah, it's Rodrigo.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just Rigo.
I know. I don't know why he goes by Rigo.
All right.
But I like saying his full name.
Because of the song.
Is that right, Rodrigo?
That is incorrect. No, it's because I've heard enough people mess up my name so many times. I'm just like, all right, call me Rigo. Call it a night.
Okay. Suave. Well, we'll call it a show after we talk to the G-Bag Nation, who we will cross-talk next with on the KNC Masterpiece.
All right, before we do that, let's talk about the wrap up the year.
back to the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads and relax and enjoy the difference.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan one last time on this weekend, or on this week. And one last time for 2023 right here. Reginald Atatula alongside Mike Bassick. We're broadcasting live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson, where we're having a great time, great crowd. I mean, folks yelling, "Here we go!" before we get back to air. It's been really fun out here, Mike.
It is very normal. I don't want to take any shots here, but once we get outside the little, and I say little part, it's obviously huge, but when we kind of get out of that Dallas area, it's really fun. I mean, Fort Worth, and I know this is Burleson, but when we kind of come west of Dallas, 100%. Let's say we go from Arlington on, even Grand Prairie was good when we were at Grand Prairie. That was during the World Series. I was headed into the World Series. So it's been really fun at those Buffalo Wild Wings, I'd say, especially kind of west of Dallas. But we've had some other great ones, too. Don't want to take any shots at anything, but just saying it is usually a party when you get to Fort Worth area.
Actually, since this is my last day quarterbacking the KNC Masterpiece for this week, Rodrigo, I'm just going to need you to get to the hotkeys and get me Mike yelling Buffalo Wild Wings. I just need to hear it one more time.
Buffalo Wild Wings!
There it is.
Like that?
It makes me happy.
Yeah.
I love it so much. Also, some other folks that I love. It's the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. We're going to have a little crosstalk right now. Broadus, Zach, how are you fellas doing?
We're fantastic, man. Thank you so much. We do have Eric back as well, so he's here and he's very.
Hi, Reggie.
Oh, wait, how does that work? So
he ran out of maternity leave. It's paternity, sir.
I thought you were the one that gave birth.
You were the maternity guy. Hey, by the way, Bassick is being a Dallas guy. Just stay the hell out of my city, all right? That's all I have to say to you right now.
It's kind of like, all those grocery stores that refuse to go south of the Trinity River.
Yeah.
I thought I saw someone saying that HEB is trying to get
they ain't
stuff.
trying.
Okay.
They lie. when they build it and put HEB on a store and start serving the South Dallas community, I'll believe it.
Okay, very good. Gentlemen, what y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Reg. Thank you so much for asking. We got Stephen Jones, of course, coming up at 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock, Carmen Vitale covers the NFC North for Fox Sports. Excited to talk with her. Then Nick Harris joins us every Friday at 5 o'clock. DallasCowboys.com does an excellent job.
That's a fun lineup, fellas. I'm
Hey,
super excited to hear it.
Have any of you guys ever thought about refereeing football, basketball, or baseball games?
Dude, no. I question
I thought about
why
hockey, Mike. I thought about hockey, not being able to skate and trying to do it. I think it'd be hilarious to be an official and not be able to skate.
Bet payoff. Broadus has to ref a hockey game.
Would you do it in shoes?
Dude, he could. We're talking about hips and reconstructions and knees.
How many? Like the whole
It's
referee
like
outfit.
70 years old.
And then I'm falling as I'm trying to call offside.
And you have no idea what you're calling either. Like it's like they're like, we've never heard of this.
I'm watching up hockey. I think the best part I could help with hockey would be breaking up the fights. Just grabbing dudes and or diving in there and breaking them up.
As long as you're not on skates, right?
That's what I'm saying. How funny would it be to try and get up and down the ice
be gold.
And calling, totally missing penalties because I'm falling all the time? I think that'd be hilarious.
The players wouldn't think it's funny.
If you'd like to come, well, you guys can't. You'll be working. But if you'd like to come to Colleyville Heritage, there's about a 33% chance I watch high school referees not be able to jog. It's amazing. I'm like, if you're going to do this, I think that there should be some sort of coordination in jogging up and down the court.
I think these are the officials that appreciate the Mavs basketball last year with the slow pace. That they could walk with Luka up and down the court.
Why is Luka catching strays here? No, my first job was
just the pace. They were one of the worst. Yeah, they were one of the worst pace teams.
But my first job was as a timekeeper for PSA, and that was I'm never doing the refereeing deal. I mean, it's terrible. You've got coaches fighting each other, parents fighting each other. The refs don't know what the hell they're doing. I had a ref come up to me and say, "Hey, if you can find a way to get some seconds off of this clock and make this game go in under an hour, I'll go ahead and buy you a Whataburger."
Honestly, I'm sure there's plenty of people in the stands I know there's plenty of games where it's like, hey, can we roll this?
Don't ever be the scorekeeper person though. Too is another one. Yeah, because the parents are yelling at you. Yeah. It's a run. Put the run on the board, and you're like, God, I'm just sorry. I'm trying to figure out the buttons here.
Oh, no, it was bad. They're like, we've got 2 more points. I'm like, no, you don't. Don't try and cheat me like that. I'm good at my job.
God.
So I find myself, though, I know that you, Brian, during your son's football games would do sideline stuff, and I
was
find
a water
myself
boy.
Either like
You're a
I try to
squirter.
video the game because I know if I don't video the game, one, my son likes it, which I'm deleting all video from yesterday's game.
Okay.
It's horrible. But I find myself, if I can do that, then I'll find myself maybe not yelling at my own son or the team or the referees as much.
Yeah, and I'm with you about the refs, Mike. I was on the sidelines for a game, and like this, we were playing. So Troy Aikman was coaching. I think it was ESD,
like a celebrity shot coach?
It's ESD.
Yeah,
damn it.
ESD. He's coaching
Get it
that,
right.
and they're running up and down the field, and like the official calls like pass interference on us, and I walk over to the official on the sideline. I go, "Sir, they don't need your help. They really don't. They're a good football team. If you haven't noticed by the score." And so, like, the official turns and yells at the head coach that, "Get him off the field, get him out," and I'm like, and Coach Suffridge just goes, "Brian, just settle down." Just, and I felt bad at that point because, I'm trying to be like, I'm into the game, but I hate when the officials are like doing, when your team's not winning and you're kind of like having to like be upset about it, that kind
I
of
love
thing.
the idea of Brian just talking bleep, but in a very nice manner.
I am
Like,
very polite to the officials to a point.
Respectfully, I think that you're blowing this game.
Yeah, I did. I go, "Sir, they don't need your help. If you've noticed, they're a good team. They're a good team. Just look at the scoreboard. They're a good team."
I'm just hoping my buddy at some point refs one of my son's basketball games because I want to see Greg Ostertag because he does high school refereeing now and he's a 7'1".
7'1" official?
Yeah, because he played obviously at Kansas.
Oh, yeah.
He's a career leader in block shots still to this day for Kansas, and obviously played about 10 years in the NBA for the Jazz. I just want to see this 7'1" guy because I'm assuming he would be a really good referee.
You would imagine, although I wonder, like, is he the referee that takes it too serious in youth sports, right? Like, because I was watching a middle school basketball game maybe like a month ago, and it was like, hey, dude, I understand that they are crossing the line. They don't know no better. Like, you just got to let that one go. We don't have time to be here all day.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Hey, you remember Nate Jones played in the second?
Yeah, former Cowboy corner.
He's an NFL official. Like he's one of the few that can actually play to the speed of the game.
I always find that amazing. Like, you played the sport, you know the kind of abuse that you gave them folks. You wanted to go take that yourself? Okay.
No, Nate's one of the better officials in the league, man. I wouldn't be surprised he's working the Super Bowl here soon.
I think I would enjoy, honestly, reffing basketball or umpiring baseball. I would need to honestly be super educated on hockey and somewhat educated on football. And then football, you got to know what's my responsibility and not my responsibility. Am I right about that, Broadus?
Yeah.
And like, hey, you're doing this, but that's not your responsibility to watch this. Your responsibility is to watch this area or this spot. So I'd have to be kind of educated on that. But it seems like when I do watch refereeing or umpiring, I'm like, I'm attracted to it because I'm like, I can do this so much better.
Why'd you use that word?
I don't know, that you're attracted to like a job or something. I don't know.
Hey,
It's an
Mike,
attractive job.
Mike, tell me, I think I could be the baseline officials when they do the check swing thing. Those dudes aren't paying attention, are they? They're really not paying attention.
No, and
they call down the third base, and the guy just, that's a strike. He wasn't really paying attention. He was looking at like the hot dog vendor or something like in the stands. He wasn't paying attention.
You're 90% right, because obviously, especially in, let's say, middle school, the bat's not moving that fast. It's not like it's moving at 90 miles an hour like a major leaguer. It's not moving that fast. I will give them some leeway on this one, Brian, at times when you are behind the pitcher.
Yeah.
So if there's a runner on first and you are not down the first baseline, because usually there's a home plate umpire and a field umpire, that's not the easiest angle to see on close ones.
Right.
But then the home plate umpire should have the education to know my other umpire is behind the pitcher. He's not going to be able to do check swings very well.
Right.
Well, fellas, we want y'all to have a clean show. No penalties, please.
That should be a bet payoff. Like, if you lose, you have to sign up and be some sort of referee or umpire.
You hear that, fellas? Make that happen.
I'm just trying to get bet payoffs done on this show.
That's
that's been a hard task.
Yeah, fair enough. But you know what? What's not a hard task is listening to the G-Bag Nation. You guys have a fantastic program, okay?
See you, boys. See you next year.
Yes,
See
sir.
you next year.
See you next year, Kevin.
In your face, Kevin.
In your face. But also, filling in for Kevin and Corey has been really fun this week. Mike, I appreciate you working with me this week. But until
Great job, Reggie.
until the next year, I guess, until 2024, you've been masterpiece. Be easy.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Cowboys game day eve right here on the G-Bag Nation, hour number 1. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus. Oh, hey, Eric. Good to have you back, man.
Long week, boys. Long week.
It's been a grind.
Glad we made it.
Yeah, we made it to Friday, bud. Quitting time. We got what you drinking, what you thinking.
How you
Coming
feeling
up
right
at
now? Feeling
5:20.
good?
Just beat to hell. You get it.
Yeah, I do, man.
Working during the holidays.
It's tough.
But we're here, man. That's who we are. It's what we do. Live and local all the time. Home with the Cowboys. We're world champions. You know what I mean?
Texas Rangers.
You keep that championship energy all the way into the new year.
Somebody's got to do the heavy lifting. They said the building shutting down at 1 o'clock. We said, bleep you. We want to work.
Yeah, we'll see it too.
We're here. All right. And
Hadn't been to a company happy hour yet, have we?
Because we're working, damn it. We are working, and we're going to be here with you until 7 hours, 5 hours of radio gold here in the G-Bag Nation. We got Lucius Alexander. Of course, she's going to have G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. LA Live at 5:40. Carter Freeman, wonder how he's feeling. Oh, you didn't get it done last night. Comeback win for Arizona. Jackson Arnold had some moments, though. Denton Geyer's quarterback, future quarterback there as Oklahoma goes into the SEC. So Carter Freeman running your video, Twitch, and on YouTube. Appreciate all of our Twolos and Tubers out there. 877-881-1053. Let us know what you're getting into for New Year's Eve. And what is your Cowboys game day prediction? We got Stephen Jones at 3 o'clock. But, fellas, this is going to be a historic night tomorrow. You got Jimmy Johnson going into the Ring of Honor. That'll be a Jimmy Johnson-themed top 10 at 420. We got CeeDee Lamb on the verge of history, 3 catches away from breaking Michael Irvin's single-season record for the Cowboys. Most receiving yards. He's 180 yards away from that.
Cameron Sutton seems like a good guy to do that against, I think.
He's also questionable.
There you go.
So we'll see, does he play? Are they wounded in the secondary? This could be interesting. We believe Tyron Smith is good to go. He's going to be playing.
Not believe he's going to play.
He's going to play, damn it. He's going to play. 77's going to be out there. So, are you guys optimistic? Are we picking Cowboys? Are you guys going to go Lions on me? What's going on? I'm waving the homer flag. Cowboys 34-30. Get off my lawn with this pessimism.
Ooh, I'm thinking Cowboys are touching 40, man. I'm just getting out of bed thinking when they're at AT&T Stadium, they're touching 40. And I don't got a lot of respect for the Lions defense. I'll be quite honest with you. They got a couple of good young players. They'll fly around on you. Aiden Hutchinson versus Terrence Steele. A little bit scary matchup problem. Sure. I think they can find a way to overcome it. I think both defenses are in a world of trouble.
I think they really need Scooney to help over there.
This is going to be a fireworks show. Hey, as long as they're not throwing it to
ball,
them.
Not them run the ball more. You run the ball more and more Scooney, I think, would be a recipe for
less is more with Scooney, okay?
Gosh.
I am excited, though. I think this is one of those, hey, you're down a little bit bad. 2 games in a row that you've lost to good teams. I think your defense is struggling in a huge way. I think that's probably going to continue. But can a guy like Micah Parsons come up with a huge play? It's going to be 1 or 2 plays defensively, I think, because it's going to be an offensive show. It's going to be fireworks. It's going to be lasers, and it's going to be a ton of fun. I think it's a barn burner kind of deal, and I'll just take the Cowboys at home. Heck, they're favored by what, 6?
They're favored by 6.
And the emotional victory of, hey, we just clinched. We're Detroit. We never do this, and here we are.
Detroit's playing for something, though, man. They're playing they're playing
for sure.
If you just look at the metrics and the odds and all that, it's not like, the hats and T-shirts and all that. I remember Jason Garrett saying, "Hey, yeah, enjoy the hat, enjoy the T-shirt, but we're playing for more here.
We're playing for the cigar."
I think the Lions are really playing. Now, can you go out there and take it from them? But you're absolutely right. They got some good young defensive players. I think the safeties are outstanding. I think Brian Branch at the nickel
really good
is going to be
player.
a problem. I'm going to do anything I can and not let CeeDee Lamb have to run routes against Brian Branch in this football game. I know he's going to play in the slot and all that, but that to me does not seem. That seems like a pretty much of a wash right there. The way that Branch plays, in my opinion. This is one of the better nickels that he's going to face.
Cowboys due for turnovers, though, as well. First time in the Dan Quinn era, they've gone back-to-back games without getting a turnover on defense. They're not going 3 games in a row with that happening.
I thought I was getting butt-cracked by Ed Werder yesterday, but I don't think he's in the butt-cracking business, is he? He's supposed to be serious.
The 2001 deal?
The 2001 deal.
Brian and I talked about that. Remember, we were begging, they can't get interceptions.
What are we
They can't buy one.
Yeah.
So did we confirm this? Did we fact-check him, or are we just taking Ed Werder as Elias Sports Bureau? Because I thought I was being cracked there. That's the first time since 2001 that the Cowboys have gone back-to-back games without forcing a turnover. That was jarring to me.
No, there seems like there were days, and I was just kind of like, it's Ed. Do I check?
I thought they went an entire season a couple years ago without forcing a turnover.
Exactly. Yeah, with Byron Jones and Carr. I mean, it seemed like they never got
just
in
a bunch of fumbles. The fumbles were their saving grace, supposedly.
I guess
they played Tiki Barber at some point.
They did. Tiki had a bad run there. That was
Brandon Jacobs was always good for 1 or 2 a game, right?
I'll never forget a time where Zach Thomas in a Cowboys uniform at like 50 years old met Brandon Jacobs in the hole, and it was one of the biggest hits I've ever seen, and it probably ultimately ended Zach Thomas's career.
It's
from
a Hall of Fame
standpoint.
career, sir. Let's be
Hall of Fame, super stud. He smacked Brandon Jacobs.
Yeah.
Like he laid the wood on Brandon Jacobs.
He's giving up about 6 inches
and probably 60 pounds.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, but this will be a very interesting game. I think you're right. I just don't have the guts to throw the thing into like a 43 to 41 game or something like that.
Well, wouldn't surprise me if the Cowboys put up 40. I mean, they have been doing that at home. I mean, the big question is, does Detroit just line up and bully you like Buffalo did, like San Francisco did, and you can't stop their run, and now that shortens the game a little bit, and the Cowboys don't have the ability to put up 40
You
points.
have to be that committed to do it, and I mean, they've got the personnel to do it. They surely do. Their offensive line is good. I think the problem with the way they create turnovers for the Lions is get the quarterback the pressure. Guy's thrown seven interceptions this year just off pressures.
Yeah, he's a different quarterback when you can pressure him for sure. I think you see some numbers as well when you send a blitz and you're playing some man.
Yeah,
their drop back passing game goes down a little bit. We know Dan Quinn, especially on a third down, is going to want to bring that out. So there's some opportunities here, but I think both defenses are in for a long night, world of trouble, and they might be able to do what Buffalo sort of did to you. But I just think at AT&T Stadium, you're going to have the offense here for the Cowboys that is able to respond and sort of go toe-to-toe, and then who can make the play at the end of the game. I think it's a one-score game, and it's well into the 30s.
What are your Cowboy predictions? 972 St. Turpin's going to return a kick. Watch. All right, we're ready for
I've been watching for too long.
We've been watching. We're watching and we're waiting. What the hell happened to Jeffrey Okudah? Of course, South Grand Prairie Zone got texted. He's an Atlanta Falcon now.
Yeah, he is.
They traded him to Atlanta. He's actually been having a pretty good year over there. 254. Good afternoon, homers. All right, we're picking the Cowboys here. We're not being negative.
I picked Miami last week, by the way.
I picked Buffalo 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But I do think if the Cowboys, if they lose three in a row, we're going to have big-time issues.
No, thanks for calling me a homer. I appreciate it.
Big-time issues.
Thank you.
And it is Nosebleed Seats featuring Brian Broaddus. That's exactly what we're rocking with here. And Lucius Alexander, of course.
Yeah.
The party is rocking here in the G-Bag Nation or the Nosebleed Nation, one of the two. But let us know, and I'm putting in the call, boys.
Put it in.
Hey, I think Micah Parsons gets himself a holding call.
Okay, now you're just talking crazy.
I think it happens.
No, settle down.
The
momentum.
The momentum's building.
You had me. I know the homer thing. I get it. You're picking them to win, but
he's
now
been
you've crossed
vocalizing.
the damn
He's going to be an absolute manimal tomorrow night, and there's going to be a holding call on him. All right,
Just doesn't
we're
make
going to get the
any
report
sense.
on the officiating at 2:40 or
Brad
2:45.
Allen. Yeah,
from Brad Allen.
Yeah.
Brad Allen.
Another,
Seriously,
another 2 first name guy.
You need to make this happen.
It's
going to
be a long one.
Make it happen. You think it's going to be like a 10 penalty game for the Cowboys?
It'll be double digits.
8 for the Lions.
I need to go back and check the 2 first name referees.
I think you're in for a long night.
What other 2 first names do we
I'm
have?
gonna look them up. You guys talk among yourselves.
There was like a John Carl at some point, or a Carl.
There's John Perry. There was a John Perry.
Okay, there was a John Perry. There's a Carl.
Carl Sheffers is another one.
Yeah, Carl Sheffers. That's who it is.
Yeah.
Carl Sheffers. Mavs in the morning news said, is this a moral victory for the Mavericks who battled against the Timberwolves? No, it's not. But hey,
Homer.
THJ continued to be really good with 32 points as he continues to put up quite a resume to make himself some nice trade bait here at the deadline.
What are you doing now?
I think Hardy did a good job to with 17 points. I think maybe he's looking a little bit more attractive as well at the deadline.
We're gonna get a text from the Mavs.
Well, the Mavs need to realize we're kind of overvaluing our own because it's like, hey, yeah, we'll take Hardy for Clint Capella or we'll take Josh Green for Clint Capella. You don't have any minutes to give these guys
Roddy Beaubois
once Kyrie comes back. So I'd rather have Clint Capella who can at least help you and you're just not dead in the water whenever Derek Lively misses a game. I think you've got to move all 3 of those guards or 2 out of the 3. And I don't know what else you have that other teams would even want right now. And you're certainly not trading Kyrie or Luka. So, and right now you're not trading Dante Exum. So, to me, I mean, those are the guys you're going to be looking at the deadline if you want to actually add somebody that's going to help you at all.
I like the idea of a Dante Exum untouchable situation. Like everybody's on the table. Obviously, Exum's not.
No,
but
you can't have
You want to
Dante
sniff
Exum.
around on a Doncic? You want to sniff around on a Kyrie?
Exum at least plays defense.
We can talk about it. No, he made a great play on the sideline there, where the ball's going out of bounds. Somebody grabs the ball and pegs the guy with it to go out of bounds. But Dante Exum was like, "No, I'm not getting pegged right now. I'm going to nutmeg your peg." And then it was Mavs basketball. That was a championship glue guy sort of play right there.
He's exactly what you need. He's your Austin Hedges. He's your Brian Cardinal, except he's actually giving you some points on the field and he's on the court.
And he's untouchable.
And he's untouchable right now. Gosh, I love the way Dante Exum's playing. I mean, maybe I'm falling in love with our own guys over here, making Dante Exum untouchable. We got a big game tonight at AT&T. It's the Cotton Bowl. It's Ohio State taking on Mizzou. I know we got a lot of Missouri alums.
We got a lot of Missouri alum. Brad Sham.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Brad. But we've
Danny
got
Surratt.
Danny Surratt, certainly. Devin Brown, who's going to start for Ohio State at quarterback.
Jeremy Maclin.
Well, shout out to Jeremy Maclin. That guy was badass. Chase Daniel, South Lake Carroll zone.
He's an alum,
of course.
I'm on the board.
Is going to become the first Buckeyes quarterback to make his first start in a bowl game tonight, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, first Buckeye quarterback in history to make his first career start in a bowl game, much like Jackson Arnold did last night for Oklahoma. He also wears number 33 as a quarterback.
That's unstable.
That's heartbreaking.
That's so unstable right now.
He has a good reason.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
He's making his starting debut in North Texas. Brown is wearing number 33 to honor slinging Sammy Baugh.
Okay.
Pro Football Hall of Fame and TCU legend.
All right.
I know, but
so
where's
you guys feel a little bit worse about this?
Where's the good reason? I'm waiting for it.
You just don't have any respect for Sammy
If
Baugh.
you saw
TCU.
Sammy Baugh play, you'd be disappointed.
I believe I would.
Because you hate good players.
Oh, is that what it is?
You just hate good
there's
players.
something about good
Anybody
football
that can
players.
throw, run, punt, catch, you're totally out on.
Now you're just describing Andy Reid.
You would just.
That's very true.
You see how massive Andy Reid was as a small?
I would not have wanted to
as
go
a
up
small.
against him.
He was never a small.
I love Andy.
Small.
Andy's never been small. What am I saying?
What do you think he weighed coming out of the womb?
He was a double digit. I bet he was a 12-pounder.
He was already wearing a XXX
That head
baby
alone
outfit.
that head alone was.
Yeah,
13
he was.
pounds.
When he came out of the womb, they had 3-year-old gear to put on him. By the way, Alden Smith. I'm back on the board.
Yeah, Alden Smith. You are back.
I'm back on the board. I think Walchuk's got some catching up to do here.
It's okay. I'm going to let you guys take this one.
Would Alex Kemp be a 2-name referee?
No, Kemp is a surefire last
That's
name.
the last name. Have you ever met a Kemp, Brian?
How about a Land Clark?
Don't ask stupid things.
Okay, was this one of these weird ones? I mean, is Land even a name?
So that's
is that
flipped.
even a first name?
Land is a last name. So they went ahead and flipped it. They gave him a last
Two
name.
last
first name.
names. This is a
he's
two
got
last
two
name
last
gentleman.
names.
Okay.
Did he kill us that game?
He was not friendly. No,
He was
Land
not
can go
friendly.
bleep himself.
So
Not
maybe
a big fan.
maybe that's what it is. Two
Clay
first
Martin?
names. Clay Martin. I think
Yeah,
Martin.
Clay Martin. That's a 2 first name situation. I think.
All right.
Yeah. Now Martin can. That can double up right there.
It can.
You can go both ways as a Martin.
You've often said that.
Absolutely.
Fighting to change your name for years.
you got to
Mickey
watch
Spagnola.
these Martins.
Did you have Mickey Love, Mizzou alum?
Oh, that's right, Mickey. Yes,
Yeah, I'm on the board.
Yeah.
You guys can go bleep yourselves.
Okay, Walchuk's back in the game.
Thank you very much. We've got our survivor picks. Of course, Texas and Washington going down New Year's Day. Do you guys
Michael
like
Sam.
Oh, Michael Sam. Yes.
It's back on the
Dallas
board. It's a
Cowboy.
good pull.
That Dorial Green Beckham.
Oh,
Bet none of you are going to
Ooh,
mention Dorial Green
he
Beckham.
crossed my mind of I know
No,
they
he
had
didn't.
one of those Alden Smith, but at wide receiver kind
Yeah.
of guys, and it was him, and I couldn't remember his
You
name.
couldn't remember, could you? Come on, get better at this. And shout out to Joe Flacco. He made himself $75,000 last night.
If you're the Browns, you're just happy. Like, sure, Joe,
If I'm-
you're 75.
If I'm the Browns, bye-bye Deshaun Watson.
Oh, you can't do that yet.
Yet?
You can't.
You can always find a way.
I don't think you can eat that much cap, can you?
I don't know. You probably can't, but the Broncos are about to.
Well, you sounded very fandom-like right there.
Did I?
You didn't you weren't very front office-like. You were very
Well,
fandom.
you know what? I haven't lived it like you. I haven't worked in the front office.
Oh, no, I hadn't worked in the front office in a long time either.
Maybe I can apply.
Maybe so.
But no, what Flacco's doing is really unbelievable. 4-1 right now as a starter. We'll get back into more of his crazy stats a little bit later.
The Browns are a good team.
They are.
They are
That
good.
defense is really good.
They're a good team.
No
Jim
doubt.
Schwartz is a defensive coordinator. They're totally throwing back the clock or turning back the clock.
Well, and 817, if Brian said Mickey, he forgot he said Mickey. So point back to me. And I don't think he did say Mickey, but I trust you.
I didn't say
817.
Mickey. I didn't say Mickey.
Drew Lock.
Oh, Drew Lock's a good one.
Back on the board.
Let's get to G-Bag of the Day with Lucius Alexander, and we'll do our survivor picks We got a couple bet payoffs that already have to be done. They will, of course, I'm sure be all accomplished once the General Gavin Dawson gets back. But is anybody going to have to do a bet payoff this coming week? We'll give you our picks next.
Always a welcome.
Bag of the Day coming up here in 8 minutes. 8 minutes away from the G Bag of the Day on a Football Friday. Great to have you in. Stephen Jones at the top of the hour. We're playing our Mizzou alum game for no really good reason. But I'll go ahead and go on the board with local legend Nick Bolton, fellas. And with the name conversation, shout out to the guy who's reporting on a local relationship that involves a Shelley marrying a gentleman with the last name Shelley, and now her name is, of course, Shelley.
Shelley, that is outstanding.
Which I believe is the play of the reverse pass touchdown that the Eagles converted in the Super Bowl versus the Patriots, which is just fantastic. Bring it back to sports in a huge way. Now, we got Survivor picks. The elephant in the room, of course, is that 3 of us have not 1 but 2 payoffs. It's been a bad back-to-back weeks here for myself and Dawson. Broadus has accumulated a couple of L's over the course of the last month or so. So 2 L's for each of us that are going to have to be paid off. We will get to those for sure. But we have a new week and a new hell to look forward to in regards to Survivor. So, gentlemen, do you feel confident in any way about your selection for the week?
I feel confident, but I absolutely hate that I have to do it. And I took the Philadelphia Eagles this week against the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow, that's a good one to have in your back pocket. I think I might actually still have the Eagles as well in my back pocket, but that's not bad. Okay, so you're betting. I mean, geez, the Eagles at home, 12-point favorites.
Yeah,
should be a no-brainer.
Yeah, I would hope, and it sounds like to me that Kyler Murray's dealing with sickness right now. Maybe he has the – I'll tell you what, if it meant Dallas having a chance to win the division, and I would happily do a bet payoff if in fact that Kyler Murray would have a Michael Jordan flu game and come back and lead them to victory. I think if Philadelphia's going to lose, I think it's to the Giants next week. I don't think it's the Arizona Cardinals right now. So that's why, I mean, I hate picking Philadelphia here because I want them to lose, but I'm down to that point right now where I have to take them.
Yeah, man. I mean,
I've already got 2 bet payoffs.
Yeah, your back's against the wall. You got to do what you got to do.
I get a drunken bet payoff with the Tolos on our next remote after the first of the year.
That'd be fun.
And then I've got another one when Dawson comes back and we're all together. Like I think Mrs. Doubtfire or something like that payoff.
Or a little nitro gummy or whatever. You're kind of going back and forth.
Nitro gummy that.
I might nitro gummy that just to not. Yeah, I might do that.
I was talking
then again,
about.
What if I like at 60 years old? What if like my heart stops?
Yeah,
or something like that.
Is that a side effect?
I believe there's something in the fine print that involves heart stopping.
Yeah.
But you know that was the same for me. I took that risk.
Yeah, but you're like a lot younger guy.
But the ratings. Think about the ratings, Brian.
Oh no,
yeah, that's standing on business, bro. That's standing on business right there.
You know what? I hate
die for this, man.
I hate Lucius when people say
stand on my bets.
Standing on business. People saying too much standing on business, and
that was one of our things that did stay in 2023.
Standing on business.
Lucius was talking about that last night in LA Live, and I hate when people say standing on business.
You know, this sucks though, B, but I'm with you. I think I'm gonna go with the Eagles, and gosh, it pains me. It pains me to do it, but I'm on a good run here, and I don't want to start having to do another bet payoff. I've already had to do some weird ones this year already. And
you have not had to do a bet payoff, though, since week 4.
And I'm trying to keep that trend going. I went back-to-back weeks of Speedo and diaper action.
Yeah, but you're not a September football guy. You're built for the playoffs. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to play my best years. We're heading into, December, January football.
That's your identity.
You know what? I'd be happy to do a bet payoff though if the Eagles lost this game.
I'm that way too. I'm that way too. But I don't think that Philadelphia loss is going to come this week.
You know, the only other team I considered, and Brian, maybe I've even taken them, so it didn't matter. Was Kansas City. Like, think how excited we would be for Kansas City, Cincinnati if you didn't have the injuries that
you have
the
not
Bengals
taken.
Have been
You have
with.
not taken Kansas City.
Have I?
Do you think Kansas City is going to lose again at home again to a Bengals team that they really hate?
You did. You took them in week 4.
Gosh dang it. I hate my former self sometimes.
You're the only one that's taken an L with Dallas.
Yeah, because I bet on them on Cardinals week. That was, and you guys are hopefully about to make that same mistake with the Eagles right now.
Should I pivot? Should I pivot and go KC? Should I put my money on Mahomes? My bet pay off life on Andy Reid? Damn it. I'm doing it.
No, I want to be the devil on your shoulder and say no.
Don't
you should
do
not.
it. Don't do it.
Yeah, dude, do what you want, man. Do what your heart desires.
And by the way, Dawson has not texted his in yet.
He hasn't texted.
Yeah, we'll find out.
If we don't get it by 7 o'clock, that's an automatic.
Does that mean we can give him a team? Can we give him like the Chargers to beat the Broncos?
Oh yeah. Oh no, you can. Just pick somebody for him.
Terrible
Arizona.
Matchup.
Pick Arizona.
We'll give him the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Or the Panthers.
We'll give him somebody he hadn't picked.
Give me Kansas City.
You want Kansas City?
No, I don't.
Look at Walchuk, man. Indecisive in December.
I just don't want Philly. I hate taking them.
It's been like this all week.
You got to be dialed, bro.
Yes.
I'm feeling good about the Rams going across the country on a noon kick versus the Giants.
They did it against the Ravens.
I know. They were right there.
Took that thing home.
And I'm buying what the Rams are selling right now, at least offensively. I think they got something special cooking over there.
I am too.
I got my eye on you, Sean McVay.
I like what they're doing.
So I'm going with the Rams. That's going to be my pick of the week. That's going to be my stone cold lead pipe lock.
So that mean they're going to lose?
To get off the schneid. I can't lose 3 in a row. It's one of those. It's just like the Cowboys aren't about to lose. What is it going to be now?
3 in a row.
3 in a row?
Yeah.
Cowboys are going to do that on Saturday night.
Would it be 3 in a row for Kansas City?
Kansas City.
I mean, they're on a really bad slump right now.
They've lost 3 of the last 5. I know that.
Holy crap, they're playing terrible football.
Yeah, but they got bulletin board material. Did you see what Jamar Chase said?
I did. We're going to play the audio at 3:20.
We're going to play the audio at 3:20, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be very, very exciting. Okay, the segment's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. And before we get to the G-Bag of the day, does anybody else want to score some points here? Because I'm obviously in the Missouri Tiger lead, in the midst of our game here.
Trying to go off the top of my head of any type of. I mean, you got me with the Nick Bolton one. That was a shot to the. But I could go all the way back. Phil Bradley was a quarterback back in the day.
Yeah, he's just making up names.
No, look it up. Phil Bradley, quarterback.
Kevin Nelson. That guy was a beast linebacker.
Kevin Nelson. If it's a real player, I'll acknowledge that. But I'm going to look up.
But the doubt that you have means that there's room for interpretation.
I think his name was Phil Bradley.
I totally made him up. I don't know Kevin Nelson.
Yeah, but I bet Brodsky gave us a scouting report.
Major Nelson from I Dream of Jeannie. You never saw that show either, did you?
See, now he's making up shows. Yeah. This guy is just...
Larry Hagman. What?
Genie in a bottle? Is that what you said?
No, Larry Hagman was in a show called I Dream of Jeannie with Barbara Eden.
You love
back
Christina.
In the 1960s.
Okay, you already said Michael Sam. There's another edge rusher I'm thinking of that was taken, I think, in the first. Shane Ray.
Shane Ray.
Who took Shane Ray?
Buffalo Bills.
That's right.
Big bust. Speaking of big bust, let's get into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander.
I don't know where that's going.
The G-Bag of the day, baby.
I don't know where that's going, baby.
Yeah, Phil Bradley, Missouri quarterback.
There you go, Phil.
Hey, man, it's Genie over Bewitched all day. Genie over Bewitched all day. Yeah.
There you go. Barbara Eden over Montgomery. Something Montgomery.
And that ain't off of looks or anything. I'm just talking about how she act, man. Genie wanted to take care of old boy.
Yeah. Major Nelson.
She was mean. Yeah, she wanted to take care of Major Nelson.
Yeah.
Bewitched was mean.
Yeah.
Her and her mama. Oh, casting spells on you and everything. Want to see you make mistakes so they can control you. It was wild, bro. For Broadus is a jolly good fellow. What's my bomb? Boom. This should be an air horn for the Jamaican air horn. He made some Jamaican beef patties up in this joint.
What'd
I've
you
had
think?
3.
You've had 3, so
I've
you
had
like
3.
them.
I had 3. Yeah, well, I like to eat a lot too, but he got that crust together, got the consistency of the meat right.
Yes.
The flavor was like almost there.
Yeah.
A little bit more spice.
That's all it is.
I tell you what, I appreciate, and I will do better. I think it's the curry. I think you have to go with more of the curry and more of the they've got some really unique combinations. There's African kind of flavors that you have, and it's really fun to make. Because you're thinking like when you're doing the ground beef for the filling, you're kind of like, man, I'm messing this up. It doesn't look right, and then you taste it and you're like going, okay, all right, I see what they're doing here. I see what they're doing. But yes, but thank you for trying them, and thank you for the.
Thank you.
We
for
got some,
them.
and for what you're thinking, what you're drinking, we got some Red Stripe beers. We're gonna be drinking for that.
Thank you, Broadus.
It's a Jamaican. It's Jamaican days for us.
Yeah, man.
Thank you,
all right, so
Broadus.
our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day is the wildest church testimony of all time. This lady was dealing with some substance abuse issues. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing.
Context clues.
Hi, my name is Tanya Massey, and I'm a backslider. Y'all pray for me. Bible said the fool makes a mock out of God. He's nothing to be played with. And food and heart says there's no God, but God is real. I used to come home drunk from school, laying up with men, out there prostituting, having all with my mouth, licking balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
Remember you in prayer.
Amen.
Amen.
Anyone else have a word from the Lord, a testimony?
No, we good. Let's wrap this up.
Yeah, she was moved.
Let's wrap this up.
Time for lunch.
Anybody else have a church testimony?
Yeah. Let's go to Jamaica Queens real quick. Yeah. Jamaican Queens on a Friday. Shout out to Broadest, made them Jamaican beef patties. There's some good Jamaican beef patties at what is that?
This was something called
The
Island
Farmers Market.
Farmers Market. Okay.
Farmers Market.
All
There's
right.
some good ones over there at the Farmers Market. I'm not playing in Dallas.
I'm gonna. The curry's gonna kick it next time. I will get that curry right.
It was still good, man. Last night was the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Very first edible mascot.
It was.
It got real bleak in that broadcasting booth, too. Real bleak.
Did it?
You just saw the edible mascot. He came out of a toaster, a giant toaster, minutes before kickoff.
Can you really put the frosted ones in a toaster, though?
Well, here's the sad part of the story. After the game, he will be devoured. He will die.
Oh.
And he will be his own last meal.
I think that's become the best bowl go.
Yeah,
Like,
so far,
The
right?
Pop-Tart Bowl is amazing.
Sort of a bowl gag.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it is. And I thought the eggnog one. Did the Trojans play in the eggnog bowl? Because I just saw Lincoln Riley get doused in the nog.
Is that what it was?
But was it a sponsor? Because that's the Holiday Bowl. I think they're out there in San Diego.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure what it was called. I just saw him being doused. I figured maybe it's the eggnog bowl.
Yeah.
I was pouring the eggnog on Christmas. My mother-in-law said, well, that's enough eggnog there, don't you think?
But Lucius, you left here.
I was squeezing that bottle, bro.
You were.
I want an extra rock. Come on.
Lucius, you left here with the intent of going to get 4 more bottles of it, right?
I did.
Yeah.
There's one more in the refrigerator.
There you go.
Hey, man. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man. All right, let's go to Al Michaels.
Oh, this is so good.
The man, Al Michaels. He's on our side, apparently.
He is.
Take some jabs at the Houston Astros during Thursday Night Football.
Him this time. He keeps working him out. Now he goes back inside, and that blitz right there from Newsom allows him to get his hands. Here he comes late, disguises it. You think Jim Schwartz right now is dialing a few things up, the defensive coordinator for the Browns?
Somebody pounding on that trash can. I think the Astros must be in town. I'm sorry. Yeah, don't rip me. Out to the 34-yard line.
Hey, Al said, y'all gonna replace me? I'm gonna get mine off.
There we go. He is absolutely.
He went out in his bag. Good one there, Al. Good
Get
one
mine
there.
off.
Al showed up in like no coat and tie. He said, "You guys gonna kick me to the curb? I'm wearing what I want to wear tonight."
I'll show you what then.
Yeah.
I hear the rumors. I see what you're saying about me.
Can I get back on the Al bandwagon? A couple of weeks ago, I got off.
That'll get you back in.
On record.
Yeah.
Because it was a lifeless big man TD call. He deserved for me to be off that bandwagon, but now I'm back.
You're back.
Well, he used to work with some of the greats.
He's been, yeah.
He was talking about it last night. Oh gosh, I'll pull a clip for LA Live. My man was like, "Yeah, it was an experience." I don't want to talk about it much. I don't want to ruin your greats for you. How about Ryan Fitzpatrick last night?
He was good.
Oh, yeah.
He was talking to A-Rod.
He was.
Was that before the game?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, A-Rod has A-Rod is Aaron Rodgers. He has some words for Kelsey. He calls him Mr. Pfizer.
Yes.
Because, Kelsey's doing the jab commercials.
Yes.
Yeah, he's doing the jab commercials.
And the Bud Light. He's like, just give me all the bag.
Hey,
he's cashing in.
Give me everything you got.
All those Chiefs players are doing all the commercials.
Get on my back. I got you. Ryan Fitzpatrick. I think he was just joking with him. Everybody saying he took jabs. No, he's just joking with him, bro. A-Rod laughed, but listen to this.
Hey, Aaron, Ryan Fitzpatrick, class of 2005. How are you?
Hey, buddy.
Twice vaccinated. Quick question for you. I checked in with Vito, our mutual buddy,
Twice
vaccinated.
I mean, every hit he does on McAfee finds a way to bring up the vaccination
He
stuff.
does. Always.
He does.
And he's like, "Hey, what's your status and who are you?" That's what I want to know when you talk to me.
How are you?
Hey, buddy.
Twice vaccinated.
There you go. It's magic. Get in your bag.
Yeah. All right, last one, man. David Njoku?
Yep,
Yes.
Njoku, tight end for the Browns. He has some words for the media, but this time he said names. I'm saying names.
I mean, come on. Like, no one, I'm sure everybody, when everybody got hurt, everybody doubted us. Everybody would say we weren't going to do whatever. There's a guy, Adam Rank. That guy sucks.
It ain't real until you say my name. It ain't
NFL
real
Network.
beef until you say
That
my
guy
name.
sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the bald guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's excellent fantasy football work.
It's actually good for business.
Big Bears
for
fan.
Adam Rank. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Adam
yeah.
Rank, appreciate that. It's a dub for you, Adam.
Now people are knowing who I am.
All right, is it the champ dirty testimony, the Pop-Tart death? Al Michaels back in our good graces. Fitz Vaxic. How does that work? Or Njoku calling out Adam Rank.
Did you say church lady too?
Yeah, the dirty testimony.
Okay, dirty
that's the champ. Is that a two-time champ? Where are we at here?
Yeah, it'd be two.
No,
to-
we're going for two. We're going
Going
for
for
two.
two today.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I'm gonna rock with the Al Michaels, man. Bleep the Astros. Lucius?
Yes, my Mizzou alumni. Did anybody mention KG? Used to work here at the fair?
No.
Yep. There you go.
Shippy, DJ Shippy.
Oh, yes, Shippy.
DJ Shippy. Chase Daniel.
Chase Daniel, we got.
Okay,
South Lake Carroll.
Okay, yeah, all right. That's my three.
Two on the board.
There's a bunch of Missouri fans driving around right now, really proud that we're talking about their team on the radio.
Hey, they're in town, man. I'm sure Mizzou's going to have quite the student set.
William Moore back on the board. Broadus, your selection.
Oh, I gotta figure this one out. Give me a minute. I gotta vote first. Let me vote for Pop Tarts.
Wildest church testimony.
Okay, we're tied at 1. Wooly bully.
It's the year of the Texas Rangers World Series champs. I got to go Al
there you
Michaels.
go.
Thank you, Al Michaels. World Series champions right here on your home of the
Mix in a
Rangers.
vegetable.
No, dude, he's healthy as a horse.
Blaine Gabbert. Go
He's
with
just
yourselves.
relatively lifeless. Okay, Broadus, Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, we got to talk about the officials for this weekend's game. We'll do that next.
Coming up on Tuesday on Sean and RJ.
Yeah. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. We will have Stephen Jones, Cowboys COO and Vice President, coming up at the top of the hour. Get you ready for their matchup against the Lions. It'll be a historic day. Jimmy Johnson going into the Ring of Honor, but also somebody who's seen a lot of history. King of the Crusties, Brian Broaddus with the Crusties Corner.
Thank you very much there, Zachary. Appreciate you. We mentioned Friday's our day to kind of go through the officials and figure out, maybe some calls we've talked about last week with Sean Hockley's crew. The roughing the passer penalties was very much a prevalent part of what they did. It was the third most penalized penalty that they call for that crew. Lo and behold, what happens? You get two roughing the passer penalties. There's reasons for these officials. You can kind of pick up trends on what these guys call, and some gals call on a weekly basis, and it does affect your team. It's not trying to complain about the officials, just trying to educate you on the officials. Figure some things out, maybe some trends. This weekend you have Brad Allen. We've already determined that the Brad Allen has the two first names, right?
Yep.
Is that we've made that determination?
He does.
Which he's getting off on the wrong foot. But
yeah. Well,
maybe he can redeem himself here.
Yeah, he's probably not going to be in town until tomorrow, so he's probably not listening to it.
We love you, Brad.
No, he's on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
Call some holding
You think
calls.
so? You think he's on the Odyssey app?
He's a big Odyssey app guy.
That's all he uses?
Yeah.
He's gotten problems with
Well,
it.
when he's not Twolo.
I wonder his minutes listened.
Yeah.
Probably pretty high.
Pretty high, for sure. With Brad Allen, he has not officiated any of your games this year, which is sometimes pretty unusual.
You always remember your first.
You always remember your first. But Brad Allen's crew, they're pretty balanced when it comes to home and away penalties. 75 for the homes, 76 for the aways. So it's calling it pretty fair. About 13 a game is what you're going to get from him and his crew on a weekly basis. So let's take a look at what. Now, they've had some games. I just want to go through. They've had some really. They're near the bottom of the list when it comes to calls made, though, in a game. They've had some games that have been pretty low. They had a game in week 5 where the Raiders and the Packers played, where they had 7 total penalties in that game. Had a game with the Commanders and the Giants with 6 total penalties in the game. And just as last week, his crew did the Tampa-Jacksonville game and had 8 penalties called. So pretty much sounds like they're going to let you play a little bit, and that's all I want. Just give me the opportunity. Don't come in late in the game here and try and kind of wreck things for my team here. As you're trying to make up calls and stuff like that. As the penalties go, false start is their first one, so that tells me right then and there that their team, that false start is like really a penalty that is it's an easy one to call.
Easy.
Very easy to call.
Yeah,
usually,
pretty standard.
Usually you get these officials that have holding or pass interference or something like that. No, when you have false start as your number one penalty, that's a pretty simple penalty to deal with right there. That's on the team. That's on the team for that one. Offensive holding, though, is their second most called penalty.
All right, let's go. Come on. They're going to be holding Mike all night long.
Home team's gotten 13. I've had 28 total. Home team's gotten 13 calls. The away team has gotten 15 of the calls. So almost an average of almost 2 a game, though, on the holds. Defensive pass interference would be the next one. That is 13 of those calls. It breaks down this way. Home team has gotten 7 of those calls. Visitors, 6. Defensive pass interference. Okay, here's one we always like to talk about. And it usually works it usually works when you are the visiting team because you worry about this quite a bit, and especially with the Cowboys being the visitors the last couple of weeks. And it seems like some of the communication problems that they might have dealt with delay a game. These officials here, this Brad Allen crew, they've made 9 of the delay a game calls. So if you're going to carry this thing to where it is right at the zeros, 3 zeros, and it's close, you might get called in this game. But they've had 9 of those. 4 of those for the home team, 5 of them for the away team in that case. Defensive holding is their next most penalized penalty. That's 8, and that's 5 for the homes and 3 for the aways right there. We're starting to see a little bit of a trend, a little bit, even though that it's pretty balanced on that it seems like some of the major penalties, with the exception of the offensive holding, it's been home team getting some of these calls. Illegal contact. Actually, let me give it the next one. I'm sorry. Roughing the passer. We talked about that one last week.
Yeah.
That was a really, really a big one that you felt that could affect the game because we saw Dallas benefited from it, but so did the Dolphins.
Right. They went both ways with it.
They went both ways with that one. Okay, this is worth your time here. 6 of those calls have been made this year on roughing the passer by Brad Allen's crew. 1 against the home team. 5 on the aways. So
nice.
Brad Allen can kind of like,
not going to let the home quarterback get hurt today.
I'm not going to let the home quarterback get hit today.
But Jared Goff, you're on your own.
Yeah. And Jared Goff, you're going to be pressured and hit and probably throw some interceptions because you can't handle both of those. So offensive pass interference is the last one I want to talk about here, though. It's something that you don't see a whole heck of a lot. Usually with offensive pass interference. So we'll see. That's the one where you guys are pushing off and things like that. Where you bump guys, picks, things like that.
Rubs.
Yeah. 5 of those. Once again, that's 1 to the home, 4 to the visitors.
Okay.
So
we could have some home cooking here.
We could get some home cooking on roughing the passer and then also some offensive pass interference. By the way, Lions lead the league on crossing routes. They run more crossing routes than any other team in the national.
Great point, because Ben
football.
Johnson does love his crossers.
Yeah. So maybe you're in a situation where the Cowboys and you're trying to play those crossing routes. Maybe you get some picks. We'll see. But I want to do one more final one. One more final one here. Intentional grounding. No, there's 2 of them. Intentional grounding and too many men on the field.
Yeah, we've seen the Cowboys have an issue with that at times.
Yeah.
Maybe you got to burn a timeout early. You don't really want to.
Yeah. You're trying to substitute and you get caught, or you're trying to do too much. But defensive too many men on the field is one that they've called in this game, and then also the intentional grounding. We haven't seen Dak get an intentional grounding one this year, have we?
I don't believe so. I was trying to rack my brain. They don't call a lot of grounding.
No, he's too smart for that. Too cerebral.
Yeah, he's
too athletic.
Or he'll just take the sack. He won't throw it away.
Yeah,
that's
usually the MO.
Does that bother you a little bit?
Sometimes it does.
What, that he didn't throw it away, or he takes the sack?
That he just there's times where you can throw it away instead of losing 7 yards and taking a sack here. But, that's also Dak's game. Sometimes he ends up making a tremendous – I don't know how in the world he was able to throw that ball with a linebacker draped all over him against Miami.
Yeah.
He did. So
on that final drive, that was gold.
Yeah, you kind of just – you live with it with Dak Prescott because sometimes he's able to make a Houdini-like play out of it.
Yeah. Do you guys feel in my last minute here, do you feel good about what you've heard so far from Brad Allen's crew? Do you feel like it's going to be a game that you might benefit from, or does the officials never bother you that way?
No, it's really the Cowboys. I hold them accountable, and I don't trust them to get out of a game unscathed with the penalties. Even if it's not a huge number of them, they will be costly. It might be 5 penalties, but they all sting bad, or it'll be one of these ridiculous 10, double-digit kind of games, and that obviously crushes you as well. I just don't trust the Cowboys, so any crew can come in here, and I'll be scared.
But at least it does sound like he's a let him play more so than not type of official.
All right, let me ask you this one final question then. if the Cowboys could completely fix all their penalty woes, or Micah Parsons gets holding calls, which one you take?
Oh, I'd rather the Cowboys fix their penalty woes.
Agreed.
Man, you guys said that quick.
Yeah. It's a massive issue. I mean, because like Eric said, they can have 5 penalties.
Yeah.
Like they did against Buffalo. 3 of the 5 resulted in 17 points for the Bills. So, I mean, you're losing games because of it. Yeah. I can deal with Micah bitching about not getting a holding call if you're able to correct your own mistakes there.
Gentlemen, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Krusty's Corner every day at 2:45-ish here on the G-Bag Nation. All right, let's catch up with Cowboys COO and Vice President on the eve of their matchup against the Lions. Stephen Jones, that's next on The Fan.
They poke fun out of mutual. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Standing by for Cowboys COO Vice President Stephen Jones here in the G-Bag Nation, hour number 2. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus. We got Eric Chiafalo, my nosebleed brethren, back in the saddle. Lucius Alexander and Carter Freeman coordinating your video as well on Twitch and on YouTube. Cowboys big game tomorrow night against the Lions, looking to snap this 2-game losing streak. And I know you do an excellent job breaking down the film, and we got the preview of the Lions offense and defense as we look at some of the matchups in this one to watch. I think you brought up a big one, and CeeDee Lamb has had so much success out of the slot.
Yeah.
When you saw it against Miami, right? That was a matchup this time last week. We were discussing, okay, you can take advantage of that against the Dolphins secondary. Now, Brian Branch is a guy certainly you're going to have to be wary of.
No, you are. And this is it's a ball hawking safety group, and it's a ball hawking nickel corner. And the thing with Branch is he has that ability to, he has to go to cover. He played, as we know, we watched him at Alabama when he was a free safety, played down in the box. Really an outstanding player for the Lions right now. And he was an outstanding player at Alabama.
He really was.
Yeah.
Slid to the second round there, but joining us now, courtesy of the DMM Leasing Hotline here, and brought to you by Ford. Ford is the best in Texas. Cowboys Vice President COO Stephen Jones. Stephen, Happy New Year, sir. How was Christmas for you?
We had a great Christmas with the family, and everything went well. We just got only thing we didn't get was that win against Miami, but we just got to get back on track here and get our momentum going into the playoffs.
Well, it'll certainly be a special night tomorrow at AT&T. I'm sure we'll ask you about Jimmy getting into the Ring of Honor, but what are your thoughts about this Lions team coming into Arlington?
Well, Dan Campbell's done an amazing job, certainly playing at a high level. We've run against two teams here that, had some nice days running the ball, and I'm sure we'll see it again. I mean, Dan does a great job. They're physical, and, with their two backs, they're two of the best in the business, and, we've got our work cut out for us. But we look, obviously we're playing real well at home at AT&T, and our fans just do an amazing job of really giving us a home field advantage, and hopefully that'll work in our favor.
How close were you guys to ever actually getting Dan Campbell on staff as a coach once he was done playing?
Well, we made a couple runs at him and just didn't work out, but Dan's one of our favorites. I mean, he's obviously a Texas man and from Texas, but just doing an incredible job for the Lions there, and motivator of men, and just have nothing but respect for the job he's done there in Detroit.
Stephen, when you mentioned about playing home at AT&T, and we've kind of thrown theories about why things on the road haven't worked out, and one of them I was talking about was communication. It just seems like your operation, and you played some really good teams on the road. I understand that too, but it just seems like the operation of the offense, it just seems more cleaner with communication and stuff at home than on the road. Is that something? Am I going down the right path, or is that something that it's totally not anything you would think about?
Well, I think it's no different than any other teams up against. I mean, most of these stadiums we play in, as you know, are all full this day and time. You have to give them some credit, and all these home teams now have an advantage because they usually have a lot of people who are involved in terms of wanting to root for their home team. So I just think it's part of it right now that these hostile environments are a challenge, and it is, as you said, Brian, hard to communicate. When you have the ball, these crowds have gotten savvy, and it's a legitimate factor. But I think there's a lot of things that go into it, and part of it is you just gotta get in there and stay focused and execute more than ever when you're on the road. But we'll get our hands around that. We're not worried about it.
Do you expect the loudest portion of the program to be when Jimmy gets inducted during halftime?
Oh, I think it's very nice. Where obviously Jimmy's going to be a part of our Ring of Honor, and a lot of our fans have looked forward to that. I think it'll be a great day.
What are some of your memories of Jimmy as people have been sharing those all week long, but looking back on it, such a tremendous run there in that dynasty of the 90s?
Well, Jimmy was one of my mentors, as far as the game goes, and certainly learned a lot. I was, in my late 20s, mid to late 20s when he was here, and, he was great with me. I loved working with him, and, obviously he's very intense. Coming out of college, he was, he knew the personal side well because he played against most of these guys in college, especially the top talent in the country. He was very aware of that, but Jimmy just had a great way about him.
Yeah, Steven, sorry, I think we're having a little bit of a connection issue with you. Maybe we can try and get you back on the line and try and maybe it's just where you're located right now, but the signal coming across just a little scratchy.
Can you hear me now?
It's still just cutting in and out.
It's tough.
Yeah. Well, we'll go ahead and get you back, get you connected or figure out a better way there. But certainly,
he's a man on the go.
He certainly is. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's busy right now. Plus, you got the Cotton Bowl that's going on.
You got the Cotton Bowl
with
going
Mizzou,
on. Right.
and then he's got his nephew, Paxton, who's going to be playing for Texas in the Sugar Bowl, Charlotte's son. So, I mean, this is busy business right now going on with the Jones family.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And, but he was talking about some of his memories with Jimmy and the mentorship. And I mean, Steven has been very, very fortunate, it being at a very young age and being involved with the National Football League and involved with the team of being around guys like a Jimmy Johnson, a Bill Parcells. His father has some tremendous friendships too. The Al Davises back in the day. And, Steven has always been a guy that is just a wealth of knowledge to, he's one of those guys that listens. He's very good at learning of things and understanding things and very smart. And so, I mean, I could see why where Jimmy Johnson, especially with the player evaluation part of things,
absolutely
could really, really help you there because of his knowledge with all that's going on with at the time with college football and being the successful coach that he was at the University of Miami.
I wonder what kind of festivities are involved for Jimmy Johnson and these guys, like in lead up or after the game or whatever. Like, you got to think there's some level of shindig that Jerry will be throwing.
Dave Campo was talking about that they did something for the Hall of Fame, and then this is more of Jimmy kind of wanted more of a low-key approach with the Ring of Honor, but this has to be a tremendous day for him. I mean, this is one of the most difficult Ring of Honors if you're ever going to get in one. This is because you could go around to some of these stadiums, and it's like, there's like 20 people up on the wall, and they have 30 people up on the wall. This one is a very, very, very select group of guys that have been a part of this one.
Yeah, I believe there'll be a dinner that some of the other Ring of Honor members that are there will happen pregame that they'll get to enjoy, and that'll be fun. I mean, look, Troy calling the game, and then I'm sure he's going to go right down from the booth. He'll put on his Ring of Honor jacket. They'll have the ceremony at halftime. We'll air that here on 105.3 The Fan. Of course, you'll be able to hear that on your home of Dallas Cowboys football. But I mean, an outstanding tribute, I'm sure, will be in store with Jerry bringing in Jimmy. And we've got Steven back on now. And Steven, you were just in the middle. I'm sorry about that before it broke up, but you were just in the middle of sharing your thoughts on Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy was just, coming out of, when we hired him, he and Jerry had a great relationship, playing ball together in college. And, of course, communicated all, in and out throughout his career and was the right choice for us. And came in and I thought just brought great intensity. He obviously knew a lot of the talent coming out because obviously he'd won his national championships and played against some of the best players in the country in terms of that. So he brought that element. But more than anything, I just think he had a great way about motivating men. And I think he came just at the right time, and we had a great run there. Obviously, winning 2 Super Bowl championships with him, building a championship caliber football team. And as I said, he was one of my mentors that I look back on. Really taught me a lot about the game, a lot about leading men, and just hats off to him. And obviously, it's great that he's going in the Ring of Honor. I know our fans are looking forward to that, and obviously a big part of our run in terms of the early part of our being a part of the NFL. He was a big part of that.
Steven, I couldn't imagine who's more competitive between him and your dad. You know, I mean, I just, you know, them working together the way they did, and we saw it from Green Bay as how great of job you guys did. It was very difficult to compete against you guys, but I just couldn't imagine those two working together as well as they did and creating what they did with the teams that you guys built.
Well, both men have been so successful in about anything they do. Obviously, Jimmy did it in football for most of his career, but then he's gone on with Fox and been one of the top talents in terms of communicating what our game's all about year in, year out, week in, week out. And of course, Jerry's had success in about everything he's touched, from the oil business, real estate business, and of course, the NFL and all the the innovative things that he's done for the NFL. Both men have been such huge contributors. Yeah. That's why they both wear gold jackets, and certainly a big. It'll be great those two to be down on the field when Jerry inducts Jimmy into the Ring of Honor.
Stephen, you're obviously part of the competition committee, and I was wondering your thoughts on Micah's frustration with the lack of holding calls, and if the NFL has gotten back to you guys at all with any of the reasoning towards that.
No, I don't think there's I'm just one of those who believes that these officials do a great job in general. I mean, it's never going to be perfect, just like players and coaches aren't perfect. They do the very best job they can. Certainly, you get a player like Micah who's, obviously they're doing anything and everything they can to slow him down. And, you're always going to wish there were more penalties in terms of, what they're doing in terms of their techniques with Micah. But at the same time, we get away with our share too in terms of when you look at the film. I'm sure other teams have great pass rushers who feel the same way. But we'll continue. I know Micah will continue to rush his ass off, and in the meantime, I'm sure he'll get his down the home stretch.
Stephen, there's been some reports coming out here recently about some contract extensions or talks with Dak. Is that really premature right now with people talking about when guys throw out numbers, what the contracts could be? Is that really all just premature right now with what you guys are dealing with?
Well, at the end of the day, I'm sure Dak's got his mind on one thing. That's trying to win a championship this year. I'm sure his contract's the furthest thing from his mind. Certainly, organizationally, our focus is on winning this year. Do people like myself and, the guys who handle the salary cap keep an eye on what things are, whether it be a Dak or, for that matter, a CD Lamb or a Micah. You're always managing not only the cap for this year, but you're managing into the future. And you certainly, when you're running your iterations of what a salary cap might look like, which we have to do, certainly not an issue for our coaching staff, the players, Jerry for that matter. But we're always keeping up with what our cap might look like into the future. So we do keep an eye on that. We do know where contracts are. But, Dak's, the one and only leader of this team in terms of being the main guy. We all know, Jerry said it many times, I've said it, what we think of Dak, and know his future's bright here in Dallas.
Well, speaking of Jerry, he was having fun this morning on our morning show talking about some of the pranks that the grandkids are playing on him. I was wondering if you were ever successfully able to get a prank over on Dad.
Well, we have a lot of fun when we're not working, and have a great time grinning with each other and having light moments. And Jerry was a big part of that as well in terms of the pranks that he liked to play. But obviously we have a lot of fun, and the grandkids have picked up right where my uncles, obviously ourselves, left off in terms of having a lot of fun with each other.
Well, I know it's a busy weekend. We got a lot of college football, but most importantly, tomorrow night, hopefully we come out with the W there. Stephen, appreciate the time as always, sir. Take care.
Hey, great being on, guys. Y'all have a happy holiday.
You as well. Happy New Year. Happy holidays to you as well. Stephen Jones, your Vice President and COO of your Dallas Cowboys, as we get you set for the game against the Lions tomorrow night. And, honestly, Brian, it'd be great. And you gave us the details of Brad Allen.
Yeah.
But, Steven is right. As we talk about how frustrated we are with Micah and the lack of calls, and Micah deserves the frustration. Yeah. But I'm sure if we did watch as closely as we do Micah of a Myles Garrett or name that pass rusher, they're probably also being held a ton. It's just eventually you'd hope something's got to give. You can't go 2 months with that holding call.
No, and that's the Steven has to be very, very careful. And I guarantee you there's times where they're sitting in that box and it's, Jerry and Will, and they're all sitting there watching it, and they got those screens in front of us, and Fox or CBS or ESPN, they're replaying, and Micah's getting held, and I'm sure Steven is losing his damn mind right now about it, but he's on that competition committee. He really can't come out and say that Sean Hockley needs to not officiate in the league anymore because he, can't call a holding call. He really can't say that. But I'm sure when they sit down with Will and Mike and Jerry, and they all just, they look at the big picture of it, Steven's like, listen, this is what we're fighting against right now. This is, he's trying to explain to everyone else what the situation is. But I guarantee you, though, he's also pissed off that Micah's not getting holding calls. He just can't say it to us in the way that he probably wants to.
All right, let's do some NFL news of the day. We got some players that have been placed on IR. Who's in, who's out for this weekend? Joe Flacco stats and Chase Honesty. That's next.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. Three The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
All right, shall we get into some NFL news of the day? And then we got Biggest L, Biggest Dub, 877-881-1053. We're even taking some personal victories. We're even taking some L's along the way. It is official. Hollywood Brown is being placed on IR by the Arizona Cardinals, so he will be done for the season. It does not appear that Kyler Murray will be playing, but he is not officially ruled out. Trevor Lawrence is out, though, with that shoulder injury. So T.Y. will not be playing against the Panthers. It'll be C.J. Beathard, who will be starting for Jacksonville. And I did think this was outstanding. While Mike McDaniel, of course, did say that Jalen Waddle will be out for probably the biggest game of the weekend against Baltimore for Miami, he did jokingly say, in terms of preparing for Lamar Jackson, I offered my skill set to be scout team quarterback, and it was not accepted by the team.
Oh, that's hurtful.
And they don't think that he can run around out there. But if you missed, and if you have the ability to watch Hard Knocks, the newest episode was the Cowboys episode with the Dolphins, and it's absolutely fantastic. They also go ahead and they do their Christmas, and Dan Marino, who is now very back involved with the organization, is part of the quarterback room, and they're calling him Uncle Dan, and he's part of the gift exchange. It was incredible. I thought it was one of the best Hard Knocks episodes yet. Have you watched that one, Lucius? Have you caught up?
Yeah, no, that was good.
It was good, man.
Heartbreaking at the end, but very good.
Of course. The result of the Cowboy game was a mad bummer. But
And Dan got off cheap, but if I got the gift from Dan, I would be excited about it.
I would too.
It was the ISO gloves.
Oh, look
right?
at you. Damn. Spoiler alert.
Oh, my bad.
I was trying to talk around it. My man just went for it.
Yeah, he's like,
sorry about
it's been out for 2 days. If you haven't seen it by now, I don't care. It's not up to you. But fantastic with fantastic stuff there on Hard Knocks. Now, last night, how about the Browns? Browns became the first team in NFL history to make the playoffs after starting 4 different quarterbacks in the same season. Kevin Stefanski has also become the first Browns head coach to lead the team to multiple playoff berths.
Schottenheimer, right?
Since Marty Schottenheimer. I mean, I brought this up a week ago, but when you hear these kind of stats and the way that they've just been able to play, regardless on who's starting at quarterback for them, whether it's been Dorian Thompson-Robinson or if it was Watson or now Joe Flacco, who's 4-1, Kevin Stefanski, I think he's got to be coach of the year. And if he's not, it's gonna be tough to prove me wrong that he's not. I mean, the job that he's done there in Cleveland, and that's a hell of a defense. They've been a good defensive football team all year long, but he's an offensive coach, and his ability to plug in, whether it's Jerome Ford, who nobody had ever heard of at running back, they bring back Kareem Hunt, right? They lose Nick Chubb at the beginning of the season. This is a team who's got a lot of injuries. They're overcoming it. They're winning winning games. They're back in the playoffs, and they're going to be maybe an 11-12 win wild card team, just like the Cowboys will be.
Yeah. It's insane what they've done, what Joe Flacco has done, going from not being on a roster to stepping in, and every single game is just 300 yards and a couple of touchdowns. He's playing his rear end off. You saw him falling asleep at the end of the game last night on the bench. His work was done. The hay was in the barn.
That's such a good meme now.
It's
past
great.
my bedtime. Here's Joe Flacco dozing off.
The whole story's great. Their defense is the real deal for sure. Jim Schwartz, I mean, I don't know if he's like head coach candidate kind of deal, if he's past his head coach opportunities.
I think Jimmy's he's good as a defensive coordinator.
He's a monster as a defensive coordinator.
I'm going to vote for DeMeco Ryans because my expectations for the Houston Texans was probably going to be back in the top 3 picking again. With the rookie quarterback.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job.
And let's be honest, their roster is not as good as what the Cleveland Browns roster is. And I know that Stefanski has done it with all the different quarterbacks and all that.
It's a big deal.
But you could get through winning games when you got a really good defense.
You can. I think the history of that franchise, they have not overcome that type of stuff.
Well, no, they haven't, and you're right. But to me, they
do run the ball well.
Well, let's be honest. The quarterback they picked or the quarterback they gave all the guaranteed money for and gave up picks is not even helping them. You know, that right there in itself should tell you something.
Yeah.
They haven't had it took a guy, a 39-year-old quarterback, to come in there and run the offense the way it needed to be run. But you know what he's not doing? He's not making mistakes. You know, he's a competent quarterback. He's not going to turn the ball over. He knows who to get the ball to. He get it to Amari Cooper when he plays. You know, I think that, to me, I think there's far, far more talent on the Cleveland Browns than there are on the Houston Texans. And I think Houston's got a shot at winning it now that they get their quarterback.
They do.
They've got a shot at winning the South.
Because Jacksonville is losing.
Jacksonville is completely falling apart.
Look, both of those guys should certainly be the top two in voting. But, man, the job that Kevin Stefanski's done, I just don't think it's been talked about quite as much as even a DeMeco Ryans. So, I mean, we got a lot of good coaching candidates. Those two, I'm with you. They're probably at the top of the list. And what Joe Flacco's done right now.
If you said who would, going into the season, who was probably going to have a better record?
Yeah, going into the season, Cleveland. But if you tell me, hey, they're on 4 different starting quarterbacks, Nick Chubb goes out for the season.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, they've overcome a lot.
They have. They've overcome a ton.
Yeah.
It's good. I think either one of those is good. You can throw Todd Bowles in there for what he's got the Buccaneers, figuring out right now.
What about McVay? McVay.
Well, I'm gonna give Matt Stafford the MVP at 440 during football's finals. I'll give you some reasons on that. But
I'm definitely in on that.
But the Joe Flacco stuff is amazing.
The Flacco stuff's crazy. So he's got 13 touchdown passes this season. Kenny Pickett has thrown 6. Mitchell Trubisky and Mason Rudolph have also played this year for Pittsburgh. They've combined for 6 touchdowns in 7 games. Joe Flacco has more passing touchdowns in 5 games with the Browns than all of the Steelers quarterbacks all season. My God, it's incredible,
dude.
What Joe Flacco is doing.
He's got as many touchdown passes as the Giants have as a team this year. He's now 33rd on the Browns, their team's career passing list.
33rd.
He's 59 yards passing away from passing Johnny Manziel on their all-time list. That is ridiculous. He's been there for 6 weeks. He's played in like 4 games.
He's got, 4 games of over 300 yards?
Yes.
Yeah. Him, Dak Prescott.
And shout out to David Njoku. Last night, 4 catches, 113 yards, and a touchdown in the first quarter. Most yards by a tight end in the first quarter since 1991. And afterwards, he's in the parking lot taking shots with fans. That's our kind of guy right there.
David Njoku was?
David Njoku. Absolutely.
Dude, I think like something happened to him the night that he sort of caught on fire in his own house about 6 weeks ago. He's been on a freaking tear ever since. I mean, every week now in fantasy, like he's a must start.
You stare death in the face, it really changes you.
Yeah, he's playing with some perspective now, a little bit more gratitude out there on the gridiron.
He's been badass. Now, we would be so locked into all offseason we talked about, maybe best rivalry in football right now.
Are you saying like he had something happen to him, like Spider-Man, like he got bit by a spider, or what Rockman? Who's the Rock guy? What's
Clayface?
No, the guy from the Fantastic Four, the Stone dude.
Yeah, the big the Thing. They call him just the Thing.
It is the Thing. He is
the Thing.
He got. How did he become the Thing? Did he get knocked into a radiation treatment area?
I'm sure something. There's a backstory.
How did he become the Thing?
It's a great question. I'm all over this.
Did he get radiation poisoning or something?
Yeah, something along those lines. I don't think it was radiation poisoning.
I'm typing it. How did the Thing become the Thing?
We'll find.
I'm on it.
While we wait for that research project, Jamar Chase adding some fuel to the fire, as we don't have Joe Burrow to face Mahomes in Arrowhead, but we still have Jamar Chase, and he gave an honest opinion on the Chiefs secondary.
Yeah, we know what we're capable of. Everyone in the league does. That's why Casey double is the way they do.
What stands out about that secondary for the Chiefs?
If I'm being honest, nothing. They just know how to play us. They know the leverages. They know what splits we in. They just know what we gonna do, certain movements. They throw a little double-doubles at us to stop the 2 best players on the outside, and that's all they do. I mean, it's not really like they got a Jalen Ramsey on these squads, you know what I'm saying? So, not much.
Not much. That not much was a nice little cherry on top of that bulletin board material. That's exactly what that is.
Is he from Louisiana, by chance? I hear it a little bit when he talking to me.
Jamar Chase is
I hear a little bit.
Let's see here.
Leverages, they know what's
He's from Harvey, Louisiana.
Yeah. Good call, Lucius.
Steve Harvey, Louisiana. You forgot the first part of that.
Yeah.
It looks like the thing. He was exposed.
Is that a two-name thing, Steve Harvey?
Steve Harvey. Harvey's a weird one, much like Martin. Sort of can go either way there.
If you're naming your kid Harvey,
you don't like the name Harvey?
I don't think we're making Harveys anymore.
Are we? We're not making Harveys.
Harvey Dent.
I don't think
Lucius,
since like.
tell me you got an uncle named Harvey.
I don't have any uncles named Harvey.
I thought Lucius was going to say,
Wait,
I got an Uncle Harvey from Tulsa.
I got a cousin Harvey.
Yeah, you definitely don't have a friend named Harvey who's under the age of 50.
I don't
feel
know
good
a
about
Harvey.
saying that.
Uncle Harvey goes by Red.
Yeah, unless he's a third.
Yeah,
Red.
Yeah, I don't know.
Junebug.
Hey, so you were right, Broadus. The thing, he became the thing after he was exposed to radiation, and his body mutated to give him rock-like skin.
There we go.
So something happened in that home fire with David Njoku a few weeks ago.
I think it did something. Yeah,
he's playing at the height of his powers right now.
Yeah, he's a superhero. It's amazing what he's doing. Okay, the Eagles players, some of them believe that the home crowd is partially responsible for communication issues on offense. They're blaming their home fans with some of their struggles.
See,
right
this
now.
is how you know you've hit rock bottom as a football team.
Marcus
Come
Hayes
on, Kyler, play this
of
weekend.
the Philadelphia Inquirer. He's reporting that over the past month, several Eagles offensive players have hinted that the crowd noise in Lincoln Financial Field has affected the offense's efficiency. The Philadelphia Inquirer, Marcus Hayes.
Oh, Marcus, he's a good writer. He likes me a lot.
He said, now they're going public.
That's good.
Some can't hear Jalen Hurts' cadence. Some can't hear audibles. Every syllable, which is crucial. Some can't hear the play call in the huddle even. The noise can get so bad that the Eagles have had to use silent counts in their own damn stadium. One lineman said that was the case during the infamous run the ball drive. So, this is
freaking
really,
cry about it.
This is really getting bad.
I mean, come on, dude.
I'm not upset. Yeah, I hope they stay loud, and I hope they stay proud there in Philadelphia.
Get your stuff together.
Yeah,
I mean, come on, dude. This is your home. This is your
out.
home. Like, this is whatever the hospitality is. You set the standard. You set the bar.
This sounds like bitching to be bitching. If
It really does. It's exactly what it is.
I'm really sick and tired of it.
But that's the beauty of the Eagles fan. They turn on you so fast. As much as they love their team and we're so Eagles, they can go from rah-rah chanting in quarter number 1 to bleep you, I can't stand you, get out of my life forever, Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni, you're fired now by halftime.
Saw more Jalen Hurts jerseys at that Cowboy-Eagle game of any Eagles player, and now they're like done with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Oh, he sucks.
It's that quick.
He's terrible. You know, they're chanting for him to win MVP the first half of the season.
And then that crowd starts actively playing defense against his own team.
Which I love.
It's
I'm
phenomenal.
all for it. Well, speaking of bitching to be bitching, a lot of people were upset with Micah Parsons, the Brock Purdy stuff. Micah had his podcast, the Bleacher Report one. He answered the comments about his Twitter.
Of course he did.
With Brock Purdy.
People were looking at my tweet. They had all these opinions, but not once did I talk about Purdy. I talked about the things that was going on in the game, right? Everyone that I know, and probably your moms and your fathers, were watching the game on Christmas night too. I'm jotting down my thoughts. Am I worried about the 49ers when I wake up? Absolutely not. I have 2 children. I'm not worried about the 49ers at all, and that's for Debo and whoever else. I'm talking about the game. That's my fair opinion from my page. I don't think Purdy played bad. Obviously, interceptions, the one to Kyle Hamilton, I know he wished he got it back, but I don't think he played a bad game. We talked about Purdy being down. Can he play from behind? Can he have that MVP moment where he shows us that it's not a scheme and he is that guy? I think Kyle Shanahan is obviously one of the best offensive coordinators, coaches in the NFL, right? They obviously didn't want to get into the drop back game because there was a lot of pressure. They like to play from ahead because obviously their defense is so good. That's all I was saying. There's nothing wrong with the truth. Like I said, I think Purdy's still having a great year. I have nothing against Purdy.
Speak a little truth, people lose their minds, right? And they certainly are right now. And I'm for Micah. Talking his talk. And Brock Purdy had a bad game. So do a lot of quarterbacks. So I side with everything that Micah's saying there.
Yeah. It was nice to see him, deal with something that other quarterbacks have to deal with, which is your first read or 2 have been taken away. How do you combat that? And the Ravens are a dang good defense.
So
they are as legit as it gets.
It's probably Browns, Ravens. They're right there, top 2.
No question about it. All right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub, featuring big news for the Big Hurt next here in the nation.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877. Conference champion. For the first time, the Texas Longhorns are in the college football playoffs. Hear history when the legendary voice of the Horns, Craig Way, calls all the action New Year's Day. Texas against undefeated Washington in the Sugar Bowl. Our coverage presented by the Terrell Economic Development Corporation kicks off at 6:30 New Year's Day on News Radio 1080 KRLD.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you very much, LA. We do Biggest L, Biggest Dub every Friday, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some personal victories? Where have you taken some L's along the way? We'll talk with Carmen Vitale, who covers the NFC North for Fox Sports. Get you set for the Lions side of things at the top of the hour. But right now it's time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Shout out to the 817 took a dub. Says him and his wife signed their lease for their first apartment, moving out of the in-laws' place.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
That's
congratulations.
awesome.
Yeah.
It's a great step, man.
Yeah.
First year marriage for me was at my parents' house. Me, my wife, and the newborn. That was a wild, wild animal of a year. So much so that at times I was ripping jewels in the middle of interviews and getting caught with cloudy throat. Remember that, Wolchuk?
Yes, I do remember that.
That was an intense, stressful
That's
time.
still funny to me. I turn it on sometimes when I play it back here during the show.
Having
And
a
no
bad
one
day,
knows.
you just need to laugh.
Yeah. Just to pick me up.
I'll be
it's
honest.
like a cup of coffee.
Just a nice little shot in the arm
Who needs a bump when you got that?
Yeah, it's 4:30. I need to get over this hill.
Honestly, Lucius, if you could feed us that bump at any moment,
Yeah,
that would be lovely, man.
I got it in here.
You dig that thing up because that was one hell of a year. But congratulations, 817. That's awesome.
Here it
dude.
goes. I told you I got it on deck at all times. Let's listen to it.
And at the NFL level, you need guys that are going to be able to cover.
Now, my other question for you is in regards to
oh, that clown.
So good. Shout out to Dalton Miller. Man.
Dalton Miller, yeah. Right.
Big up for him. He became a father.
Yes.
Good for him, man.
He did. He did become a father. That's very, very exciting.
Hey, tell those people that just got that apartment, watch that carpet and watch those walls.
Ooh, that's pro tip.
Watch those walls.
You're right. I need to actually check and make sure they're not charging me for my old apartment.
I have an ongoing $500 level L with a previous apartment.
I told you, bro.
And
everybody gets them.
It comes up as FedEx office when they call me. They got me the first time, and they're not getting me anymore. They need to throw a couple of change ups in there because when I see FedEx office call me, I know they're hounding me for the
They're
500.
getting smart, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, one calls me with charity. Charity call.
Yeah, they set you up for failure. It's a nightmare. I don't know what's going to happen with that. I'm not one that's comfortable knowing I owe money to something, but my wife is very comfortable with it. So we're just kind of riding. We're sort of riding this $500, and I don't know how high it can take me. I don't know what it's going to be, detrimental to over the course of the next few years for me. But yeah, I got $500, and they call me. Hey, shout out to them, man. Somebody in there making these calls. They are dialed and they are ready. And they show up to work every day with their hard hat on and they bring their lunch pail. They are calling the hell out of me. So there's an L for me. That's just sort of a general overarching life L that I'm in the midst of. Let's see here. The 214. Today is the last business day of 2023. I took a lot of L's this year business-wise. It was down, but still good. At one point, I lost all function in my right arm, but it's back. Life could be worse. I'm grateful for the experience to grow into 2024. How about that? Glass half full, man. A little glass half full right there. 214 took an L, twisted that ankle at work. Been hurting ever since. What do you work for, 214? I want to know what your job
pole
is.
Pole dancing's tough.
Well, I rolled.
The boss is like, can you still come in?
Yeah, so
the guy with the one arm too. Can you still come in too?
You can answer the phone with your left hand, can't you?
There's ways around everything, okay? Yeah. We can still be productive on the last Friday of the year.
With that.
Yeah. Now, Wolchuk, you mentioned just the insanity of Joe Flacco right now. Huge dub for the Browns. Sure. Huge dub for Joe Flacco where he's got an opportunity now to unseat DeMar Hamlin for comeback player of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, you still have DeMar at minus 155, so he's certainly the favorite there. But at plus 115, there is Joseph Flacco, who has a chance. I mean, we're living in a world right now where the Lions and the Browns technically could each be the one seed in the respective conferences. The two franchises that we know to be 0-16 level of sewage in the NFL all of a sudden have a chance, thanks to Joe Flacco and Man Campbell, to be the gosh darn one seeds.
It's incredible.
And Kevin Stefanski, tell me what you said about Kevin Stefanski.
He has now become the first Browns head coach to lead the team to multiple playoff berths since Marty Schottenheimer, who led them to 4 straight postseason appearances in the 80s, 85 to 88.
Well, there's an L for Marty, who was just deemed Marty Schottenheimer.
He's a Charter.
Incidentally, by Wolchuk. But anytime Schottenheimer gets brought up on the show, I have to go back to February 9th, 2021, R.I.P., the legend that is Marty Ball. Yeah. The Washington Post fires off the headline that reads, Marty Schottenheimer, comma, NFL coach whose teams wilted in the postseason, comma, dies at 77.
Damn. It's just, he won so many games. But they weren't lying.
But they weren't the ones that mattered, man. Do it in the postseason.
I mean, those Charger teams were so good, and then they'd flame out.
His son might be driving around. Your dad was a hell of a coach, by the way.
Dang right he was.
Yeah.
And still is.
Yeah, but you would have gone nuts as a fan for that team. Those teams.
I bet, dude. You're 13-3. You're 12-4. You're
just
rocking and rolling, and then you divisional round of the playoffs.
No, you're just running the ball every snap.
Yeah, but they ran the ball damn well.
They did, man.
Right up until they didn't, of course.
Marty's scheme was really good. Well, then, it's like, oh, crap. We got to actually.
Hey, regular season scheme, bro.
It worked.
Do it in the playoffs.
You can't win the Super Bowl if you don't make the playoffs. Marty was getting there.
He was getting there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I didn't think Marty could be more disrespected with that headline, and then he got called Schartenheimer, and all of a sudden I'm feeling even worse for Marty.
Hey, the headline was worse.
People we work with here.
Huge dub, by the way. I could give the L to the Pistons, but I think it's a dub for the Celtics, who avoided becoming the biggest laughingstock in the sport last night and losing to the Pistons. And it got hairy there for a minute. I mean, this thing went to overtime.
Mm-hmm.
The Celtics were like, okay, you know what? Let's give ourselves a challenge. We'll get down super early in this game, and then we'll just have fun on this comeback trail.
Yeah.
And they end up sneaking out a victory, and you have Detroit, who I think is considering raising a banner for getting to overtime versus the Celtics, which is a pretty good feat for them. But big dub to the Celtics, as they did not lose to the worst basketball team, I presume, that the sports scene in an extremely long time.
I think 2013. If you look at the 76ers, they had the carryover from one year to the other,
Yeah,
right?
they carried it over. So this is like in one single season.
In one single season, right?
It's and you knew as soon as it was going to overtime, they're not winning.
No, they're not winning.
It's over.
And the NBA continues to not win versus the NFL. The Christmas TV ratings, they dropped a considerable amount, as the NFL is now eating up some of that television real estate on Christmas Day. And I know, I mean, I was enjoying the basketballs, but it was more of it would if I had two TVs, it would have been on the second smaller TV. It was about watching Pat Mahomes try and beat Aiden O'Connell, which of course he couldn't.
We knew that was going to happen because this used to be their day, and then Roger Goodell said, "Not anymore.
Not so fast, my friend.
Our day now."
Nick Saban in Alabama, I feel like, is taking a bit of an L right now because their wide receiver, Isaiah Bond, confessed that the Crimson Tide can't even really watch film on their tablets or their iPads in fear that Michigan has tapped in to what they're looking at there. So thanks to the sign stealing issues that were brought to the surface this year in regards to Michigan, now Bama getting set for their biggest game of the year versus Michigan's going, we're going to have to watch it the old school way, man. Yeah. I mean, they're actually watching tape because they're not dialing it up on the iPads. I imagine that hinders your preparation. I mean, these guys are usually able to probably just sit in their hotel room or on the plane or wherever it is solo. I can watch my tape. I can, figure this thing out. But now I guess, I don't know, you got to get everybody in front of a projector screen to start breaking down your tape. That's a bit of a bummer. I think that's an L. I'm still taking Alabama to get the victory, though, if I can be honest. Now, also, final L, maybe the biggest L of the week. Did you see Spirit Airlines putting a 6-year-old child on the wrong plane?
Terrible. Absolutely.
Okay, so who did you guys criticize here? Because I'm criticizing the parents. Who in their right mind is letting their 6-year-old fly by themselves anywhere? You're trusting Spirit Airlines, who's charging you for your bottle of water that you're bringing on the airplane because of the inches that it's going to take up from a seating standpoint. If you're a 6-year-old, who's putting a 6-year-old on a flight anywhere?
It happens more often than you think.
I've been on a few.
At 6 years old?
Yeah. It was only going like to Tulsa or something, not like a cross-country flight.
Okay.
Only a 45-minute flight, but I definitely did that.
Damn, dude.
Maybe you don't have the money to fly with the child?
I'm sure there's good reasons behind it.
Yeah,
but
that's probably why they're paying
going
for
to grandma's
Spirit.
house. Yeah, you're going to watch your mouth about that Spirit, bro.
No,
I know you love Spirit.
I do, man. If I'm trying to get somewhere close by to the next state, I'm bouncing to Spirit.
I'm not criticizing Spirit, but it is more affordable, and that's why you would send your kid on Spirit.
It feels like that when you look at the ticket, but they catch you up.
Oh, with all the extra
bags
charges
and everything else, they catch up.
That's why I love Southwest. The bags flying free. That is a huge perk.
Yeah.
You don't know where your kids are going to go, but your bags are going to be perfect.
Your bags will make it. Damn right.
No, but the idea of being a parent and you're waiting for your kid to come off the plane, and they're like, "What do you mean there is no kid?"
Frightening.
That would be terrifying.
I'm immediately going to ultimate panic mode.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that grandma gave them a mouthful.
Oh, pause.
Yeah.
All right, see,
and they
boys.
gave her some $5 off coupons for the airport subway. Sorry about this.
Here's some fake tuna, honey.
We did clarify. If you just gave me a couple of buzz balls, now I don't remember what's happening. I'll be fine with this. We'll figure it out.
Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah. Well, I believe that's the biggest L of the week, other than, of course, Marty Schartenheimer from the grave.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that the 817 got a cackle out of that. I thought it was funny. We love you from the grave, of course. All right, let's get to Carmen Vitale. Fox Sports covers the NFC North, does an excellent job. She'll help us preview the Lions next year on The Fan.
Thanks Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turn it on, leave it on. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Standing by for Carmen Vitale. You can follow her at Carmi V on Twitter. She's the NFC North expert for Fox Sports. She's going to jump on with us here and talk Cowboys-Lions on the final 2023 episode of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus. We got Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander. Reg is up here. What's up, Reg? How you doing, buddy? And, of course, Carter Freeman coordinating your video on Twitch and on YouTube. Appreciate everybody rocking with us. We'll do the top 10 coming up on the other side. But right now, let's welcome in via the D&M Leasing Hotline, Carmen Vitale. Carmen, how are you? Thanks for giving us some time today.
Yeah, of course. How are you guys?
We're doing fantastic. I mean, we're very excited for tomorrow night's game. We're hoping our Cowboys can get off the schneid of this 2-game losing streak. But what can you tell us about this Lions team? I mean, holy hell. First time they've won a division title since 1993.
I know. Everything's very exciting around Allen Park, Michigan right now, and Detroit as a whole. I mean, this is something that the Detroit fan base has been absolutely starved for. And it's not something that Dan Campbell and his staff have shied away from. They know how much the Lions mean to that city and how much it means that they're going to the play. They punched their ticket to the playoffs. They've won a division title. Even Jared Goff got emotional last week after the game because he was there for 3-13. So it's a big deal for the players, coaches, the city, and they're still motivated because they want that home playoff game to come to postseason.
Carmen, have you been more impressed with what they've been able to do offensively or what Aaron Glenn has done defensively for them?
It's got to be offensively. I mean, Ben Johnson has to be one of the most creative play callers in the league right now, and especially given the personnel that they have, they lean very heavily on David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, who are two very different backs, but together I think make up the best running back tandem in the NFL. And then from there, you've got playmakers like Amon-Ra St. Brown. You have rookie Sam Laporta, who's in his first year and is about to break like every single rookie tight end record and has over 100 targets this year already. So he's someone that Jared Goff relies on. They've got an excellent offensive line when they're healthy. And if they can keep Jared Goff clean, the full breadth of this offensive playbook is available to them. And that's going to be key for the Cowboys to kind of stop them in their tracks. I think if the Lions have to play from behind, you can really kind of put them on their heels a little bit more. So that's going to be a big thing. I think Dak and the gang are going to have to get out to some points pretty quickly here.
Carmen, you mentioned about the health of the offensive line. Decker was on the list and then not on the list. Where are they on as far as his availability? I assume he's going to play in this game, but has he been dealing with some injuries this season?
Yeah, I mean, he has been dealing with some injuries, but at this point in the season, week 17, nobody's healthy, right?
Sure, right. So
these are the toughest guys on the team. I mean, you saw Frank Ragnow, who had a knee injury, come to find out had meniscus surgery, missed one game, and that was it. And then he is the engine that really makes this offense go in general. If I could, I know it's a team sport, but honestly, I think Frank Ragnow is the most important piece to the Detroit Lions, because when he's out, I think this was a friend of mine, Nate Tice, had this stat. The Lions are second in offensive EPA per play when Frank Ragnow is in. When he's out, they're 27th. So the offensive line means so much, Frank Ragnow in particular, and he's been playing through everything, as has everyone on that offensive line if they can. So I expect Taylor Decker to play through it, and I don't expect him to be limited that much, although I could see them trying to move Micah Parsons, the Cowboys, to move Micah Parsons over to that side, try to exploit perhaps that injury a little bit more. But I mean, if there's a weakness, I guess it's there. But I don't really foresee Taylor Decker being too much less of what he normally is.
When it comes to stopping this Lions offense, you mentioned pressuring Goff. Is that? I mean, you want to bottle up their rushing attack for sure, but pressuring Goff seems to be the number one thing you can do to have success against these guys.
Absolutely. I mean, when Goff is two different quarterbacks, when he's pressured and when he's not, and more than when he's pressured, when he's hit. He can handle some pressure, though it hasn't really gotten to him a lot this year. But when it has, I mean, you look at what the Ravens were able to do against these guys earlier in the season, and that's exactly what it was. It was getting in Goff's face, hitting him, and he panics. And that's not something that's been exclusive to him as a Detroit Lion. That's how he was in Los Angeles as well. So that is absolutely the key. But the issue, again, is just getting to him behind that offensive line.
What would you say the weak link is maybe defensively? I mean, you mentioned Dak and the Cowboys needing to put up a lot of points. We're expecting this one to be kind of a barn burner, but Nick Mullins seemed like they had some success Minnesota through the air last week. Who can you attack in the secondary?
Yeah, the secondary doesn't have a lot of depth right now. They're not getting C.J. Gardner-Johnson back quite yet. I expect him to be back for the postseason, and as do they. But really, the outside is kind of the vulnerable part of this. Cam Sutton was on the injury report as well. Over the middle, you have Brian Branch, you have Kirby Joseph, who's gone on some spurts of interceptions, sometimes multiple in a game. Brian Branch, for a rookie, is just for anybody.
Yeah,
really,
that's what I was going to ask you about. I wanted to ask you about Branch because, we all studied him coming out of the draft as, Alabama's a state. They stole that kid in the second round.
Sure did.
They absolutely stole that kid. So, but, him as a nickel, never any thought about moving him outside at all, Carm, with him, or they always are going to play him inside that way?
Yeah, they're pretty much always going to play him inside, though they are going to move him around in that nickel safety role. But he's so versatile. He's such a Swiss Army knife. They have not shown, though, the fact that they're willing to kind of put him on the outside. That's not exactly where he's best either, because he's good when he can anticipate and kind of go have the middle of the field to kind of work with and make plays on, especially when they kind of sit back and play zone a lot. So that is Brian Branch's friend. That they're not going to really take him away from that. And because of it, though, they have some cornerback depth issues, and they're just not really well equipped in the secondary in general right now. And that's definitely been their weakness because it's stressed their defensive front in that sense. And then people can key in on Aiden Hutchinson because of it. It's kind of a domino effect. So that's kind of the way to beat these guys defensively.
So the Cowboys played Miami last week, and we had fun talking about Mike McDaniel, and we play his audio cuts all the time. But next up would probably be Dan Campbell. How unique is he to be around?
He's fantastic. I mean, you can just tell how genuine his enthusiasm is and just how much these guys love to play for him and how much these guys love to coach for him. I mean, he's made up a staff of a lot of former players, and because of that, it makes them relate to their players a lot better. That's something that Dan Campbell has taken from the Bill Parcells philosophy. It's something that Parcells really instilled in Dan Campbell. It's that relate to your players. That's how you're going to get the most out of them. And because of that, these guys are ready to go to war for Dan Campbell no matter what. And the culture in that locker room, I've said this a lot from even last year when, they went 1-6. I was in that locker room during that time, and you would have never known. And I don't say that as a slight to say they weren't taking it seriously or anything like that. Clearly, they turned it around. But it was just the culture in that locker room, because of Dan Campbell, has this singular belief in themselves that nothing was going to shake it, not even that losing streak to start the season last year.
Carm, was any chance that he got – I know he wanted to get a lion out front on a chain by the practice field. Did we ever get that? Did he? I mean, now you're winning all these – now that they're winning all these games up there, I figured that the Ford family would find a way to get that lion on the actual practice field for him.
I know that Dan Campbell petitioned Sheila to do it. So I to my knowledge, that has not happened, and I'm sure that would be a very viral moment if it ever does. Maybe if they do start making a playoff run, or if they reach the Super Bowl, I don't know how you could argue against that. You got to get a lion in there.
So I know you do excellent work with Fox Sports. You cover the entire NFC North. I think one of the fascinating conversations is what the hell are the Bears going to do at quarterback? It seems like Justin Fields is getting a ton of support. Have you heard anything? Do you think Fields is going to be the guy, or do they look at a quarterback in the draft?
I have to think that you take advantage of the draft stock that you're going to have, or the draft pick that you're going to have, because this is a sneakily good roster. That's what I've heard from coaches that have played them. Lions week even, and the Bears beat the Lions. I had Lions coaches telling me, like, hey, this team isn't bad. I don't know what everybody's so down on them for. They've got a really good roster, and they do have this question mark with Justin Fields. I think that he's kind of a square peg trying to fit into a round Luke Getsy offensive hole, and it's not quite working. So if they get rid of offensive coordinator Luke Getsy, I also don't think it makes sense to keep Fields and put him in his third system in Chicago since he's been in the league. And especially with his kind of contract clock winding down here, you have to make the decision on his fifth-year option this offseason, and then you're looking at paying him $25 million and then between $40 and $50 if you really think he's the guy within the next couple of years. I just don't see that happening if you have to start over again with him and evaluate to see if he really is that guy that you want him to be. I think you just kind of take the clean slate, you take advantage of the draft position you're going to have, and start that quarterback clock over, especially if you bring in a new offensive coordinator.
Carm, do you think the Packers have a chance to get into that 7th seed, or are they done?
God help me, I do.
Yeah.
The defense, listen, there's some fracturing, I think, in that team right now where the defense is kind of on a different page than the offense. The offense is trying everything they can to make this playoff push, and the amount of production they're getting out of first and second year players with a first-year starter under center, I mean, I think they're 10th in offensive DVOA and 4th in passing DVOA, which, again, this is Jordan Love's first year. He's on pace to do better than Aaron Rodgers did his first year. He already has a better record if you're into the whole quarterbacks, your wins or quarterback stat thing, than Aaron Rodgers did in his first season. I mean, they got their evaluation on Jordan Love. They know he's the guy going forward. It's just a matter if the defense can keep up and make some crucial stops and make it a little bit easier on Jordan Love. That's kind of the fracture right now, is that the defense just hasn't been performing. So it's all going to come down to them, as it has pretty much every game this season. It hasn't always worked out for the Packers. So we'll see.
Back to the Lions, their play caller, Ben Johnson, you mentioned, he's been a super beast. He's going to be at the top of every team's list for the most part when it comes to the next head coaching search. But I see reports there where he's trying to command like $15 million a year. Are we buying this?
Not at all. His agent came out and said this is, and he kind of made a mockery of the tweet and was like, this is vehemently false. There is no price tag. There is no ask. This is not something that we're even thinking about right now because of the fact that the Lions are in the thick of things. And this is a guy who came back and turned down other head coaching interviews last year to return to the Lions because he believed in what they were doing. I'm not saying he's going to do that again, because I definitely think that someone's going to back the Brinks truck up for him at some point this offseason, but there's no $15 million ask. That's not who Ben Johnson is either. He would never command that. But if someone wants to give it to him, I don't think he's going to say no either. Let's be clear.
CeeDee Lamb is on the verge of making Cowboys history as a receiver, but do people nationally give Amon-Ra St. Brown enough love?
I don't think so at all. This is a guy that is a true number one receiver and has been seen as a slot receiver his entire career. And while he operates out of the slot a lot, they will line him up all over the formation. They'll line him up in the backfield, and he's running those end arounds into the end zone from the backfield. So he's so versatile. He's so good. He's so reliable, and he's routinely in the top 10 for major passing or receiving stats year after year. And I don't really understand why people aren't seeing how big of a deal he is and how much he makes this offense go.
Do you have a pick for this game tomorrow night? Or you thinking the Lions get it done?
I unfortunately had to make a pick a couple of times already this week, but I do think that all of that said, and as good as the Lions are playing right now, the Dallas Cowboys are playing better at AT&T, and they are all more motivated coming off the losing streak to get right, get the win, get the momentum to go into the postseason. I just see Dak kind of lighting it up in front of the home crowd, and as he has for 15 straight games, something like that.
Going for 16 in a row. That makes Cowboy fans very, very happy. Probably the most important question of the interview so far here, though, Carmen. Have you ever toasted a Pop-Tart before?
I have toasted a Pop-Tart before, and I'm one of those people that there's certain flavors that I like toasted. There's certain flavors I like untoasted. Okay. So it just depends. I don't know. I think strawberry actually is probably one of the ones that's better when it's toasted.
I agree.
Yeah. But then, the brown sugar cinnamon ones, please. That is so much better untoasted.
Okay, so you got to leave those ones untoasted. So this is
so fun. anything frosted then, Carm, you're not going to toast. It sounds like, right? You eat the plain strawberry one.
Yeah, the strawberry one is the frosted strawberry.
Okay, well, see, that's what I'm saying. You're talking to a 60-year-old man here who had the Pop-Tart when it was just the breading,
a brick.
The breading and
that was sugar, so much sugar when I was younger. By the time I was younger.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of food, you're covering the NFC North. We got food feuds going on. Detroit pizza, Chicago deep dish style. Which one's better?
So, can I say neither? Because
there we go. I like this.
The actual Chicago-style pizza is the tavern-style thin crust that's cut into squares. And that is what everybody in Chicago actually eats. I probably only have deep dish like twice a year rather.
Yeah.
I only have the thin crust tavern style with the thin crust, like the really thin crust, crispy crust, and the really good sauce. It's all about like the sauce and the cheese and the toppings. So that's my pick, and neither Detroit nor deep dish.
Carmen, you're a beast. This has been awesome. We got to get you on more often. The response has been outstanding. Enjoy, of course, all the football over the weekend, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. At Carmi V on Twitter, if you want to give her a follow, on Instagram as well. Carmen Vitale covers the NFC North for Fox Sports. Tremendous.
Does a hell of a job.
Tremendous reporter right there. Does a fantastic job letting us know about the Detroit Lions as we go behind enemy lines. All right, let's do the top 10. Jimmy Johnson is getting into the Ring of Honor tomorrow. We've got the top 10 Jimmy Johnson games as Cowboys head coach, and Micah talking about tomorrow's matchup, the Lion on the Lions. That's next.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every day at 5:40 right here on G.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing.
Hey, man, let's hit you with that Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day, Jimmy Johnson style. That sounds fantastic. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. Also brought to you by Soda State of the Art Weight Loss. Here is the Bully.
Thank you very much. Of course, we do have the Cotton Bowl that is going to be taking place. We'll get you some college football news at 6 o'clock. If you're going out to the Cotton Bowl, let us know. Is your tailgate happening? Where are you tailgating? What you drinking on? We got what you drinking, what you thinking. An hour from now, 877-881-1053. It's awesome just having bowl game football everywhere you look. And then tomorrow night, we'll be out there, AT&T Stadium, as Jimmy Johnson will indeed be inducted into the Ring of Honor. If you're old enough to remember some of Jimmy's games that he coached with the Cowboys, I've got the top 10 Jimmy Johnson games, courtesy of DallasCowboys.com and their Rankem series. We'll go through those here in just a moment. But I do, and I talked about this when it went viral with Gronk taking shots at Micah firing back, then Debo got into it. But the media athlete that's currently playing, having their own podcast and having platforms, this is the new norm. We need to get used to it, but it allows us this type of resource to where we can actually get what is Micah Parsons thinking as he's talking for himself. He's not with reporters trying to say the right thing. This is Micah just spitting off here. What does he think about the upcoming matchup against the Detroit Lions?
Are you going to play off ball this week? That's not my job to come in here and tell y'all game plans. This is my job to try to give y'all news and thoughts around the league and just keep it real simple. And that's it. You know, I'm not trying to get out here and, you know, give away what I'm going to be doing this week and things like that. Lions question, should Dan Campbell win Coach of the Year? For sure. The Lions haven't won a division in over 30 years. Crazy stat. I mean, the Lions are looking good. They're locked in as a top seed in the playoffs. And, you know, the Lions just truly, the way he turned that organization around, the way he got them players to buy in, it's truly amazing. I'm super excited for the game. It's going to be so fun playing against Dan again. We played him last year at home. Really close game, really fun. But Dan, I mean, he's just been a great coach. I mean, it's truly amazing what he's doing over there, and so excited to play them.
And Dave Campbell gave him a lot of praise as well. We played that cut yesterday, Brian, about like what they need to do to try and limit Micah's impact on the game. I don't know that there's any way to limit a player of his caliber, but the sliding of protection, the extra personnel, they're going to have to account for him. But they're going to need Micah to wreck this game. Like, how good is that Lions offensive line? We just talked with Carmen about that.
Yeah.
Could go a long way in deciding who wins or loses.
Yeah, especially the left side of their offensive line with Jonah Jackson and then Taylor Decker over there. They've had some problems. The quarterback, when he deals with pressure, she's absolutely right. He's a different type of player. 7 interceptions when he's had to deal with pressure. So, you know, that's going to be on the Cowboys. Can you find a way to choke the running game? I don't know if you can completely choke the Lions running game. Now, the way to choke it would be if the Cowboys come out and, like you're talking about, Chief, and put, 35, 40 points on the board.
Right.
Nobody has run the ball against the Cowboys when they're putting 35, 40 points up on the board. That their offense is their best defense.
And, I mean, Carmen just alluded to that as well. You get ahead. You make the Lions play from behind.
Yeah.
They're not a team that's been great at that either this year. And that's really the formula for success, especially at home for the Cowboys. They've built the lead. Then they're getting after you with the pass rush. They're forcing turnovers. Ron Bland's getting pick sixes. And here you go. We're mollywopping teams by 20 at home.
Yeah, this defense is built to play with a lead. And so the onus is on your offense to sort of give you that lead to start this game. And then Detroit's rushing attack and their play action becomes a little bit less productive. And that's something that when they're playing toe-to-toe or with a lead, that play-action passing game for them is just absolutely freaking dynamite. And you saw how Miami was able to crush the Cowboys when it came to play-action last week. I think the Cowboys on the season have been bottom third, 25th, 26th in the league versus play-action. And when you give them the opportunity, them being the Lions, to have a balanced opportunity where the threat of the run is going to be huge, and especially for the Cowboys now, Like these linebackers know, hey, the Lions run the ball. We've been getting crushed. We're worried about the run. And then at play action, here's a 20-yard dig from Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's an all-day situation that scares the bejeebies out of me.
It's really the best way to face the Cowboys when you're an opposing offense. You're using their strength against them, which is they want to get upfield so fast, and you catch them over pursuing, being over aggressive. Now we're going to hit a big play on you, whether it's with a chunk run or with the play action.
There's a couple of things you need to worry about in this football game, and you're likely going to see Deuce Vaughn at some point in time in this game. The thing that the Lions like to do is they like to bring secondary pressure and they like to bring linebacker pressure. When you watch their linebackers rush, Angeloni, he is one of I believe he's got 26 pressures, which is the most in the tied for the most of the off-ball linebackers in the league. Are the Lions going to put pressure when they see Deuce Vaughn in the game? Are they going to say that's an automatic blitz for us? They've got to find a way. Hunter Lipke and Pollard. And then they're going to have to figure out something when the Cowboys throw the ball is not be exposed by this Detroit pass rush, especially from its linebackers or from its safety group. We saw last week what happened when they were not communicating and not picking up blitzes. It ended up being negative plays, at terrible times. So Aaron Glenn has to be saying, okay, if I'm going to challenge this Dallas running back group to blitz pickup in this game.
I mean, I wonder, is it too simplistic to counter and just say, I'm going to, Deuce Vaughn, you're not pass protecting. You will get out into the flat, you will run a route, and now that guy,
it's like a hot
you're
route,
going to be, you're going to be open here. I'm not going to throw you into the line of linebacker blitz fire.
But that's what I'm saying, though. How many plays do you have for him like that? He is going to be active in this game tomorrow. Is he going to get 2-3 plays? They might be huge plays, but you're also dressing a guy that doesn't play a lot of special teams, because of the lack of the height. So
and he also just doesn't seem comfortable fielding the football.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He might be a huge weapon for you tomorrow night.
He could be,
but
he's a playmaker when he gets the ball in his hands.
But you also have to realize, though, the strength of this line defense is their ability to rush the passer with their linebackers and then with their safeties.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's slide into the top 10. I know the 469 said I was hoping you were going to do this list. That's our guy, Zach in Frisco. Appreciate you. And 972, I agree. I've been preaching this for 2 weeks. Don't defer. Take the opening coin toss if you win it and go on offense. It should have worked last week with a 15-play touchdown drive. Unfortunately, he had the fumble. But to me, it doesn't change anything. You go get the lead, and you make a statement there, and we'll see if the Cowboys win the toss tomorrow.
Be better than middle eight, too, by the way.
Middle eight, 100%. That's the last 4 minutes of the first half, first 4 minutes of the second half. Anytime the Cowboys have lost the middle eight, they have lost this season. They have not won a football game. Jimmy Johnson's top 10 games, courtesy of DallasCowboys.com. Cowboys at Redskins comes in at number 10. And yes, they were that R word in 1989 at RFK Memorial Stadium. Cowboys got the win 13-3. Considering the Cowboys hadn't won a game and Washington would go on to eventually finish 10-6, most just assumed what the outcome of this road matchup would be. But led by Paul Palmer's 110-yard, one-touchdown effort, Dallas churned out 148 rushing yards.
Paul Palmer. Temple.
And they held the Washington to 50 yards on the ground themselves. They had a 13-3 win. It marked the first victory in Jimmy Johnson's coaching era with the Dallas Cowboys.
A beautiful start.
Oh, what a nightmare season that was.
It was a nightmare season, but you finished by beating one of your biggest rivals.
Sure.
And it was just up from there, right?
Yeah.
You can't get any lower.
You really wondered if, this guy was a great college coach. You wondered if, what have we done here?
Well, the Bryce Young, and people are like, oh, should you move on? I mean, people were talking Troy Aikman.
Oh, no
Is
question.
he your guy?
Well, they went and got Steve Walsh. They went and got Steve Walsh in the supplemental draft.
I mean, you look back at it, you're like, what idiots? Who the hell would even think that? But that's how it was in the moment. I mean, it's crazy to go back and rethink some of this stuff. 1990, November 22nd, Thanksgiving Day. It's another Washington game. Cowboys win 27-17 at Texas Stadium. Washington would play a part in a lot of Jimmy's signature wins, including this showdown on Thanksgiving. Washington went on to get a 10-6 record and even won a playoff game this season, but they came up short in this one. Cowboys trailed 17-10 in the third quarter. Emmitt Smith, capped a 132-yard rushing day with a pair of touchdowns to lead the Cowboys to a come-from-behind victory. And I know those are your favorite victories, the come-from-behind ones.
Well, they're nail-biters, dude. I mean, you just never know, am I going to pull this thing out or not? Yeah. And when you do, it's
sweet
It's
nectar.
beautiful, man. Nothing like getting that victory.
Number 8. Let's keep the Washington rolling, shall we? November 24th, 1991. This one's at RFK. 24-21. Cowboys win. Many players will tell you that the 90s dynasty began with this very day. Cowboys facing Washington, and that team would eventually go on to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Jimmy pulls out all the stops, including a Hail Mary touchdown to Alvin Harper at the end of the first half and a successful onside kick. Move over, Sean Payton. Jimmy did it first. The victory started a 5-game winning streak to end the season that put the Cowboys in the playoffs for the first time in 6 seasons.
Jeez.
It was a bad 6 years.
That was bad 6 years, yeah.
But it started to get better.
Yep.
Number 7.
Don't say Green Bay.
Cowboys at Bears.
Oh, good.
1991 NFC wild card at Soldier Field. Cowboys win it 17-13. Sure.
Steve Pelluer at quarterback? Not Steve Pelluer. I meant Steve Berline.
Steve Berline, yes.
Steve
Sure,
Berline.
the Cowboys made the playoffs as a wild card team, but they had to go to Chicago to face the big bad Bears on a freezing day.
Yeah.
No matter the Cowboys defense dominating its hosts, they recorded 3 sacks, they had 3 takeaways, 2 goal line stands. But meanwhile, backup quarterback Steve Berline.
There we go.
Playing mistake-free football. He only passed for 180 yards, but that was enough. Cowboys made another step toward greatness in the dynasty of the 90s as they got the win 17-13. How about we go to 1992 for number 6 here, best Jimmy Johnson games.
The year of Zach Wolchuk, right?
1992. I was born. I had been born already. This is September 7th. I'm a little baby.
No Green Bay.
And this is at Texas Stadium, so my grandparents were at the game. Brian, you probably were too.
Yeah.
23-10. Cowboys beat Washington. No Green Bay.
What year was that? 92?
92.
I was at Green Bay.
Okay, so you weren't at this one.
I was not at this
Maybe
game.
Mom and Dad were there?
Probably.
They given up the season
they
ticket,
probably
probably?
gave it. Yeah, no, they gave up the season tickets after I went to work in Green Bay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So no Broadus was there.
No Broadus was there. First time since 1972.
Hey, it's all right. My grandparents were holding it down for us. Although the Cowboys made the playoffs the year before, 92, this was the season opener. This was going to be a true test. Washington was always a formidable opponent. But now the NFC East rival was coming off a defending Super Bowl championship victory. However, Charles Haley had joined the Cowboys. This was a different Cowboy defense, one that did not allow the Redskins to score a single offensive touchdown. And with this victory, Johnson's Cowboys had served notice. We're a new bully on the block, baby, in the NFC East. We go to number 5, Cowboys at 49ers, 1993 NFC Championship. I'm a little surprised this wasn't higher, but maybe you have the Super Bowls in there. 30-20. Cowboys go on the road. Some said they were a year early. They called it a passing of the torch. San Francisco, team of the 80s, team of the decade. They came into this showdown as the home favorite. And when Jerry Rice scored with just under 5 minutes left, things looked, oh my gosh, they're about to continue their run. But Troy Aikman completed a pass to Alvin Harper for 70 yards, and then 3 snaps later found Kelvin Martin for the game-winning touchdown, catapulting the Cowboys into the Super Bowl. And when addressing his team in the locker room afterwards, Jimmy uttered the famous words, "How about them Cowboys?" Then you got number 4, best Jimmy Johnson games. This is the Super Bowl in 1993.
Still no Packer
Rose
games.
Bowl.
Ooh,
Cowboys, Bills, January 31st, 52-17. They beat the brakes off the Bills. Sure, Cowboys were in the Super Bowl, but Johnson wasn't taking the foot off the gas. Players endured a padded practice with full contact on the Friday. This would never happen today. It all paid off.
We have no padded practices left.
48 hours before
You're having a
kickoff,
padded
and
practice?
they're going Oklahoma drill.
NFL saying, sorry, we're not doing that. We got a player safety, okay? Troy Aikman leads the Cowboys, 273 passing yards, 4 touchdowns. He gets the MVP. Jimmy Johnson, first coach in history to win a national championship and a Super Bowl title. We go to number 3, still no Packers. This is Giants Stadium, 1994. Oh, my goodness.
Is this the Emmett game?
It's the great one, Emmitt Smith, the separated shoulder game. Some people want to say this is overrated. You can go bleep yourself.
Yeah.
16-13 in overtime. Cowboys, home field advantage on the line, Giants Stadium. And it is the Emmitt Smith separated shoulder game. Late in the first half, somehow he manages to play the entire second half despite playing through the pain. Johnson wanted to use Emmett as a decoy. Smith said, no, coach, feed me the ball. Jimmy did. Emmett leads the Cowboys to victory in overtime. Number 2, Texas Stadium NFC Championship game 94 of January 23rd. Cowboys against the Niners.
Oh.
They had traveled to San Francisco previous year. And then, this time around, you had the Niners coming to Irving. 3 days before their rematch, Jimmy Johnson calling into a local radio show. We will win the ball game. And you can put it in 3-inch headlines. And that team went out and cashed the check that the coach went and put out there, man.
Yep.
I mean, absolutely incredible. But number 1, best Jimmy Johnson game of all time, Cowboys at Bills.
Oh.
Cowboys are back-to-back, baby, 30-13 at the Georgia Dome. People often forget Cowboys were actually trailing after 2 quarters in the championship showdown, 13-6. But while some players were expecting a halftime blow-up from their head coach, Jimmy remained calm. He got together with the coaches, adjusted the game plan. Team came out after the break, handed the ball off to Emmitt Smith 7 straight times, 15-yard touchdown. You even the score, and they never looked back. And Daryl Johnson telling The Athletic, I thought it was, if not the best coaching moment while we were there, it was definitely near the top. Cowboys thought they were going to go to the Super Bowl and win it every damn year. Unfortunately, that was the end of the run.
Yeah.
But they're your top 10 Jimmy Johnson games. And holy crap, that was pretty amazing to just relive all of that.
And he was a legend. But as a legendary coach, great coaching staff as well, but the players on those teams. I just know from competing against them, you didn't have answers for
the
any
talent
of them.
acquisition.
It's incredible.
A tremendous coach, knowing how to motivate his guys. I mean, he was a psychologist.
Yeah.
You know, let the mind control the body, not the body control the mind. I mean, there's so many things you can take from Jimmy Johnson. Tomorrow's going to be an amazing day at AT&T Stadium as he finally gets inducted into the Ring of Honor. Let's do some football finest next here on The Fan.
Coming up on Tuesday on Sean and RJ, we've got
heck of a Rangers ride, and the celebration will continue at Globe Life Field for the World Series edition of the Rangers 2024 Awards Dinner presented by Coca-Cola. It's Friday evening, January 26th. Awards will be given out to Corey Seager, Josh Young, Leody Taveras, Nathaniel Lowe, Dane Dunning, and Gold Gloves presented to Lowe, Jonah Hyman, and Adolis Garcia. You can be a part of this special evening by purchasing a table or an individual ticket at rangers.com/awards dinner.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference, y'all.
All right, it's time for football's finest with Eric Chiafalo, and then we'll slide into, of course, what you're drinking, what you're thinking at 5:20, LA Live at 5:40. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com at the top of the hour. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We will make the MVP case for a local legend here momentarily, but going into this matchup versus the Lions, Dan Campbell, head coach, just curious, what is your mindset going into this one?
Doesn't matter if you have one ass cheek and three toes. I will beat your ass.
And so that's what you're going up against. You know, a guy who doesn't care if you have one ass cheek. He doesn't care if 7 of your toes have left your feet. He is still there to show up and take you down in your own house. Like, he's ready to get disrespectful on it. You might have some disabilities. I'll come into your house and I will beat your ass on national television on Jimmy Johnson night. That's the level of disrespect he's coming into this one with. Yeah. I just think we all need to be prepared for this one physically, but also just sort of emotionally. That can take a toll on you.
It can. And I mean, listening to him say that, I started to get a little bit emotional. But I just hope the Cowboys come in with that same type of intensity. Because you know he is. I mean, you know this is big.
The one ass cheek, 3 toes intensity?
You need to bring like all 10 damn toes and both ass cheeks if you want to be able to be that type of intensity.
Yeah, this is important.
It's a double ass cheek game.
This is 2 ass cheeks.
This is an important game.
This is a lunch pail game.
For Dan. It's important for Aaron Glenn, too. You know, Texas A&M and all that. I mean, these
former Cowboys.
Yeah, you got guys on this. And it's important too for Detroit for seeding. You know, they've still got a shot in this thing. You know, I mean, it's a small one, but if they get the second seed in this thing, I mean, that would be big for them.
I think you're right. I mean, I know some people have said, "Hey, do you expect the Lions letdown? They just clinched a division title." I don't.
No, absolutely not.
For all of those reasons, they're excited because they finally get to host their first playoff game at Ford Field. How much more excited would they be if somehow the NFC is running through Ford Field? They get that top seed, and they're not out of the realm of possibility of doing that.
No, they're not. If they do get if they get the second seed, that could be the difference between playing the Rams or playing the Seahawks.
Absolutely.
That in itself right there would be enough for me to try and get the second seed.
And it's hard to beat a team twice, and Seattle went to Detroit and won already. I don't know that they'd be able to do it again.
Yeah.
I feel like if you have one ass cheek, you just have one leg. I don't think you could have 2 legs and one ass cheek. I feel like it's sort of a combo. If you have a leg, you have an ass cheek. Does anybody else dispute that?
No, I think it'd be important to have the 2 ass cheeks. I think you're right about that because we're talking about with Hankins. They're saying, hey, he needs 2 legs to play. You know, they're like they're trying to the
assumption there is that he's got 2 ass cheeks.
He's got 2 ass cheeks, big ass cheeks.
I seen a viral video of a girl shaking her butt cheeks. She had no legs. She was doing a handstand. It was amazing. Yeah, it went viral.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, then I guess it's doable.
People in the comments talking about wood.
That's a tush push
The
right there.
answer's yes, just for the record.
Tush push.
Nothing's going to stop me. Okay.
Both counts.
Is anything going to stop our guy? Not really our guy, but he is a local dude, so to an extent he's our guy, right? He's a Scotty. He's Matt Stafford.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could claim him.
Can anything stop him from being the MVP right now? And I think, the answer is absolutely. There's plenty that could stop him, like Lamar Jackson going on a ridiculous run here. But
Joe Flacco.
There is in a season where no one is very sure who that guy is. It's been extremely week to week. The second half of the season on who's the MVP. One week it's this guy, the next week it's that guy, the next week it's this guy. Could it be a non-quarterback for the first time in like a decade? Like, sure. We'll see. There's no one running away with it. Why couldn't it be Matthew Stafford? I believe they close out the season after the Giants this week. They get the Niners. So I think if they win this week, which I need them to for Survivor, and then you beat the Niners, now all of a sudden you're in a serious conversation here. And Mike Sando of The Athletic gave some pretty good reasons why you could see Matthew Stafford being that dude. I mean, the Rams right now offensively are super scary. Their defense, they're winning in spite of them. They're 20th in the league. Their defense and their special teams combined are 29th. So Lamar Jackson getting a ton of help from his defense. Brock Purdy, a ton of help from everywhere. Tua, a ton of help from his defense as well, let alone maybe having another MVP candidate that he gets to throw to in Tyreek Hill.
His skill guy helps there.
Yeah, for sure.
Just hasn't been able to win on the road.
Like Matthew Stafford is really the engine for these Rams. He's not getting much help anywhere else in terms of his defense and his special teams. It's not 3 phases in Los Angeles with the Rams. It's 1 phase. It's a Stafford phase. They're 8-6 when he starts. He's missed the 1 game, and we'll get to that game. That was the Green Bay game. And they absolutely sucked in that game. But the Rams took the Ravens to overtime in Baltimore. Stafford throws for 294 yards, 3 touchdowns. The Rams gain a ton of, just had a ton of explosive plays in that game as well in the passing game. What would the Rams look like without Stafford? The 1 game where they missed him this year, we saw what they look like, and it was a 20-3 loss to the Packers, 10 first downs, 187 total yards, and 3 points. And this is a Packers defense that has been laughed at all year for sucking. Yeah. Guys like Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins, Bryce Young, and Tommy DeVito have had great days versus Green Bay, but Brett Ripien, who stepped in for Stafford that day, was just absolutely terrible. But you also have not only Baltimore, but Cleveland, that Stafford and the Rams, I mean, that's a heck of a defense, and Stafford combined versus the Ravens defense and the Browns defense, almost 600 yards, 6 touchdowns, no picks, 106.4 passer rating, tons of expected points added. He beat Cleveland 36-19. And so I think there's hey, you went toe-to-toe with 2 of the best defenses in the league, and you were basically flawless. The one time we've seen your team without you, they went up against a bad defense and absolutely sucked. Yeah. So with the way the Rams are playing right now, if Stafford puts up some nice numbers versus the Giants, gets the victory, and then figures out a way to do that in the final week of the season versus the Niners, I think you could be talking about a potential Matthew Stafford late-run MVP case.
I love this, but I will say the engine that is to go for the Rams is Kyren Williams.
Yeah.
Kyron's really good. Now,
like
the quarterback's going to get the love.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm on board with Matthew Stafford in the MVP talk, because that dude is still making plays. Like at 35, that play he made rolling outside of the pocket, squares his shoulders, flicks this ball in midair, goes it down into Marcus Robinson for 20 yards. Matthew Stafford's playing out of his mind.
Feels like he's doing a no-look pass every week now.
I mean, he's sensational, so I'm not pushing back too much, but it is insane, the difference that Kyren Williams has made for them. They average 27 points a game with him in the lineup. Without, they average 14. I mean, holy crap.
Wowzers.
And a lot of this run has been with him playing. So Kyren Williams is probably the guy that's not getting enough credit.
He's probably the MVP.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just
the more you look at it, if you squint hard enough, you realize
Christian McCaffrey, who? Kyren Williams,
it's Kyren
baby.
Williams, yep.
This might be the year,
Kyren or Stafford.
This might be the year they give it to somebody other than a quarterback.
Maybe co-MVPs, Kyren Williams and Matthew Stafford.
I like that. And then Sean McSack's Coach of the Year.
Let's just do it, man. The trifecta. But the Cowboys get the Super Bowl, so.
And Mikey gets Depoy.
And Dak gets Super Bowl MVP.
Perfect.
All right.
We've figured it out.
What's done is done here.
Who needs voters? We got this. All right, let's talk to Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. He's also got this. That's next on The Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Keeping you Cowboys ready here on your home of America's team. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, set to jump on with us here. Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation, closer to the expressway as we've got what you're drinking and what you're thinking. Coming up here in about, let's say, 18 minutes or so. Then we'll have LA Live at 5:40, and then it'll be the Power Hour. Get you set for these college football playoff games. Super excited for all of those. We do have the Cotton Bowl tonight at AT&T Stadium, Mizzou and Ohio State. That's going to be fun. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo. We got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Carter Freeman coordinating your video as well. Appreciate everybody who watches us on Twitch and on YouTube. And, of course, on the Odyssey app or just cruising around in your vehicle. Hope everybody's got exciting New Year's plans and you're having fun with the familia or whatever you might be doing. But let's welcome on in Nick Harris, as we do usually every week at this time. Nick, how you doing, sir?
Doing fantastic, guys. It's getting ready for what already is looking like playoff time here in the NFL, and New Year's Six Bowl starting tonight. It's always a good time for football.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys are trying to get off this 2-game losing streak. I'm sure they're excited to be back at the friendly confines of AT&T Stadium, where they're going on a 15-game home winning streak, looking for a perfect home record. What's kind of the mentality, the vibe been like at the Star this week? Or they seem pretty locked in?
Yeah, you would say so. And I think the celebration around Jimmy Johnson is kind of starting to trickle towards the team as well. Like, they kind of feel, what's kind of going on this weekend, the importance of getting a win at AT&T Stadium tomorrow night. I think that's a big part of it. But talking about the team and just kind of where they are big picture and coming off of these last 2 losses, there was a lot of frustration early in the week because, they felt like they had that Miami game in hand, had a big late drive to be able to take the lead, and the defense played really well in limiting their dangerous weapons, and then they lose right at the end on a field goal. And so there was a lot of frustration early in the week on, how did we let this happen again? But as the week went on, I think this team got a lot more grounded, as you said. They're going back home against a really good team. It's an opportunity to beat an NFC contender. I think they feel good about it going into tomorrow night.
Are we thinking fireworks show? I think both defenses are in a world of trouble, Nick.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's going to be a high-scoring affair. For me, starting with the Cowboys offense versus the Lions defense, I feel there's going to be a lot of opportunities for CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks. I think both of these guys are going to have huge days. As far as the running game, I think there's an opportunity for Tony Pollard, but I'm really looking at Dak Prescott to have like a 300, 350-yard day. And then on the flip side, Detroit offense versus the Cowboys defense, I don't feel too well about the Cowboys being able to limit that rushing attack with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs is just so good at being able to get outside the tackles and find some action and being able to break contain. Penei Sewell, their right tackle, he's one of the best run blockers in the entire NFL. I feel like he has a big day, and that running game has a big day. I think whoever gets the 40 first probably wins this one.
Could this be a lot like what we saw, Nick, with Seattle, that kind of thing where it's going to have to maybe a couple of 4th down stops in the second half will be the difference in this one?
Yeah, I think that's very similar. I think also what could be a really big thing that could help the Cowboys out, if they can get out to a big lead early, or at least maybe like a 2-score lead early, and force Detroit to put the air through the ball, I think that'll be huge in being able to determine, them being able to take control of the game, not only in the first half, but obviously that'll help towards the later stretch as well. They had an opportunity to do that last week against Miami. Obviously, that Lipke fumble on the goal line, it was an early 10-point swing that could have really helped keep the ball off of the ground for the Dolphins as the game went on. But they were able to chew up that clock with the time of possession and be able to run the ball and have those long, sustained drives. And they were allowed to do that by not having that 10-point swing. They're definitely going to try not to replicate that this week.
Hey, Nick, I wanted to ask you, I know we've had you on every Friday, and a couple of times it's been road games and stuff. Has anybody in the locker room, when you ask players, are they just as confused as us about what goes on the road with them? I mean, are they really do they really not have any, or is somebody be giving you good answers, what they think might be the problem?
Man, they really are. I don't think anyone really has a pinpoint as to, why this team isn't playing as well on the road. For me, this is just my personal kind of theory that I've kind of cooked up over the last couple of weeks. It obviously means nothing, but they are so comfortable at home. They're able to sleep in their own beds the night before. They're able to pull up to the stadium kind of when they want on their own accord. They walk into the stadium, and it's obviously been a great crowd this year at AT&T Stadium. I wonder if it's just so much different on the road, having to fly in the night before, stay in a hotel. do some team meetings the morning of in a hotel environment, in a ballroom, and then go up to the stadium as a team. Is it that big of a difference that they aren't being able to take that approach that they have at home and take it on the road? Is it that big of a deal? And somebody was asked something similar to that this week, and I believe it was CeeDee Lamb. It's like, that stuff really doesn't matter. It comes down to just being able to have, that same intensity whenever you do start a game on the road. They don't feel like their approach is any different. It's just about, making things a lot easier for them on the road. They put themselves in some precarious situations in road games this year. Dak Prescott had said last week going into the Miami game, he's like, we've had conversations about this. We've tried to find, maybe a reason why we're not playing well on the road. And he was like, for me, anytime like we think we maybe find something, for me, it's an excuse because at the end of the day, you just have to win to be able to correct it. And until you do that, there's not going to be an answer for it. So, it's definitely interesting. It's definitely one of the bigger storylines of this team this year. And it's going to be something you look at here in a couple of weeks if they have to go on the road in the wild card round or the divisional round or both, whatever. This team is going to have to figure out how to win on the road.
I think a lot of the attention is certainly on the rushing attack of Detroit. They're very, very good. Like you said, if you're able to build a lead, maybe you can mitigate that. But what do you think the matchup is to try and limit Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Yeah, you think CeeDee Lamb moves around a lot. Amon-Ra St. Brown, man, and they line him up everywhere, inside, outside. They'll bring him around on some jet sweeps as well. They do a lot of different stuff with him. So it's going to be an all-out effort. It's going to be DaRon Bland, Stephon Gilmore, Jordan Lewis. All these guys are going to have reps against Amon-Ra St. Brown. The matchup that I'm looking at the most, though, is when he lines up with DaRon Bland. I mean, both of these guys are young, budding stars here in the NFL. DaRon Bland in his second year, Amon-Ra in his third year. I'm really excited to see kind of how that matchup lines up. Amon-Ra is so physical off the line. He's able to get some quick separation off the line with his releases. DaRon Bland, he's really been improving in that area as the season has gone on, especially with his press man corner skills. He's been really solid in that. It's why he's been able to have so much success this year. That's going to be a fun matchup whenever those two line up.
Hey, Nick, I hope I'm not catching you with a bad question here, but we're kind of hearing some things or been some whispers about Mozzie Smith's weight loss. Is this something that we're familiar with? Because I asked the question, and I bring this up because I just wondered if you're hearing anything about it, that he has gotten smaller. Because I'm watching him on tape, and I asked some people about it, and they say he has lost weight. Have you noticed anything about with Mozzie and weight loss and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. It was actually something I'd kind of brought up a couple of weeks ago going into the Buffalo game. He walked into the Buffalo Stadium a couple of weeks ago, and he had like kind of a ski mask on because it was obviously cold. And so I was like trying to make out like who this was whenever they were walking up. And at first I thought it was Sam Williams. It kind of looked like his physique. And when he got closer, I saw his face. I was like, oh, that's Mozzie. And then I kind of thought a little bit deeper, and I was like, man, he's kind of lost some weight. Whenever he arrived, I kind of think he was in that 330 range.
Right.
I would say right now he's probably in that 305, 310 range. But,
yeah.
From conversations that I've had, they say they're comfortable with where he's at right now weight-wise. But when you look at the struggles that he's having and being able to defend the run and, him kind of getting overpowered at times, and he came in with this world-class strength from the University of Michigan, you wonder if that's maybe a cause of that. But, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of concern from the Cowboys on that front right now. They think that it's going to allow him to be a little bit more athletic in situations. And, Dan Quinn loves to have those athletic guys in the defensive line. So maybe it's just an opportunity for him to unlock some pass rush skills.
Yeah, Nick, I appreciate your answer because I was a little worried about that. I was thinking maybe it's a 30-pound weight loss here, something like that, maybe 25-pound weight loss here with Mozzie. But, like being drafted to play that one technique, to play, hey, we got under tackles. And I think his biggest issue it's just his getting off the football. It's not the quickness aspect. It's just sometimes he's laid off the football. I don't think his weight has anything to do with that, but him having to play for Hankins, as we thought as a 330-pound guy, that's just not the case right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think the get off is still the biggest area of concern.
Sure.
And that's the thing that they're working on the most right now. And if they feel like sacrificing a few pounds can help him in the department, then that's what they're going to do.
Right.
That's kind of a situation where you just kind of trust the people around him, whether
Absolutely.
it be 8 and 30,
Yeah.
Dan Quinn, whoever, and just kind of see where it goes from there. But, I think we're going to look up this time next year, and I think there will be a lot more indictments on where Mozzie Smith is at that time, whether it's good or bad.
Right.
At this point, they're just kind of letting him develop. Unfortunately, he's been thrown into this situation where he's had to start and be this guy who can really fill the middle while until Hankins can come back. And he should have that responsibility as a first-round pick. I don't think that should be taken away. But at the same time, I think expectations should definitely be tempered.
What do you think about the Terrence Steele, Aiden Hutchinson matchup?
Yeah, that's one that I have highlighted on my key matchups this week. You got to tip your cap to Terrence Steele. Since he gave up 4 sacks in that game against the Eagles in Week 9, he's only given up 1 in the 7 games since. And we talked to him that very next week after that Eagles game, and he told everybody, he said, look, I'm going to get back in the lab. I'm going to work harder. This won't happen again. And he's done a really good job of making sure that happens. Also, in those 7 games, only 16 pressures allowed. He's playing his best football that he's played this season right now. Now, going up against Aiden Hutchinson, this is kind of funny because this is another University of Michigan defensive lineman. Where he has that athleticism, where he has that power, he kind of lacks in technique at times. And he's kind of caught himself turned around in some situations, whether it be in the run game or in the pass rush game. I think this is a good opportunity for Terrence Steele to go up against a big-name type guy on the defensive line and have a good day against them. If I was taking bets on who would win this matchup, quote-unquote, I think Steele could have a big day tomorrow.
Nick, it's interesting because we've talked about Steele. I mean, a lot of people talked about Adoga last week, and we saw some of the lapses and maybe communication or missed assignments. But I'm curious, as you watch the tape, what do you think about Tyler Biadasz right now at center? Yeah,
whenever I look at the pressure and where it was generated in the game against Miami, it's funny you say that, Zach. I looked at Chuma Edoga and I looked at Tyler Biadasz. Most of the interior pressure that's been generated over the course of the last few weeks has been through that A gap and to the right side of Biadasz as well. And I'm not loving the stretch that he has put together, but I do know that he can put good games together. This is a good opportunity for him to going up against a strong defensive line, but a defensive line that has only gotten to the quarterback a few times this year. They're 24th in the NFL in sacks. I think this is an opportunity for all guys, but for including Tyler Biadasz, just to have good reps, have a good day, and then go into Week 18 and close off with good confidence.
Nick, you're a beast, man. We always appreciate it. Hopefully
Great job,
the Cowboys
Nick.
get
Thanks,
the dub
man.
tomorrow. And we'll catch up with you next week, man.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, guys.
There he goes, Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. Follow his work, and he does have his key matchup segment that he breaks down there. He's written the article. It's up and available at DallasCowboys.com.
And I'm glad he said it about Mozzie.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably something that's not talked about.
No, and I believe, man, and I don't want to, I'm sure somebody will text me about this, but I want to believe that the coaches are okay with that. They've kind of encouraged him to lose weight. And Mozzie's trying to, but if that's the case,
you don't want to sacrifice it for his power, right? And his strength. That's what made him so good.
So now the expectations are, well, okay, how's he? At 300 pounds, 305, he could play run defense, but the expectations are, or what we thought Mozzie Smith was brought in for, was a 328-pound, one technique nose that could play up the field, could play laterally, and all that. I think when you're starting to talk about potentially a 30-pound weight loss, you're talking about a totally different player.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the size of more of like a defensive end and a 3-4.
Yeah.
A 5-tech.
Yeah, exactly. Those guys
That's
are
what you're looking at. I mean, that's not your nose tackle. That's interesting. And maybe they think it'll help him a little bit in terms of, the get off, the speed.
Yeah.
But, man, that's the fear. You just don't want that power being taken out.
Yeah.
Have you bumped into him at your soda weigh-ins?
No, I haven't seen him at soda.
Okay.
But
I'll tell you what,
the official
man,
weight loss partner to the Dallas Cowboys.
Is.
I bet he's drinking his meals the same way you are.
He's probably going to the Frisco location. And I'm a big fan of the Plano location.
And he's got to be keeping his protein
I just go to
levels a little
Frisco
bit higher.
when it's nice. Those folks over there are super nice.
Honestly,
yeah.
There's not one. I know Bobby goes to Hillcrest. None of them are bad.
No.
All of them are fantastic. And a lot of them rotate the staff there. I've met a lot of the, my nutritionists. Some will come over from the Garland location, some from the Frisco location. All of them are absolutely fantastic there at state-of-the-art weight loss. Did see this breaking news. Marvin Harrison Jr. officially out tonight for the Ohio State Buckeyes. He will not be playing. I wonder if Emeka Egbuka will be playing. He is not officially declared for the NFL draft yet.
What's interesting is if we remember when there was a time last year when Ohio State, they played in the Rose Bowl against Utah.
Yes.
And this
2
is
years
always
ago.
2 years ago. Jackson Smith and Jigba.
They
and
had
those,
their breakout
all
games.
those guys, all of a
Marvin
sudden, it's like, well, who's Ohio State got a receiver? And the next thing you know, they have two receivers that catch like 240 yards.
They had
of
Garrett
passes
Wilson
that game.
and Chris Olave say we're not playing.
The quarterback was incredible that day.
Yep.
our guy down
CJ Stroud.
Stroud was incredible.
He was brilliant.
So sometimes you learn something about a football team going into the next. But Marvin Harrison, he's
special.
He's
Good
one of the
decision
best.
on his part.
Ohio State and Mizzou getting ready here in about an hour and a half, a little over or so, to kick off at AT&T Stadium for the annual Cotton Bowl. That's a fun matchup. We'll talk more college football at 6 o'clock with the hangover. But up next, it's quitting time. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. That's next on The Fan.
Orange Bag Nation.